lowering a little bit, but no obvious signs of a confirmed tornado there. And they were talking about the rotation being a little bit weaker, but I don't want you to think that there's not a tornado and you shouldn't take shelter. So if you are in this tornado warned storm, you do need to be in your shelter. Right now, where we're watching this storm heading into Mountain Home, Buford, and it is extended over up towards Vidette. Now this is continuing to work its way to the north and east. We'll track this one out. Still around almost 50 miles an hour. And some areas included in this will be Whiteville, Colfax, over towards Mountain Home around 235, Henderson around 245, and then back over towards, we don't know that you will be included in this. You're not included in this, but it will be around the Bakersfield area around 256. So
Baxter County into western Fulton County. So we were tracking 3 tornado warned storms, and I know this view, it looks a little messy, but I'll point out what I'm looking at here. We've got a circulation right here east of Yellville approaching Mountain Home. We've got a new circulation that is now tornado warned. This is between Gainesville and Bakersfield, and up to the northeast moving into southwestern Dent County towards Salem. That too is a circulation located very close to Highway 32. So this is turning very quickly into a busy afternoon. So far, outside of reports of a funnel cloud with the northernmost storm, the one that has been moving across Texas County, we haven't gotten any reports of damage. I've not seen, and I'll be honest, I've not looked very closely at this. I've not looked to see if there's been any debris signatures showing up on radar, but certainly these circulations have looked relatively intense, and I'm trying to...
I've seen a couple pictures of tree damage in Houston. That's all I've seen, and hopefully that's all it was just tree damage. I haven't seen anything beyond that. That doesn't mean that more damage hasn't occurred, but right now that's all I've seen reported in.
Yeah, and just doing a quick, as Matt was talking, I was kind of looking through to see if I see any evidence of a debris signature. So far, not. Now, that doesn't mean that a tornado couldn't be touching down. It's just that we're not seeing evidence through radar that there's being debris flung up into the air in the vicinity of these circulations. So at this stage of the game, the tornado warnings that we have on the map, they're all radar indicated. But that potential is there. I mean, we've already had storms today produce tornadoes. So given the environment that these storms are moving into, I mean, it's very likely we're going to see at least a few of these storms produce tornadoes as they track east across the eastern Ozarks. So let's go back. We're going to go kind of top to bottom. We'll start with the Dent County storm. Up in Dent County, this is the tornado warned storm. That's the circulation still located north of Highway 32, northeast of Licking. It is tracking to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. That circulation, looking at a different scan here, and I think we're going to see this when I get an update on television, but it looks like that scan, with that scan, it looks like that circulation may be right about in here. Looks like it may be right about in here, very close to Highway 32. So it looks like this possible tornado is tracking right along Highway 32 in the general direction of Salem. So again, we're gonna try to go through these 3 different tornadic thunderstorms and highlight where they are and where they're going. So that circulation located right about there, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. That's gonna be the ground, the real estate that we see this thing cover over the next 30 minutes. I mean, that's 30 minutes because it's moving 50 miles per hour. So should be in Jack in roughly 10 minutes. After that, it looks like it will track up towards Salem, should be in the vicinity of Salem, may stay just south of Salem.
And eventually Lanton. I need all you folks down there to also stay weather aware this afternoon for very rapidly changing weather that's going to be moving in your direction. And again, any of these could be producing very large hail and very strong winds this afternoon as well. So I'm going to kind of get this back in place so that we can kind of take a look at some things together. But again, we're looking at some very dangerous thunderstorms. And of course, if we zoom in, especially down here in the Missouri-Arkansas line, kind of check things out, you'll notice that we have 2 distinct cells that are here. One that's right here in the Tecumseh area right now. And again, that's moving along Highway 160. It's going to be in the Dot Mill area, so that area, I need for you guys to be in your tornado shelter. That is going to be moving up pretty close to the H Highway area, and then that is going to move just to the north of Highway 160, up pretty close to West Plains, and that may actually catch the Pottersville area as well, out there on K Highway. So I need for you folks from West Plains to Pottersville, and then all the way south down to 160, I need for you guys to be ready to move pretty quickly if that severe weather comes in your direction. In the meantime, we're also looking at this storm down here around Mountain Home, and it looks like there's some very strong winds with that storm this afternoon. So as we zoom in on that, the tornado is going to be right pretty close to here, so it's going to be right along 412. So again, anybody on 412 from about halfway between Mountain Home and Flippin, you guys need to be in your tornado shelters going all the way up into the southwest side of the Mountain Home area right now. And then this line right here going down through Buford, down towards 126, this is going to be very strong westerly winds that are going to be coming in your direction. That's likely to produce a lot of wind damage. There's likely to be some power outages there in southwestern Baxter County this afternoon. You may topple a few trees down there and actually may have some minor roof damage with some of those strong winds coming across there with that thunderstorm. Now, if you are in Mountain Home, I need for you guys to be in your tornado shelter. The ASU campus is right down in here. It looks like the worst of it may pass a little bit to the north side of town, but again, it is wise for everybody, if you have the students in class, to make sure that they are evacuated into a safe place this afternoon. The hospital is going to be...
We're going to see how fast it's moving right now. It's actually not quite as organized as the storm we were tracking up into Mountain Home. So right now, that particular storm is actually going to be outrunning the warning that it's in right now. So at the moment, I don't see that producing a tornado. So Todd, I'm going to probably toss things back over to you.
Circulation also could be hitting a community. It looks like it's already moved through Gassville, and it will be moving through Mountain Home. This storm, too, is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So tracking that out, I just want to make sure we're looking at the right spot. It looks like it is located right about in here and moving northeast at 50. This is the ground that it's going to cover. It should be in the Mountain Home area in about 5 minutes. Roughly 5 minutes from now, or about 2:35. Henderson in about 15 minutes, and up toward Vidette. That's getting into western Fulton County, 2:54 this afternoon, or roughly 25 minutes.
We may have a few more a little bit later on as well to watch. But this is what's going on right now. I'm not quite sure, Christopher, what direction we're looking at and which highway. I've seen this camera before. I usually use it to see if it's snowing or not in Mountain Home. So, Christopher, tell us again where in Mountain Home and where are we looking? Which direction?
So this here is looking off to the, I want to say it's towards the west, but it's over there on Cardinal Drive in Mountain Home. But I'm same with you, Todd. Usually we're looking at snowflakes falling with this camera, but now that tornado
warning. A lot of updraft, a lot of moisture with that storm. Going to be an awful lot of rain with that as well this afternoon as that moves in to the Mountain Home area. So again, folks, in Mountain Home, especially on the northwest side of town, that's where I need for you guys to be taking shelter from that storm, and you can see the lightning that is currently associated with that. So let's go ahead and get back to the radar, and what we want to do is just kind of move up the line here and keep an eye on this storm that's right along Highway 160 right now. And again, that is going to be pretty close to where the H Highway comes off, and Cloud 9 Ranch is going to be kind of right in here as well. So Cloud 9 Ranch, I need for you guys to be in your tornado shelters. The area on H Highway at 160, I need for you guys to be in your tornado shelters, and because it looks like the tornado is going to be right here just south of Highway 160, and that is going to be crossing up, as I said, pretty close to the Cloud 9 Ranch area. And you can see where it's going to be very close to the 101 junction, because this is Caulfield right here. So from Caulfield over to Cloud 9 Ranch, I need all of you guys to be in your tornado shelter, and you can see they just issued a new tornado warning with that storm. So a very well-defined hook, and notice how it just surged to the north. So it is moving right across the Cloud 9 Ranch area right now. That is going to be moving into the southwestern Howell County area, again just to the north of Caulfield, and it looks like this thing is making a beeline kind of up to the north and to the west. So let me reposition this just a little bit, and then what I'll do is I'll move out of the way over here. And so our storm system is in here. So this is going to move off just to the north of Caulfield. And then what it looks like it's doing is it's heading off to the north and east. And what that's going to do is it's going to take it up towards the west side of the West Plains area. And that's going to junction into the K Highway area and eventually up to CC, kind of here on the northwest side of town. So again, everybody from 160 over towards the Pottersville area, I need for you guys to all be in your tornado shelters right now. And if you're in West Plains, I'm sure the sirens probably not going off right now, but they may shortly if this thing continues to hold together. You can see a little bit of a hook now. It's kind of surging out, or at least some high winds are surging up Highway 160 right into South Fork right now. So the school, they don't let out until like 3:50 this afternoon. I'm not sure if they released classes earlier or not. There was some discussion on that earlier today, but the students in South Fork need to be moving to the tornado shelter if you're not there already. There is a little bit of a convenience store here. There's also a flea market in there. All of that is going to be in the path of those very high winds this afternoon, again, as that kind of surges along. So then that's going to take it a little bit further up, and then you have AB Highway Junction in there, JJ Highway Junction in there, F Highway Junctions in there, E Highway comes into there on 160. It looks like it's just a little bit to the left of all of that. Out of all of those that I named, AB Highway is probably the one most going to be affected by some high winds this afternoon, because that does push off to the north and to the west from Highway 160. So again, this thing is riding right up this 160 corridor towards the West Plains area this afternoon. So again, we want to keep an eye on that.
If the storm continues to hold its act together, and it looks like it is, that circulation is now crossing out of Ozark County. Looks to be very close to Highway 160. That appears to be roughly where that circulation is, just to the north of Caulfield. Kind of highlighting that. Here's Caulfield. This is the hook right here. So this is roughly, if there's a tornado, this is roughly where it's going to be, just to the north of Caulfield, tracking northeast at 50 miles per hour. And then further south,
I believe we have two crews right now that are tracking this. We have one that's approaching West Plains, and we have the second one, Parker Pageant's over in Houston right now. If we could pull up the, kind of have a box and box where we have Jamie pulled up, and then also we have the shot in West Plains.
So that rotation would be somewhere in this vicinity. I'm trying to determine if this is a wall cloud right there, and looking at any rotation. Do you see that little appendage right over the power lines? That may be a scud cloud, but this is the area where that rotation would actually be. So this is looking right there off towards the northwest, and watching this really closely. So winds are pulling, I would say, I'm looking at the flag here, and I can see it's going perpendicular to the storm just a bit. So I think this is definitely the area, Todd, where if we were to see some rotation or something to drop the ground, this would be in that area right there, because there's the rain that's coming down over there on that mountain. Looking at this one very closely. Let's see. And I'll show you on the newest scan too, Todd, on GR2, the NROT values, the rotation values still increased just a bit. It's still broad. I don't think we have anything on the ground, but we definitely do have some stuff that is rotating, Todd.
Okay, so is this what you're talking about right here? This in this general area, you think that may be the wall cloud there too? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so too. So we'll see if anything is contact with the ground. Okay, let's just for the moment, that's that box there. Let's pop up max 1. Okay. Now there's the storm, Mountain Home. Now go to the NROT. Let's see what that looks like on there, Christopher.
Here we go.
There it is. So we're looking northwest. All right. There's the rotation right in there. That's what we're looking at right over there. And right now we can't tell. You can look at that picture and say, okay, there's nothing there. You don't know that.
Toward the radar there, so they would have a south wind. But looks like traffic is still moving around. That is a tornado-warned storm, though, up in Mountain Home. And we're going to continue to use the RDOT cameras as we go through the afternoon if storms move near those cameras. But as James mentioned, there is that wind threat over into the western part of Yell County.
Yeah, I think it's going to become a tornado threat at some point.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's starting to buckle just a little bit there. Now it's a continuous threat. We can go back to me right here, but that. Yeah, just keep an eye on that. We're going to keep an eye on that camera. But there are now 3 severe thunderstorm warnings all the way from that wind threat really coming into Yell County, wind threat so far, on up through the Russellville area, on up through Marshall now. So pretty much wherever that line, that broken line is, that's where there is going to be a warning. And moving right into the Mountain Home area now, there is that indication of some rotation. We'll go back to reflectivity on that. And you can see it's certainly a strong thunderstorm. It's just really
probably very close to Caulfield, or just to the west of there, or southwest of there, up near South Fork, and moving northeast. And Ron, these things have been moving anywhere between 50 and 60 miles an hour.
Yeah,
So
they're crazy fast.
Exactly.
And we've seen that this last. Brandon, I want to jump up to Dent County because this tornado may be moving into Salem, and I want to keep an eye on this for our viewers up in there. So this thing is just to the south of Highway 32, and it is going to parallel Highway 32 and come right into the heart of town here, where 19 comes in and junctions in on the south side. So again, that tornado is going to be bearing down on the community of Salem. I need everybody in Salem to be in your tornado shelter immediately. With as fast as these things are moving, the radar's having a tough time catching up, but there is a very nice couplet with this, and so it's kind of a little messy right now, but you can see it's right here. This is the couplet, and again, it is moving in this direction and is going to come into the south side of Salem and junction into Highway 19. This is going to take it out through the east side of Salem, and again, it's going to just really take in this whole south and southeast side of Salem, and that's going to move it out through the east side of Highway 32, and then that's going to continue it on into the northeast sections of Dent County there. So again, that is what we're looking at as far as any correlation coefficient with this. This kind of an interesting streak in here. Now keep in mind, this may be detecting some hail. So there also may be some very large hail that is falling within the area right around Salem right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is an offshoot of that thunderstorm as well. It doesn't look like we have any kind of really concentrated area for debris, but it is a very strong thunderstorm. Now the problem with this storm is that we're hitting it very high up, somewhere around 14 or 15,000 feet. And sometimes it's tough to gauge exactly what's happening at the surface, but there is enough indication this is a supercell thunderstorm, that there is rotation with this storm, and it appears that there's some fairly large hail with this storm, and so you'll want to be moving to the interior sections of the house, get away from windows, treat it seriously, and again, protect yourself and cover your head. So I'm going to throw it back to Brandon. I'm sure he's been watching that southern series of storms.
Yeah, so just before we pitched it back to you, Ron, that next tornado warning that came out for northern Howell County had just been issued, and so we've actually got two different storms affecting Howell County right now that both have rotation. So first thing I'm going to do is show you this northern one. So we've got what we call a bounded weak echo region. There's actually kind of a donut-shaped hole in the thunderstorm where you've got real high reflectivity. In other words, lots of rain, hail.
Mountain Home, and then eventually the Vidette area. So, and Christopher, I believe right now is continuing to look at that area.
That's right,
Christopher,
Joel.
what you got?
So I pulled up that traffic camera you were talking about on Highway 62, and it's down there to the very bottom box you see. If we could take that full, I do want to show you just how ominous this storm is looking. This is looking straight into that storm. Right there, we had, I think it was a bit of a shelf cloud, maybe even a wall cloud back there. This is looking out on Norfolk Lake, and again, looking just to the west there. So Todd, this is, and Joel, this is that storm that we're talking about right there, and this is the best traffic camera view we have right now of that storm. And you can definitely see the dark, ominous clouds right there just to the west of that lake. And again, this is Highway 62 looking towards the west right there on Norfolk Lake in Henderson. And this is the storm that's over Mountain Home as we speak right now. So I want to say that's, I don't want to say it's a wall cloud because we can't see the top part of the sky there, but definitely seeing that on the traffic camera right there going in towards the Mountain Home area. And again, that's moving off towards the northeast. So we're tracking that very closely. And again, just to recap some of these cameras on the side here, the middle one there is in Mountain Home. That is a camera right there located near the downtown area. And the top camera is the downtown Little Rock camera, as well as we're watching those storms move in from the west, getting closer to central Arkansas as we go in throughout the rest of this afternoon. So again, though, Todd, watching that storm right there and watching that traffic camera right there into Henderson, that is the best view we can get of that storm from the distance.
West of West Plains that Ron was talking about, and that one is actually a pretty tight rotation that's headed to the northeast. Where did my data go? I don't know why it disappeared here. So,
and you can see the storm line. You're looking kind of off to the west there. as it moves over, I believe that's over Lake Norfolk, right? And that's the kind of the ragged edge to the bottom of that storm that is tornado warned. We'll leave that up there while we look at a close in view of the velocity product. And so, yeah, it's going to be very close to there that you have the reds and the greens coming together. Now, this is, again, a long way from the radar site, but it would be very close.
Here, look at the storm there north of Mountain Home, and that has held a very strong rotation and continues to show signs of a tornado. We've got that big hook on it just to the northeast, or actually just west of Gamaliel, as we talked a little bit earlier, and that storm moving northeast at about 55. So I'll draw a track on that is essentially from the apex of that hook, okay? So near where that circulation is, if we take that northeast, and again, these are moving at about 55 miles an hour, there you go. Gamaliel, you're in line for this within the next 2 to 3 minutes. So you need to be in your shelter now. You don't have time to drive somewhere. You need to hit the deck wherever you're at. If that means a hallway or an interior room, something that puts as many walls between you and the outside. Stay away from glass and outside walls. That's going to move northeast and eventually track into southern Howell County, where we've got the other two warnings, Ron. So it's all of a sudden we've gone from nothing to several tornado warnings, and they all seem to be strengthening.
Yeah, I want to jump back to that other view from West Plains if we can. So I've been kind of looking at this a little bit, and you'll notice that I've taken the tornado warning off of there, and that's because I've tried to what we call query this. And so what I want to do is the really strong winds are right in there, and you'll notice that it's picking up 55 miles per hour, and this whole line in here is about 55. I did hit on one pixel that was about 63, but this really looks to me like really strong straight line winds that are pushing off to the north and to the east, and so that is going to move these really strong winds right up here towards the 14 junction, so that there are some businesses and stuff that are here on the west side of the road, just south of that junction. I think the folks at the truck stop can expect some really high winds here very shortly, and then just west of there another couple of miles as you see this kind of move in. This is not a really tight couplet. The gate-to-gate shear here is not particularly strong, but again, we're looking at really strong winds with this, and you've seen this kind of jump around here a little bit, and we'll kind of see what we can do, but there's looks like almost 60 mile per hour winds.
And that's out to the west of Danville. And so, Danville, you are, this is a warned storm. A lot of wind energy along with this right now. So this storm is tapping in to the wind's loft. We just don't see obvious rotation quite yet. Boy, I think we've got to really watch this storm, though, fairly closely, and all storms that develop today. This is a time in technology where we can show you exactly where the rotation is, though. It's not guesswork like it used to be years and years ago. This is where the rotation is, and we're going to do our very best to keep you informed without scaring. We're just going to tell you what we see on here. And there you can see that storm up in North Arkansas continues to look rather ominous, but I don't see anything extending down from that cloud base right there. Austin, you're looking at, I'm sure, all these storms there. The one in Yell County looking a little more dangerous than it did.
Yeah, we've been seeing some reports there going back to the Marion County storm in Baxter County. There have been some reports of some power outages around maybe the areas the tornado warned storm went through there.
For tornado watch that's going to come out shortly. There's the shot right there, Jamie, in Howell County. If we can get a little bit more information from our producers on where exactly they are, really appreciate that. But I do know they're headed towards the West Plains area. They're looking for damages. They're on this storm that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and that's just one of several. I mean, we'll go back up to the Dent County storm. That circulation, it's weakened some, but it's still there, and it's moving through Salem right now. Looks like it is now moving northeast of Salem, tracking away from the Salem area, so we should see the risk of a tornado in Salem diminishing, but it is now tracking into northeastern Dent County, and still see a circulation there. So we're still tracking a tornado warned storm now into northeastern Dent County. Further south, we've got now just sort of a messy looking line with embedded supercell thunderstorms. And I'm going to go back over to, hopefully this will allow me to show this, not be too messy. There we go. We've got, it looks like we may be looking at 4 different circulations across the area. We've got the Salem circulation, which is located right there to the northeast of Salem. A little messy. I'll just go ahead and move down. But in Howell County, I think there are 2 circulations. Now, there's the main one to the west-northwest of West Plains. So here's West Plains. Here's Siloam Springs. That's the main circulation that we've been tracking, but it looks like, and I haven't gotten to look at the warning data very closely because they've been coming in hot and heavy, been trying to go back and forth between storms, but it looks like we've got a circulation also to the northeast, very close to Highway 17, to the southwest of Mountain View. So there may be, in fact, 2 different circulations that we're watching, tracking northeast at about 55 miles per hour. This is the most important one of the 2 to the west-northwest of West Plains, and that one should split
right up to the West Plains area. So you've got one circulation right on the northwest side of West Plains, moving northeast at 55. You've got a second one that's north of Mountain Home near Gamaliel. That's going to come across and move up over much of the same general area. So Paul's got a picture here. Is that sunshine coming out there at the lake?
I believe that's east of the storm that you two are talking about there in Arkansas, looking back toward the clouds that are approaching the lake there.
You can kind of see it just a little bit. Yeah, I've been on that bridge several times, but just know that the best thing you can do right now is to take shelter and keep us up. By the way, if you lose power, you can scroll down on the KY3 Weather app, and there'll be a little button there that says watch live or stream live, one of the 2. Click that and you can carry us with you to your shelter, and we'll keep you up to date as these storms progress. Ron, it seems like that rotation there west of West Plains is actually getting a little bit stronger. That or my eyes are deceiving me a little bit.
Well, it may. I want to jump back over to the other one because it looks like we have a little bit of a debris here, Brandon. That may be some debris up there on 101 just south of Bakersfield area. And what this is going to do is this is going to come into about Tom Turner's place, if you happen to know Tom. It's going to be very close to his property there. Then it's going to scoot and it's going to be very close to the south side of Bakersfield. And then that thing is going to just continue moving up in here to far southwestern Howell County. Now the rotation with this, if you kind of keep your eye on this hook right here, and then I want to put the velocity on here for you so you can actually see that. And the velocity is pretty much in the same area. So that is going to be coming right up in there as well. And so that is going to be impacting area around Bakersfield. So again, Bakersfield's still an awful lot of debris lying around on the ground down there, and all of that is going to become flying missiles as this system comes into the Bakersfield area again this afternoon. So this thing is coming right up 101. It is now just to the east of 101. As I said, for folks down here who know Tom, that is going to be moving into his place. He already had a whole bunch of fences down.
A radar-indicated tornado. We may have a tornado that has touched down in the vicinity of Gamaliel. We'll wait for confirmation from the Weather Service office, but it does look like there may have been a CC drop. I'm going to take this back
and that is live right now. I don't have Jesse on the phone. I know we can get his location with the Christopher, if we can get his location.
Okay, and I got it on GR2, Todd, if you want to.
I'm getting there right now. So
he is looking in that Danville storm.
Wow.
Right there. Very good view.
That's hail that he's looking into.
Wow.
That's some big hail. And that would be moving up.
The radar is sensing that difference in sizes, and you're getting that CC drop as a result. That's a possibility, but again, it does correlate pretty closely to also where we have the strong circulation that has again now passed through Gamaliel and is headed up toward the state line. It's not quite to the state line just yet, but it looks like it will be crossing the state line very, very soon from now.
Let's try to get
right there. Haven't had any reports of it touching down. New update. That's Robinson Point down there in the corner. A lot of people know where that is. So it looks like just past to the north of Robinson Point. This is about to cross over the state line. It's about to come up to the Bakersfield community. This new tornado watch, I believe, is going to pick that one up. Yeah, I think that's what that's going to do. So this is going to cross over the state line. The rotation's probably not going to go into Fulton County. Am I off base on that?
I don't think so.
I think it's going to cross right over. So a lot of times polygons are issued really large areas to account for any wobble of the rotation that comes through. So this was coming in, and it really started heading more to the left. And just as a radar analysis on that, when a storm's strengthening, it will turn to the right more. So it going to the left tells me I'm not as concerned about it. Still, pay close attention to this one, but this is about to go into Howell County, and it's just going to kind of ride the edge of Region 8 for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not super concerned
That storm
about
that Ron was talking about moving northeast, and you really, really should be in your shelters right now, because these storms, while not a definite confirmation, there has been at least some hint of debris on the radar. We don't know real well. It's not been real concentrated, but it could be that some debris has been lofted so high now and kind of spread out from an earlier touchdown. But we've got the hook and we've got some rotation. And so for a refresher, because I know how this works, sometimes you get into a situation where you're like, oh snap, I can't remember what to do. There are some safety rules, and you want to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside. So Paul Adler's over there with a reminder of where the best places are to take shelter. Paul?
And Brandon, this is a graphic that makes it real simple. You want to get to the interior of your home. You want to get to the green areas on this graphic over here, Brandon. Then you see here, you want to get to a closet, an interior hallway, the stairs, the bathroom if you have to. You want to stay out of these exterior wall areas. You want to get away from those. And if you are in the path of this storm, if you don't have a basement, again, get to that interior hallway, room. Stay away from windows and doors. You want to, again, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You can also grab pillows and blankets to protect yourself from flying debris.
May have a possible tornado trying to develop, and it looks like it will track right across the Bakersfield area.
Jamie, I got two updates. I think both of them are fairly good news. With the kind of leading tornado warning that's in Howell County, once this spills into Shannon County and Oregon County, the National Weather Service has put a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible, rather than continuing to extend that tornado warning downrange. The other bit of good news is on that other tornado warning down to the south. I'm keeping an eye on that, and I'm not really seeing that signs of rotation. So I think that is weakening. We also have a shot of kind of what's happening east of Mount Home over in Norfolk Lake. If we can pull up that shot, kind of showing what's happening in that area. It is raining hard. I just don't see anything tornadic at that time. And that's on Norfolk Lake in northern Arkansas right there.
Yeah, and to your point, we'll go back to, again, that's a look kind of heading across the lake. Certainly some raindrops there.
Meteorologist Christopher Pipkin is trying to get up and going. So again, you can imagine out there in Yell County, the cell coverage in spots may not be the best, so it will go in and out. But that's his location, just to the north of Danville, and it is severe warned, not tornado warned, but we'll go back to the velocities on this. And it's just a lot of wind. So I think Knoxville, Russellville, Dover, you're going to be put under a severe thunderstorm warning in just a moment, coming up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which means kids will be letting out of school. And I just think it's a good idea to hold them until this particular storm passes by. It is not tornado warned, but it's got a lot of wind with it. It's got some hail with it, but a lot of wind and rain with that particular thunderstorm coming up into Russellville. And I can't imagine that they wouldn't issue another severe thunderstorm warning for that. I think the main threat's going to be high winds with that, and there could be some hail too. So we're working right now with meteorologist Christopher Pipkin in just a second to show you, but what you're looking at here, that's Little Rock, that's the traffic camera.
It's also going to have a fair amount of wind that's going on with it as well. So very strong winds are coming into the west side of West Plains right now. And I think what's happening is that rear flanking downline, the winds are coming down the backside of the thunderstorm, have hit the ground and are now surging eastward. So I think we're going to see some pretty high winds with this line right in here coming through West Plains all the way up to Pomona, all the way up through the airport, the Coca-Cola plant up in there, And again, that is going to be here on Highway 160. Now that is going to take it up. You got BB Highway that kind of comes up from the north side of town in here. That is going to travel up through the BB Highway area there. So folks need to be prepared for some very high winds moving in that part of the West Plains area. And this is going to be kind of the north side of town. So from the Sheriff's Department, probably just north of the hospital, Skillets is up in there. It is just going to be just east of there now, over towards Galloway Park. So they're probably getting some pretty high winds up in there, and the golf courses up in here probably getting some pretty high winds, and the public golf course there too. And again, all of that is traveling off to the north and east. So Peace Valley is going to be in the path of those high winds here very shortly. It's probably going to be, Peace Valley is up in here, then White Church is here, then you have Mountain View on 17. So this is all going to be surging over 17 north. So folks over there need to be prepared for some high winds moving into northeastern portions of Howe County. The good news is it looks like the rotation has weakened, and now it's becoming a very strong wind event, and that again could produce damage that's very equal to a small tornado. Brandon?
There is a bit of debris there, Brandon.
On Northwest Plains.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. This is a loop. This goes back just 30 minutes, and we're kind of focused on Howell County right now, but it appears we have 2 debris signatures. Well, the Weather Service has not confirmed that, but this is not super concentrated, so it may be showing a little bit of hail as well. But right there north of West Plains, and it matches up right where the tornado warning is, where you see all that purplish kind of color and then the green in the middle. And then we've got another one similar down towards Bakersfield. And you'll notice that in both cases, there's a lot of lightning around both of those. We've seen over the years that in situations where a tornado develops or a storm strengthens suddenly, there's a burst of lightning strikes with it. And so it kind of gives us hints of what may be going on. So let me put this back into current mode. And yeah, you can see right there 2 debris signatures. One of them just near or northeast of Bakersfield. That's moving northeast directly towards South Fork, and then eventually up there at the 63 and there's that 14 junction there west of West Plains. And then another one potentially just east, east of White Church there. Moving northeast, and that eventually, if it continues to hold together, would move into the southern portion of Shannon County, headed kind of toward the Eminence area.
Yeah, we have a pretty strong couplet on 142 between Bakersfield and Moody this afternoon. It's only going to be about a mile or so to the east of Bakersfield on 142, but it is headed off to the northeast. And if you live in South Fork, or you've got F Highway, I need folks on F Highway to be in their tornado shelters immediately.
Very heavy rain and hail. I mean, gosh, it doesn't get any more textbook than that with a thunderstorm. That is just, and to see that the atmosphere creating something like that today just shows you what's going to be happening later today when it moves into an area with incredible warmth, with temperatures near 90 degrees. Here's my advice to everybody. Stay with us here, KARK. Stay with us here, Fox 16. The Arkansas Storm Team is here. We're going to stay here for you. Have your electronic devices charged. Make sure they stay charged. Have 2 ways to receive warnings.
From the radar, so that sets up a cyclonic rotation right there, and that's where we're looking at the potential for a tornado. So let's back out and give you the big picture here, because we've got a lot going on with this thing. It really fired up in the past hour, and you can see all these thunderstorm watches that extend way down to the southwest, and then we've got the tornado warnings a little bit closer to us. And that's a tornado watch in purple, and that's up until 4, but that's been extended as well. Leah, or Kristen, can you tell me what the extended time on that on the new watch that they put off to the east is? But it doesn't include our viewing area. But they may extend in our eastern counties and our southern counties this tornado watch beyond 4 o'clock because this thing is moving a little bit slower than anticipated. And if you were with us earlier, I was talking about this. We've got everything from a level 1 to a level 5 in our area, in our view here. 5 is very rare. That's the highest on the scale, and we're looking at that near Cape Girardeau and down to Poplar Bluff, Kennett areas, Kinnett and over toward Paducah.
Service, if they're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, but those two storms that potentially either have had or are producing a tornado, the one near Bakersfield headed northeast, and it's remarkable how sometimes these storms can follow similar tracks, but in less than a month. And then the one, yep, they just reissued that tornado warning, so apparently they are seeing the same thing, Ron. So the one that's up here right along, what highway is that? I believe that's 17. Yeah, Highway 17. Where W meets that.
Yeah, that's going to
move
really
northeast.
Peace Valley.
Yeah, there you go. And that's moving into the Chapel area shortly. Let me put a track on this so that
I have winds. I'm looking at the wind velocities in that area, Brandon. I'm picking up winds to 64 miles per hour.
Okay.
Also, I have two other spots where we're at least 53 to 55, but that whole corridor just to the west of 17 has winds well over 50 miles per hour that are moving in that direction. And again, there's that old couplet that you were just talking about. It's not particularly strong. Which is why I think we're going to see a lot of wind damage there. But again, if that storm produces a lot of high winds and damage, it can pull that debris up into that cloud as well. And that's not to say that it didn't produce a tornado earlier and now has become a wind producer. So you may find debris falling out of the cloud as it gets carried along in these very high winds today. So not a good idea to go out and try to see these things. So there are potentially rain wrap this afternoon, but you don't want to get hit with debris that you didn't know that was coming.
Thunderstorms off to the north here that have the potential to become severe as well. I'm talking about all of this stuff right in here. And a lot of this is merging, so there's a lot of lightning associated with this, very heavy rain, gusty winds, but the only warning we have right now is that tornado warning. Why don't we take it downstairs to My St. Louis Live, and if we have any additional information and potential on this tornado, which we haven't had any reports of it on the ground, but it's certainly a strong signal. It's right in between the radars. So we'll keep you posted from upstairs.
Kent, we sure appreciate it. I'm Laura Hediger. This is Damon Arnold. We're happy to have you along for an abbreviated version of My St. Louis Live, and it's days like this where it's a full team effort. Yeah. Let's get right to our reporters who are out there in the elements.
Are moving into an environment that is more concerning there, and so we're going to continue to track that. Again, the storms out here west, at the moment, these are severe, but they are not tornado warned. We're going to look at velocity real quickly and see if there's any sign of these storms trying to tighten up, produce rotation. I don't see any of that at the moment, and that's good news. But again, this is not the area where we expect the strongest storms to be. I think those storms will intensify much greater as they get into central and northeast Arkansas. And again, it's those storms, I'm starting to become a little bit more concerned. These storms down in Lonoke County may really intensify as they work their way back toward the north and east, Todd. So we're watching that here very closely. Is there anything else you'd like to add here at the moment? We don't have any tornadoes or tornado-warned storms at the moment, but what are your thoughts now going forward at the moment?
Well, we're going to stick with this for a little bit longer. And we're going to follow this because there's the PDS tornado watch. And I hate doing this, giving instructions here while we're doing this, but if I can get Christopher, we're going to do something a little different here. Pull up on the GR Analyst radar to page and tracks, helicity tracks from the newest HRRR. Helicity tracks from the newest HRRR. And I'm going to show you the concern. Now, he's going to pull that up when he tells me. I'm going to show you. And what is this product that he's going to pull up? Well, this is the newest high-resolution computer
the storm will actually get up into the West Plains area. So again, folks, again, I can name off all the highways: AB Highway, E Highway, F Highway. I need for all you guys to be in your tornado shelters out here. All of those highways that junction in to Highway 160. JJ Highway comes off down here. I need for you guys to be in your tornado shelter as well. And then also over here on 17, keep in mind from the movie theater south down towards the Glenwood School, I need for you guys to to be in your tornado shelters as well, because that's going to come very close to the Glenwood School this afternoon. That's going to be in the path
we're
of
in a
this.
Lowe's parking lot. We're seeing some of the bags blowing around in the lot too. But people have also been preparing all over the area. Earlier we were in Fenton, Missouri, and here's what MSD was doing right now as they're getting ready for this heavy rain coming in. MSD employees were out clearing inlets and storm drains. This was at a neighborhood there in Fenton, south of I-44. MSD does this year-round. They take a long hose and then they suck out all the leaves and grass and other debris that piles up in the storm drains. That keeps them from clogging up during a heavy rain event like this one might be. If those get blocked, it could back up water into the neighborhood, which would cause issues for the surrounding homes. People at home can help them by safely kicking or sweeping that debris out of the way of the drains if they see anything blocking them, and by making sure they don't leave debris in the yard or on the street that'll wash down into the drain. Now, we also have seen some people out today covering up their cars or moving them to get out of the way of the hail. We're also in a restaurant earlier getting all of our work
South Fork. That circulation, again, very close to FF Highway, south of Amy, southeast of Egypt Grove, and still southwest of South Fork. But it is tracking northeast, and it looks like it will be in the vicinity of South Fork in probably about 5 minutes' time. Again, that's just the latest circulation that has moved through that area. One of several that have moved across Howell County, still tracking tornado-warned storms moving now into Shannon County. One is already into Shannon County. So I'm going to go ahead and put the velocity data back on, see what these look like, and what we find is that circulation, there's one to the west of Birch Tree right on top of Highway 60, and that circulation there southwest of South Fork still looks like it's trying to intensify. Going to a different radar view, it gets a little bit messy. Maybe easier just to kind of swap back out with our radar. Hopefully that'll kind of clear up.
There's a really good velocity couplet south of South Fork, northeast of Bakersville. New scan just came in. Yeah, it's getting very close to South Fork.
Yeah, so we're talking about the Shannon County storm. That storm, it looks like the circulation is now located north of Birch Tree and north of Highway 60, just kind of zooming in, hopefully.
The red and the purple doesn't always mean hail. It means that there's more energy that's being reflected off of whatever the radar beam is hitting. So the more energy comes back, the more we know we're hitting. And we have ways of seeing hail versus rain. But the point here is that the lightning continues to increase. So this storm is still getting stronger. And we have a confirmed report of a funnel, and we have the potential of debris. So with heavy rain likely wrapping around that, it makes it all the more dangerous. I know the tendency for all of us, especially guys, is like, we want to see it. We want to go outside and go, where is it at? Don't take that chance. We've had some areas with a confirmed tornado today. There's a lot of shear with this. The lightning is exploding. It's getting stronger. The couplet's there. The funnel's there. This thing could be on the ground at any point as it moves toward the West Plains area. So please take shelter. Now, as we've, go ahead, Ron. You got something?
Well, I'm going to do a little bit of geeky meteorology here, Brandon. But I think what's happening is I think these two storms are working in tandem.
Okay.
So what's happening is this. So we know we have a circulation with this storm, right? So that it rotates counterclockwise like this. So this is a rear inflow notch. So what's happening is the air comes up here, out, and down the back, and it's coming this way. So this air is going this way out of the north. This storm is also rotating counterclockwise like this.
Analysts, let me switch over to our computer here and see what we've got. On this, it doesn't show much of anything, but it's embedded in very heavy rain going into Russellville. Russellville, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Dardanelle's under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is hail and high winds moving through. And there might be something trying to spin up with that. But winds of up to 70 miles per hour possible going through Russellville. Do we have any Arkansas Department of Transportation? I believe that's the middle one. Is that right over Lake Dardanelle? I believe that one right there is Lake Dardanelle.
Yep.
So we're watching that. There's winds potentially of 60 to 70 miles per hour over a very large area. And that's equal to a weak tornado. Over a very large area, so you can get damage over a very large area, even with a severe thunderstorm. Again, so this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning to deal with. Take these very seriously. It's going over Russellville right now, moving towards the northeast. Let's see here, there's Casa towards the south. You'll get your storms here soon, but it's passing over Russellville. If you're watching us from Dover and central areas of Pope County, there are strong winds and potential hail moving into your neck of the woods. So here we are. Schools are letting out. Like I said, hold the kids until this area passes by. No tornado
already into the South Fork area. So
yes,
hopefully, you know, we won't get the funnel down to the ground. We won't have a tornado. But with such strong rotation, we can't take that chance. We have to tell people to go to safety.
Yeah. In fact, I've got the debris signature here, and it certainly does appear that there is some debris with that storm. It exactly matches up with the couplet on the wind. Okay, there you go. You saw the green, the red, that means rotation this way. We've got all that lightning. We've got the inflow, as Ron was pointing out, and we've got at least the hint of a debris. Now, it is not really tight.
Those are some of the numbers there for you. So Memphis, take Germantown's time frame as well. Right around 345, 350-ish for that leading edge of all those cluster of storms to arrive in Shelby County. Not great timing. We've got the evening commute coming up, and this is all flaring up right at this moment. So if you're at the office now, maybe you're watching on your phone or your desktop computer, if you can get out of the office early, please do. Get out of the office, go home, because this is gonna be nasty stuff as this rolls through.
In the upper part of the storm. By the time the radar beam hits out here, we're several thousand feet above the ground. And so what we're seeing here is a strong indication that there is either a tornado occurring or it is imminent. So if you're not looking at shelter and you're just watching us, please go to shelter. Open us up on the KY3 weather app and stream us as we continue to cover this for you.
Okay, so it just took a little bit of a jog to the right, not very much, maybe a quarter mile, maybe even less than that, but it did take a jog just a little bit to the right. So it looks like the main part of the funnel is going to be along and just to the south of Highway 160. Now, with that being said, folks up here, JJ Highway, I need our weather watcher, Leroy. I know you're probably headed off to the church for shelter. That's where they have the basement. Good idea. Lake Arrowhead is up in here as well, and this thing is actually headed towards Lake Arrowhead subdivision. So folks in Lake Arrowhead, I need for you guys to be taking shelter from this storm as well. So it is going to be moving up there along JJ Highway. You've got I think County Road 8880 that actually goes from JJ over to 17. I need for you guys to all be in your tornado shelters up there as well. The Glenwood School, this thing is going to be very close to you as well. From there on over to 160, this whole corridor right in here coming up into the south side of West Plains is going to be the target area. So again, from EE Highway, which is coming out here, it looks like it's just if you live on EE, stay in your tornado shelter for another couple of minutes as this thing races off to the north and east. But this thing is going to be about a half a mile or so along EE Highway.
Moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. And I'll just circle the couplet. And you've seen this with Steve. This is what he likes to call the Christmas colors on his map. This is red here. This is air that's moving, or raindrops that are moving away from the radar. These are all raindrops moving toward the radar, so it sets up a circulation within that circle, and that's where that particular storm is. Now, having said that, there's not a lot of large metropolitan areas, obviously, in the path of this storm at the moment. Now, how long this thing holds up remains to be seen. But as I said, it is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So I'm going to take the center of that circulation and move it off to the northeast at about 50, and you'll see some of the towns that will be impacted by that storm, and that includes the Huzzah area and 4 Points in the next few minutes. So moving right in there and then off toward northern Washington County and across 67 and such as we go through the rest of the evening here. But having more and more thunderstorms forming, and really this activity has really increased over the past, I'd say over the past hour or so. We've really seen it get much stormier out there. So let me turn that off. And we'll back out a little bit, and I'll show you the extent of the rain. And again, any of these storms could produce some hail at any time, but again, storms moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour, so you're going to have a lot of wind outside of the storms, and you've got the thunderstorm wind gusts, and you're also looking at the potential for some large hail. In fact, we can turn on the hail tracker here, and I can show you how much hail we might be seeing right now, if we're seeing any at all. I'm working off of Steve's setup here, so I can't find, there we go. So this will show you the areas that could be generating hail, and in particular, you see the brighter colors here. That's the higher probability of some hail. We're not going to go into too much detail about how big that hail could be, but obviously golf balls is what we're looking for. That's the type that looks, that anything larger than a golf ball, a quarter or a golf ball, would cause significant damage. So all along that line, any of those storms have the potential.
Out in the storm to get a picture of big hail or anything like that. Wait till it passes. You can send us a picture, and Paul's got a couple of those.
Yeah, and I want to talk to you about these, Brandon. This is, we have two from Mountain Home, and this is from our viewer, Tom Hill, wondering what he is seeing here. And it looks like an ominous cloud that's kind of dropping behind that house, and then you have another parent funnel right there. So if you could take a look at that, tell me what you think about that picture right there, or Ron, either one of you could jump in. And
yeah, it's hard to see with the house in the way, but there's certainly a wall cloud there and something extending down from the wall cloud. In fact, there may be a couple of appendages, or maybe a bigger one behind the garage there and another one between the two houses.
And then there's another one here. This is also from Mountain Home, and this picture looks ominous too. Obviously somebody looking out their back door across their pool there into the mountains. Very dark clouds, and you see these parts dipping down out of the clouds. What do you see there, Ron?
You know, there's a lot of scud cloud there, Paul. You know, there's obviously a lowered base. There's probably some really high winds with that, and going to be some torrential rain. I don't see anything that's too
West
ominous.
Plains area. It's been located over South Fork. So we're very likely now getting golf ball to possibly tennis ball size hail moving into the south end of West Plains right now. And again, that's all moving in tandem with this possible tornado that is currently centered south of West Plains. I'll go ahead and give you guys an idea of just how far south that, if we kind of focus in on downtown West Plains, it looks like that circulation is about 6.5 miles to the south-southwest of downtown West Plains. And it's, again, keep in mind, it's tracking northeast at 50 miles per hour. I think the circulation is going to stay south of most of West Plains, but certainly areas running south out of West Plains, down Highway 63 toward Brandsville. Guys, you know, be in your tornado safe space. Be in your tornado shelter. If that's an interior room in your home, a basement, if you have a tornado shelter, be in it. Again, a possible tornado will be tracking south and southeast of West Plains in under 5 minutes.
New tornado warning. This one is going to include West Plains itself. So National Weather Service just extending this kind of downstream a little bit further. I'll get the particulars on that in just a second, but that just came out right now. So that's what we're saying, is we were a little surprised that this wasn't issued earlier.
But that's what we're getting as we watch Russellville. Again, we're not seeing very much rotation with this storm. It's been a high wind producer so far. We are watching every storm that's out there. Okay, and so now we're getting reports of power
going on in this couplet right now. And this thing is headed right up into Lake Arrowhead right now. And again, it's going to be very close to the Glenwood School here on 17. And you can see how it's tightened up. And so this thing may be producing another tornado. So we may see an enhancement of the debris cloud. I'll let Brandon kind of watch that thing. But this thing is going right up here, right between 17 and 160. And that is going to come up towards the 1763 junction in the southeast side of town. So again, areas that are going to be to the west, yes, see, look at how that really tightened up, Brandon. That thing is just really strong in there right now. So anybody on 17 all the way up towards the Glass Sword Theater, you get over here by the old Marathon plant, you get on the other side of the road, and that's going to take it up probably just to the east of the cemetery by the Catholic Church. I need everybody around the Catholic Church to be in your tornado shelter. This thing is moving in your direction there. The brewery is up in there as well. You've got a Dollar General up in there, so I need all you guys to be in your tornado shelter. This thing is actually going to be moving pretty close to the Marathon, and then that's going to take it up right where behind this thing. Let me kind of see if I can slide this thing around just a little bit. Hang on. This thing is going to take it right up to about here. So somewhere right in here around the Catholic Church seems to be where this couplet is headed, right up in here. So again, this is 63. This is Business 63 coming in just east of the Civic Center. So all of that area up by the Civic Center. You've got the ball fields up there. You've got ZZ Highway that goes off over here, and you've got another county road that goes out to Howe Valley up in here. I need for all of you people there, and there's actually a trailer park right in here where the railroad crossing comes in. I need for all you guys to be in your tornado shelters this afternoon, because this is exactly where that tornado or where that
just off of I-40 in Pottsville. We are pointed west. Ashley, what highway did you say this was?
247.
247, headed west towards Pottsville area. We just sat here and watched the rain band come through, and within a matter of seconds, it went through.
But we do know, based on what Kent was describing, that thunderstorm we are driving toward, obviously, and there was a couple lightning strikes there. I'm not sure if you saw those guys, but yes, that in-between moment where it's not quite raining, but you're kind of anticipating that rain starting at any moment. So hopefully when it does start raining, people are able to either safely get off the interstate or get somewhere safe, because we know how blinding that rain can be, especially when you're driving at high speeds on the interstate.
And that is exactly what I'm worried about, Caroline, as we are now.
With the friction and the heat closer to the surface, that is allowing those hailstones in the core of that storm to melt before reaching the ground. But nonetheless, that's still a pretty active cell itself, and likely one of the more ominous ones that we're watching at this time, at least in the regard to the potential for some rotation with it. So I'm going to track it from the leading edge here. Let's take it north and east. We'll track it just outside the polygon. So
it'll of course put communities, but it'll also put points of interest such as schools. So right now it is essentially at Glenwood and Greenwood schools, but you've got Howell Valley in there, Oak Grove, Elk Creek, Bennett Chapel, and then Fanchon, Lost Pond School, and you see how the list is kind of shrinking there. But that is moving northeast, I believe 50 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour. And so Ron was just mentioning all the spots that you need to be in shelter. And the other thing is these continue to produce some big hail. We had up to tennis ball size hail that was down around South Fork as the storm pulled away from there. And
the potential tornado. So this is a rotating thunderstorm for sure. I would say it's almost certain to be putting out some large hail. And because this rotation is sighted with the radar, we're still a ways from the radar site, so we're looking up into it pretty good. But the rotation is pretty high off the ground at this point, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that part of it. But again, it's moving to the northeast, so I'm going to take that leading edge right there and move that off to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour, and you'll see some of the Richwoods area in that path and crossing 67 in Washington County, as it eventually will move the storm into southern Jefferson County. Now, whether it's still tornadic at that point remains to be seen, but it's certainly generating.
The data here is having trouble refreshing itself because of the internet today, but I think we're going to see this couplet pretty close to Highway 63 when this data refreshes itself in just a minute or so. So it looks like it's taking a little bit of a jog to the east, Brandon.
Yeah,
Whoops, sorry about that. It's also kind of a little widespread out a little bit, so hopefully this thing is kind of weakened a little bit, but this is actually going to be out to where ZZ comes in and not too far from Fiddlesticks Flea Market that got hit in the last time. There's an electric company here. You've got the Dairy Queen up in here. You've got the OBC, the pizza place. That is going to be in the path of this thing as well. So it looks like it took, and that's good news that it actually just maybe to jog to the east and is going to maybe bypass downtown West Plains, but very heavy rain, possibly some hail and stuff over some of those areas that we just listed up towards the high school. So again, great news there. Maybe this thing is just kind of skirting around the southeast side of town.
Yeah, here's what it looks like on the hail, and there's probably, and what I've noticed today is that the scale up here is way under as far as what's being reported. So what it shows there would indicate maybe nickel-size hail. Well, the storm was producing tennis ball-size hail. A little bit different there. Also need to tell you that according to
radar here, the lightning on the radar, so you can see there is quite a bit of a lightning in there as well. And then down to the southwest, it really picks up when we get into this heavy stuff. So Franklin County, Warren, southeast Warren, and western St. Charles and St. Louis counties, down in Washington, Missouri, and northern Franklin County into Union, southward toward Parkway, St. Clair to the north of that, picking up some pretty heavy rain. Sullivan, all along 44, if you can put off the travel plans. But like Laura said, I know
at this moment the circulation weakens. We may see it tighten right back up again. And that circulation
out on the road potentially. So let's be careful with that. I also want to show you.
That warning just got updated.
I see that now, and that's a new tornado warning that has been extended to the east into Jefferson, St. Francis, and Washington. Thank you, Leah. Until 4:15 this afternoon. So a brand new tornado warning. Again, we're watching that particular area.
Radio. Certainly. Also, folks that are going to be west of Rover, this is going to take this thing out. ZZ Highway, probably far out on the east side of ZZ Highway. I'm trying to find some county roads in here. County Road, looks like 9790 is going to be in the path of this thing. 800899 is going to be in the path of this as well. So yeah, there's going to be some county roads out there off of ZZ Highway that I need for you guys to be in your tornado shelter because it's moving off, kind of taking a jog off to the east, northeast. Call is going to be in that area. 9910 is going to be in that area. So again, folks over there in the northeast part of Howe County before it junctions into Oregon County are going to want to be in your tornado shelter, and probably just to the west or northwest of Rover on 160, you're going to have to watch out there. And then to the west and southwest of Thomasville is also going to have to watch out as that storm moves in that direction too, Brandon.
Yeah, and we've continued to watch this thing move northeast at 50, 55 miles an hour. So far, we haven't had any specific damage reports other than to know that some power has been knocked out at various places, including Caulfield. We've had up to tennis ball size hail. That was at South Fork, and that storm continues to move to the northeast. And there's no obvious debris signature, but there still is a pretty good rotation. And so in order for you to stay safe, and most of you that have been listening to us for any length of time, as far as the warnings go, probably in your tornado shelter now. You need to be, if you're not. I'm going to throw it over there to Danielle Davis and let her talk about where you need to go in case you're forgetting that in the heat of the moment.
Hey, yeah, you know, if you're in the tornado warning, most interior room of your house, but maybe you find yourself about to hit the road. Maybe you're driving right now, know someone who's driving right now. You need to be aware. This is kind of what you need to do. It's going to be super important that you have the KY3 weather app and you have those alerts for your location turned on. But also, obviously, those weather emergency alerts, you can disable that on your phone. Of course, when severe weather is about to happen, that's definitely not a good idea. Make sure those are enabled on your phone. Now, stay informed. It's
Could
always
become
great.
tornado warned or over in Mountain Home. So still a little bit of time until they get into the Bakersfield area.
Yeah, right now, I would say, you know, right now, there are still three kind of clusters that we're watching. One is Shannon County. Still have this tornado warned storm now.
Portion of the storm, the area of concern is going to stay a little bit north of St. Francis County. So if I was in Jefferson County, southern Jefferson County, that's more the location of concern. And that would include the DeSoto area. So yeah, if you're still in DeSoto, I would just plan to get in your shelter right now. This is a bit of an early look of that storm that's coming into Jefferson County right now. It's over some rural areas. Missing Potosi to the north, but if you were in the northern part of Potosi, I would just plan to get into your safe shelter right now, especially if you're on the northern part of that town. So I'm going to update you with a quick track. It's moving at about 50 miles per hour, and I'm going to give you some long lead times. So if you're in Ricola, again, these are all some outline areas, 14 minutes, Cannon Mines, 18 minutes, Fletcher coming to you in about 21 minutes. Yeah?
From our friends out at the National Weather Service office, we have a confirmed tornado northwest of Potosi.
Okay.
That has been confirmed via spotters, and they do think they're seeing some debris on the radar.
And that's, yeah, we've been watching that debris. So when we look at these kind of Christmas, or not so much Christmassy colors, but the reds and the yellows, that is a good indicator that there is some debris. And so now the National Weather Service, they are confirming that tornado. So before it was radar indicated, so this is a level up where we're seeing those signals of that confirmation that gives us that confidence that there is an active tornado on the ground. So northwest Potosi, if you're not already downstairs in your bathroom and your tub in an interior closet, that is a place that you are wanting to be right now. It's heading to the north of Old Mines, which is a location that I mentioned earlier that was in the path of that rotation. So if you're not already taking shelter, I would. If you're in DeSoto, you're the next big area that's in the path of that storm. I would get into your shelter right now as well. As it continues to track to the northeast. And it's moving very quickly, about 50 miles per hour. So again, I just want to emphasize that this thing probably only going to be in your area for a couple minutes. So at most, you're going to be in your base. And
here along the Oregon County, Howe County line. Again, I need for all of you guys to be in your tornado shelter, and you can see there's that couplet, and it looks like it's kind of rotating back in towards the storm just a little bit. So this thing is kind of spinning around like this and kind of doing loops.
Yeah,
is what it appears to be doing.
You know, you and I seem to have an affection for Howe County.
Moving, how raindrops and how hail is moving within the thunderstorm to give us ideas of rotation. Greenish colors towards the radar site, reddish colors away from the radar site. So you can kind of tell how that gives us some rotation there. Just seeing maybe if there's anything starting to get a little bit tighter. Usually when it's like this in kind of a broader context, we're not as concerned imminently, but there's certainly rotation here.
Everybody else who's watching, I'm going to track all the other storms out for you in a moment, but with this one having that confirmation for the folks who are in that path, I want to make sure that you know where and when this storm is going to be heading your way.
I want to mention our friends at the Weather Service office saying that if this holds together, it's going to move into the more populated areas of like DeSoto and Hillsborough. So DeSoto and Hillsborough, be on guard. Take shelter now.
DeSoto saying about 24 minutes, but I would be in your shelter in about 10 minutes. It's always good to give yourself some time.
Even in those areas within that track that we've been drawing out there, even within those areas, there's the potential for very large hail and gusty winds. So let's be very careful and keep an eye on that particular track that the girls were talking about there, from just northwest of Potosi off toward DeSoto. Anywhere where you see this bright red, you could be getting some very big hail. So be prepared for that potential as well. But obviously, we want to keep track of the tornado as it is confirmed now. And as we get closer to the radar site, we're going to get a better view of this as we look farther and farther down into the tornado, or into the cell anyway, that could be generating this thing. So again, this is south of Richwoods, northeast now of Camp Lakewood, and northwest of Potosi, moving out of Washington County eventually here and into southern parts of Jefferson County. Now, in addition to that, we've got quite a bit of rain across the rest of the area. We're also watching an area of interest down here. Not quite into Reynolds County yet. We're getting some heavy rain there, but if I can turn off these warnings, you'll see.
So there has been some wind damage up there and some debris in the Western Grove area this afternoon. And as you were talking about that storm, it's going to be over Cull, and I have a storm track on here for you. It is moving off to the northeast, again at about 50 miles per hour. So it is going to take it pretty close to the Birch Tree area at about 358. I think folks over here in Winona need to pay attention to what's happening with this storm, because it may pass between you and Birch Tree, and then that's going to take it up to the southeast of Eminence in southeastern sections of Shannon County. So again, a very strong thunderstorm. It looks like it's continuing to cycle a little bit. There's also going to be some really strong winds. Looks like it's in the Rover area right now, so don't be surprised if you have some power outages in Rover. but it looks like this spin is going to be just to your north, and this is all going to be straight line winds coming out of the west with that flanking line moving up to the north and to the east this afternoon. So again, we're continuing to follow that tornado warned storm as it moves on up in northwestern Oregon County and eventually on up towards the Shannon County area this afternoon. And still a pretty good couplet, or at least there was a couplet there just a few minutes ago as we take a look at the velocity. And you can see that's right there where Brandon was talking about right
And
here.
then we have the other tornado warned storm. That's probably been this afternoon from all the storms we've been tracking. This is the one that's been, I think, most concerning. This one tracked across Gamaliel, then Bakersfield, then South Fork, then south of West Plains, now in Oregon County. And along that path, it has maintained a relatively strong circulation. And at times, it has appeared that
Another
maybe
confirmation for us that brings us some great concern that this tornado is active. Of course, it's on the ground. We've already had that confirmation from some train spotters, but now what they're saying is that those in the path could experience considerable damage from this tornado. Again, indicating the strength of that storm.
Right.
And some big areas are in the path of this. Of course, DeSoto being one of them, Hillsborough being the next one, moving at 50 miles per hour. So it's going to be on your doorstep very quickly. In Cruz Mill in about 7 minutes. DeSoto, now your time is down to 20 minutes, but again, I would be in your safe shelter within the next 5 minutes just to give you that time. And Hillsborough, within the next 23 minutes, that's when the storm is there. But of course, you want to be in your safe place.
Keep in mind, I think there is still another, I mean, it's still raining in West Plains.
Sure.
So you're going to get some moderate to heavy rain, and it looks like there's probably another storm or something off to the south and west.
Oh, there's a bunch, yeah.
So you're still going to get some rain, and you'll still need to be weather aware this afternoon in case any of these other storms start to produce tornadoes. So we'll watch that one that's east of Mountain Home. That thing's got a really nice flanking line to it. I'll bet there's really, really strong winds headed south down towards Beaufort and out to the southeast side of the Mountain Home area. That's
yes.
Yeah, that thing has got some really strong winds with it as well. So
If you can pop on the correlation coefficient there, I think we've got a pretty good indication of a debris ball now showing up.
Right there.
Yeah.
And that is as clear cut as it gets when you have that debris ball right here, right behind.
So that is
Kristen.
the tornado where it's on the ground and it's kicking up debris, leaves, branches, anything, siding. Go ahead.
And that is going to pass right over Highway 20 or 21.
Yep.
So just to the west of, I guess that's Happy Hollow and Mudtown. So I would, if anybody's watching us and you know anybody, that's their typical commute, or maybe they have a home right along that area, this is when you need to be calling them, and this is when you can help us get the warnings out as well, and letting them know that this is going to be going right over their path.
I wanted to give you some specific wording on the tornado warning, and this isn't wording that we see every day, and that's why I really want to bring it to your attention. They are calling this a particularly dangerous situation. You need to take cover now. Emergency management has confirmed this tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. They call this, again, considerable threat for tornado damage with this storm. In addition, hail up to the size of $50, but that's certainly the less of our concerns right now with a tornado on the ground. And the timing on this, I imagine you might already know, but if you don't, moving northeast at 50 for tracking purposes.
And so with Highway 21 being right there, I mean, this means it's going to be on your doorstep just within the next couple of minutes. So you don't have much time. If there's any homes along this area just to the north of Old Mines, is going to be heading straight over Highway 21. Cannon Mines, Bell Fountain, they're just to the east of that. So these are places that are going to be next in line. And this is a situation where we don't have time on our sides. If you're in these areas, if you're not already in your safe shelter, make sure you get there within the next minute or so, because with it moving so quickly, it's moving over a mile a minute. It's going to be on your doorstep within a matter of minutes if you're in that location. So this is in parts of. This is a storm that I do not see any signs of weakening, so I would expect it to continue to track into southern Jefferson County as it comes out of what is that, Crawford?
Yeah.
And
it's in Washington County.
Washington
County.
County.
I've got
it
the
started
track
in Crawford.
Right, correct.
It's kept its track.
I've got the track here in Max 1, thank you. You see Hillsboro in about 20 minutes, about 15 minutes away from DeSoto, less than a half hour from Festus. So these are some pretty significant metropolitan areas, if you will, or at least population cores on the path of this thing. So when you consider that and the potential strength in the language that we're getting from the Weather Service regarding this storm, that's pretty significant. I'll get the warning out of the way here so you can see more on this track as it moves out of northeast Washington. This thing might be shrouded in rain. There's a lot of rain down here. This is not a standalone storm, a discrete cell, so it would be difficult to see it, and I know a lot of you want to go out there and watch it. Not a good idea. You are looking on the right side of your screen at what? Can you guys tell me what that is?
That is 55
Highway 55
near Sullivan.
near Festus, they're telling me, and moving to, we're looking northbound, I guess, and this storm will probably cross the highway right about there, so let's keep an eye out for that. All right, on the left side of your screen, you've got First Alert Doppler radar. You've got the arrival time of the area that we think that contains a tornado right now, and that is right in the middle of the colors there. Steve talks about the Christmas tree colors or the Christmas colors. We've got the reds and the greens. The green
moves overhead, you're going to get hit with a blast of wind, and so you'll want to move inside before that. I have the correlation coefficient of the debris cloud signature on that storm in northwestern Oregon County, and there may be some debris, at least continuing to move along with that storm. And as Brandon said, they've kind of slowed down to a crawl. At least their eastern motion has crawled down to a crawl. So again, either some debris left in there or at least some hail, and that's going to be very close to the Thomasville area and Thomasville West. So again, if you're in the Thomasville area, I need for you guys to remain in your tornado shelter right now as this thing continues to track off to the north and to the east, and that should take it across the Shannon County line somewhere south of Winona, at least on the present track. But again, this thing is kind of wobbling along a little bit this afternoon, so give it kind of a wide swath in here to take shelter in. I think that's probably prudent with the way this thing seems to be making a sort of a looping action this afternoon.
It looks like, so there is a sliver of a tornado warning in eastern Howell County, northeast of West Plains. That's going to expire here in about a minute. The other ones for Howell County that we've been talking about for, well, a while, those have been allowed to expire. So again, all those places we've been talking about, Brandsville up to West Plains and down through South Fork, for now, there is no danger of a tornado. You're still getting some light rain, and it's important.
Wondering why can't they show us what's going on? Well, this is by far the most dangerous thing that's in our viewing area right now. We're a little concerned about a storm down to the south that will eventually be threatening, well, is threatening right now, Reynolds County, and you can see what's going on there. Let me see if I can get anything as far as a circulation on that one. No, it's too far away from the radar site, but there's certainly heavy rain, potentially some large hail, and lightning obviously moving into Reynolds County. Zoom in here. It starts at about Lesterville and west of Ellington, and again, all of this is moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So you're going to get that heavy rain, and there's a potential for a tornado there as well. All right, let's move up to the north a little bit here, and you can see in Crawford County, a lot of heavy rain over into Washington County now. Richwoods, you've been picking up some hail and some rain in that area. Central parts of Jeffco, probably some hail. And obviously looking at that tornado moving in to your area before too much longer as well. There's the hail tracker, and some of the heaviest hail right now is going to be from Richwoods eastward to north, in between DeSoto and Cedar Hill, north of Cedar Hill. We've also got some potential hail that's falling between Washington and Union along Highway 47, and then up into western parts of St. Charles County there, and that's, if it's not hailing, it's very heavy.
From the southwest. And the tornado would be on the horizon somewhere back in here. But right now, again, I'm not visually, I don't have a view on a wall cloud. but it should be in the general area that we're looking back here in the distance. It might even be a little further back. At one point, and as I look at the radar, Glenn, it looks like this thing may be cycling where the original circulation has kind of been pinched off to the back, and a new circulation is trying to develop further to the east. There's still broad scale rotation in this system as it moves northeast towards DeSoto. Certainly the threat for damaging straight line winds, but I am concerned about the area near DeSoto about a new development in terms of tornadoes as this thing gets closer and closer to us. And spin, in fact,
that was when it was in Washington County, and it strengthened even more so as I moved to the northeast. Well, now I'm seeing some indications that the debris ball has actually eroded a little bit. It's gone away. So this tells me that, and we're getting some confirmation and spotters saying that the tornado itself has lifted. But with these types of storms, just because it's
Shannon
lifted.
County, and you'll notice that they've allowed the tornado warning to expire for eastern Shannon County. We're just maybe looking at strong winds with that storm that's going to be exiting over the Current River right there. And then, of course, we're watching.
Reports are out in these locations, so we're always thankful for that, and we can always toss them back to the National Weather Service so they can get a hold of that as well. So Barry, other than that, there's just that new severe thunderstorm that we're tracking up towards the Marshall area, likely just for some gusty winds and some hail right now.
That you see east of the supercell and the rotation, and it pivots back into there. So if there's a tornado on the ground, it is going to develop, it's likely going to be out of these cloud bases off to our west and maybe a little south of due west, Glenn. But we're getting to the point where we're probably going to have to move. But that's where we're looking right now out in the distance. Glenn?
Any kind of a plan, north or south? What do you think? Which way are you going?
South.
Yeah.
Definitely south to get a better one. It's a better viewing angle, and because this thing's moving northeast, that'll get us out of the immediate path.
This county has about 500 people
That's
out.
where we're going to go. Brian, let's go ahead and pack up and move south at this stage of the game.
Yeah, so we'll let you move. We'll let you relocate again, and let us know when you're back available.
Severe thunderstorm warnings down to the south that include Reynolds County.
Yeah, Reynolds County, and this is when it was actually just to the west of Reynolds County. It was tornado warned, but as it's come into the county, it's lost some of those rotational signatures, which is what we want to see. But we're still going to get that burst of rain. It's still it still could produce some damage from high wind with these storms. 60-mile-per-hour winds, that can cause some damage. And we're certainly seeing that with that storm that is in southern Reynolds County that's going to approach Iron County next. It's just to the strongest part of the storm is just to the north of Ellington, but it's going to keep its strength there. It's expected to enter some favorable areas off to the east, so we have to watch for any strengthening that might undergo. But I just want to let you know, if you're in Reynolds and Iron County, just experiencing severe thunderstorm. I also want to talk to our folks real quick who are up in the metro area. If you're in O'Fallon, St. Charles, Chesterfield, anywhere backed off to the west, you're likely hearing a lot of very noisy storms, and they're going to be scary. But I at least want to tell you, for those areas, nothing has reached severe limits. So these are just strong thunderstorms. I wouldn't want to be caught out on the road in this. In fact, I've already told my mom, she normally goes grocery shopping around this time. I was like, just hang tight for a couple more hours before these storms pass through, or until these storms pass through, and then you can go out, because even if they're not severe warned, and even if they're not tornado warned, they are still going to cause some problems, and they still have potential to cause some problems out on the roadways. I'm continuing, and Ken, I'm curious if you're seeing this too.
The atmosphere, that can be really, really loud on your windows, can cause little dents in the top of your car as well, and you get anything larger than that, you see the hail sizes there in the bottom small screen. Again, that's about an inch, about a quarter size. We've had some storms at times trying to produce hail close to a size
looks
of an
like we
egg.
have a tornado warning now for the Tipton County storm.
So that'll be our first tornado warning.
Actually, it's now in effect. Haywood County, Pemiscot, Lauderdale, Crockett, Tipton, Mississippi. So it's a large warning.
Come out to me on the tornado warning at the chroma here.
There we go.
All right, so this is the storm that we've been telling you about. So now tornado warning. Drummond's, this is right on top of you here. Again, the circulation that we just looked at a second ago, what was near or just north of Drummond's, I'd say most immediately because of just the lag of when we're getting data and you're receiving it at home. Gilt Edge is going to be under the gun for this right now. Within the next few minutes. Again, the rotation that I'm seeing is still not incredibly tight, but it's enough there that the National Weather Service decided to go and issue the tornado warning, which I certainly agree with. It could certainly pop up and flare up a little bit more in a minute. So right in here, rotation and possibly a tornado occurring. It's fairly weak rotation, I'd say now, but each scan that comes in, it may intensify further, passing just west of Gilt Edge, so quickly getting up into Lauderdale County as well. And this storm all along has kind of rode the river on a northeasterly track. Let's give you some arrival times for this. Jake, you got a speed on this?
This is going to be moving, let's see, to the northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Northeast at 45. Alrighty. We want to give as much lead time as we can to folks out ahead of this thing.
It is 3:51 now, so you got 10 minutes in Ashport. Roughly, again, don't say, I have 10 minutes, okay, I'm going to wait 10 minutes. Plan as if you have 5 minutes. Let's start getting in our safe spot there around Ashport. Ripley, 408. Ripley, you're more of on the eastern side of this warning. You're certainly in the middle of it, though, and they're drawing this warning really well. Everybody in this warning needs to certainly respect the polygon here. Southern portions of the warning, you're no longer anywhere in a threat. Once you get south of Drummond and southwest of Drummond, it's going to be anywhere where the storm is now, obviously, and where it's heading over the next 20 minutes or so. Tomato, 410, Barfield, 416. You've got Nankipu up here in the same area as well. Huffman, 423.
Eldon, can you hear?
The storm is now obviously and where it's heading over the next 20 minutes or so. Tomato, 410, Barfield, 416.
Destruction. Yeah, so you're seeing what's left of a garage and the second level of this home just north of Pilot Grove, which is in Cooper County. That's just west of Boone County. It's where the county seats of Booneville, so just west of where the Mizzou area is. A town of about 700 people, and it left a pretty decent size of, or decent trail of destruction. It wasn't too wide, and it looked like at times it might have picked up and come back down, but when it came down with some force. It picked up a mobile home, left all the cylinders still on it, and the foundation, picked up this entire mobile home, threw it several hundred feet off into the distance and just shredded it as a huge fence was there, and the force of the wind with that fence did not really suit that mobile home. Luckily, nobody was inside of that mobile home. There's just been minor injuries reported right now, but the damage is extensive in some areas. A silo came through.
Storm warnings over Reynolds County for heavy rain. That was a storm that was warned for tornado earlier, but as it moved into Reynolds County.
Destruction here, Glenn and Haley. Every resident I've talked to so far said they've never seen anything like this in Cooper County.
All right, thanks, Mark Zinn. That is, again, just west of Columbia. We'll check back in with you, Mark, as we continue our coverage and we get into Fox 2 News at 4 p.m. proper. The current warning for the tornado is holding pat right now, and you can see that red polygon box. It has been trimmed just a little bit from parts of Washington County.
Sign every time for a storm that's rotating that could produce a tornado. So this is going to be west of Highway 51 near Munford and Drummond's. I actually have some friends that live in this area, so I hope you're taking cover right now. This is going to be moving northeast rapidly. So if you're in Gilt Edge, Burleson, Flatwood, Beaver, Atkins Corner, and then of course downstream towards Covington, this is where you need to be taking shelter right now. Again, we don't have confirmation this is on the ground, but this is something to definitely take seriously.
Jake, sorry to jump in and interrupt you. We had a new tornado warning now for storms moving through northern Hardeman County and including Madison County. That's where Jackson is. So here's the tornado warning we were just talking about, including western Tipton County, and here's Lauderdale County. Now we're jumping over to a cell that is moving through Fayette Corners over towards, I believe, Whiteville's in that same area as well. Yeah, here's Whiteville along Highway 64. Here's Highway 100 over towards Toone, and this is moving north and east through northern Hardeman County, and again heading towards Madison County. So eventually this will get to a point where it's out of our viewing area. We have a sister station in Jackson. You folks are streaming us as well. When we get it up towards Jackson and past Jackson, we'll start to focus a little less on it. But for now, it is definitely in a spot where we have a lot of population, and we need to be focusing on this storm just as much as we are as Tipton and Lauderdale County. We're not leaving you guys hanging. Jake, if you would just watch that Tipton, Lauderdale County storm, I'll focus on this one, and we'll just kind of bounce back and forth and evaluate each one every couple of minutes. We're kind of covering both at the same time. The rotation on the storm, the tornado warning that just came out, let me pull up, I believe it was until 5 p.m., moving northeast at 50. Okay, so the rotation is right near Whiteville.
Until 4:45 for that particular cell. Weather Service thinks, as Chris and I have been sort of pointing out, that this rotating cell, as it's moving north and east, may continue to regenerate. Again, it's got a wind profile that's certainly showing that. Definitely has some velocity to it. Don't see debris at the moment with our debris tracker, but there's turbulence in the atmosphere that gives us the indication that now this storm system is really it's easier to point out.
Potentially a little something there just west of Whiteville. This is a way for us to see what objects are in the atmosphere and if they're of common size, because if they're not, we will get colors like this, these yellowish, greenish, even bluish colors in a concentrated area that are close to the area of rotation that we're seeing, and that is often a sign that we have something being lofted into the sky that is not supposed to be there. Leaves, twigs, larger sticks, limbs, pieces of wood, whatever it may be, and that will give us that signature. I don't know if we're there yet for me to call that a debris ball, but we're very, very close if that continues on the next scan, because again, watch this spot right here, and I flip it over to our velocity data, it's almost co-located with that rotation that we're watching as well. So we'll see if that continues to grow in size. That would be concerning near Whiteville, because it would mean that there is potentially some damage ongoing, whether or not it's structures or again just tree limbs or something being lofted. We'll see, and of course we'll get some various reports in as well. Let's get you some arrival times downstream for this. Let's again get ahead of this one, because this is moving northeast at a fast pace. Likely will clip far southeastern portions of Haywood County. So here's Brownsville, here's Hillville. You go Meaden is way over in southern Madison County. Probably going to shoot somewhere in between the two, but you folks in far southeastern Haywood County need to be watching this one closely as well. I'm going to take it on a track all the way up to Jackson, so we can give our friends over in Jackson a little heads up as well. Again, we have a sister station there that will be streaming our coverage, and we have a lot of folks that are also watching us on live stream from that area, so I want to give them some heads up. All right, I'm going to do a storm track for you folks, taking it all the way up to Jackson. So here you go. Time now 3:58. Cedar Chapel, it's right on top of you now. Hillville 404. Here's Hillville. Again, this looks to me like this will stay south and east of Hillville, more on this track, and may not ever, the area of concern at least, may not ever get into Haywood County, but it's a very close call. I want you to really take the precautions, and better safe than sorry with this one. Meaden 415, that's over in southern Madison County. Bemis 424, Jackson 427. So you folks in Jackson and in the Jackson Metroplex there, you got about 30 minutes until this gets into a spot where it's going to be a problem if it holds together. So we'll watch it for you folks. But again, right now, some concern in the Whiteville area for this storm. I'm going to analyze that a little bit more. Jake, let's go back over to you and check in on the Tipton County, Lauderdale County storm.
So this storm that's in Tipton County, that's tornado warned, does appear to be maybe cycling right now. We did have a photo in the chat service with the National Weather Service from a spotter that had a visual of a wall cloud in Tipton County. And that's not a tornado, that's not a funnel, but it's basically the rotating cloud that's above the ground, which would produce a tornado. But right now, it's just the wall cloud. It's not actually touching the ground. There's no confirmation of that, and we have visual eyes on the storm. So if there was a tornado on the ground with this, we'd be able to tell you that, but we're not there right now. This storm, again, is a tornado warning for Tipton County. This is going to be north of Atoka. So this does include Gilt Edge and Covington, and also goes into Lauderdale County. So heads up for those of you in Ripley and Henning, you are in this warning until 4:45, and they've just trimmed back the warning. So this did include like Osceola, kind of near Blytheville. That's been kind of trimmed back to the east. So heads up, this is going to be likely east of
Reds, even the blues, and when they're close together, that's a good indication that there's some rotation within the storm. Something we've been watching for some time. And
real quick, We're going to transition now over to First Alert 4 at 4 o'clock. You're watching First Alert, Channel 4, KMOV, and our First Alert coverage of this severe thunderstorm outbreak that we're seeing across the area and the potential tornado. Now, there was a tornado on the ground. If you're just joining us for our coverage, we had confirmation of a tornado on the ground. The storm seems to have weakened slightly since that point, but what we're looking at here, where those colors, like Leo was saying, where those colors come together, that's where you're seeing the rotation. The wind is moving away from the radar on this side of the storm and toward the radar here, and you can see how that kind of sets you up, if you will, with a little bit of a small low pressure system, just like this. I'm going to plop one of these on here.
Grateful it wasn't any worse.
We heard the sirens go off at about 7:20 this morning, and we headed for the basement. And about 10 minutes later, we heard like a train coming.
Roofs gone, trees uprooted, buildings destroyed in Nevada after an early morning tornado tore through town.
It got real quiet, and then you hear, just like they say, that train, that sound, without the horn, without the whistle, just that, and it got louder and louder.
And still, just hours later, power lines are down and people have their chainsaws out.
Well, we've just been cutting up trees. This tornado came through and just plowed about everything in its path. I mean, about every tree in our yard was snapped in half.
Blake Pryor was on his way to work when the storm hit. Now he's cutting up trees all across his property. He was nearly finished remodeling his home and now turns
like
to repair.
One clear hook, right, Tyler? I mean, it's kind of, it's looking on the backside here.
Yeah.
There's some reflectivity down here towards Covington, but I don't think that's the rotation. I think it's going to be here east of Gilt Edge.
I agree, yep.
And that's going to be moving northeast. So, again, close call for Covington. We want you in your safe spot right now just to be safe.
Yeah, you folks in Covington, let's respect this. Let's get it. Wait 5 minutes, and this will be far enough north that we can give you the all clear. But for now, let's go ahead and be in your safe spot just because how that storm is structured at the moment. For those of you joining us now, you're now watching Channel 3 News at 4. We appreciate you tuning in. This is going to be all weather today and all weather coverage all the way throughout the evening as we have a serious severe weather event unfolding across the Mid-South.
So unstable. You light a match, you throw it on it, and it explodes with thunderstorms. And that's what we're starting to see, the very beginning stages happening across southern Arkansas with these individual cells developing here in southern Arkansas. They are not severe right now, but we think the threat for severe weather from these thunderstorm
warnings. Jackson, I know we're still under the tornado warning, so watching us in Jackson, you're okay now. I'm not saying run to your safe spot immediately. You can watch our coverage here for the next 10 minutes or so and see what this does before you make your decision in Jackson. But again, if you're closer to this, you may want to start thinking about getting into your safe spot, although it is not confirmed as a tornado right now. It looks like. Let's head over to Max 2, get an update from Jordan, who's looking at, the storm that I think is a little bit more concerning. That's the storm that could impact Dyersburg in a little bit. Jordan?
Right, Joel, we've got a law enforcement reported wall cloud in Tipton County, and now reporting from Tipton County law enforcement a funnel cloud near Garland, which is just to the west of Covington. We can zoom in a little closer here. It's just to the southwest of Bride, but there's a very, very noticeable inflow notch, pretty strong hook echo on this storm. We'll give you a quick look at velocity. Of course, this is again, the more intimidating storm of the two that have a tornado warning, and the rotation is just a little back off to the west from where the circulation shows up on reflectivity.
And my concern is if we can keep an eye on those MoDOT cameras for those in the control room. It's approaching 55 and we're getting on 4 o'clock. We're going to start commuting home, and yeah, it's heading into the Peevely area soon. So anybody driving between Festus and Peevely and Barnhart, they're going to be right in line with this storm, moving 50 miles per hour quickly to the northeast. That puts it to Peevely within about 8 minutes. And keep in mind the radar, we get the data a few minutes delayed. So I would say Peevely, it's really on your doorstep within the next 5 minutes, which means you need to be in your safe shelter now. If you're driving along 55, I would just pull off at a nearby store and just hang tight there for a little bit. If you're in Sulphur Springs, that storm passing near you within the next 10 minutes or so, and then it's going to continue to pass into St. Clair County. When I look at those Christmas colors, this tells us what the wind speeds look like within the storm, and It's still the bright reds and the bright kind of greenish colors right here just to the...
At about 50 miles per hour. We'll do another storm track up towards Jackson for you here. Mercer 413, that's another 10 minutes or so. It's almost on top of Cloverport if it moves a little bit further east. Neely 420, Madison Hall 425, and then Jackson still about that 430 mark. So about 25 minutes from now. If you're
on the road than earlier when we came out. Now we also talked to some people about how they're feeling. They did say they were a little nervous. They're all hoping to be inside by the time 5 o'clock happens. We did reach out to the city of Conway. We do know that they are handing out free sandbags at the city's transportation department for people that need them until 4:30. That's allowed less than 30 minutes right now. So if you do need them, you can go over there and get them. And then we do also know that there are multiple.
Certainly have the rotation higher up above in the storm. Whether or not it's making its way to the surface, that kind of remains to be seen. But this is also a tricky area as there's a lot of hills. So we're not going to be able to get a good reading on it necessarily. But we have to treat it as if it's active, as if it's present right now. It's causing damage. It's on the ground. So it's in Jarvis and moving northeast. 55 is next in its path. It looks like, based on the latest radar imagery, based on the latest
point here where we can clear Covington, but we're not there yet. If you're in Covington right now, stay in your safe spot for just a few more minutes. Yeah. There's some nasty, nasty winds outside, tornado or no tornado. Look at some of these wind speeds we're reading. 76.
Definitely, if you're in Henning, get in your safe spot.
Henning, get in your safe spot. Absolutely. Let's do a storm track, Jake. If you have it up, we'll toss it over to you.
I have it up on Max 2.
All right, let's go to Jake for a second for a new storm track up into Lauderdale County.
So this storm, as we've talked about, it's been cycling, and I'm concerned that it's wrapping up again northwest of Covington. So Covington, still stay in your safe spot. This is going to be likely just to your northwest, but the structure of a hole is increasing and looks like the rotation is increasing in northern Tipton County. So stay in your safe spot, Covington, but certainly if you're in Henning, if you're in Ripley, if you know where the Baptist Memorial Hospital is, just north of Henning, all in these areas, you need to be getting in your tornado safe spot. The storm is likely wrapping up and it will intensify very fast. So again, Henning, it'll be there in the next 10 minutes. So lowest floor of your home, away from windows, interior bathroom or closet, that's where you need to go. Grab some blankets, pillows if you can. If you've got bike helmets, those are also great tools to have, especially in the case of, hopefully we don't have a tornado, but if that does come to fruition, a bike helmet can really protect your head from flying debris. So just think about these things and get to that safe spot.
Now a little debris track now starting to work along 55 here. Just started to see a couple of signs that there may be some debris lofted just north of Festus, heading toward the 55 corridor, just south of Barnhart, Crystal City area. Chris has pulled off the highway. Chris, anything you want to note here? Let's just, bring you in here. If you've got something, jump in.
Yeah, Glenn, I'm off earpiece in the distance a little bit.
Okay.
I think you just tossed me. Let me bring that up.
Yeah.
We are at the 67 exit to Farmington off of 55. We've got all kinds of motion and commotion in the clouds directly ahead of us. Let me make sure I get...
Include the southernmost part of St. Francis County. So that is the new warning.
That's that storm we were tracking earlier that was moving into Reynolds County.
It's radar indicated, but of course, in any of these situations, we still treat that as if it
rotates. We can get in here on the street level on this, but it's just tough because trying to find where the actual rotation.
So we have to treat that as if it's an active, ongoing tornado. And
I've actually got, if you can go to Max 1, I've got the velocities up here, and we can see exactly where this storm is now. The rotation just about over the Lesterville area and moving to the northeast. So that's why there's a warning in our viewing area, and you can see
it's a little messy still right now, but as Jake said, it's tightened up a little bit. Again, I know I'm flipping through a lot of products. We're just analyzing with this and giving you our best analysis as best we can on the fly. Let me go back to our velocity data for 1 second. I would say we've got some tighter rotation here, kind of some broad rotation that's all near and just west of Highway 51, now moving north of Covington, but there's still some really nasty winds at the last scan that rolled through Covington, not rotation necessarily, but
there 88. That's the one I'm looking at. That right there. So that's the area that we're looking at. that we're tracking as it crosses Interstate 55. It's making its way across. It will quickly cross the river and make its way into Velmeyer. This looks like we've got a number of little small spins, maybe up on the leading edge of the larger outflow that's swinging around the backside of the storm. The rotation doesn't look especially violent or strong right now, but there's definitely motion both into and some up into this area. Glenn?
Okay, while you monitor that, I also want to keep everybody updated on the entire scene right now, because we just a second ago, while Chris was talking, got a new tornado warning. It is south of this complex. It is south of the current scenario you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen.
Just across the Hatchie River, but again, does not look impressive. We've got a whole supercell trying to merge into the south side of that storm, which is right where, if there was a tornado, that's where it would be. Again, not looking super impressive, which is a good sign. They did just trim this warning. It did exclude the western half of Tipton County, so now it's just Covington, most of Lauderdale County and southwest Dyer County, northwest Haywood County, and southwest Crockett County.
All right, thanks, Jordan. Again, we've got 2 different tornado warnings. We've lost a lot.
That there is definitely a bit of rotation within this too. Doppler radar has kind of a hard time at times spotting rotation at this distance, but that is a rotating cell that now is just north of Lesterville. It's moving toward Ironton, so farther south on 21 into Iron County and into the probably northern parts of Madison County in Illinois, or in Missouri, I should say, Lesterville, Ironton, and then eventually into St. Francis County. This is a new tornado warning, real well-defined rotation. There is quite a bit of turbulence within this. And so with that, the wind profile showing us all of our variables, including the spin in the atmosphere there. So new tornado warning. That tornado warning is in effect now until 4:45 for Iron County, Madison County in Missouri, and St. Francis County. Park Hills, Fredericktown, Farmington, Ironton, time to take cover. This is a rotating cell that could produce a tornado. Don't have any real well definition of anything hitting the ground, but our wind profile mode continues to show that this is a cell that could really at any moment produce a tornado. So that's the other tornado warning that we're monitoring at the moment, including this cell that continues to work through Jefferson County. Now, let me just show you to kind of set the stage for Metro St. Louis. And we know that the sirens were set off just a little while ago in the metro area. The warning does include a very small part of St. Louis County, does include the Oakville area, Melville area of St. Louis County, and that's why the sirens were set off. It's got several reports around town. City sirens set off. People hearing sirens in Ladue. We heard them here in our studio just a little while ago in Maryland Heights. But the cell is generally south of the city, and it's moving now in a zone along 55, rotating right now in real well-defined, or at least some type of rotation, maybe not super well-defined.
In the basement now, or in a safe structure away from windows. If you don't have a basement, get into the middle part of the house, maybe a closet or a bathroom. They can make good places to shelter in place. So this is northeast of Hillsborough, moving toward Barnhart as we speak, with a potential tornado that is warned for tornado. We do not have confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but certainly some very heavy rain moving right across.
Lowest floor, away from windows. So Woodruff County, we're talking to you. Let's go over those safe places here once again. Find your safe place. You want to be in a sturdy structure. You don't want to be in a mobile home. And earlier we were talking about that with the tornado watch that's in place. It's across northeast Arkansas. This area is under a PDS tornado watch. That means particularly dangerous situation. These storms, we need to take it seriously. Lowest floor, away from windows. A room that is surrounded by other rooms. If that room is a bathroom and it has a window, it's not a safe place. You want to be in the lowest floor, away from windows. Use blankets, pillows. Maybe wear a helmet to protect yourself from any flying debris if this were to touch down. We have Chief Meteorologist here, Todd Jacobian, here now, monitoring it very closely.
This area, right along Highway 51, just south of Henning. Let's get deep down in here for a second, see what else we got in here. So here's Henning. We got South Main Street. If we're having a tornado ongoing right now, which I just can't say for sure because the velocity data isn't definitive. But here's South Main Street running through Henning. You run up towards Opossum, and then you're into Ripley pretty quick along Washington Street there. It's paralleling Washington Street.
Obvious signs of rotation right here. That's very tight, a tight couplet. But we want to watch this storm system closely. These storms have had a history of starting to cycle and trailing behind one another. This is our debris tracker. No obvious signs of debris. And I want to show you, let's see when this warning expires.
It is crossing the river eventually into kind of the split between St. Clair and Monroe counties, say close to the Waterloo, if not a little farther south. And we're in the heavy rain. Look at the sky conditions from our rooftop camera and our dash camera show blinding rain across the area. The winds have settled a little bit.
Tornado concern right now for Jackson. But they are going to leave the warning on. Here's a look at the cell that they did issue the warning on. A couple different little inflow notches. Got this cluster of cells. We like the clusters. We don't like the individual storms. But even that one that was starting to produce a tornado, it got caught by a storm from behind it. So it's basically, if you're a sprinter, right, and you're running and you get to maximum speed, if someone comes in and bumps you, you know, you're going to slow down, and it's going to take you a while to get your acceleration and speed back up. That's what happens with supercell thunderstorms. You get a storm, if it gets bumped by one around it, or if you got something around it stopping it from getting its maximum energy, it's not going to produce a tornado. But this one still is worth watching. They still got a tornado warning on it.
Initially, certainly a lot more garbled now. There's probably some areas of rotation there less concerning than the Tipton County storm, but we're almost to the point, if this tornado warning continues to be issued, that Jackson, you might be needing to get in your safe spot here shortly. Again, Jackson is just out of our viewing area, but we've got a lot of antenna viewers up there, our sister station.
That's Hal moving up towards the north. Let's look at the velocity product on that. Right about there, right there over Hal, moving towards the north, and up there is Grays. So we're going to get a very good view of the storm as Zach is going to intercept this from the northeast, and he's going to set up, and we're going to be able to look right into that storm and see any lowering or any potential tornado that could be coming out of this. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. It is not confirmed. It's Doppler radar indicated. And I've seen storms like this go.
Obviously, you see on our Doppler radar, the tornado warning continues, but this is approaching now. It's probably moving right through the Valmeyer area, right along Bluff Road, south of Columbia, and then rotating now toward Columbia and Waterloo. It's gone from 21 in Jefferson County to 55 in Jefferson County, now is heading into Route 3 in Monroe County and eventually St. Clair County. A trajectory would put this rotating cell with a potential for a tornado in Columbia, in Waterloo, in Millstadt, maybe eventually Freeburg and Hecker and Belleville.
Off in the distance for that. So there's a look at what we have with that storm that's coming on in. Obviously, we're going to look to the southwest. That's where this camera's looking. There's where it's awful dark off in the distance as that storm comes on in. Again, right now we're probably looking at maybe some 40-mile-an-hour winds with that cell as it comes by. But again, 2 tornado warned storms that we're keeping an eye on. They're probably just the first of several tonight. So don't go too far away from the TV or your phone. Because there's probably more of these warnings that are going to be coming on in, and it's going to be dark.
I would suggest, if you can still hear me, I would head over to I-55, head north. Let's get back into the Memphis Metro. Let's see what these do as they move north. Not a lot of these right now have any signs of immediate significant concern.
But if this thing were to try to sustain itself, that might be the case there. Again, this is a tornado warning that is for Woodruff County. Cotton Plant has been removed from this tornado warning. Let's quickly go over our safe place rules. Where do we go in a tornado warning? You want to find the lowest floor of a site-built home, not a mobile home. Not a mobile home. You want to be in a sturdy structure.
Just to give you a little more definition of what is happening here, here's the Doppler radar. There's quite a bit of rain along with this system pushing in. So ahead of this tornado warned storm, ahead of it, you're not going to see it. Yeah, so our Waterloo view.
There was a severe thunderstorm warning back in Shannon, eastern Shannon, and northern Oregon County that did have a tornado possible tag. It looks like the main line of those thunderstorms is on out of here, but This is our only tornado warned storm right now, and fingers crossed it'll be our last one today, but no guarantee because the tornado watch is in effect until 6 p.m. today, and these storms still have a bit longer before they move on out of our area. Still looking for
that is east of 55 in Jefferson County, moving over into St. Clair County and parts of, in St. Clair County in Illinois. And again, that one has a pretty good signature of the rotation that we continue to talk about with this storm. And again, it's a very dangerous storm, whether it's
because sometimes the details on TV, you can't tell exactly what's going on. But again, you're looking live at the tornado warned storm in Woodruff County. This is a tornado warning, a rare anticyclonic tornado. What does that mean? Well, things usually rotate counterclockwise. This is not doing so, and it happens in 1%. I believe it's in 1% of all tornadoes, if I remember that correctly. But as Joel says, they don't typically sustain themselves, but let's continue to look at that. And I want to show you max 1, 2. So I'm going to look at the velocities. We can put that back in the corner there for just a little bit until we get Zach on the phone. But I'd like to show you on max 1 there we go. Thank you so much, guys. So this is motion towards the radar. There's Highway 17, Cotton Plant down here. That's motion towards the radar, motion away. So there's some, it looks like anticyclonic rotation with that moving up along Highway 17 and to the north. So McCrory, take your tornado precautions. Most of this storm is out of the polygon. Look how much of that storm is out of the polygon. Let me still this for you. So most of that storm is off towards the east, but the part that's spinning is right here. And I think that's what we're looking at here with Zach. And if we can, just let me know when we get Zach on the phone so we can get a better description of what's happening. Also, we're monitoring what's happening here in Pulaski County because we've had rain.
So we need to keep a very close eye on this.
Okay, so again, if you're in Jackson, head to your safe spot right now. I believe what the National Weather Service is looking at is this. We'll go ahead and circle it on the max. So I think it's this little green area that we're seeing. You would say this, Jordan, right here, west of Madison Hall. Is that what you got?
They
on
were
yours?
hinting at just to the south of Neely.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, that's down here. Okay, so there's that. It showed up for one scan and then it was gone. So all right. So that's what they thought, or they suggesting. That's why it's a confirmed tornado right now, north of Uptonville, but it's gone. So it came in for one scan, and then it disappeared. Let's see what the velocity looked like at the time in that area. So when we go back a couple scans, so yeah, it didn't show up at all on the rotation product. Maybe it's too far away from the radar, but that's good news that we do have this debris tracking product now. Jordan, I want you to keep a close eye on the CC drops on these, because if we're not seeing them on the rotation, that may be another way that we can see that. So that again,
that might be a gas station. You don't want to be in a vehicle, and you really can't outrun these storms. So if you are on 160 and you are able to get off and find shelter in a building, once again, that's going to be your best option. But if you can't and you're traveling off further to the east, then you need to travel south on 99. But we'll watch this storm looking at the
west part of town up in Columbia.
North of that, I think it's 158 if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, take care in those areas. Don't travel. Get to your safe place. Stay there for a little while. It won't be very long.
And it's a matter of minutes that it's going to be in your safe shelter. So this is not a case where, you think you have...
Highlight that. So that's where we think the rotation was. And so we'll move this up a little bit further north. So if it continues in the same direction that where we saw that little area of spin up on the debris product, those are the locations that it would be coming out into. So looks like west of Jackson, Huntersville maybe. So we're going to stay on the debris product here for a few, since we're not seeing anything at all on the velocity product. Jordan, anything from the National Weather Service? They just said they confirmed it because of what they saw.
So it just jumped a little bit.
Confirmed on correlation coefficient, where they're also upgrading it to golf ball size hail, up to 33,000 feet.
And there's your Christmas colors. There's your rotation right on top of Ironton. We may well have a tornado over Ironton at this hour. We certainly have a rotating storm that is going to produce very heavy rain, very gusty winds, possibly large hail, likely some large hail as well. In fact, we can turn the hail tracker on, I believe. No, I'm looking at the Paducah radar. So, yeah, lot of another dangerous storm in the southern part of our viewing area, northeast parts of Iron County. That storm as well moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So let's take that track and move it for you from Ironton to the northeast. And we'll give you some of the communities that are in the path of it, including Farmington.
Yeah.
And Sean, so there may be some minor debris in there.
I was kind of thinking that might be hail, but I mean, you're right. It could also be debris. It could be the radar maybe scanning through that storm and picking up on some large hail. We're not quite exactly sure. There's a little bit of a mess there, so of course we want you to treat.
There's the severe thunderstorm coming out of Montgomery going into Garland County, but look at what's happening in the metro right now, because we're starting to get rain, and this is thunder and lightning in it coming into Saline County. It is not severe. We will continue to monitor, but if we have
county, so that's a tornado warning. That particular warning remains in effect until 4:45, so another 20 minutes or so. And you folks in Ironton are in it right now, and before too much longer, we expect that we're going to be seeing that storm moving into St. Francis County. So let's keep an eye on both of those areas, Leah.
And I want to let everybody know, if you're in...
Max is on the tornado warned cell, or getting close to it, that is in northeastern Panola County. That's what you see in your box there. Guys, can we bring in Max for a second? I want to kind of ask him some questions, have a discussion on the storm. So, Max, if you could let me know specifically what road you're on, where you are. Are you east of the interstate, and what direction are we looking right now?
Yeah, so we're on Highway 3, just to the south of Crenshaw. We're looking up to the northeast. So basically what we're looking at here is a little wall cloud. That's sort of a lowering underneath the updraft base, and then also some clouds being sucked up into it, as you can see sort of on the horizon there. So, you know, the storms in this area have been rotating. I mean, the one just off to the east of us has at least a tornado warning on it. And this one is still producing a lot of lightning. I mean, we've seen a lot of cloud-to-ground strikes. So, you know, this storm could strengthen, even though right now it's not the strongest storm, it could strengthen here pretty rapidly.
Max, at some point here, let's make a decision to either abandon that one, because I was misinformed about what storm you're on. I know you're still near Crenshaw, so you're on that little cell there. At some point, let's make a decision to huff it east there over towards Como and come in behind the tornado warned cell, just because of how that structure's looking, and it potentially heading towards Holly Springs. We may be able to follow it up that way. So you're the expert there in Storm Tracker 3, so you make the call on which storm to kind of go after, because that one does have some rotation, but we obviously have the tornado warning ongoing over towards east of Como, heading up into Marshall County soon. So we appreciate that report. Obviously some ominous looking sky there towards Crenshaw. We'll keep an eye on that cell that Max was on. Back to the tornado warned cell that is again in northeastern Panola County, east of Como, along Highway 310. Again, where Max was on the other side of the county, over here towards Crenshaw, looking at this cell, which also does have some rotation, but is not tornado warned right now. The rotation on
camera, and so anything up north we are looking. All right, so that's more west, I think, where there would be that rotation. So. Can't really see it on our camera, but that looked like some little bit of concerning, lowering back over here as well. So we'll watch this. We'll see if these clouds do lower it all on through as they come by. So we'll watch that. All right, back to the radar here. So good news that what they did confirm on radar, maybe it wasn't on the ground, but we'll find out here soon enough. All right, so we've got area southwest of Jackson. That's where watching for potential spin up again. If it does, again, it looks pretty weak, but we would rather have them looking weak. We don't want to see those big bright colors show up
right
on our
there. Like the other one, it's a broad circulation, the one that Leah is watching up to the north, that's east of Columbia right now, and that's looking pretty stout too.
Yeah, and I want to update you that storm that's just to the south, even if it's not producing a tornado, it's still tornado warned, of course, but the winds within it, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It looks like Farmington area just got hit with a big punch of winds as it moved through. And winds, that can cause damage as well, as we've seen with previous storms. So that you need to take that seriously just as much as you would a tornado. So even in the case of these strong winds coming in, I would just stay away from the windows. I would still get into interior part of your house. I would still get into your basement.
More east of northeast, that kind of thing. Let's see, kind of move into southeastern Tate County there and go from there. But if you're in Glenville, you're absolutely in your safe spot now. And again, that tornado warning, I know your phone's just blared anywhere from Panola County all the way up to northern Marshall County. I mean, this warning, one of the biggest tornado warnings I've seen lengthwise around here in a while, just because of how fast it's moving. It extends all the way up to Highway 72, so all the way through Marshall County. We're going to watch that cell closely. Jake, we haven't talked about our Tipton, it's Lauderdale County now. Tipton County, you've got nothing going on. You're out of your safe spot. You're good. We're going to watch for additional storms, but for now, your cell that was moving through Covington earlier, let's see where that is rotation-wise. It's up near Gates now. Velocity looks to be less significant. Still some broad rotation there. I'm going to roll it back about 15, 20 minutes and just see what this did.
The hail looks it's like that's come down a little bit west of Jackson as well. So, but there's probably some small hail through the airport west of Jackson right now. And we've got our storm there near Ripley. So these are the two tornado warned storms right now. Both of them are just radar indicated rotation, although we did have that National Weather Service.
Briar there. So that storm there moving toward the east. We're getting new severe thunderstorm warnings also that have been issued here for parts of Stone, Izard, Independence, northern Cleburne County, as well as western Van Buren County. Want to get a quick storm track on that. And by the way, this part of the storm here south of Mountain
right
View.
Now, so we can track this into O'Fallon. So O'Fallon in about 14 minutes, be in your safe shelter within the next 5 minutes. Fairview Heights, the storm on your doorstep within 10 minutes. I would head to your safe shelter right now. Avery Hill, you've got about 5 minutes. But again, it's better to be early in those safe zones versus being there too late. This is not a case where you want to go out and see if you can get a view of it because this thing is going to be rain wrapped, so you're not going to be able to get a view of it anyway. And with that being said, it's just a dangerous thing to do. Pulled up here, debris tracker.
Right now.
They did drop the confirmed tag on the Madison County tornado warning.
That's good. So going with your analysis there.
Right.
Yep.
So as we were analyzing the data, it looked like there was a brief touchdown that may have produced a little damage. It could have just been trees. You know, we'll figure that out later on down the road. But the tornado has lifted, but there's still rotation there on the southwest sides of the city of Jackson. In fact, it's already moved up to the northeast. So it's pretty much in Jackson city limits now. So if you're in Jackson, hopefully you're in your
Lauderdale, Dyer, Crockett County warned storm, it is going to be allowed to expire. But right now, our eyes are on Jackson. We've got a wall cloud moving into the southwest side of town per the National Weather Service.
All right, let's stay on that cam for another minute or so. I'm trying to get set these southern supercells, which are now beginning to come on up from the south. One of those now has a tornado warning on it as well, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on those ones. So let me kind of start on those. We'll get them up. Those are still about 45 minutes away. There's one near Ripley, south of us, heading into Bolivar, Selmer. So we'll get to those when they get a little closer. Let's get back and kind of focus here on Jackson. Again, if you're in the Jackson area, you just probably want to be in your safe spot right now. Again, we're not seeing anything jumping out, large tornado on the ground, but there is a wall cloud being reported, and there's a ton of rotation into this, tons of southeasterly winds into this storm, which could allow it to rotate pretty quickly. Again, right in here is where we'll be watching. So we'll go ahead and flip up the velocity on this
heavy
area.
rain that's moving through Iron County and in to southern St. Francis County, St. Genevieve County too. You're going to get you're getting this heavy rain with very heavy rain moving into St. Genevieve as we speak.
That warning will officially end, but essentially now you can say that the threat has ended from that cell moving through Lauderdale County. So where does that leave us right now? Where are we at area-wide? less severe thunderstorm warnings that we had an hour ago, less warnings overall that we had an hour ago. The warning in Madison County, again, we're not leaving you hanging there. That is not technically our viewing area, but again, as I've explained, we have sister station there, and we also have our coverage that we're giving to our friends here in the Mid-South and the Memphis market. They're receiving that as well, so we're going to give them some information as much as we can, but we're also going to focus as much as we can on our tornado warnings that are in our viewing area. With this expiring in Lauderdale County, we're going to leave that alone for now. Significant storm headed up into Dyer County, however, no longer.
Let's see. All right, so that's definitely interesting right there. Do you? Jordan, you need to zoom that out. Okay.
This camera is not ours. I can't move it.
Okay.
This is the Midtown Jackson camera on top of the hospital.
All right. Well, I can pull up the Jackson cam because it's got a pretty neat view right now. So we'll go ahead and pull that up. You can kind of see the little area, that the little tail that's trying to come on down there. See that on Max 1? Do you see that little tail that's kind of coming on in? We'll kind of move the camera here a little bit further to the, there we go. So you can kind of watch that. I believe that's that rotation that we're seeing on the radar, which I'm going to go back to and pull up our velocity here in in Jackson, because it looks a little bit uglier now than it did 10 minutes ago, even when we had that what we think may have been a brief spin up. So heading back over here into Jackson, there's definitely some rotation there between Westover,
back
Jackson.
over here in Oregon and Howell County, as well as Shannon County and northern Arkansas. That does continue there too. Tornadoes starting to fire off as well, off to our east, where we have the level 5 high risk for severe storms today. Our eastern counties obviously still saw severe storms. This just goes to show that it doesn't matter if you're in a level 3, level 4, level 5, the impacts are still going to be the same, and that today was the potential for a few tornadoes.
They did cancel the Lauderdale County tornado warning, by the way. Just a little update on that. You're no longer in a warning there. Here's the rotation again. This isn't in an incredibly populated area right now. We'll get down in low, excuse my pronunciation, Tiro. It's right over you. This is...
So if you're just to the northeast of Westover, that circulation is going to be passing close to Hollywood Drive very soon, which would include parts of West Forest. So the hospital, you're very close to this. The Campbell Street, Wallace Road, Carriage House, North Parkway is going to come close to North Parkway Middle School, North Royal Street eventually, Dr. Effie Wright Drive even farther downwind, and then eventually it'll cross I-40 near Liberty Tech High School, the ballpark at Jackson.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and you can look at the Jackson cam now on Max 1. That's what we're looking at. Definitely concerning. That's some rotation there. That's a wall cloud. And you see the stuff below it. Okay, you see the stuff that's down here. So this is the wall cloud here. Here's where it's trying to rotate. So this is where it would try to drop a tornado if one did come out. So we're going to stick on this for a minute, but the radar is beginning to get a lot more interesting here in West Jackson as well, as far as the velocity is beginning to pick up. So decent shot that this is going to produce a tornado as it moves up to the north. But right now, it's a little high. If this is a little lower, it'd be a bigger concern, I think, for a funnel to come out right into that area. So we're going to continue to watch it. We've got a lot of people in and around watching these storms as they come through. I'm going to move the camera here a little bit so we can continue to stay on this as it comes through. All right. So we will get back to
shot through the trees. Again, these pictures coming to us courtesy of Tony down in Potosi. Thanks for sharing those pictures. I want to take you back out to my roof camera right now, my forward-facing camera. We are in blinding rain. And Glenn, as you zoom in the radar down to Interstate 55, we're in the red area, kind of where a little bit north of Bloomsdale, I would say right now, making our way south and southeast.
To the camera. So here's our wall cloud, our rotating storm, where it's going to try to come down. And this is looking just west of Jackson. Now let's switch over to Max 2. Jordan has the velocity product pulled up, I believe, and that'll show where. So this is where that rotation is. So this is what we were looking at on the camera, right along Highway 40. So that's right over Van Drive area, moving up to the north. So what you see there. Now we'll switch back to the camera. and we'll show you that this is what you're seeing on the camera is what you're seeing on the radar right there, just northwest now of Jackson. So that's going to move up to the northward. A lot of low-level rotation. If there was a tornado on the ground, I think we could see it right now on our camera. But I think this is just a lot of rotation that's going to be moving up, again, right up Van Drive, up into Carroll, and then eventually up towards Three-Way. So if you're watching us up in the Humboldt area, definitely want to keep an eye on this as it's moving up to the north. Again, there's a second area. Look at this, Jordan, another area of rotation just now showing up southeast of Denmark. So we've got two different areas. All right, we're good there, Jordan. Just leave it there for a second. Northwest of Jackson, we've got our rotation, and then another area now south of Huntersville, each trying to spin up. So again, if you're South Jackson right now, you're okay, but this second one may come on in. So don't go anywhere. Keep it here with us, just in case these do tighten up or this one does drop a tornado on.
And down now actually east, or I should say west of Mountain View. So you see these storms, they've strengthened this afternoon, and they've continued to kind of trail behind one another, dropping an immense amount of rain. We've had tornado warnings kind of falling behind one another as well, hitting areas that were actually hit pretty hard.
Area of rotation here, which is this is where the tornado would drop. So we're going to stay on this camera here for a few minutes. We could show you the radar all we want, but when we have an actual view of it, you don't need a radar, right? When you can see it with your eyes. So there's our area of rotation we're watching to the northwest now of town. So I'm going to see if maybe I can get a little closer in on that. So give me a second. See if I can move over the camera, zoom it in here a little bit. Let's see, let's try this. All right, so there we go. And now we'll tilt it up. So, all right, so there's a closer look at it. That little area of, so this is all rain you see here behind it. But this is a lot of lightning. So this is where that wall cloud is. This is where a potential tornado would drop right here. So as long as we're seeing this, and it's still up in the sky.
In Madison County in the city of Jackson. So really right in the area where all the restaurants and businesses are, just off of I-40 in Jackson. So hopefully you're in your safe spot there. We'll give it another few minutes. That should pass on by. It looks like there's even an area of weak rotation to the southwest. So this is kind of two cells in a way. There was the initial one here, another one's kind of building on the southwestern side of it. So we'll keep watching that one. That's northwest of Meaden, south of Huntersville. That will also move towards the city of Jackson. So definitely a good time to stay in your safe spot there. We'll update you on the Lauderdale County storm and Dyer County storm. Again, they're going to let this warning expire. And right now it's really, really weakened, which is good news. So you're still getting a lot of claps of thunder and strikes of lightning near Ripley, even up towards Dyersburg. The storm is just to your southeast, but that storm has weakened, it looks like, quite a bit. And we'll go to wind mode just to reiterate that. And again, not showing any strong areas of rotation. Still certainly some gusty winds perhaps up here to the east of Dyersburg, south of New Bern, Tennessee. Let's go back to radar real fast. So yeah,
like
so likely some
that are showing up with that.
We do have a bit of an inflow notch, but there's not really a defined hook along with the storm. But if there was, it would be just to the south of Gilmore, right where it's just got like a finger hanging off of it again. It's just to the west of Liberty Tech High School and crossing I-40 right now.
Yeah, I think that finger that Jordan was talking about, you can see it now on Max 1. I believe that was what we were watching, trying to lower down. You can head back to the. All right, so we got the rain coming down here in Jackson. Those sirens are definitely ominous, right? But we do have, this is starting to organize itself into one storm. Okay, so all those little clusters of supercells are beginning to come into one. So the area that we're going to have to watch is right north of Neely right now. Madison Hall, Bemis area, Westover. It may not produce a tornado before it moves out of your area, but this up north here could try to produce a tornado just north of Jackson near Gilmer and Carroll. That'll be rain wrapped, so we wouldn't be able to see that, so that's kind of dangerous. And then potential rotation right here as well. So you see the two areas of rotation. The one
County
northeast.
south of Thayer right here, and a little bit of pink right there, maybe indicating some very heavy rain or maybe some small hail there too. This is not a severe thunderstorm warned storm, and it is not a tornado warned storm by any means. It does look like we potentially have some really large hail south of Mountain View right now, just east of Turkey Creek. It's going to be along 263. This storm is severe thunderstorm warned, and let's look at maybe what they're warning this storm for hail wise. Doesn't want to show me right here. They're warning, they say just 1-inch hail. I'd expect though maybe some very large hail within that storm currently. It wouldn't surprise me if they actually up the size of that hail there now south of Mountain View. But we'll be watching this. Any updates from the National Weather Service? I'm not seeing any at this time.
I mean, they're just issuing it because of the history of these storms over in Oregon County and Howe County this afternoon. They have no confirmation. Again, the radar beam is hitting these storms at about 14,000
Jackson.
feet.
The first one is here. This is from Carroll over through Gilmer. Let's head back to one, please. So on one, we got 2 areas of rotation. That's this one between Gilmer and Carroll. Okay, this is just north of I-40. This could be a potential tornado beginning to develop. And then we've got another one, which is down south here, southwest of Jackson. That's where that little finger's coming out. That's into this area. So you notice as the whole thing came through, here's our number one area of concern, okay? That is tracking just to the northeast of Jackson. Looks like it'll track between Humboldt and Cedar Grove. Looks like that one is trying to produce a tornado. And then we've got this one, which is just to the south as well. So we've got 2 different areas of rotation. You kind of see it pretty well on the radar. So you can see the 2 different inflow notches on this storm. Okay, so we've got this one, this tail, this bothers me right here, okay? This I think is going to do something here in a little bit. But we've also got an inflow notch here coming into the top area of rotation. So we've got potential.
The heaviest of the rain that I'm seeing now in the Metro East extends from Columbia up toward Dupo, the Millstadt area, over to Belleville, O'Fallon, back to Fairview Heights, over to Lebanon, then northwest up to Collinsville, and then up 55 toward the Edwardsville area. Very heavy rain. You also see some pretty good rain moving through the Florissant and Hazelwood areas right now. That would be small hail if you did get any hail out of those storms. I don't think that's going to be particularly a problem, but they will continue to hack away, I believe, at the tornado watch. Let's see if they've done any additional.
Yeah, right along Highway 4 between Chulahoma and Galena, and likely just north of there. And if that shift persists, then you and Holly Springs are very quickly needing to be in your safe spot here. I'm going to wait for one more scan to come in. But again,
the potential actually for maybe a little bit of debris there, Ron, if you can see this. Could also be hail, but this does look maybe a little bit better in the Winona area. We haven't had any reports of damage, any reports of a tornado sighted. This is not confirmed, but some broad rotation now likely producing some very strong gusty winds within this tornado warned storm. It's the only one we have, and hopefully our last one of the day, but no guarantees there. Tornado watch goes until 6 p.m. today. However, I will point this out right now, a wider look at kind of what is happening. We have the tornado warning here. We have some very strong winds moving through southern Oregon County right now. This is likely also producing maybe some very small hail to maybe quarter size. And then we have this severe thunderstorm warning that includes areas like Mountain View and back
there
over.
Were more signs of it maybe a scan or two ago. Now maybe it's gone away, but that's not to say anything is less dangerous. We'll just keep checking back on that product because that can help us confirm a tornado as well. A couple reports coming in, Jake. Just looking at.
We've got 2 areas of rotation in Madison County, too.
Okay.
One has left Jackson, another one coming into the city from the southwest.
Quick report on those, Jake. I'm going to wait for the next scan to come in here, and we'll come right back to the storm.
Yeah,
so
I'll toss it back to you in just a second.
You're good. Yep.
Just to update everybody in Jackson County that's watching, again, we talked about that first area of rotation that did drop a brief tornado southwest of the city. That's moved to the northern half of the county again, but if you're up towards the Medina area, this is going to miss Humboldt way to the east, but if you live up here, again, northeastern parts of Madison County up towards the Medina area, definitely watch that storm area of rotation there southwest of the city of Jackson. Another area of rotation coming in. And again, certainly rotating here, and this is going to take nearly the same track. So hopefully you're still in your safe spot in Jackson. We're going to watch this one as this tracks northeast. Again, yeah, let's go ahead and take a traffic camera in Jackson, just see what's going on there. We cannot confirm tornado debris right now. But even on reflectivity, you see how we're starting to see that hook developing. That's what we've been looking at with every one of these storms today. That looks kind of like what we saw move through Tipton County earlier. There's a live view in Jackson, Tennessee on I-40. Again, hard to see much of anything. There's a lot of folks on the road. We definitely do not want people on the road driving. Again, a car is the worst place to be in the event of a tornado. And this thing is wrapping up on the southwest sides of Jackson. I mean, Tyler, you can see on the reflectivity, you got a big hook there on the southwest sides of the city with increasing rotation is not a good thing. So if you're watching in Jackson, we don't want you on the road. We definitely want you in your safe spot right now as this continues to track northeast. Again, we're tracking this zone here. Red's coming into the greens, and yeah, it's moved pretty much right into the city now.
I'm going to try to go ahead and pull back up on our camera here in a second, because we definitely do have some rotating clouds showing up, so I'm going to go ahead and grab those for you here real quick. So this is what it looks like from our downtown camera in Jackson right now. Looks like this is probably a wall cloud right here, but it's tough to tell without being able to zoom it out a little bit more. So we're watching. Look how fast the clouds are moving. This is a very powerful little system that's coming on by. I'm going to zoom out our camera a little bit here so we can kind of see a little bit more as to what's going on. So you'll notice some very fast moving clouds off in the distance. So so we're watching these. I don't think either one of these are a traditional wall cloud where they're going to produce a tornado out of them. But we'll be watching it closely as we spin through. We'll leave it up on the computer, Jordan, for sure. And I'll let you keep an eye on that. Do want to get back to the velocity, though, inside this storm, which is just to the north of Jackson. So, all right, we'll get this one to pull up, and we'll see that little area of rotation right there. So, so that's northeast of Carroll right now, and then this southwest of Jackson's awful interesting as well. Jordan, anything from the National Weather Service on these two little areas of rotation right now?
2 minutes ago, they said the rotation in Madison County continues to look worth watching.
Okay, I agree 100%. We need to continue to watch both these areas. We just got a new scan there. That's good. Lost a little bit of brightness on the northern rotation. Southern area, though, did gain a little bit of speed on the winds and a little bit more instability. So
we do have a new tornado warning
this
coming in.
Storm is moving off into potentially actually parts of far southern Shannon County. So this would stay south of Eminence, but here, right over here, in parts of far southern Eminence County, no larger cities in this area, and I'm even trying to zoom in to maybe find a couple towns, but just a couple roads in this area. So you are not included in the tornado warning, but this would be south of 106. This would be, I'm not getting much on the query right here, but here north of Winona, this is kind of along State Highway H in parts of Shannon County, and then back over here where Shannon County extends on out. This would work its way maybe a little bit here to far eastern Shannon County. Severe thunderstorm warning clips right here around the valley.
And certainly, even if it's not a tornado warned storm, still looking at some strong winds within this. In fact, hearing some reports that in Fairview Heights, Illinois, there was
something is ongoing there in central Marshall County. Let's go back to velocity data for just a second. By my estimation, this would likely pass just west of Holly Springs. Let's go back a scan or two. I mean, Holly Springs goes up to like here anyways. It's a fairly large area. If you're on the west side of Holly Springs in particular, you need to be in your safe spot now. We need to let this pass through, and then we'll go from there. But the motion on this, gosh, tough to tell. It is almost east-northeast, and it's not real concentrated, so it's a little bit tough to track as well. Let's just say Holly Springs, you're in your safe spot now. Again, we talked about that, right? We knew where we were going. I was going to wait and tell you when you need to go. Let's go ahead and go. Holly Springs, you're all in your safe spot now. As far west as Red Banks, let's go in tight, and I'll give you a few more specific areas. Jake, would you draw up a new storm track for me, please, while I'm doing that for this particular storm going through Holly Springs?
Yeah.
So here's Hernando Road. All right, there's Holly Springs. There's Highway 178 running out of Holly Springs. Here's Mahone, Highway 4, and then once you get north, you get up towards Mac along Highway 311. I'm going to clear for a second. I'm just going to go. See if we can get down low
You
here.
see those low-level clouds you see there off in the distance. And that is where I think we're trying to organize itself. So you're looking over here. This is the backside of that system that is trying to rotate. I'll try to get back over here as if they can show us the camera off to the east or south, I believe, a little bit. I think we're looking west right at it. So see these little udders that are trying to come on down here. That's where I think the storm is trying to produce another wall cloud as it spins on through. But that's going to be the area I think that we're going to be focusing in on over the next 30-45 minutes is that southern area of that storm. All right, we can head back to Max 1 again. We'll show you some of the clouds here in town, and then we'll get back to the radar. I was starting to even see the sun maybe try to peek through a little bit here in Jackson. So that northern area of rotation, like what I'm seeing for you folks in Lavinia. See that down near Jackson? It looked a lot worse when it was trying to spin up there, and now we've lost a lot of that. So I think the tornado chances are pretty low for you right now in Lavinia. But if you want to be safe, you can head to your safe spot, Lavinia, Withorn, Howley, Leech, and we'll see what it does when it gets closer to Humboldt. There's definitely still rotation there.
Again, meeting up with Highway 178, Sunset Acres Road, there's a development there. You've got scattered land plots and houses all throughout this area, and then you started to get into the deeper population of Holly Springs. Downtown Holly Springs, kind of right in here, right? So if you're anywhere in downtown or just north or just west, that's definitely in your safe spot now. Maybe a little less concern east of town, but it's still very close. So everybody in Holly Springs, you need to be in your safe spot now. You see all your towns or all your names, your roads popping up on the map. Here's College Avenue, Elder Avenue. There's downtown Holly Springs, West Valley Avenue, Randall Drive right here, significant neighborhood. I'm going to go back to the radar now. Just want to give you some, again, high resolution mapping so you could pick out exactly the areas that we're talking about. So the update on this cell, it is west of Holly Springs. I know you're in your safe spot. I want you to stay there until this gets north of the interstate. It's going to go right over Mahone. Still not a confirmed tornado, and the rotation at times has looked weaker and then flared back up, but it's there. We have some broad rotation. Here's Holly Springs, just west of Holly Springs. Again, here's Mahone's kind of right in here. It went away for a second, but it's right in here. It's moving right over that area up towards Mac. Any of these spots, again, just west and north of Holly Springs, you all need to be in your safe spot now. It is likely just going to stay east of Red Banks. Here's Victoria, well east of that.
Picture of quarter-size hail in North Jackson. We've also got a report from WTWO that is quarter-size hail falling in North Park in North Jackson as well. But again, the storm right now is definitely worth watching.
All right. Right. So we've got a bunch of these new storms down to the south. Why don't we go ahead and pull up the downtown camera here, Jordan? Definitely some spooky clouds that way for sure. So we'll continue to keep that up as that cloud line comes by. I'm going to reset some radar graphics here and see if I can get us some new rotation or something showing up here on the radar. So I tried looking at it at our Camden radar. It's a little far away from that yet, but it's getting close. So so we'll see with that. We've still got, I think, some small hail potential northeast of Jackson also showing up with this storm as it comes on by. So, all right.
On Sunday in Memphis and in Jackson, and now they're continuing to see monster thunderstorms there, potential tornadoes there. Mostly out of the viewing area, as you see, but I know that with our new Fox 2 app, and we'll talk more about this as we go through the course of our broadcast days here. Our app on Apple TV, on Roku, and such, you can download that and you can stream all of our newscasts live from anywhere in the country. So here's the current scenario here as we continue to wrap up this version of Fox 2 News at 4. We will direct our viewers now to Fox 2 News at 5 o'clock on Fox 2 proper, and we'll continue with our storm coverage as strong thunderstorms working across Metro St. Louis continue to evolve.
Some 60-mile-an-hour winds trying to reach the ground in that little area of rotation. All right, the northern rotation area, Lavinia, that's completely gone. So that's good. So I'll focus now on that the southern area of rotation with this storm. Which is our most concerning aspect right now of that system is what's southeast of Jackson. We're starting to see a pretty decent inflow notch trying to return on that. Not seeing anything on the debris, which is good, but I do want to get close in on that. So here's our little inflow notch, which is now showing up with this storm right there. So that's near Liberty Tech, northeast of Liberty Tech. And Claybrook, that's going to be the area I think we need to watch. All right, I'm going to head back to the weather wall. We only have one tornado warning right now, okay? That's this one for the storm, which is moving northeast of Jackson. In the next 5 minutes, our threat's done in Jackson for now. But that doesn't mean we're done for the remainder of the night, because there's still several storms we're watching down here to the south that still have to move on up. But right now, those are behaving themselves. So up north, here's our Jackson storm. Looks like the heavy rain has wrapped on up here for now, but we've got this little inflow.
And Nicolette Zangira is at Table Rock to explain how docks and marinas can prepare for the flooding coming our way. Taking a live look across the Ozarks, we're watching for potential storms, heavy rain, and more this week. Springtime storms are hitting the Ozarks, making today.
I want to be able to give that to you, so that's why I'm analyzing this closely right now. Broad rotation, but nothing, again, that's jumping out. If there was anything in this storm right now, it would be right here. So you got some wind moving again. I'm just taking a little scanner of where we're at here right now. There is some rotation, but it's very broad. Tough to say, Jake. I mean, it's not real pronounced right now.
It is broad.
Here's Church Road. Here's Pleasant Hill. If this tightens up at all, we'll see a tornado warning come out of it, but it just isn't there right now. So we'll watch that close. Again, nothing imminent out of that right now. It's past Lewisburg, not a threat. There is some rotation near Hernando as well. Nothing imminent as of right now. They're talking about Madison County again.
And I will say this too, just kind of look at the wide view of radar, Tyler. I'm sure you'll agree. The storm coverage is kind of lessening a bit.
It is.
Which isn't a good thing, because that means that the storms, because I think what we've been dealing with so far today are storms just developing too close to another. So they're interacting with each other. They're not able to fully tap into the moisture, the wind shear, the instability we've got today. And now that initial batch has rolled through, we are still seeing more cells popping up. And I'm concerned, like this one southeast of Pine Bluff, that's a lone cell. And we're just getting these individual cells continuing to pop up. So if anything can get going and sustain itself, it's going to go severe. And the fact that we don't have as much coverage around anymore is a little concerning. And then again, like you were just mentioning, Tyler, that one coming into DeSoto County, or well, it's in DeSoto County, but coming into Shelby County is also kind of by itself too. So we really gotta watch that one too.
Yeah. I mean,
very closely.
That wide view is very helpful. You can see that Jake had up because you can see it.
We did have earlier, the National Weather Service did say that they confirmed a tornado on radar. We still have not heard, any reports of damage from that area. So obviously some good news there. Let's head back to our camera. Check out our camera now. Let me show you this. Looks pretty neat when you're looking at all the these wispy little clouds coming on down here. Look at these things. So we've got all these little wispy clouds off in the distance. You see all these little kind of udders trying to come on down here from those clouds, and that's just due to all that rotation that we're dealing with right now in the atmosphere. Jordan, anything new from the National Weather Service about that Little inflow notch area.
They're saying it's a little side lobe contaminated. They're going to continue the warning for the time being, just because it's been attempting this entire time.
Okay, 1 second.
But also, there's a storm moving into Memphis very soon that they're considering sheltering for. In the event that happens, we're going to have to meet up with the National Weather Service in Nashville for our information for the rest of the night, or until they come out.
Okay, well, that's a severe thunderstorm warn cell there for them, not a tornado warning. So we'll see what they decide to do with that. All right, down south, though, we've got a couple of clusters of thunderstorms that are heading our way. We've got this one southeast of Memphis, and then we've got this other one that we're watching south of Savannah. But the general direction of this one, I think, is going to stay east of Savannah. If we track it, it's going to be close. I think it stays just east of you.
We're in northern Marshall County. You're no longer in a tornado warning. Let's go over to DeSoto County for a second. I want to just get our bearings on where that stuff is, that watching that cell. So it's up by Olive Branch now. Not tornado warning. You're not in a tornado warning in northern DeSoto County. But there is an ominous cell that has had some rotation that we've been tracking. Nasty rain. Let's see if we have any hail in that thing. It's right over Olive Branch right now, anywhere along Goodman. Let's go in tight. Here's Craft Road, right? All right, so there's a Kroger kind of right in here. Craft Road hooks up with 22. You go off to the east there, you got like Lowe's and Home Depot kind of in this section. There's really, really heavy rain. There's the Olive Branch, or that's Timber Trust Golf Course, I believe, right there. Here's downtown Olive Branch, and off to the west, this is Cherokee Valley Golf Course right in here, so you kind of get your bearings of where you're at. Very heavy rain, no hail being picked up right now, so that's a great sign. But heavy rain, a lot of lightning, severe thunderstorm warning ongoing. Let's look at the velocity data to kind of get our bearings on some wind speeds here. Most of the wind appears to be off to the north now, and less wind in Olive Branch, but it did roll through Olive Branch. If I roll this back a few scans, this was about 8 minutes ago.
Live from Bryant, I'm Catherine Thornberry. Back to you.
Thank you. We mentioned sandbag locations because flooding is going to be an issue for the next several days. In Benton, you can go to West Hazel Street, just south of downtown, near the railroad.
But there's our little area worth watching, and you can see it pretty well on the velocity product that there's definitely some bright colors. The National Weather Service is calling that some side lobe contamination, which is good if that's all it is. I know it's a fancy term. It just means that bright colors on the radar, not from general rotation. So, all right. So here's a look at that storm as it spins on up. I still think it's worth watching here as it moves out of Madison County. Looks like that northern rotation through Lavinia, Cedar Grove is right there. It's probably some gusty winds with that. But now moving east of I-40. This thing still could try to produce a tornado as it tracks up to the northeast, as this area has been pretty much untapped so far with that supercell. You notice here's the end of the Memphis radar, those purple lines that you see there. So kind of looking outside.
Rural parts of the area that we haven't fully checked out. That's what we're doing now. Places.
Well, she warned us that rural part there near Potosi. We'll check back with her in just a minute. Let's get things over to meteorologist
the back side of that storm. So that'd be right here. I think this is looking up to the at the back side of that little storm as we're looking up to the north. So kind of neat looking, some low-level clouds, but tough to say if that's exactly a wall cloud or not this far away from it. But I think we're probably okay. So we're still under a tornado watch tonight. That will continue until midnight. So we'll kind of get that pulled back up for you here on our on Max 1. So here's our tornado watch. We still do have our tornado warning. No confirmed tornado on the ground, but definitely still some rotation with that storm, which is now northeast of Jackson. We'll be moving out of Madison County here soon. But our PDS tornado watch issued by the National Weather Service is out until midnight. So we're not done yet. There's a lot more storms on the way. So again, and these are all still out in front of the main line. The main line's here. Remember, we talked about the main line probably wouldn't catch the storms till 8, 9 o'clock. Guess what? It's only a
line of storms, all with a severe threat. A less tornado threat, or less of a tornado threat than we have now by the time 8 p.m. to midnight rolls around and this is closer to us, but there will still be embedded spin-ups in this along this line as well. There'll also be damaging winds and hail potential, a significant severe threat, but perhaps less of a tornado threat. So that's the massive weather to roll in tonight, and it will slow down, as I said, and kind of stall and meander around all the way through the day tomorrow, and that's really when the flooding threat starts to ramp up. We've talked about the flooding risk that will come in the days to follow what we're dealing with now, and it's almost as significant of a threat as our severe threat today. Generational rainfall, potentially catastrophic flooding in spots, and it looks like that will materialize. Somebody could easily get 12 inches of rain in the coming days all the way through Saturday. So that's what we'll start to transition to, but there'll also be some ongoing severe threats as we go through the next couple of days. Jake, I'm going to toss it over for you in a sec. Let's run through more on what's going through this stuff coming into Eastern.
That is St. Libory, that is out in Illinois. These are smaller, more rural areas, so I do apologize for any folks there if I get the pronunciation wrong. But moving through Bond and Clinton counties, some stronger wind gusts, or Clinton and Washington.
But again, if there was a tornado on the ground, we would know into this area. It'd be easy to see because obviously there's, if you live down in Crucifer, you'd have a perfect view of it. If you were looking up to the northwest, you would definitely see if there was a tornado there. There wouldn't be any rain to block you from seeing it. That's why supercell thunderstorms are the favorite storms to chase of storm chasers, because you can usually get a good view of them if you stay just to the southeast of them. They're usually not rain wrapped. Sometimes they are, but usually not rain wrapped, where you can actually see the tornado and be in a safe spot. Where you want to be, though, on these supercells is to the southeast if you want to view them. You don't want to be to the northeast where they're going to come in. You don't want to be to the east, and you don't want to be to the west because you won't be able to see it. You wanted to be up to the south, so that way you could look, let's say from Luray, you could look right up into that area of rotation. So that's, again, our debris product. Not seeing an anomaly. If we saw just like a bright blue ball, a circle, or a bright white circle, would give us an idea of some debris. This, though, right here is not showing what we'd say is debris, but some significant rotation. So I bet you if you were in Luray and looking to the northwest, you could probably get a pretty cool view of that right now. Also, if you were, let's see, in White Fern, I bet you could get a good view of it, and Crucifer to see that little area of rotation. I wouldn't go outside if I was in Blue Goose or Claybrook or Mount Gilead. I would probably be away from windows just in case this drops a tornado. Maybe coming towards Wildersville, we'll get the general direction. It looks like it's going to track right along, if not north of I-40. Again, not seeing tornado on the ground, but definitely some rotation, probably some really cool clouds in this area that we're going to circle here. And it's eventually going to track up to the northeast here. So that's where it's going to be going, is in that general direction. So looks like Holly, there's a little bit of rotation there for you, but it's on the wrong side of the storm, I think, to produce tornadoes, but we'll see. So it's on the backside of the storm instead of the south side, which is kind of a strange spot. Wouldn't you think, Jordan?
Yeah, there's an area near Cedar Grove that's got the National Weather Service's attention as the main rotation for that storm. But again, it's in a weird spot. Yeah,
I think that was, they issued that about 5 minutes ago? Or is that right now?
That sounds about right, the latest reissuance.
You see this right there. That's what they're looking at near Cedar Grove. See that as it came through? So I believe, I don't think this new little thing that we're showing up is what they were talking about, but maybe. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll leave this scan here for both of them. It would be a strange spot on the backside of a storm to produce a tornado. They're usually on the south or southeast side of the cell, but we'll watch both those little areas for potential rotation heading into Clarksburg and Wildersville. We'll stay with it. We still got our tornado warning out. We're still going to be tracking storms, I think, for a while tonight. And even if this one tornado warning gets canceled or it expires, you're probably going to see plenty more of us tonight. By the way, thanks for you that are joining us now on our Facebook Live. We are now doing live coverage on Facebook.
And again, this just begins a long 4-day stretch of messy weather, severe weather, and as we've talked about, a significant flooding threat is going to exist, especially as we go through tonight and tomorrow, as rain will be, almost nonstop in some places for nearly 24 hours. We'll get a little bit of a break at times, but significant weather still heading our way for the next 4 days, even as we get.
We'll have an update on here in just a minute after the break. From gas to groceries, school supplies to medication, prices are on the rise. Lawmakers can cut costs by eliminating Oklahoma's mandatory 6% markup on essentials.
Particularly dangerous situation. We were talking about that just yesterday, about the potential for life-threatening flash flooding over the next several days. And the rainfall amounts across much of Arkansas will be between 5 to 7 inches, and isolated higher amounts that could
so a high-end tornado watch, you could call it, where storms today again have the potential to be significant and intense. So we're watching everything very closely. For now, though, again, we've got storms in the area, but no active tornado warnings. Those have moved out. It's moved out of Madison County at this point. We're just watching a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings as we continue to watch everything develop, move through the metro over the next 30 minutes to an hour.
Jake, appreciate it. Reaching a little bit of a lull in thunderstorm activity temporarily, at least severe-wise. Obviously, one severe thunderstorm warning ongoing now that's really just for eastern Shelby County. We'll talk more about that storm coming up, but what we'll do here over the next 20 minutes or so is we'll start to mix in more of our reporters and our anchors as well, and get some reports from out in the field about things that have been going on. A lot of reports of hail. Had a 1.75-inch hail report. That's golf ball size near Nesbitt. We're talking north.
In that area near Cedar Grove just doesn't seem to me in the right spot. You get a huge supercell, I guess you could spin up a mini tornado anywhere inside the storm, but traditionally with these storms, the tornado is formed closer to where you get that little hook section. All right, that looks like some pretty decent hail. Let me see if I can cut down on the radar image of that. So yeah, that's some hail between Cedar Grove and Jumbo. So that just showed up one scan ago. So you got hail coming in, probably Jumbo, Scott Hill, Clarksburg, Leach. So the fact that there's some hail showing up shows you that this storm is still strengthening. So it's not dead yet. And it may be even getting stronger. Try to find some locations inside this little hail core. So there we go. Stanford Lane, Morning Sun Cemetery Road. Looks like you got some hail coming in if you're on Excalibur, Snapbean Lane, Strike King. Looks like there could be a little neighborhood right there. Water Tower Road heading up into Scott Hill. So it looks like just east of Cedar Grove in that neighborhood, you probably got some hail coming down, maybe as big as quarter-size hail even. Coming down right now on Morning Sun Cemetery Road, New Bethel Road, Logger Lane. So it looks like a neighborhood there east of Cedar Grove. So that's, and the hail's being detected on all the radars. So there's definitely hail inside there in that storm. Jordan's keeping an eye on the rotation there. Jordan, we got a new scan showing anything signing there on Max 2?
Not only that one, but a couple other reports of some possible tornadoes. So right now, at least 2 in the state, but there could be 1 or 2 more that does get recorded. But look at that line of thunderstorms all the way down from Kansas to Texas. All these were warned for golf ball size hail to quarter size hail and 60.
Now over in Arkansas, this is the beginning of a lot of heavy rain and flooding for Arkansas and southeastern Oklahoma in the coming days. So it's going to be very stormy in this part of the country. Compliments of a great big bowling ball of an upper level disturbance. It's very large and really not moving very much. Basically over Las Vegas right now, and it'll slow
pretty well when it's on the backside of storms.
All right, we got a brand new radar scan showing kind of a double little inflow notch now, showing up to the south of this storm, and some large hail. This is getting up to probably larger than quarter-size hail that we're seeing showing up right there. Excalibur Trail again, Buggy Land Branch.
Updated on any damage that we see when we get there as well. Back to you.
All right, Morgan, thank you.
Thank you. We want to get you back over to Leah. She's got a tornado warning. Leah, tell us where that is.
Yeah, this is out in Illinois, and it's going to take me a moment. I do apologize to get that popped up for you, but this just came in within the last couple of minutes. Could we... Max 1? Yeah, we're on Max 1 right now. They just popped up Max 2. Thank you for in the control room for getting that up.
But it is not a tornado. We're watching this very carefully, the storm, but I know a lot of people are looking at this going over North Little Rock and thinking that's a tornado. Right now, it is not We don't think it still is. I think it's behind the storm. But a lot of people are going to be looking at thinking that we have a tornado right now. And right now we do not. No tornado warning is in effect, and it appears at this time that it's mainly scud clouds coming through. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Todd, thanks very much. Oh, bill hoping to put the 10 Commandments in public school classrooms debated today at the Capitol.
Caroline Derby is live in studio. Caroline,
Police Department in Trenton, also the FEMA building in Milan, and most Gibson County Special School Districts schools you can go to. And we have a full list of those that you can go to on our website. Just go to WBBJTV.com and click Scene on 7. Also, with severe weather in West Tennessee, several officials urge residents to take caution. Several of the
if we can switch it.
This is Max 1. Should be. No?
Okay. Can we get can we get Max 1 up? I apologize, guys. I know we're switching back and forth between our different weather systems. Just to give you an update, we're bouncing between a lot of different data sources and a lot of different weather graphic systems. So as we were switching, that's what Kent was helping me out with. He was helping me make that switch. So I do apologize if that was a little confusing.
Take a look at those.
Perfect. Yeah, here
it's just to the east of Greenville.
Just to the east of Greenville. So this is those velocities that we were talking about, this little core right here. And we're starting to get out of the radar range. So what we're looking up into is a little bit higher into the storm than we otherwise would. So these are the Christmas colors. These are the winds higher up in the storm, but I've circled that area of concern. How fast is this moving? Anybody know?
I can get that.
About 50 miles per hour is going to be my guess. Northeast
60.
at 60 miles per hour. So I'm going to update the speed on this so you know exactly that is faster. It's actually increased in its speed, which is what we don't want to see because that means we have less time.
The general direction of this one, watch this, if we go and put it in a loop a little bit, it may be moving in a slightly different direction from the other ones. They may be going more north. This one's tracking to the northeast. So we'll go ahead and show you the velocity on that storm. So again, that's our northern storm. Here is our new one. So there's the little area of rotation. So just spun up in the last 2 or 3 scans. So it had nothing, and then now we've got a tornado warning on this one. So this is what we'll be watching real closely.
Northeast at 50. Let's give you a storm track, and we're going to take it all the way to Bolivar on this. Bear with me just a second. All right, here we go. We'll look at the velocity data in just a second. We'll take the leading edge of this storm. That's when it will basically start pouring rain, and then on the back side of this, let's say you're in Bolivar, move this out of the way. On the back side of this is where the tornado threat's going to be
27.
more so.
If we have anything like that, let us know because it is tracking right along. This is as clear as day of a radar signature and of a debris signature that you will see right along 70 is where that debris ball is tracking. This is a confirmed tornado in that area, Smithboro. It's probably on your doorstep by this point. The radars, it takes a couple minutes for them to update, and so likely it's in your area right now. Mulberry Grove, you would be next in line. I'm going to get very close here to where that debris ball is so I can give you some idea of some of those cross streets. This is Pleasant Mound Avenue. I saw Smith Avenue, I believe it was right here, popping up a moment ago. But the debris ball right overhead. So where you see that, there it goes. I mentioned that, so I'm waiting for that radar update right over Smithboro. And it just skipped ahead a little bit. North side of town, 140. Here's Main Street. 140 and Main Street. That's the cross section of where the tornado is likely located at this exact moment. If you know anybody out ahead of Main Street, I would make sure that they're in their safe shelter right now. This is clear as a radar signature as it's going to get. Confirmed tornado passing through. Mulberry Grove, you have minutes until this is going to be on your doorstep as well. So if you're in Mulberry Grove, if you know anybody in that area, I know it's a small community, but this is where we can help each other out and make sure our friends and our neighbors are getting that information and the warning. This is heading your way right along 40 and right along 140. It's basically running parallel right with those two roads, tracking to the northeast, 60 miles per hour. This thing is moving very quickly. Which means we have less time than we would like to prepare and seek shelter. So Mulberry Grove, within your place within the next couple minutes is where that storm's going to be. I'm going to put back the warning just to see if there's any updates. And there's the core of that storm right there. I'm going to pause the reflectivity and the radar image right now just to show. And we look for these little notches right here within the storm. And clear signature as it gets, clear of that hook echo as it's passing through the northeast part of Mulberry Grove, parallel to 70, and you can see where that rotation is wrapping around that hook. Clear signatures. We have confirmation from the debris tracker that this thing is on the ground. Any updates on those IDOT cameras? Have we been able to get any of those? Okay, so yeah, hearing from our producers who are out there in the control room, they've been working with me on this just to see if there's any way we can get a view of this on the ground, maybe along 70 from an
in the atmosphere lofted by a possible tornado right near LaGrange. So that's a bit concerning right now. We'll see if they decide to upgrade this to confirmed, but definitely something ongoing there, suspicious, right near LaGrange. Let's get you a fresh storm track again. This is going to be tracking northeast at 50. I'm going to take it all the way out to Bolivar again for you. And it hasn't changed much since the last time we did this, but let's get you, again, some arrival times just so we're giving folks as much heads up downstream when they can expect this to arrive. If you're in Hickory Valley, 5:36, so 10 minutes. You need to be getting in your safe spot now. Middleburg shortly after that, 5:40. Bolivar, 5:48. Time now 5:25. Again, these times may look a little bit different from what I just gave you, just because before we were tracking kind of more the leading edge of that storm.
And the other one, it's got a smaller hail core and then a more pronounced hook. So, you can get a lot of looks at these sometimes when you're trying to determine exactly what's going on. I like the rotation, though. It's very minimal. I don't think there's much of a threat at the moment for a tornado for you in Huntington or Clarksburg, but looks like definitely some hail on the way and probably some 40, 50 mile an hour winds, at least with that storm too. So, all right, so that's the latest on the northern storm. Let's head back here to our new tornado warning. That's this one that's showing up. You notice the storm's kind of taking the same direction. There's a cluster of supercells though down here. There's not just the one that's tornado warned, but another one into Memphis, another one north of Holly Springs. So hopefully these other cells will kind of steal some of the thunder away from our tornado warned storm. But if it can get out on its own towards Bolivar and this stuff stays more north, then it'll have a better chance of producing a tornado. What I do like about today so far is it seems like we don't have much of a cap at all anymore. You want minimal cap or extremely high cap. You don't want semi-strong cap, because that's when you only get like a few storms that break the cap, and then that's when you can lead to those long-tracked large tornadoes with a storm that can be on the ground, for 4 or 5 hours. When you get a bunch of little ones,
and for whatever reason that product is not working. Here it is.
Far, I like what I'm seeing with the way things are popping up tonight. Obviously, we don't want tornado warnings, but we knew we were going to get warnings tonight. What we don't want are EF3 or greater tornadoes, which can often happen when you're under a high risk. But that one definitely is rotating west of Grand Junction. And again, I know we're not out of the blue yet. Remember, this just started. We're going to be dealing with these till at least 8 o'clock, maybe 9 o'clock. And then we've got a line that's going to maybe produce some spin-up tornadoes as it comes through as well. So there's our latest, again, interesting maybe on the debris tracker, but it's just not, it's a little too much. It's just not one small area. You can't have debris this big unless we had a massive tornado on the ground. We're looking for a little small spot of debris showing up when it first starts. So we've got, again, this storm southeast of Savannah. I think it misses you. We've got people watching us in Hardin County. We've got our storm here northeast of Henderson near Luray. And then this one up to the north still producing hail. So we've got the two different tornado warnings. I don't think either one of them has a tornado on the ground right now. Definitely not this one up north here, but it's got a pretty wicked hail core right along 22 between Huntington and Clarksburg, probably quarter-size hail coming on down, and there's a lot of lightning. So it's a strong storm. It's just struggling to rotate. And you even notice that little tail is now on the back side of the storm. It's when you get the tail on the front side where it's more concerning. You get a tail on the back, That's too far away. That's probably just the rear flank downdraft showing up, which is good because you don't have tornadoes that come out of those. Tornadoes come out of the wall cloud section. There is still some rotation though in and around Clarksburg, so we definitely need to keep an eye on it. A couple different radar views looking at it, but it's not really in the right spot. You'd want it here, out here, instead of on the backside there. If we were expecting a supercell thunderstorm, the rotation would be there. Instead, it's kind of showing up back here. Which is good because that's not really how supercells produce tornadoes. All right, the debris with this is quiet. It's quiet right now in Jackson.
Gusty it's been today. We had like 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts out of the south. Inflow here is tremendous into this thunderstorm, feeding it warm, moist air that's getting sucked into the updraft, developing this thunderstorm, and then you have rain-cooled air way up in the top of the thunderstorm that kind of comes around the backside of this and lowers. Remember, cold air is more dense, right? It's going to drop down towards the ground. It comes out of the top and lowers around the backside of this. It drags in some of that precipitation, gives us that hook look to it, right? So you have that cool air, that rear flank downdraft as we talk about, that cool air kind of rotating down to the surface and hooking around, and at the same time, warm, moist air coming in from the south, and that's what we get some tornado potential kind of right in that hook. Again, that's why I said right over LaGrange. If there is anything ongoing, it's right over LaGrange right now and moving northeast, potentially right towards Hickory Valley. You would be up next in terms of more significant population. Right now, it looks like it will stay just west of you in Grand Junction. I don't want you coming out and trying to go outside right now. I want this to get north of Highway 57, far enough to where it's definitely not going to jump east all of a sudden. There it is. Fresh scan just came in. More of a hook. Let's look at the velocity on this, Jake. Any update from the National Weather Service on this yet?
No, nothing yet.
Okay. All right, so definite rotation in here. Again, it's still not like tight where I'd say we have like a violent tornado ongoing, but a possible tornado nonetheless. And that kind of combined with the fact that we've seen some debris possibly being lofted to the atmosphere. Again, we're close. Sometimes this gets a little bit garbled, or it's tough to definitively say that's what this is. But because it's located exactly, put my hand right here for a second. Just watch right there. Okay, and then we go back to velocity data. It's almost exactly co-located with our circulation. So we're close to possibly confirming this. We're not there yet, but there's definite rotation there. It's now north of LaGrange, north of Grand Junction, and moving northeast at 50. And again, look at the hook on this. Northeast this way, it's going to parallel Highway 18. We'll just have to watch if the motion deviates a little bit, maybe a little more east-northeast or a little bit more north-northeast. That will affect areas downstream. But if you're in Hickory Valley, here's Hickory Valley, north of the logo there. That's where you need to be in your safe spot now because of where this is headed. I would say in Grand Junction, give me another 2 minutes in your safe spot, and we'll definitively say that this is north and no longer a threat for you. The warning, again, goes all the way back down to like Michigan City here in northern Benton County.
Should have a tornado warning on it. I think the National Weather Service is good to leave that up. Looks like we're getting a new tornado warning probably for that second supercell next to it. Yeah, so you see that's what's going on right now. You got the rotation southwest of Moscow. So we've got 2 tornado warnings, each one of those little supercells. Let's hope that they cancel each other out, fight with each other, and neither one produces a tornado. But there's so much rotation tonight that any little cell is going to try to produce a tornado. Again, we want small cells. We don't want big ones because big ones can produce big tornadoes. Small ones can only produce usually EF0 or EF1 tornadoes. Looks like there could be a confirmation here, maybe. Again, maybe some debris, maybe not. But we've got our 2 different areas of rotation, so we'll watch them tonight as they come on through. I'm going to head back over to those storms there because we've got the 2. Jordan, why don't you give us the new information on that new tornado warning that just came out?
All right, the second supercell here is in a much less populated area. Moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. I've drawn a track out for it. Hayes, it'll be there in a minute. So you've got time now. Go ahead to your safe space. Williston, you've got 15 minutes. Laconia, it'll be there at 6:05. And then the next town it'll impact is Vildo in northern Hardeman County near the Haywood County line. And again, southeastern Haywood County is included in this warning.
All right, so there are some places now that are under 2 tornado warnings for this, again, 2 different tornado warnings for the same place in some of these areas. That's pretty rare, but look at it. You got 2 spin-up locations right next to each other. So it kind of gives you an idea of just the type of atmosphere we're working with tonight, that within a matter of minutes, any one of these storms can spin up. And I don't like the fact, though, that these two have gone up so quickly now that maybe the atmosphere is becoming a little bit more charged up for these storms to get going. Sometimes it just takes something very small to change for these storms to go from supercells not producing tornadoes to supercells producing tornadoes. But again, we want them small, we don't want them big. So again, back to our big picture here, and then we'll get to those two supercells that have lined up right on top of each other. Man, I'm happy those two are on top of each other and not one of those by itself, or we could be in for it here in Jackson. So I'm glad they're right next to each other right now. That doesn't mean we're completely safe in Jackson, but if this was just one storm out in front of itself with the atmosphere we have now, these are maybe a F4, EF5 are not out of the question when you have the conditions we have today. But again, we want them to kind of stay together, hang out together. We don't want some individual cells. It looks like here's our main forcing line for rotation currently. All this stuff up to the west is really struggling to rotate. So here's the main rotation zone. It's going to cut us from Bolivar to Jackson to Camden. So as these storms continue to come up tonight, I think here's our main concern for rotation. Now, if you look up to the west, there's still some thunderstorms, but that's all along the main line. We're really not seeing anything going up now along the Mississippi. Tiptonville, you've got one coming on up for you, but it's not rotating. It's not an impressive storm. So our main concern tonight is going to be this access from Camden, Jackson to Bolivar down into northern Mississippi. That seems to be where the strongest storms are going. And I just saw something I wanted to get back to. Look at this storm. Remember the one I told you was beginning to, that came through Jackson we needed to watch? It's starting to turn to the right. You see that? The good news is it's going to run right into those other storms. The bad news is when these start turning to the right, that's when they're starting to try to really produce a large tornado. So that one, we're going to get back to here in a second and see what it's doing up there. So before we get back to these other ones. So there's definitely, again, some hail in Buena Vista up there with that storm, Clarksburg, east of Huntington. So let's see.
Something else in there that is not rainfall. So it's picking up dust, dirt, debris, kind of anything that tornadic storm is grabbing and circulating and carrying with it as it continues to progress its way towards the northeast. But again, best area again is what I'm thinking is north of Sharon, between Ramsey, but kind of starting to extend its way into the far southern edge of the Ramsey area. I'm going to jump over to our National Weather Service St. Louis office. I want to see if they've got some newer updates for us. So, just a couple minutes ago, they were talking about the debris detection around the Mulberry Grove area has lifted. So they were talking that they are still currently seeing strong rotation.
Have it confirmed or radar indicated. We have to treat it as if there's something ongoing and as if it's going to be in your house within the next couple of moments. But that storm that's moving through Fayette County, no longer seeing the red box and no longer seeing any strong indications that it's on the ground. I'm going to switch over to velocities again just to see.
Radar on this and see it may have trouble seeing it through all that hail though and rain that's coming down. But we'll go ahead and pull that up and see if we can see anything in there. So all right, so there's our Camden radar looking at the velocity. Not really seeing a whole lot there, which is good. So not seeing any rotation on that radar either. So that's what we got. We've got some pretty ugly hail that is now east of Huntington. If you're watching us in Huntington, your tornado and hail threat is done.
Again, I'm bouncing around between a couple of different products. One of our velocity products will take out the intense fast forward storm motion and just look at winds within the storm, so it helps clear it up just a little bit. That's what this is. Same area of rotation, again, just west of Hickory Valley. One check on just to see if the debris signature is still there that we saw earlier. It's kind of scattered, nothing extremely evident at the moment, so that's a good sign. This is again going to track straight northeast We'll see. New scan's about to come in. We'll see if it's going to go looks like maybe just west of Middleburg, kind of between Newcastle and Middleburg, out of a northeasterly track. So we'll do a fresh storm track that way. I still want to include kind of a wide area. It looks like a fresh scan just came in there, potentially a little bit weaker with the circulation. Could be temporary. We're just looking for trends to see if it continues. Middleburg, 541, and that's all we're going to get populated on this right now. Let me adjust the storm track a smidge to include Bolivar, just so anywhere along Highway 64. If you're along Highway 64 west of Bolivar, take Bolivar's arrival time as your arrival time, because it's essentially the same thing. 549 still, so kind of right on the same dot with each one of our...
Sirens likely going off, but at last check, and I'll show it to you once again, the circulation is likely, or is just to your north. I wouldn't be driving between Ramsey and Vandalia just as this is passing through. Not a good idea. You don't want to be caught in this in case it drops something else. And then that circulation that's to the south, that prompted another tornado warning. This one, that was let's see, impacting parts of Clinton and Washington County. Yeah?
For southern Fayette County.
A new one coming out for Southern Fayette County.
This is located 5 miles west of, I hope I don't butcher this, but Chabonniere, or 10 miles southwest of Vandalia, moving northeast at 65. This is radar indicated rotation. So basically, kind of filling in, it looks like sort of in the middle of our 2 tornado warnings.
Okay, so that's is that a continuation of the Clinton, Marion County, and Washington County
It
tornado
is just
warnings?
for, this one's just specifically for southern Fayette County.
Okay, so I wonder...
What's left of that rotation in Hickory Valley and the rotation down here south, also not looking super impressive right now. That's good. What's happening is we've got 2 storms fighting. So, you know, you get 2 storms fighting over energy. Sometimes they can't get going. So, but there's the 2 areas of rotation. Each one, they look like twins, right? Do you see how they just kind of come through? They look very similar, spinning off to the northeast, but they're not going to be producing any tornadoes unless they can get away from the other one. Or if they do, it's going to be a very quick spin-up tornado. All right, so down south here, Savannah, you've got one little shower we're watching. The cell that we're watching near Luray is pretty much falling apart. And woo, that's some hail through Buena Vista, Garrettsburg, that's going into Robinson, very close to Brewston. This is what could be coming your way in Camden if it continues. So pretty ugly hailstorm there. A little bit of inflow notch, but I think this one's going to be a hail maker as it continues to track to the northeast. It's just missing some ingredients. The further east of us you go, I think the low level rotation's a little less than it is, let's say, here in Jackson to produce tornadoes. But we'll see. Still a big storm, still a supercell as it comes on through. Again, if not a lot of rotation, there's a little bit southeast of Clarksburg. But nothing to say that there's a tornado coming anytime soon with that one. It was rotating, though, again, as it did move through Madison County. That's why they put that tornado warning on it earlier. But looks like a lot of hail right now, and maybe some 50, 60 mile an hour winds, especially inside that little hail core, is possible. So, all right, so here's a big picture. We've got tornado warnings down south. Look at this, though. Look into Mississippi. It's very quiet right now. After these storms come through, we might be getting pretty lucky here. We'll see as long as these stay in clusters.
The atmosphere again could have just been leaves, but it was kind of concentrated with an area of the rotation as well. Looks almost more significant in terms of debris potential there north of Moscow. Let's look at some of that velocity. Again, it's going to be right in here. Potential velocity tightening up a little bit. We'll see. Again, some of this is a bit messy still as well, but two defined areas of circulation, one in western Hardeman County and one in south central Fayette County. This is going to be south of Williston, kind of on a northeasterly track. Both of these moving north and east. So along Highway 64 from Somerville to Bolivar, all eyes and ears on what's going on right now for the next 20 minutes until we get these north of Highway 64, and then we'll evaluate where we are and kind of go from there and warn areas further downstream. So Whiteville, you're watching both of these cells potentially, even though I think this one is more likely to pass off just to your east. Let's do a couple storm tracks, Jake. I'll do the first one, then we'll come back over to you. Hickory Valley and Middleburg. Let's give a fresh arrival time to areas further north. I'm going to try to include Bolivar on this one. Again, it's really Bolivar west. Middleburg, it's now there. Bolivar 551. So a few more minutes and it's going to be crossing Highway 64 there. I don't want to say everybody here go ahead and get in your safe spot, but if this holds together any longer, one more scan, you're going to be getting your safe spot there in Bolivar and West. Jake, go ahead and do the one over in Fayette County.
All right, so this one, again, it's kind of clear in Moscow now, so pretty much you're in the clear at this time. It's mostly to your northeast. Again, we don't have any confirmed reports that this ever touched the ground.
For Shelby County and, again, northern Effingham County, as this cell continues to make its way into our Lincoln office jurisdiction. But it does. Our counties.
We've got a little inflow notch here, again, trying to do something, but this would have to be further south. Okay, usually look towards the south section of a supercell, not the west.
And a better view would be that, I think, Indiana radar that I've been watching. It's a little bit closer, but it gets to the point where it's so far away from the St. Louis radar, it's moving through Illinois. And we've been watching these storms closely because of that potential. We warned you all earlier saying that there is potential that we could get these quick spin-up tornadoes, and that is unfortunately what we're seeing. So if you're in Centralia, the core of that circulation where I'm seeing signals of that rotation is likely to your northwest. With that being said, I would just take caution regardless and a plan to be inside. Odin, within the next 2 minutes, I would want to be in your safe shelter. This thing is on your doorstep within about 7. If you're in Alma, you've got a little bit more time, but I wouldn't take that as a time to sit around. I would get into your safe shelter right now. You have about 17 minutes. I would be in your safe shelter within the next 10. If you're in Comundi, I would be in your safe shelter within the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then we'll have to see if this signature is still strong as it moves into places like Laclede, but that's in Fayette County. So we'll see if it continues with that signature. Yeah.
I just wanted to share with you, this doesn't by any means prove a tornado, but just showing that the storm is potentially doing damage. A few minutes ago, we did get reports from an emergency management in Washington County, Illinois, that they were getting reports of some power lines on 177 just west of Oakville. So again, that would have been when it was coming through closer to Oakville, the Nashville area, which of course it's east of that now, but that was a little less than 10 minutes ago. So just know that we at least have apparently some reports of some wind damage coming in at a minimum.
Yeah, and at a minimum, the winds within this would be about 60 miles per hour. And as we've seen that can bring down power lines. And we've certainly had that happen within the last couple of weeks with several rounds of storms where it wasn't tornadoes that caused power outages or caused any sort of poles or anything like that to come down. It was the wind. So that is a concern. Any wind, right? What I have up here right now.
If a tornado strikes, head to the lowest level of your home and stay away from windows. In case of power outages, experts say to make sure your phones are fully charged so you can report that outage. We'll keep you guys updated. Back to you.
Yeah, so once again, thank you, Brianna, for that report around the Champaign area. Our main spot of concern down around Fayette County, now turning into Shelby County and over into Effingham County. It's hard to hear things sometimes, but we did have that area of rotation still making its way into northern Fayette County. The tornado not currently on the ground anymore. It appears that it kind of lifted once it made its way closer to Sharon down around Fayette County, but now we're centering closer to northern Fayette County area, and now that tornado warning has begun.
One more look at that general rotation in there. Again, this is why we put the Camden. This is why we have the Camden radar, folks. Okay, because this section is so far away from the Memphis radar that this is what you get. You know, you can't. This doesn't show much of anything. It's very difficult when you get this far away from a radar to get a good look at it, especially the lower levels of a storm. So that's why we got our special radar in Camden, is because we want to be able to see lower into the storms that are getting into, let's say, places like Carroll County near Huntington. We wanted to give you extra good coverage there, so that's why we have access to that Camden radar. But right now it's looking directly through a hail core trying to see the storm. So But that's why we got it. This is just not great view. It's tough to, none of this is tough to read as a meteorologist or see when it's all clustered together like that. It's just, I mean, you can even go back a couple of scans and, you know, it just, see how better it looked. And then once it got a little closer, now we've just kind of getting some not great radar data. But if there is, we're watching that near Gizmonda, Birdsong Heights area, the Birdsong Marina. It looks like you've got a pretty gusty storm on the way, maybe some hail mixing on in too. Now they did go ahead and reissue this as a severe thunderstorm warning. See this? This is a severe thunderstorm warning out till 6:15. They did not reissue it as a tornado warning. The tornado warning will expire in 10 minutes at 6 o'clock. So
it doesn't, 30 seconds and it's on the ground and we have a tornado. So in your safe spot immediately, if you're not already, in Bolivar and west. Let's take a look at the debris tracker for a second, see if there's anything in here that would indicate. And nothing at the moment. That's still good news. The longer we go without seeing any debris in the atmosphere, the better. I'm going to turn off our velocity data for a second and just zoom in again, get you some high resolution mapping. So again, in Bolivar, here's Highway 64 cutting through Bolivar. All of Bolivar, I'm not going to name any streets here. I mean, you get the idea. If you're in downtown Bolivar, you need to be in your safe spot. Okay, so we have the high school and elementary school here. A lot of schools dismissed early, and also it's 5:50, so everybody should be home safe now. We don't have a concern about anyone being at those schools. But just to give you a frame of reference, high school and elementary school, you said? Right here. Okay, perfect. And then you go west of Bolivar, you get out of town, you're on Highway 64, there's Tate Road, and you go further west, and you see there's populations in here. Again, little neighborhoods. There's a Walmart right here. Here's Hines Boulevard, Stevens Road. This is all areas that if I'm naming that sound familiar to you or that you know are near your house, you're in your safe spot now. You're not waiting for anything else. We need to wait for this to get over Highway 64 and we'll clear you at that point. We go further on down the road. There's Lucy Black Road. Here's Vildo.
So Fredericktown, you need to be in your safe place right now. And anybody else who's in the path of this thing, especially as we get up into our viewing area in south of Knoblich and moving over the southeastern corner there of St. Francis County, or I'm sorry, yeah, St. Francis County. Let me show you the rainfall, and you can see there's a lot of it. And there's the warning that moves off to the northeast. So yeah, it just does clip this southeast part of St. Francis County, but there's certainly a rotation there, and a pretty good one too, I would say. So let's keep an eye on that one. Let me do a track on that too while we've got it up. I can tell you where it's most likely. Well, I don't. Let's try this.
Northeast at 55.
Okay. Well, there you go. Those are some of the communities that may be impacted by this storm as it moves to the northeast, just depending on the exact track. So be prepared for that in the southernmost part of our viewing area, the southeast corner. And again, once it does get across 55 and clears southern St. Francis and St. Genevieve counties, it's going to be moving toward Randolph County, Illinois, and the Sparta area. But that could be maybe an hour away at this point. Right now, Mine Lamont, you need to take shelter. Stay off of 67. South of Farmington.
You get supercells, and they'll pick a path that they think is very favorable for them. They'll go in that direction, and then the one behind it goes in the exact same direction. There's been many times as a meteorologist I've heard of a place getting hit by back-to-back tornadoes. Sometimes you'll get hit with a tornado, people will be out cleaning, picking up the debris, and an hour later another one comes in. It hits the same spot. That's not uncommon to happen because often these storms sort of find the path of what I guess you call least resistance to them growing. All right, notice that one near Hickory Valley is getting a little bit brighter color on it. We'll take a closer look at that one. That's down here, so this could be trying to spin up something there. So here's our Bolivar one. You notice it's a broader area of rotation, a bigger area of rotation, but not as bright. And then this one is starting to show some brighter colors. So this one's I'm maybe a little bit more concerned about it producing a tornado, although the one near Bolivar was the one they reported had that funnel cloud. So we'll watch both these little areas. They're both out of our viewing area technically right now. We cover you folks at Hardeman County and usually Fayette County as well. But generally, you're getting your television from Memphis if you live in those counties. But if you're watching us in Meaden or Chester County, Silerton, Henderson, you definitely are our responsibility, and these storms are coming.
Rainfall extending from south of Shelbyville through Dry Point, down through Loudoun, and still down into Fayette County as well. We're still under that tornado warning, even though we've seen that tornado lift about 20 or so minutes ago. We're still picking up on rotation, so tornado still possible for this storm to produce. But right now it's mainly been rain, so those strong straight line winds and those hail stones that could be around an inch at the most. But we have been seeing those hailstones kind of beginning to drop off here recently. These storms kind of soaking up quite a bit of some energy. Latest updates still about 5:39. I'm going to jump over onto...
Even if those don't happen, I want you to be prepared for the wind. So I'm going to track the whole line, and it is moving fast. 70 miles per hour. That is not something to play around with. It's going to be out of Fayette County pretty quickly, tracking to the northeast. So let me double check my speeds. I'm going to increase the speed on this. Hang with me for a second while I work to make some readjustments and get you a much better track. I want it to be as accurate as possible with the speeds of how quickly it's moving through. 70 miles per hour. This is something that's not going to be overhead for very long. But if you're in Salem, it's probably about on top of you by this point. But
County,
otherwise,
a little sliver of Independence County, Newport, Diaz, Campbell Station. We need everybody in your tornado safe spot. Now, this one here, this is the one that meteorologist Jace Passmore is out in the George Kell Storm Tracker. You can see the hook on this thing. Look at the wind real fast. There it is. I mean, this thing's tightening up right there.
Mm-hmm. Right on top of oil trough.
Right on top of oil trough.
Looks like it might go north of Diaz, which is good news, but not good news enough to give them the all clear.
No, not at all. So, did you see what highway Jace was on just now? Hey, Jace, where are you at right now?
So we are on Highway 14, but we are turning down County Road 37. We're going to kind of start to parallel this storm. It's moving to the northeast. We don't have quite enough time to get to the interstate there in Newport and kind of jump on it and follow it that way. So we're going to head up towards the Grubbs area. This road kind of goes north, and we have a couple options to get back towards the west as well. But trying to stay out in front of this storm just in case it does do anything. I do have eyes on what looks to be a lowering, but it is way back in there.
Yeah, I think to give you a perspective, this is way over in like the Newark area, but you know, that'd be to your left, I guess, of what we're seeing right now. If you continue on, if this holds together, it might not even come into I-57 until probably all the way up to 226. I mean, you'd probably have to go all the way up there before you see something, but you'll be able to see that back to your south. And I don't know if you saw also, but we've got two tornado warnings to your south.
Keep going down. We're going to maybe turn down one of these county roads and see if we can't give you guys a look at what kind of what we're looking at here. Let's see if.
I tell you what, just keep. I tell you what, Jace, just keep heading north. Get in position. Just keep going north.
10-4.
Yeah, keep going north, and you're
60 miles per hour. That will be taking a similar track to the storm that came through there in Diaz back on March the 14th. Let's come back to Max 2 real quickly. Want to do a storm track on this storm that's now approaching Diaz. So again, we can get this video up here in the top left there in just a moment. I know that we're looking at an active storm. I believe that storm, Todd, remind me where we're looking right now in that video.
That's Zach Hardcastle. We have him on the phone. So if you want to talk to Zach, he's near Cotton Plant, and he should be on the phone.
Okay. There. Zach, what are you seeing there right now, Zach?
Right now, if you look at the stream, we are looking right up into the wall cloud or where the bowl funnel would be. If there was a tornado, it would be, right in front of me.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that. Okay. Coming back, I want to show you exactly what storm he's talking about, and we have a new tornado warning. We're going to be bouncing around from one storm to the other. Please forgive us if we're not. If you are under a tornado warning, take it seriously. Lowest floor, away from windows. You want to put as many rooms between you and the outside of your home there. You want to be in a room that's surrounded by other rooms. But that rotation that Zach was on, there's Cotton Plant. That's moving up through Woodruff County. I want to get a storm track on this. All of these are moving at about 60 miles per hour. That's a strong hook. It's moving toward the north and east. Hunter, Hilliman, Barson, Penrose, Fair Oaks, Ellis Chapel, Langhill, I believe that's how you pronounce that. Forgive me if I'm saying it wrong, but wind there all within the next few minutes. We need to be in your lowest floor, away from windows. Tornado safe place now there in southeastern Woodruff County. This is a brand new tornado warning that's been issued right now for southeastern Prairie County and northern Monroe County. That storm there appears to be crossing over Highway 33 here shortly there south of Duval's Bluff, and you can see it has a very pronounced hook as well. So let's look at velocity really quickly. That's some strong rotation as well. We're going to put it moving north and east. Brassfield at 609, Keyville at 612, Bayless 614, Brinkley at 618. Lowest floor, away from windows. If that room is a bathroom that you normally go to and it has windows, it's not safe. You need to be
of tune now. You're on your phone in your safe spot watching our coverage. Hopefully your power's still on. If it's not, that's why you have your cell phone. You can still watch us on WRG.com. Our coverage through the entire afternoon and evening is on Facebook Live as well. The WRG News app, you can watch that all on your mobile device, and we're here with you to stay. We'll carry you through it. We'll get through this together. It is a rough day and something that only happens, quite frankly, every few years, if that. The last high-risk day we had was 2023, March 31st, when we had the Covington wind tornadoes, and before that...
Jesse Hayes is on this, as well as Scott Hollinger. So Scott's feed is frozen, but we're working to get this tornado live for you with Jesse and with them right now and Scott. So just let me know when we have those chasers there. But in Elmira, this is going to be affecting Rhonda Lane, Hasty Loop. This is going to affect Moss Road, North Keaton Flats, Rising Sun Road. There's a confirmed tornado according to radar. I see a debris signature according to radar. I'm not sure what the National Weather Service is calling this, if they've called it a confirmed. If you could look at that for me just a little bit. But Zach, you're on the phone here. Just yell at me if you see a tornado where you are in Woodruff County. Are you there, Zach?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, just...
I'm on a dirt road.
Okay, do you see a tornado there yet?
No, there's no tornado. There is still rapid rotation.
Okay, thank you. So stay on the phone. Elmira, we're working to get that feed. This is Scott Hollinger now, but I want you to take your tornado precautions. This is going to be crossing over 153 very shortly, and that right there is Highway 153 and 146. Let's get in a little bit closer to where this is going to be dropping and keep that potential. That's not a potential tornado. As far as I'm concerned, it's right over Elmira. Say a prayer, folks, because this could be quite a large...
Ryan, I hate to interrupt you. They're drafting a new tornado warning for southern
Arkansas County. There's going to be quite a bit of damage, I'm afraid, out of that. And there is with the debris signature on the radar. So everybody north of that, along Highway 33, take your tornado precautions immediately. What do we have? I need to go over to Christopher Pipkin. What do you have, Christopher?
Hey, Todd, I want to show you on radar analyst here. This is going into the Hunter, just north of the Hunter area and the Penrose area. Gotcha. And then this is just a heads up, this is in Woodruff County. A very strong rotation signature there coming in as well into Penrose. And this is the storm that Zach Hardcastle is on. I wanted to show the rotation on this. This is the
signature we've seen all day. So let's go southeast of Fisher. You need to be in your safe spot. That's the easiest thing we can say right now. Harrisburg, Fisher, Greenfield, Truman. Certainly in Fisher, you need to be in your safe spot now. It's pretty much there as we speak. You've got, let's see.
Again, I wish I had some better news and saying our severe thunderstorm tornado threat was wrapped up, but it's not. We've got tonight, we've got Thursday, we've got Friday and Saturday. We've got 4 days in a row of some potential severe thunderstorms.
Very, very concerning right there, moving to the northeast. So here is a tornado warning where we need Harrisburg to be in your tornado safe spot. Pretty much anybody in Poinsett County needs to be in your tornado safe spot. And by the way, Christina, on this storm, if you see that same person that has been chasing that storm, see if anything does reach the ground. Another one, this is looking really, really concerning. That right there, and this one doesn't have a tornado warning, but this is when this will come very close to you.
And in Salem, I'm seeing that potential, and if there's nothing on the ground at the moment, these things can pop up in a couple of seconds, and they might only last about 30 seconds to a minute. But we know, we've been through this before. We know that can still cause damage. So if you're in Salem, I'm sure the sirens are going off, and if they're not going off, you're still at risk. So I would be very.
Todd, I'm looking at two wall clouds. We got a funnel that keeps touching, going up and down. Just to the north of Almeria.
Okay.
I'm going to text you a picture. Hang on.
All right, yeah, send that to Christopher as well. So there, now we have the feed. Now we got it here. So you're looking live. It looks like I can see it off in the distance. Where exactly are you? Are you north of Elmira now?
Can you still hear me, Todd?
Yeah, I still got you. I know the cell coverage is not easy down there, but it's very difficult. What do you see it in contact with the ground?
We did at one point, Todd. There's two wall clouds side by side. They're both rotating. One of them on the west side make quick contact with the ground.
Okay.
And it is very low to the ground now. It's hard to tell. It's coming right to us. So dead at us. So I'm trying to send you a picture of it now.
All right, be careful. Let's go ahead and send it over to meteorologist Joel Young, tracking other storms. Let's put him up there and keep those boxes up there. Again, that's Scott. That's over there near Cotton Plant, and that's Jesse Hayes going into Arkansas County. Go ahead, Joel.
The storm that's actually behind the tornado warning storm that we talked about has a tornado on the ground just northeast of Elmira, but there's another one that is back to the south and west. We don't know that there's a tornado on the ground with this one, but it's going to be following the same path. So if you're just getting out of your tornado safe place from that storm that just moved through Elmira, stay in your safe place, because there is another one that could be rolling right up onto the Lodge Corner area there to the west of DeWitt. So there
all day, and it's ramped up very, very fast, and you see it's moving northeast. I'm very concerned for Harrisburg. Very concerned for Harrisburg. We need you in your safe spot right now. We want you to get into the lowest floor of your home in a sturdy structure away from windows. Find a bathroom, find the closet, whatever's going to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If this thing continues to tighten up, this will bring a tornado into Harrisburg on the track that it's taking. So let's just loop the last 30 minutes, and you can see the direction this is going.
In yellow, so it's mainly from around around Montgomery and Macoupin counties and extending all the way up towards the I-57 corridor.
Doesn't matter if they are EF1, EF2, EF5. We've had people that have been hurt badly in EF0 tornadoes. So we're going to take all these seriously. This one here with the magenta color, that is outside of Region 8, but it has a confirmed tornado with it right now. Here's the movement on all of this. See it kind of lifted to the north. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 supercells right now, and a pretty nasty cell that's giving some heavy wind in Clay County and Greene County. Boy, things ramped up quickly. Let's go to Jace Passmore now. Jace, what are you doing right now? You're kind of sandwiched in between a lot of tornado warnings.
Yeah, I'm reverting back to my original plan. We can still see the storm there in Newport. It looks really healthy. But we're only about maybe 10 minutes from Waldenburg.
Poinsett County Sheriff's Office. We're going to give you the specs on that. It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, expires at 7.
In the city of Harrisburg, in the middle of Harrisburg at 6:20, McCormick at 6:31, Maple Grove 6:34, Truman at 6:39, and Lunsford by 6:45. Again, this little dot here is a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's doing damage. We don't know what it's hitting. We don't know if it's just trees or power lines. We hope that's what it is, but that is a clear sign. We've got a tornado on the ground doing damage east of Fisher, Arkansas in Poinsett County. And again, this is moving northeast right to Harrisburg. and let's hope that it weakens and it dissipates before it gets to do any more significant damage. But
in Poinsett County, Arkansas, and it'll be on the border with Kentucky and Palmersville by 9:39.
All right, that's if it continues to keep its same direction. And again, these are developing along the line that Jordan and I have been talking about. So looks like the line may produce some spin-up tornadoes tonight as well. All right, let's head back over to Max 1. We're watching our area of rotation, which is approaching Deanburg right now, just southeast of Teague. So this is where there's some rotation.
Multiple reports of these tornadoes on the ground. So this is right in that high-risk area, and that's the tornado warning storm. I'm going to switch over to velocities. That's going to tell us the whole story. So this one is coming up on DeWitt, right there. That's a rotational area going over 276 right up towards DeWitt. I'm going to go up this line because, like Joel said, when you're in a situation like this, it's hard to keep up with all these tornadoes. So here's another area of rotation. There's Duncan that's going up towards Monroe County, crossing over 153. I would go ahead and treat that as a confirmed tornado. Let's see if there's a debris signature with that. And there is something suspicious right there that might be a debris signature just to the southwest of Duncan, and that's moving towards the northeast. Let's get a little bit better perspective as to where we're looking. So there's Clarendon, due south of Clarendon. This is moving northeast. I think that may be
Wildwood Lane. There's Roberts Lane here. We're going to get ultra in close on this. Reynolds Road, W.D. Thomas Road in your tornado safe spot. Every single person in Harrisburg, get as many walls from you on the outside. If you have a basement, get into it now. If you have a storm shelter, get into it now.
Yeah, and here's the deal. Like, there's no reason for that storm to weaken as it continues to move, and it's going to a very favorable environment. It could potentially strengthen.
Safe place in your community, being the safe place in your home. So again, those tornado warnings continue at this point. Fayette, Effingham, and Shelby counties. Matt?
Yeah, I am tracking some rotation. I'll pull it up for you guys here in just a second. That really is probably why the tornado warnings have been issued for the area. You kind of see it right here, those little bit of red flashing right there, but we'll try to get the storm relative velocity, which is a little bit better.
Tornado on the ground. I don't know if we can get that picture out of the chat. It'll be tough to get.
I know.
But two tornadoes potentially. One definitely ongoing in Poinsett County. Another one about to get into southwestern Cross County, about 15 minutes down the road from Wynne, and Vandale's up the road. Cherry Valley will be a little bit further on down the road. Again, a northeasterly track. We'll watch both of them. Jake, let's go back to the Poinsett County storm.
Yeah.
And yeah, picture is just wild. I wish we could pull that up in the air immediately. It's in the NWS chat, guys. It's from the Poinsett County, Arkansas law enforcement.
Let's look at the debris signature with that. And I don't see anything conclusive with that, but there could be a tornado, and I want everybody in Cross County, and if you know anybody there.
Stovepipe tornado closing in on Highway 14 southeast of Waldenburg. Mike, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, you're on air right now. Just saw your picture on Twitter. Is the tornado still on the ground?
Yeah, it's still on the ground. It's a big stovepipe now. It's coming up on 14. We're going east out of Waldenburg now. It's kind of getting wrapped up in the rain, but it's definitely still on the ground. I would say it's probably headed straight toward Harrisburg right now.
Okay, Michael, I appreciate that update, and I appreciate the update on Twitter.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, guys, if you could put Michael's picture up there. Michael's one of our local storm chasers that's been in the game for a long time. All right.
And the new tornado warning for Clay County includes Corning. This also includes Piggott and northern Dunklin County.
Your home, away from windows, grab blankets, pillows, bike helmets, something that you can use to shield yourself from flying debris, and hunker down there until we can give you the all clear. Again, this direction is taking, we're waiting for the next scan to come in, but this product, it does lag a little bit. I promise you it's going to be somewhere.
Be aware of that. Let's go back to radar. We got a lot to talk about here. So this is the new tornado warning that we have, and definitely seeing something concerning right there. That is going to be between Reno and Peach Orchard. Check my phone here.
Yeah, we're still watching this tornado warning as well as others. There's several going on right now. So if your phone went off with any sort of tornado warning, now's not the time to question it. Now's the time to get into your safe spot, regardless of where you are, if your phone is alert.
Velocity's tightened up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm hoping, like you said, Jake, that our debris signature starts to lag a little bit, but it has the signature there in velocity has tightened up a little bit. It's about 5 miles outside of Harrisburg. So as you said, 5 minutes max.
Right. And exactly. early. And I will say it doesn't look as tight as it did. I mean, it's still there. Yeah, it has definitely broadened out. So this is great. Now, let's not go ahead and get too ahead of ourselves and get out of shelter yet. Stay in shelter in Harrisburg. Stay in shelter in Greenfield. This is not as tight as it was a few minutes ago, so that's great news. But this
says he sees a funnel. I'm not sure who we have on the phone right now. Is that Scott?
No, it's Zach.
Zach, what do you see? We got your live feed. Let's take this full. He says he sees a funnel. This is where he's located. What do you have, Zach?
About a mile and a half back, I did see a very large funnel reaching halfway down to the ground. It is since it's got rain wrapped now. It's completely wrapped in rain from my vantage point.
Are you on 64?
I'm on 49.
Okay. You're on Highway 49.
Yes, I'm heading north.
Okay. Okay. Let's stay on the phone, and Christopher, let's use the storm analyst to look at his location.
And
go ahead and put that. All right. So there's Zach. So he saw that's his location, and so he sees it over here. Go ahead, Christopher.
And yeah, just making sure that his location is updated. I think he's a little bit further along on 64. More towards the east. His location hasn't updated just yet. But.
All right, take your tornado.
However, the Cross County storm, when you look at the whole environment here, again, what's beginning to probably happen is maybe a little bit of the inflow on the Poinsett County storm is starting to get cut off because of this storm in Cross County, and there's not a whole lot directly south of this storm in the time being, and there is a nasty hook on that storm that is also, again, tornado warned in southwestern Cross County. About, I'd say maybe 15 miles or so west of Wynn, if that. Let's see, about 15 miles or so. So this will be on your doorstep soon. This one is, again, racing east-northeast as well, maybe a little bit more east of northeast. So Wynn, you got maybe another couple minutes there, and then I'm going to tell you to get in your safe spot. Let's look at the velocity data on this for a second. It is pronounced. It weakened a bit. It's maybe a little bit more tighter than it was a second ago. Where we're looking is going to be right in here, south and east of Fair Oaks, near Hamlin, west of Ellis Chapel, right along Highway 234, kind of between Highway 64 and 284, and on an east-northeasterly track. So Hamlin, you're in your safe spot. Ellis Chapel, you're in your safe spot. Over towards McElroy, and then there's Wynn. So in like 2 minutes, I may be telling you in Wynn.
Right through here, but that kind of matches up with the wind, and it matches up with the hook. Let me see something here.
So I'll check on the Jackson County storm while you're looking at that one as well, because we don't want to leave anybody out right now. I will say the threat for Jackson County is past.
There is possibly some signs there southwest of Hamlin, as we just saw, not quite as pronounced, but the one that we saw in Poinsett County with that debris ball pop up. Perhaps something getting going there southwest of Hamlin. This is not confirmed yet, but it's certainly imminent. Let's do a fresh storm track for you folks in Cross County.
Elmira, moving towards the northeast and crossing over 33. We have multiple tornado warnings ongoing. This one coming up on Holly Grove. This is strong rotation here, moving up towards Duncan. And there's a new scan. There's some good news. I don't see it as put together as it was. It could be cycling. I still see some evidence of debris. Let's look over. You can kind of follow that debris signature back there. Now let's go forward. Looks like if there's a debris signature, this is it right in here, moving up towards Duncan. So let's go ahead and act as if that is on the ground. All right, let's go back out and go back up this line.
There appears to be some debris with that storm just went through west of DeWitt. Go back and
Okay, I'm going back right now. DeWitt.
Okay, looks like there might have been a debris signature there with the storm that just passed to the west of DeWitt. Let's look at debris right there. Did we have a brief touchdown maybe?
All right.
There might be debris on that just went through just to the west of DeWitt. It looks like it's going to probably stay mostly south of Elmira. It's crossing over Highway 33 right now. Again, let's get a track on that really quickly. We need to do some storm tracks on this because we have several storms there. That one there may have produced a tornado just west of DeWitt. Olena, 617, Kittlers, Emmanuel, Crockett's Bluff, safe place now, Lawrenceville, Deep Elm, Holly Grove, and BB Junction. Again, that storm a little bit farther north near Duncan right now, we believe may have a tornado with it. Todd, I think has that rotation weakened a little bit there?
It did in that latest scan. I couldn't see a debris signature with that at the moment, but so
and head up towards areas like Vandale, more so than threatening an area that's south of Wynn. Anywhere in Wynn and north, especially north of Highway 64, you're in your safe spot right now as this continues to track off to the east. We have in here, again, McElroy. Here's Highway 350, Martin Luther King Highway, and then you're into Wynn. There's Levesque. There's Wynn right there, going tight. Here's the city of Wynn, and then you go on 64 north, and you hook up with Martin Luther King Highway when you turn west there, and then turns out Highway 1. All these spots again in downtown Wynn and north. This is going to be passing likely just north of downtown Wynn anytime in the next 5 minutes. Let me check the debris tracker here for a second, see if we have anything on this near Hamlin. Probably a little more concentrated right in here. Again, you look at this spot, and we'll look at the velocity data to match up with it, and it's almost identical again to where we're seeing the rotation. So almost at the point where that may likely be confirmed as well. Jake, let's go back to Poinsett County. What's the latest on that storm?
So Harrisburg, thankfully, it weakened. What happened is we had a shower come up from the south, and it kind of took the intensity from the storm. But what I'm concerned about is that the rotation is starting to kind of gather strength again. We can pretty much say, Harrisburg, you're in the all clear now. This is going up to your north. But man, that was a close call. That was way too close for comfort. That tornado stopped just on the southwest sides of town, and we had video of that. So that was absolutely producing damage. So we'll have to check with Poinsett County to make sure and see maybe what kind of damage was done. Hopefully it was just trees and power lines, but we had a very pronounced debris signature there for a few scans. And now we've got this new rotation trying to develop north of Harrisburg. It's going to go into Craighead County. This will likely miss Truman to the west, but areas up towards Jonesboro will be there in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So heads up into Craighead County. If you know folks up that way towards Jonesboro, that's basically where this is heading. Let me kind of redraw this storm track.
Radar.
On the east end, we're starting to see maybe some clearing since we had eyes on the tornado that was in Poinsett County. But this just goes to show you don't want to go outside and try to see these storms. If we are saying your town, or if we are saying your street name, if your phone went off with a tornado warning, it's not the time to go outside and try to see it. We're telling you that there's the possibility that there is one, whether it's actually there or not. We want to be in our safe space, the lowest level in your home, the most interior room. If you have a basement, that's perfect. You want to cover up your head, and we're going to continue to track these storms until they are out of the area. But until then, you're safest inside and not outside trying to see this.
All right, so here's what we got. I'm going to go to home view real fast, give you a wide perspective once again. We have one area of rotation that's near Corning. We have one that is moving through Jackson County. There's a new radar scan coming in. It's kind of falling apart, but we're going to still take it serious. Tornado looks to have pulled up right at Harrisburg. Got a nasty area of rotation west of Wynn on 64. Got one over here by Augusta also. Jay Paul's joining us.
Could be getting close to a confirmed tornado warning on this as well. And what I'm watching with our velocity data. But first, you see the hook on it. We've been over this many times throughout the day. Every storm has looked like this. Big supercell, hook around the backside of it, warm, moist, rapid inflow. We're getting the rotation right in this hook. This is where we're looking for our tornado to potentially be occurring or imminent. The velocity data has certainly tightened up near and just north of Hamlin. And remember, I told you it would jump Highway 64. It's now done that. The rotation is right in here. We're north of Highway 64. Here's Wynn. And on this path, it's going to move this way. It's going to pass to the north of Wynn. So that's good news. If you're north of Highway 64, I still want you to be in your safe spot. If you're in downtown Wynn or anywhere south, I think you're in the clear. You're good to come on out. This is going to pass more so through areas like Vandale and Fairfield potentially on its way to the north and east. I want to do a fresh storm track based off where this is now.
The one, Joel, in our viewing area that I think is the one of immediate danger. And I think it's going to stay just to the south of Clarendon, down here in Arkansas County, but move into southern Monroe County, get right over there towards the White River and cross over and move up towards the northeast. So we're working, but that is a confirmed tornado just moments ago. If we have Scott's feed, I don't know where that is.
Scott is At the moment, I think he lost cell
Okay,
service.
yeah, I imagine. All right, that's okay. We know what's happening. So this tornado warning will be extended. I can't imagine them not extending it. I don't see a debris signature on that, but it's moved up and it's crossing over 153. There's 2 storms. It's like there's a little boundary in that area that these are all following right now. But this is 153. That's the rotation east of Elmira, and it's moving towards the northeast into Monroe County. For central Arkansas, many of you wondering here in Little Rock, I think we have a flash flood warning in effect, and the severe threat is lowering in the Little Rock metro area, and this is all eastern Arkansas. So northern areas of Woodruff County, let's go back into this one, northern areas of Woodruff County. The rotation with this, while still somewhat present, does not look as put together as it did. Stay in your safe.
Couple of hours. Let's do it. Let's just stay in. All right, which RDOT camera are we going to? Okay, let's take a look at Walnut Ridge's camera there. Okay, not many people on the road there. All right, let's go back to radar. We still have a confirmed tornado in Poinsett County right now. Let's go back to radar.
But we're at the point now where I would go ahead and say that we're pretty darn close. We need to be respecting this as if there is a tornado occurring north and west of Wynn. It's not going to hit Wynn. It's going to be north of 64 into Fairfield or Vandale. Not far off. It's almost right on top. More so at this point. Gosh, look at that hook, Jake. Man,
I know. And we've got a developing tornado possibly on the ground in Greenfield. So this is still... This may have cycled and produced another tornado. I'm still waiting for the new radar sweep to come around, and we'll get maybe a better picture. But just real fast, I mean, this is soon going to be in Craighead County. But so there's Jonesboro. Again, here's Harrisburg. There's Greenfield, Arkansas. There's your hook. This tornado likely touched down again in Greenfield, and this is heading northeast towards Bay and possibly Truman if this takes more of a right turn. So if you are in any of these areas, especially in and around Truman, Greenfield, you've got to be in your safe spot. Hopefully you're there already. Let's put a storm track on this. Again, I think
they call it tornadic debris signature. That's it on the ground. That was about 5 minutes ago. So if it's still on the ground, it's in advance. And again, it's racing at 50 miles per hour. So if you live, again, near Dalhousie, near Menards, near Sam.
We have new pictures, stunning pictures of that tornado. Go ahead, Christopher.
That's right, Todd. I've got it up on Max 3, and this is coming from Scott Hollinger, and this was the Elmira storm, the tornado that has went through that area. There it is, right there, Todd. And you can see just that debris at the bottom right there. Working to get more photos in of this, but we'll be updating you as I do get more of those in, but just showing you that this did touch the ground. We did have a debris signature on the ground and or just around that tornado. And again, this is from Scott Hollinger from the Elmira tornado that just passed through there a few moments ago, Todd.
Right, and this was earlier, the tornado near Elmira too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's a different one. That was near Elmira earlier. So they've been hit by at least 2 tornadoes here. That one that you just saw from Scott, and I'm not quite sure if they're the same one. I know the areas had 2 tornadoes. So that is, he said 200 yards wide is what his estimate of when he saw that. Let's go into Carlisle. There's high winds moving in, severe thunderstorm warning in effect, no rotation. All of this is happening in front of that main line. And I think we've had at least 2 or 3 tornadoes.
Across town. This is about to cross over into across the Mississippi River into southern Illinois.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, right there. This is to the north. Oh, wow, it really just got tight on the next scan there.
Yeah.
So what's happening here is we keep having these new circulations forming on the south side. So we've got a new circulation that's forming to the east of Perryville. The original tornado that was going into Perryville looks to have weakened. New tornado just east of Perryville could be forming to the north of Altenburg. Is going to be crossing the Mississippi River and going into Jackson County. And that should stay to the north and west of the Carbondale area. So a new possible tornado forming north and west of Altenburg and east of Perryville. It's kind of right on this intersection. You see where you've got this red and you've got this red right here, right where they come together, we've got a circulation that's forming. So we could be seeing a new tornado forming to the east of Perryville right there. So thanks, Cassie. Good for pointing that out for us, helping us out. And again, folks, if you guys are getting any reports, do me a favor, head over to Cassie Campbell's Facebook page and follow it for me and give her some reports, because I can't check them it's hard for me to kind of check them when I'm sitting here looking at all.
Possible debris in the atmosphere and how tight the velocity couplet has been and still is right now, right over Fairfield. I mean, this is, again, a significant circulation right over Fairfield, now moving north of Highway 364, still on a northeasterly track. I'd say almost more so a threat for Cherry Valley than it is for Merceman. We'll just have to see how it evolves, but you're in your safe spot in Merceman, you're in your safe spot in Cherry Valley, and this is something they're going to have to watch up in Poinsett County as well. Obviously, you just had roll through near Harris.
It's rapidly rising scud. We've got a pretty rapidly rotating wall cloud now right in front of the stream, moving, it looks like, just over the interstate north of my location. So,
all right, so we're looking at your feed right now, and we got you looking towards the north, towards I-40, and that does look like a lowering there, obviously, but you're saying it could be scud?
Look at the right-hand side of that lowering, Todd, where there's a lot of rising scud moving up into the base of the storm. I'm just kind of watching this particular area. There's a little bit of rotation with it, and it looked for a moment like it might put one down.
Boy, it does right now. I tell you, it looks like an honest-to-goodness funnel cloud from our vantage point. Can you zoom in just a little bit? I don't know if you have that ability to zoom in.
No, but I'll send you some independent video. I've got another camera running.
Okay. So right now you're saying that you don't see anything on the ground.
Bay camera on I-555. Bay camera on I-555. That's the lowering.
Yeah.
Let's stick with that for a minute, guys. We might watch tornado right here. So this is looking southbound from Bay. If you know anybody that's on Interstate 555 right now, let's make sure that they know what's going on here.
Yeah, now is not the time to be driving on I-55 in Craighead County or in Poinsett County. There's this area of rotation that's going very close to both Bay and Truman, getting close to that intersection with Highway 69 East. Also looking at County Road 652, County Road 652.
On the original sale.
I don't think that's Scott's live stream. I think that's Zach's. So.
Yeah, we've got a lowering right now. But anyway, Todd, it put down a stovepipe. It come out of the woods throwing complete full-blown trees up into the air and crossed the field in front of us at 200 yards. We had to stop traffic on the highway because people were just going to drive into it. We probably watched it for 5 or 6 minutes, Todd, and it crossed within 200 yards of us.
All right. So you said it was powerful enough to uproot trees?
Yes, it was throwing full-blown trees up into the air.
All right.
And now we are sitting in Clarendon, and we've got a second tornado warning storm that we're about to intercept here in probably another 10 or 15 minutes that's coming up behind it.
Okay, so Jesse's in position too, by the way, and he has eyes on that, and he said that there may be a funnel. It's not in contact with the ground that he can tell, but it's moving towards the northeast. There's Holly Grove, and Scott's location is up here towards Clarendon, and he's looking down towards the south, and Jesse is in that position. So we got your live feed up. What are we looking at right now on that live feed, that lowering?
Excuse me, Todd. Okay.
If RDOT can move the camera maybe a little left. It's not exactly, yeah, it is matched up with the radar. That would be where it is. If they could pan the camera left, that would be really good, but I don't know if that camera there pans. But right up there where it says live, there may be something still going through there. Meteorologist Jace Passmore is out in that area also. Jace, where are you right now and what are you seeing? Jace, are you there right now?
Okay. See it on the backside, perhaps. But again, looks like it's just hard to see because of all the rain. But this is the zone. It's basically in Bay, in that zone looking south. So literally right into where that rotation's at, going into Poinsett, into Craighead.
So it'd be great if we can watch the shot and let me know if you guys see it getting close. But we are getting out of our viewing area here. We're getting into Craighead County.
Southeast Missouri.
So we've got this circulation right here in advance, and we've got this circulation. It does look much weaker. So for you folks in Cape Girardeau, hopefully this trend will continue. We can see that storm moving our way. You can see the tower cam behind me there. Lots of lightning being spit out by this storm. Again, very strong gusty winds likely. and we did have a tornado touchdown near Zalma. All right, we've got a new tornado warning that has been issued for the Carbondale area. Let me kind of take a look at this one. It's kind of in the purple haze area, but we've got a couple of spin-ups. This is because of the spin-up that Cassie was talking about near the Altenburg area. So this will likely stay just north of Carbondale. So for you folks that go to SIU, this circulation right now looks like it's going to miss you.
Grant,
just to the north.
I'm
Yes.
getting reports.
The Weather Service, if they're going to issue a downstream warning?
Yes.
Police had a tornado on the ground approaching the Chaffee area. Someone just messaged me that. If we zoom in there with that, so just on the south end there of that confirmed tornado. So I assume they're looking northwest towards south of Marble Hill, where that rotation is still
So
pretty
right
strong.
here is kind of, so here's Chaffee. They're saying, where are they seeing a
Out of
tornado?
Arkansas into Monroe County right now. So again, crossing out of Arkansas County into Monroe County. This is taking a similar path with the storm that moved through just ahead of it. Deep Elm, Holly Grove, BB Junction, Blackton. You need to be in your safe place. Lowest floor away from windows. Monroe, Buckhorn, Garrett Grove, and Morrow all in the line of that storm. So it's crossing over the the White River right there, crossing out of Arkansas County into Monroe County, and we'll be pushing toward the Blackton area here soon. So that is the one storm that we're tracking there, and I want to get storm tracks on these other storms. Again, this is another tornado warned storm. It's crossing out of Woodruff County now, getting into Cross County. We'll put a track on that storm there as it approaches Wynn. And call your friends and family if they live over there into Cross County. Barson, Ellis Chapel, and by the way, there's a new tornado warning that's just covered up my list here, but you can see Ellis Chapel, Langill, Fitzgerald Crossing, Wynn, Fairfield, and then Levisque and Cherry Valley. Let's see where that new tornado warned storm is there, Todd. I believe that may be northern sections of Prairie County. Is that what that is?
We're seeing some delayed data. This possible tornado is right in this general area. So here's what I want to do. We've got a possible tornado. Again, this did touch down. So again, this is the Chaffee area, Whitewater. You need to be in your safe spot right now. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So let's take a look at the storm relative velocity, and I want to look at different sites. So here's Paducah. Again, it's lagging a little bit
We're
behind.
thinking about you and the good people there in Poinsett County. We're here to ride up this storm with you. You're part of the News Channel 3 family, and we're here with you every step of the way. So thank you for the update there from Poinsett County.
All right, if we've been covering this since about 3 o'clock, Tyler Eliason, our chief meteorologist.
So we want to make sure we cover as many of them as we can, but that's a tornado warned storm, possibly a tornado there near Tupelo, Arkansas there at 6:36, Beattyville at 6:43, Algoa at 6:46, Bouch at 6:49, and Fisher 6:51. Fisher, you've been that area has been hit hard. We had a tornado there Sunday night, and here we are again now, another storm there approaching that area. Northern Jackson County looks much better, but it does look like that storm is strengthening as it approaches Jonesboro. If you have family and friends maybe up around Arkansas State, that is a possibly, that is some strong rotation there to the north and to the west of Jonesboro. I'm going to put a track on that. It may stay north and west of Jonesboro, but Bono in the line of that storm, Jonesboro, Herndon, Laredo, Brookland, Etna, and Tunis. But again, there are several storms there, and we're going to get a track on this storm here. By the way, Todd, that looks more ominous from the Memphis radar, I believe. We're looking a little higher up from that.
Other storms to our south becoming actually more tornadic, and judging by that purple box we see right there, that's likely a tornado on the ground. So things are really starting to flare up. This is usually how it happens. It'll stay quiet for a while, and then things take off very, very quickly. This one particular storm just got warmed, and it's actually tracking towards the north and east. I still think Paducah, we will see some of that.
We've got a developing tornado possible southwest of Jonesboro. We have a tornado that is active. It's on the ground, just went through the Bay Area. Lake City, you need to take cover on that one. We've got another one down in Cross County, another one northern Woodruff going into southern Jackson, and then we've got another that's going to be coming into Woodruff County. We knew this was going to be a busy day, and that's what we're dealing with right now. I would say any
debris on that, but it did produce a tornado, as we've been showing you pictures and video of that. So the other, I'm going to send it over to, okay, this is not good either. Near Tupelo, this seems to be wrapping up a little bit. And that's the one Zach Hardcastle's on, am I right? Zach's on this one? Moving up towards Beattyville? Okay, so that's the one Zach is on, and that's the middle stream. So there's a potential tornado trying to develop south of Tupelo, or redevelop, because it wasn't looking all that impressive on radar not long ago. Okay, on debris mode, and then we're going to go over to Joel with the other one. I don't see anything on debris that coincides with that location. Do you?
New cell about to cross into Cross County. The one that we were tracking previously went through Cherry Valley. Before it did, it weakened. It was more significant as it went through Fairfield. Haven't seen any signs of damage reports or anything from Fairfield, at least that I've noticed, but it is now getting into Poinsett County, south of Harrisburg. The velocity data is still certainly there. It's weaker, it's broad. Jake, if you would just watch this one, see if it tightens up. This is the same spot we were tracking a tornado 2 days ago. It rolled right just south of Harrisburg to the east. So watch this, see if it tightens up. I don't think it's producing a tornado now, but it won't be much. I'm going to focus on the one.
The northern storm is going to go into Blytheville, by the way. The confirmed tornado warning does go in the northern Mississippi County. So it will include Leachville, Blytheville, Big Lake, that whole area.
I'm a little surprised by them.
Tornado warning out for the northern parts of Cape Girardeau County. Want to see how that shear is, because that, boy, that, yeah.
We're seeing gate to gate shear.
Yeah, this tornado moving towards, this is worrying me, folks. Moving out of Advance, we've got a very strong signature. What tower cam is that? The hospital? Is it back up, or is that that CMO in the lower right? What's that's like the CMO camera? Okay, yeah, make that big. Make that, is it, okay, so this is right into the storm where we're seeing that tornado forming. It's hard to tell if we have anything right here. We've got a very dark sky, but yeah, this thing is wrapping up. I'm thinking, I'm trying to see which way it's pointing. You've got it pointing to the south-southwest?
He's on one, she's on two.
Okay, because this could be a wall cloud right here back to the west. Okay, all right. Well, we'll put that back behind me, if you will, and put the radar back up, because we've got a pretty tight circulation forming. We got a hook echo east of Advance. So let's zoom back in. A new tornado warning has been issued near Round Knob. Do me a favor, Cassie. I want you to check on the tornado warning that was just issued for the...
This is Monette. You're going to be next in line with this. It's going to come very close to Leachville. If you know people that live in Manila, Leachville, Monette, anywhere in between there, call them, make sure they're paying attention. Surely to goodness everybody's paying attention to this right now. That's the tornado. We have the technology right now to look at it.
It's being labeled as a tornado emergency now, which those are very...
It's a tornado emergency. Guys, the signature that we're getting on radar, and I am trying to scare you because I want you to take cover. This is the equivalent of what we're seeing on radar of at least an EF3 tornado. Do not take this lightly. Lake City, Monette, get in your tornado safe spot right now.
Emergency for this tornado that is in progress. I mean, the lightning, how intense this is.
Look at the power flashes here too. And you've just got to hope that you hope that there's not stuff in its path, but look at all the debris that's flying around this thing. I mean, just structures getting destroyed. You just hate to see a scene like that. That's a big tornado.
Yeah, and it makes you
66, guys, this is us. This is us right here. I'm going to wait one more scan, guys, and then we're going to take cover also.
We're still watching several warnings right now. The most concerning one right now is going to be that tornado emergency that's in effect for Craighead and Mississippi County, also moving into the Boot Heel as well. If you are...
I think your microphone is off, maybe.
If you are in Lake City, my microphone is on.
Okay, maybe I just can't hear you.
It's okay, it's okay. If you are in Lake City, in Monette, in Manila, if you are in Big Lake, if you are in Half Moon, Blytheville, Dell, Little River, Gosnell, Cornersville, Reeves, it is time for you to take shelter. We have eyes on this storm. It is a large tornado. This is not something that we say lightly. It's something that we're watching very closely. If you are in the Delta, for the most part, it is a good opportunity to go ahead You get inside, the lowest level of your home, basically if you have one. If you do not have one, cover up your head. This is a large tornado. Simply just being in the interior room and not protecting you, that is just not going to be.
All right, let me widen out here, guys. And we've got a tornado warning. Clay County, northern Dunklin, Greene County. This is for the storm that's about to come really close to KAIT. And guys, I may have to take cover in a minute. This tornado right here is large. I just down looked at it. It's coming into Lake City. It's coming to Monette. It's going to be close to Leachville. This tornado here is going to be extremely close to KAIT. It's going to go into Greene County.
Brandon's going to try to position himself to continue to follow this. I'm going to try to bring him in. Brandon, it's Jane and Ari here.
It stays on the ground at its current track in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Please be in your...
We'll see if we can get him. Mm-hmm. Understandably.
Well, I know a lot of the time what Brandon will do is, you know, go try to...
My phone with you. We're going to keep talking, but I'm going to step off for just a second. It won't be long because I do think it's starting to weaken just a bit. But what I'm going to do is kind of continue to talk with you about the areas that need to be taken cover while we're going back here right now. All right, so once again, the strongest storm that we have right now is coming very close to Lake City, might be going just down to the southwest. That's going to be coming very close to Black Oak and into Monette and then to Leachville. It shows no sign right now of weakening. That magenta color there means that we have a tornado on the ground right now. Here in Jonesboro, we have a tornado warning in effect. The rotation's passing north of Jonesboro. If you're in Jonesboro southward, you can go ahead and take cover, but it does look like this is going on the north side and then up around KAIT. Very strong wind continues to go through Clay County, Corning, McDougal. You're going to see some strong wind. If there's any rotation still with this, that's a lot of strong wind that's coming in behind the rotation. That's coming into the southern parts of Butler County. We're watching down to the south also. We've got some rotation that is coming into the southern parts of Poinsett County. I'm about to go back out there. Here in just a second. It looks like the greatest rotation with us is going to be passing north
That's
of the
basically
station.
all I see with that storm.
Dunklin and Pemiscot both have a confirmed tornado heading towards the Boot Hill from Arkansas. Looks like Hornersville, Rives, Gobbler, Steele, they're all
northeasterly track, potentially clipping Leachville. Again, if it stays on this track right over towards Monette or Monet and up towards Leachville and then up into southwestern Dunklin County, I still don't think Blytheville. I know the warning blared and you see confirmed tornado and all that stuff. I don't think this is going to be an issue for Blytheville on the other side of the county. This is more so northwestern Mississippi County. Leachville, you're in your safe spot now. That is a confirmed tornado.
It's right over Beattyville and McFadden, and it's working its way northeast toward Fisher. And I want to go back down here south because this has been the storm that at one point did produce a tornado. It's about to cross out of Monroe County over into Lee County. It looks like it's weakened some as it's crossed over the White River as it's gotten into Monroe County, but I want to make sure we get a track on that. It's crossing over Highway 49 southeast of the four-way stop there, and that's going to be Somali, Monroe, and Buckhorn there in the track of that storm there, Todd.
Okay. Just trying to look at the newest information here and what we've got and where we stand. You know, it seems like they're pulsing up, they're pulsing down, and we're about to hand this one off to the Memphis market here, but this is about to cross over the county line.
KIT's right here. There's a new scan that's coming in. Everybody in the back, we're good. Y'all can come back out. This is starting to fall apart a little bit, but it's still right here. It can tighten back up. So it can tighten back up, but it's passing to the north and coming back into Greene County. Stand by. Okay. I think we've got another pretty strong storm developing. You know, that's why I kind of just told everybody.
Looks like a wedge tornado that is to the south and west of Cape Girardeau. So if you would put the, thank you. Got to bear with me here, folks. That large tornado is headed right to my house. So let me pan up and take a look at this. Wow, that is an intense hook. Okay, so let's zoom in. So we've got a large and damaging tornado on the ground west of Cape Girardeau. What community did you say that had a lot of damage?
Delta.
Delta. So there's a debris ball right there. Let's zoom in a little bit more so I can get an idea of how long it's going to be until it heads into
It seems like it's just over in between Dutchtown and Delta as per our latest scan.
So there's the tornado. It's moving right into Dutchtown. So again, Dutchtown, this is 74. If you live along 74 west of the airport or west of I-55, that is moving into the area right now. You need to be underground if you have a basement. If you don't have a basement, you need to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Dalhousie right here, Menards right here, Walmart right here. This is exit 93, this is exit 95 and exit 96. A confirmed tornado is on the ground and it's headed there right now. It's going to be there in about 12 minutes. We've got a tornado doing significant damage. I see it on the tower cam. There's a wedge tornado to the southwest of Cape Girardeau that is moving towards Dutchtown as we speak. A very strong indication of a tornado. And let's see what there it is. It's right on Highway 25. It's about to be where the circle is, the traffic circle where 25 and 50 and 51 meet up and everything. If you know where that is, that's where it's about to cross. It's just on the north side of that, and it's moving in towards Dutchtown. So we've got a tornado on the ground. I can see it on the tower cam as well. A strong indication of a tornado. We have other tornado warnings. Again, this tornado right here, this tornado warning moving into Pope County. Last check was not all that impressive on the velocity, but we're going to zoom back in and take a look at this. And I want to take a look at the scope, and I want to see the shear in it. And then in just a second, I'm going to take a swallow of water here for just a second, Cassie. I'm going to let you take over for just a second. So I'm not seeing a lot of rotation near Rosebud, but we do have a tornado warning with that as we speak as well. All right, let's take a look. It looks like that tornado from our tower cam, I don't know if it's getting rain wrapped, but it does look a little less organized. I'm not seeing that. Well, nope, I see another funnel coming down. Okay, DeCoyne down to Carbondale. Again, for you folks in that go to Southern Illinois, we're going to take a look at this as well. Down from Mount Vernon. There's a quick little spin up possible south of Mount Vernon. That would be a weak tornado. We've got just gusty winds going into Carterville and Carbondale. I don't see any tornadic activity there right this second. What is the camera that I'm looking at? Above the Cape Girardeau.
Just off to my left here. Another power flash, it looked like.
Jace, we're going to come back to you.
I know you're trying to talk to them, but throwing it out there, Dutchtown looks like where that circulation would be.
Okay, so that is, oh, whoa, yeah, leave it right there. Look at that.
Wow.
Nope, go back. We don't have control of it. Okay, we don't have control. I got you. I hope somebody at MoDOT can hear me on TV. Pan it to the left just a bit. That is a tornado. That is a big wedge tornado. You can see it right here. That is the tornado that is, wow, that is a big tornado on the ground right now. This is, okay, put the radar behind me, please. Thank you. I'm going to zoom into this. And Cassie, I'm going to have you take over here for just a second. I'm going to zoom in, but we have a large tornado right here moving into Cape Girardeau, and I need to take just a second.
So we're going to be tracking this current confirmed tornado that is heading towards the Cape Girardeau area. Looking at, I'm going to pull this up over here so I can zoom in closer to it. I'm going to zoom in right into that area that we are watching for that area of rotation. Zoom out just a little bit. I'm going to put the debris signature on there. And I do want to look at CC. This will show areas of where things are possibly dropping. Trying to pull up this. So there's the velocity. There's the couplet that we look for. Those two different colors. That is showing winds going different directions. So there is the tornado that we are tracking. Now that is just west of the Chaffee area. I'm going to go ahead and put on the home here and do a cell track to the north. Now this isn't going to go all the way. That's not going to go the speed that I need it to. I'm trying to just at least pin this out in a track of where it could potentially be going. I'm going to zoom out so that we can track that. Dutchtown, you definitely need to be in your safe spot.
Very close call for Cape Girardeau. If you are in Cape, especially the south side of town, 146, the bridge right there that goes across the Mississippi River over toward McClure. These are the areas where we have to get to shelter right now. This is a confirmed extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress.
Trapped. I'm not going to tell you the location.
Also,
we can see the right edge of it right here.
Let's go. Let's go, Jace. There's the tornado. So this is the tornado that's about to cross Interstate 555.
It's just to the left of your screen right here. Yeah.
Jace, how big is that?
Just to the left of your screen. I'm sorry, come again?
So how large is that tornado? Is this going to be another large one like we're dealing with up in Monette?
Right-hand corner of the tornado that is on the ground. Again, Cape Girardeau, McClure, Dutchtown, you need to be in your safe spot. We are getting multiple reports of damage of where this tornado has already moved across. I'm going to reset this here and pan it back. So I'm going to zoom in for us into that little hook area that we.
I know it's a bit of a process for you guys back there. That's fine as long as you. Okay. Apparently we're off the air here at WRG, but we are still streaming. All right, guys. Whenever you get a second, pull up the camera with me, and then we'll leave their radar up as well. This is going right over the interstate.
Get underground. This is a very large tornado. If you can find something that covers your head, if you're not underground, a book, some sort of bike helmet, baseball helmet, we need everybody in your safe.
You can see the tower cam is looking southwest from Cape Girardeau. You can see the MoDOT cam is looking at the downburst. Looks like the rain is wrapping around the tornado near the airport from that. You can see the rain and hail wrapping around. But we've got an intense tornado likely moving into Cape Girardeau as we speak. This is moving in through Dalhousie right now. According to the radar, we've got a tornado moving through Dalhousie. It's about to move towards the Menards area. It's about to move towards Sam's, and it is moving towards the Walmart area. It will continue across 57. It looks as though it's going to be close to the station. It's going to stay. It's hard to tell because it's such a big circulation, but right now I would say it rides right along the Shawnee Parkway, Highway 74 as it goes into East Cape Girardeau. So again, a tornado. I will say the good news, if there is any, because I know my mom and my wife are listening right now, the velocity has weakened just a bit. Hopefully this storm.
This camera looking from north of Painway to the north, and that's your tornado on the ground. Looks like it maybe is lifting a bit in the distance. It's far off, but right in here. Okay, so here's your left edge. Pretty wide tornado, really. Here's your left edge of it. Here's your right edge of it. You can see the flashes of lightning. We'll look for any power flashes in the distance as well. To me, it looks like this is briefly lifted, and it's a ways off in the distance. Tough to make out. But a second ago, this was clearly on the ground just south of Truman. You can see the wall cloud here. I just can't tell with some of the heavy rain if it's still on the ground or not right in here. It looks like it may have briefly lifted, but definitely.
Direct hit, so that's some good news there.
We also have more confirmed tornado warnings to the south for Cross and St. Francis counties as well. One of those storms is outside of Region 8 in Lee County, but moving towards St. Francis County. And then we've also got the one that's including...
Again, as all the places that Trent just mentioned, including the Southern Expressway and the ball fields there, the Parks and Rec at Shawnee, these are all spots that will be hit by this tornado, and there's likely debris starting to fall down already over southern...
West of Cape Girardeau.
We're getting...
Folks, everybody in the station, if you can hear me, we need to be headed towards our safe spot. I would recommend the staircase going into the garage, underneath the staircase, and I'm going to meet folks there if this continues to do this, because the studio, we could see. So everybody but me, get into your safe spot. Thank you. All right, we've got a tornado into Cape Girardeau as we speak, and you can see it on the tower cam. And so what's going to happen here is we're going to leave the radar up. It's very likely we may lose power here. We're about to take a direct hit from a large tornado. A large wedge tornado is moving in towards the Cape Girardeau area, and there's a chance we lose power and a chance we lose more. So I'm going to be watching this on different sources. And of course, I know everybody is a little nervous right now, including myself. I've never had to watch a tornado hit my house. I'm hoping it's not hitting my house, but it is now north of, it's crossing Interstate 55 right now, near the Cape Central High School. This tornado is moving right through Cape Central High School area, that exit 95. At 95. Again, we're a little bit behind here, so I'm looking at the camera as well. Again, the storm is getting much, much closer to us now, so I want to get in a little closer. Again, folks, we have numerous tornado warnings, but we're paying attention. I'm seeing power flashes on the tower cam. We've got a debris signature. The tornado is not here. The tornado is right here. The tornado would be crossing Interstate 55. It's going to be near the intersection of Shawnee Parkway and Kings Highway. This is where that tornado is, at least on radar, and it could vary a little bit. It could vary a little bit. Yes?
Tell Derek to take the radar full, and we're going to walk around the corner.
Okay. Derek, take the radar full, if you was what Roger's telling us to do. Take the radar full. I'm going to stay with it for about 2 more minutes. Thank you very much. Again, we've got a tornado because I want to track this as it moves into Cape Girardeau. We've got a tornado on the ground. It's headed right towards the station. Everybody in the station is getting in their safe spot. The tornado, again, is going to be located right here near the intersection of Shawnee Parkway and Kings Highway, and it's continuing to move off to the north and to the east. I want to scope it real quick, see if we got an update on the shear. That's still an old update, and you know we may have lost some data because of the storms right here. That's still an old so again, we've got a tornado that has been moving into Cape Girardeau. I haven't had any. I'm sure we're seeing some damage reports. We will. We're going to have to.
Particularly dangerous situation. We're watching this storm near Leachville or near Cardwell, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Tornado warning
8 miles northwest of wind, moving northeast at 60. So maybe that was just a brief touchdown, but that's not there anymore.
To be honest, there's so many.
Has produced perhaps a confirmed tornado as well in that area. So let's zoom in for that storm as well.
So we're following our rules, going to our safe spot right now, putting as many walls between us and the outside as possible. Again, the data right now says that we've got the possibility of the tornado moving right into the station, right into the station. So again, we continue to monitor this closely. We've got a possible tornado moving into downtown Cape Girardeau right now. This was on the ground. We saw it on the tower cam. We saw power flashes. We've had reports of damage. So we've got, again, a possible, well, not possible, it's definitely a tornado that is on the ground right now. I've got the whole staff. We're all safe in our safe room. I'm going to stay right here, and I'm going to watch it on radar. And I'm going to try and get some other shout-outs to other areas because I'm watching the radar. You see the radar's full. As long as we have power, we can get it out. We can see that we've got, there was a little bit of an echo, folks. I'm sorry about that. So we've got tornado warning for Mount Vernon. Again, I'm just seeing strong gusty winds. Mount Vernon down to Benton, Illinois. It's east of Carbondale. So if my daughter is listening in Carbondale, the tornado threat has passed you. We've got a tornado in downtown Cape Girardeau. It's crossing the Mississippi River right now, according to the radar. Right over, it's actually probably just north of the station, but it's so close we got to take shelter. Again, storms tilt, so the exact location hard to pinpoint. Another tornado that is forming right now is in southern Stoddard County. This is west of Bernie. We've got a tornado that is forming west of Bernie. This is going to go between Dexter and Bernie in southern Stoddard County. As we head towards Dunkling County, very strong winds in Malden, Campbell, and Clarkton. Hawkham, we're getting some very strong winds there as well. And I want to take a look at the Steele area because we had an intense tornado moving that way. That tornado is now a little weaker on radar, thankfully, and continues to move off to the northeast through southern Dunkling County. It's moving in towards the Zenith area. It's going to stay south of Kennett. It's going towards Rives, and it's going to stay just to the north of Steele. So again, we've got numerous reports of tornadoes, numerous tornado warnings. The tornado that is in Pope County in Illinois is looking pretty weak right now. It's still looking like a very intense storm, but I'm not seeing extreme circulation like I was earlier. Now, the tornado has, I'm going to actually put my spot on the radar. Okay, hand me my drink, please. It's by the computer. Tornado past the station. The tornado is, I'm going back. You guys stay down here for another 3 minutes. I'm going back to the studio. All right, folks, I'm headed back to the studio. The tornado has crossed east of the Mississippi River. It is now east of the Mississippi River. We should be having some very heavy rain and very strong winds here at the station. All righty, I am back. I need to find, all righty, I'm looking for a clicker. I don't know where I put my clicker, so we are missing a clicker. That was a little bit intense, folks. The circulation is right here, so we're located right here. It went right across us. And so now, let me kind of pan things out and get everybody caught up to date. Again, a very intense day. Numerous tornado warnings. We still got about another 2.5 to 3 hours to go. You can see that
ton going on right now across the area. Let's get you kind of a reset here. The warning that we just mentioned here for areas along and north of Route 13, a tornado warning in effect here for a line of storms that is crossing I-57 right now. This is radar indicated until 7:15, Franklin, Jefferson, Perry, and Williamson County, as this looks like it may end up being more of a straight line wind damage threat right along I-57 right now. And then as we pan.
If you're in Haines, this is about 7-8 minutes away from you on a northeasterly motion. It's going to be a very close call for you. We've had multiple towns already hit by tornadoes today in Arkansas. Hoping we don't have another one here, but you folks in Haines need to be in your safe spot already. I told you a few minutes ago you need to be in your safe spot. That is the most significant rotation that we have, and now I'm seeing a little bit more of a debris ball signature on this. It's more concentrated in a tight area, very, very close to where we have that velocity couplet. We call that couplet that area.
And then the strongest one is, that's a strong one here. So if you're anywhere eastern parts of Craighead County, Poinsett County, parts of Mississippi County, we need you safe right now.
The tornado debris signature is still with that storm north of Leachville, but it is weaker than it was when it came through Monette and Leachville, but that's still heading up towards Hornersville.
Tornado in northeastern Jefferson County, moving into Wayne County. We come on down towards the Benton area, a little couplet right there at Benton. I was mentioning that earlier when we were taking shelter. So let me scope this.
I don't know if this data is out, but it is looking like a little bit of a rotation.
For this, we'll put another track on that for you here, and then toss it back over to Mark for the latest on his thoughts. The area of rotation right here, if it moves as it has been to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, that's going to put it in Sykeston at around 736, Morehouse actually around 730, Charleston at 751, and Cairo at around 803. Let's switch it back over to radar source 2, and Mark will let you take a take it over for a second.
Real quick,
it could miss Haines, Arkansas just to the north, but it's going to be too close of a call, so you need to be getting into your safe spot, and then anywhere near the Forest City Municipal.
Here just north of Monette, and our South Africans that were here, it's an apartment complex, it blew that completely away, slicked it off, and all of his grain bins, it destroyed them.
Now, where is this in reference to, like, Wes, where is this in reference to, like, you know, we just now had the nursing home rebuilt from the last tornado.
It's right there, bud.
Did it hit the nursing home again?
50 yards north of it.
50 yards north of it.
Yeah, and matter of fact, the apartments was right beside. Matter of fact, when we phoned that nursing home, we parked in their yard and stretched the hose across there to get part of it. So that's how close it was.
Okay. I appreciate that update, Wes. Glad y'all are safe.
Tornado warning is out for southern Stoddard County and extreme northwestern New Madrid County. And then we've got another tornado warning out for Malden, but that would be from this rotation. So I think that storm has already passed.
A funnel cloud was spotted over in Kennett, Missouri, in Dunklin County.
All righty. Funnel cloud in Kennett. Well, this has got a donut. This has got a donut. We've got a tornado, I think, in southern. We've got the donut shape. I think we got a. This was that intense tornado earlier. Right there. There's a possible tornado just south of Kennett. This is in southern Dunklin County. We actually have a little debris signature forming right there. We've got strong inflow coming into it. That little dot right there is a hint of debris. So let's kind of zoom in. Again, this is going to be in extreme southern Dunklin County. This is south and east of the 412 area, but this will go to 412 between Kennett and Caruthersville. So we got a possible tornado right here. You see the donut shape, that little eye right there, if you will? That's the rain being wrapped all the way around it. So we've got a pretty strong circulation in southern Dunklin County. And again, this is moving in towards Pemiscot County. As we pan on down to the south, we've got another tornado that is moving towards Blytheville. That's going to hit extreme southeastern Pemiscot County. So again, numerous tornado warnings all along this line. This is kind of what we were thinking we would see with the line. Honestly, I was thinking we would see more isolated tornadoes out ahead of the line. Thankfully, so far, we haven't. But here's our nasty storm that caused us to take shelter. And again, it looks as though it's becoming outflow dominant. You see this bow echo right here, big bow echo shape as it moves off to the east at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. All right, let's take a look at the tornado warning that is with this isolated cell that's headed towards, it's actually headed towards Gallatin County. These type of cells, they worry me. This is just to the north of Elizabethtown.
As many walls between you and the outside as you can. We want you to be safe from this storm. Let's get a look at the debris signature here and see what we're. It's not quite as evident as it was earlier, but almost positive.
I'd say Caraway is one of the areas that we need to watch the most right now. It doesn't look really, really strong.
It is one of the strongest we have at this time, though.
Yeah.
Still several confirmed tornadoes in Region 8 right now. Still trying to see if anything's popping up on debris other than debris from tornadoes that have already caused damage. New debris is what I'm seeing, if I'm finding any, and potentially some light at the end of the tunnel. I'm not sure if I'm seeing much new. I will say we probably need to look at St. Francis County over near Palestine, heading toward Forest City. I know that's probably most
around our region, and that one right there is very concerning, I assure you.
Yeah.
That is likely still on the ground.
Okay, it's 7 minutes for Anna Jonesboro, guys. We have got to get to shelter right now. Lick Creek at 7:32, Goreville at 7:39, Crab Orchard at 7:53. If it holds together, it'll be moving up into Saline County around Galatia at around 8:07. But this is a very, very concerning, very nasty storm here that is just outside of Anna in southern Illinois. We have multiple other warnings that we're following, very strong, perhaps straight line winds from West Frankfort down through Carterville, moving into sections of Franklin and Williamson County. In fact, you just saw a brand new warning that dropped as I mentioned that, and this warning is for 70-mile-per-hour straight line winds, a considerable threat, as well as a tornado possible threat tag. This is until 8 o'clock for Hamilton, Saline, White, Williamson County in southern Illinois. This is for, again, a straight line wind damage that runs from near Carterville to West Frankfort and up to the east of Benton in southern Illinois. We also have considerable risk for...
I think radar is even struggling. I mean, it's just... Man, what a scary hour. Okay, not sure if we see any debris with that, but I definitely see some strong gusty winds northwest of Park and into Coldwater, all through here for up toward Turl. I still think kind of right through here is kind of the line that we're watching. Yeah, a little something over here. Right around Fisher again. So Harrisburg, we're not going to...
There's a bit of a hook there as well. I'm not sure if it's lining up.
All right, let's see. A little messy there.
Yeah. Still something to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't let your guard down just yet, even in Harrisburg. You've got a lot of activity back here to your west. I think this is more intense. But yeah. Do we have, somebody said we had some video just a minute ago. That's Bay. Okay, so that's the storm they said went south of Bay. Goodness, that would be scary. Power flashes. You can hear it. Some thunder too. And notice how it's starting to get bigger there. This is when it went through. Now, where's that one from? That's looking from Bay. It looks like it probably when it was leaving Bay. That's a large tornado. This thing was lofting debris 30,000 feet.
And here we go. So let's scope it. See, this is going to be south and east of Dexter is where I'm concerned about the possible tornado, and just to the east of Bernie. You can see it crossing 25 right now. That's old, so it's going to be about right here on the southeast side of Dexter, kind of just going right parallel with Highway 60. So if it holds together, it's going to be moving into the Sykeston area. And I see we have a Sykeston tower cam. I'm not sure which way that's facing. I'm not sure which way it faces normally, but the storm is to the southwest of Sykeston that is moving towards the Sykeston area. Let's zoom on out and take a look at the storms in the Boot Heel, because I was very concerned with the storm that was headed towards the Steele area, because this one was really intense when it was just south of the Boot Heel. It looks like it has weakened just a bit, but doesn't mean we don't have a tornado on the ground. So we've got a possible tornado in this area near Hornersville in southern Dunkling County, and again that would be headed towards the Steele area. So let's take a look at looking for. I'm not seeing a huge tornado sign. Looks like we're having some issues. It should clean up Yeah, we should get new velocity here in just a second. If there's a tornado, it's right here, and that is south of 412. There's a new tornado warning that was issued for a storm farther southwest. Again, it's just storm after storm after storm today. And this is headed right towards the Pemiscot-Dunkling County line, headed towards the Steele area. So Steele is right here, Braggadocia is right here. The actual tornado would be moving closer to Braggadocia than the Steele area, and then headed towards the Carruthers.
According to what we're seeing on radar, that there's no reason to think that this is still not producing a tornado at the moment. Let's go back over to the velocity. I want to show you what we're seeing here. Actually, it looks like that velocity is strengthening just a little bit. That really bright green there, and then the really bright red here. And as we switch over to the debris, let's see if that pops up. It absolutely does, right there. See that pop of yellow? That is our debris signature. That is a couple of minutes old. So this is probably moving into Anna as we speak. So right along 146,
Jonesboro,
Anna Jonesboro, it's going to be crossing I-57 up here close to Lick Creek, and then it heads up toward Goreville. So here in northeastern Union County, close to Lick Creek, and then eventually over toward
and
the
confirmed tornadoes. It's just a lot of them have lost their confirmed tags as they've weakened and temporarily lifted. At any point, any one of these could become confirmed again. All this weather that is the most concerning is still west of the Mississippi River. However, it will quickly be coming across the Mississippi River and into West Tennessee and potentially some areas of northwestern Mississippi as well. Let me zoom out a little bit further, see what else we got going on the southern end of this line. I mean, we're far away from the radar sites, so that's why it looks like this, but there's confirmed tornadoes all the way back into southwestern Arkansas. So all of this has to come through the Mid-South throughout the course of the evening. So yeah, North Mississippi, you're not done by any means. It's just that the weather that we have immediately moving through eastern Arkansas is going to be mostly moving into west.
At this time, so Highway 18 and 135 Lake City and Monette completely shut down.
Okay. Here's the deal also. So kind of like our news crews are holding back right now. I just now talked to one of the mayors in the area. They are going to be sending first responders also. And these communities are waiting for those first responders to get there. But guys, we can't send people out. So a lot of first responders are going anyways, but if they're hurt, we can't get people back in there.
But with the debris tracker not showing anything, we don't have any reason to believe that this is actually a tornado on the ground at the moment. So that's very good news.
So that's why I'm checking a bunch of other stuff. I think next update, this is going to probably be over here somewhere. It's going to jump quite a bit. So soon, we are so close to this nearly being out of the county. It's even losing its signature for any sort of rotation it did have. Flora, I'm going to give you the all clear. Any areas of concern that I'm watching?
Marion and Creel Springs around 740. Pittsburgh at around 745. It will likely impact I-24 between mile marker 1 and 6, which again is close to the Goreville area, and then I-57 between mile markers 29 and 61.
Hey, real quick, I just got word that there are reports from the law enforcement there in Cape Girardeau that they have power lines down and obviously some damage, but that was all we could get out of them.
Okay.
Other debris and probably some trees down. So.
Okay.
And just out the Truman off the first Truman exit, and we are getting some very gusty winds, and also maybe some nickel-sized hail.
Rain on top of it right now, but it's about to get into that dry sector of the storm. And I hate to see all these drivers in this area, but we're watching this one very closely. This will be very close with that storm and intercepting that path. Todd?
Yeah, Widener would be in the path of that, is the name of the community. Very strong indications near Madison with that now east of Forest City going over I-40, and that's what you see. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Okay, so let's take that full huge hail so you can see where that is on I-40 up here. So let's take that, and you see that semi pulling over.
Look at the street. You can see it bouncing, really big splashes.
Yeah, I saw it just a second ago too. You can see the hail on the road. If you look on the bottom left of that picture, you can see it on Interstate 40. You can see the huge hailstones on the ground. That tornado is most likely just south of I-40 getting ready to cross to the east of this location on I-40. So huge hail with that storm. All right, let's go back to the radar. What you're looking at is in this area here on I-40, and these areas of black and purple, that's probably baseball size hail, maybe even a little bit bigger than that. And the circulation is right here coming up to the northeast out of St. Francis County.
See the hook here just to the east of Forest City. I don't think we have a debris signature. We got some, maybe some inflow and some contamination there. I don't know though. That looks pretty concerning just to the east of Forest City.
And still watching tornado warning for southern Woodruff County as well. It's not looking.
That's the only tornado warning that we have within mind southwest Arkansas. So near Cotton Plant, northeast of Cotton Plant, there's still some rotation moving towards the northeast on highway.
Up the road you have Hickory Station and Blackfish. Let's do a fresh storm track on where our circulation is right now. The good news that I'm seeing, they've dropped the confirm tag. It's gotten a little more broad. Again, this is all right now. It's very well just temporary. It could be cycling a bit as we've seen. It's more of a broad rotation. Let's check the debris signature and see if we've gotten anything popping up on there. Nothing co-located or maybe a little bit something there, but we'll watch it. Rotation right in here, and again, is broad, tracking towards Blackfish, paralleling I-40 on a northeasterly track that's going to take it into northern Crittenden County. And again, at the moment, looks like things have temporarily weakened, but let's do a storm track anyways and take it off to the north and east. And I will try and clip West Memphis with this.
Astoria, Highway 15, 31, Umphrey over there towards the northeast, and Wabaseka in that area. There seems to be some enhancement of the wind, not a circulation, but high winds potentially moving through eastern and northern Jefferson County in those severe thunderstorms.
He might be off his IFP for a second. That's okay. All right, Max, you got me? Maybe not.
This is going to be headed towards the Lick Creek area, if you know where that is, and south of Marion, it will be the main circulation. So let's kind of pan this off to the south, and let's put a track on it. We got a new tornado warning near Shawneetown. That's a mean hook with a rear flank downdraft signature, so I'm thinking we got a tornado forming right in Shawneetown. That just popped up. Shawneetown, get in your safe spot. I'm going to zoom into this in just a second, but I want to take a look at the Anna Jonesboro storm as well. Shawneetown, seek shelter. Get in your basement if you have it. If you don't have it, put as many walls between you and the outside, as we always say, by getting to that.
All right, Max, I want to be with you here. Just let's walk through this thing together. All right, so what road are you on now, Max? You see the storm track, but immediately with what Max is seeing, we'll focus on Crittenden County in a second. Let's go back to where this is. Max, specifically, what road are you on?
We are right by strong gusty winds through here. That one down in Forest City still looks pretty. Hold on now. Let me get back over here to the Forest City storm.
On the ground right now. Let's zoom into this Shawneetown, because this is a very interesting reflectivity signature that tells me that this is a very intense storm that could produce a tornado at any minute.
They've also extended the warning that goes into Sykeston.
So Sykeston, you're now under the tornado warning. Good, because I saw that circulation as well. Thank you. So we've got rear flank downdraft right here punching in. We've got this curlicue.
You have Round Pond. There's Highway 75 that runs from 70 down towards us. So Max is looking, if there is a tornado in this, almost maybe something trying to get kicked up there. Well, this could be close to dropping again. Max is looking directly at it right now from Storm Tracker 3. And you can see the large hail. You can hear it coming down.
5 Shawneetown, this storm will be gone. So I just want to give everybody in Shawneetown that tornado is pretty much crossing the Ohio River now. But Shawneetown, we've got a tornado on the south side of town possibly, and you got just stay in your safe spot for 10 minutes. Here's that tornado warning we talked about going into the Sykeston area. And more tornado warnings again in the Boot Hill. Give me an update on what you guys are seeing in the Boot Heel storm that's headed into Pemiscot County, if you would. The southern, wow, that looks like a wall cloud, big wall cloud on the Sykeston Tower cam. I don't know which way that's facing, so I mean, I can't confirm if that's it or not, but we'll look and see if we see any power flashes like we saw on the last one. But we've got a possible tornado moving into Sykeston as we speak. So Sykeston, I need you in your safe spot. We already mentioned the folks near the Walmart area in Sykeston. This is headed your way. And there it is right there. And it's more than likely right over Walmart now, I would think. Now, the good news, that circulation is nowhere near as strong as what we're seeing in the Anna Jonesboro area, but we've got a possible tornado moving into Sykeston.
Warning issued for that at some point if it continues on its current, the way it's trying to strengthen, and that would affect maybe Gethsemane, Humphrey, Humnoak, Brummett, maybe Stuttgart, Slovak, Ulm, and Siedenstricker here within the next.
We're still going to be watching flooding over the next several days, likely inches of rain to fall before the rain stops on Sunday. But a lot of you guys, your tornado threat is over. We're really focusing mostly east of Crowley's Ridge right now.
Okay, I'm just reading some reports.
The roof and the windshield. Hopefully we don't lose our camera, but look how fast the clouds are racing there. We're looking for any lowering. Max is looking directly at that circulation in the radar. You see it over Blackfish there. Look at the radar on the bottom right here inside of your screen. That rotation is right over Blackfish. And Max is looking directly in that area. Max, if you're looking due south, let's look a little more southeast. That would be the direction at this point. If you can pan, I don't know if you can pan or not with our. It would be opposite.
Just like that?
That would be southwest. If you could pan a little bit to the left, based on what you've told me. Again, if you're looking at it from the north. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much how it looks. I mean, there isn't like one distinct lowering. It's just sort of one big updraft base that we're underneath.
That is a very, very large tornado with like a second rotation there on the side of it. Guys, this is
violent.
That is a very, very violent tornado. Okay, so they just dropped some of the tornado warnings. Jonesboro's still under a tornado warning. What we're watching is little things like that. They're not huge. They're not like what you just saw in that video there. But they're little things that we don't want people to run outside and find themselves in some issues. Still have a...
You can see 752 Charleston, Care Road 804, and Karnak at 826. Let's see if the storm is still rotating and producing a warning for those communities other than Sykeston, because you're not in the warned area yet. You just have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and that's encouraging. We don't want to see that extended, but that would be a storm that does have a little bit of kick to it, and it looks like that is showing up pretty well on the velocity data near Sykeston. So yeah, that's a well-organized storm. Whether it's on the ground or not, it's a little tricky to say, but I will tell you that each one of these storms we have to treat as if they are on the ground, a tornado on the ground, and we don't see any indication.
West Memphis is 7:55, so still about 25 minutes. You got a ways as you're closer to the river. It'll be beyond 8 o'clock for anywhere in Shelby County if this cell holds together. The rotation has looked weaker in the last few scans. That's good news. We've seen that with many cells today, though, where it looks weaker for a few scans and then it ticks back up quite a bit. That rotation now is going to be right on top. There's not much out here. Sakala, just west of Heth. Here's Jonquil. Here's Highway 149, ready to pass over Highway 149 shortly. The area of rotation right now is going to be north of 503, St. Francis 503, kind of in between Highway 70. So Max was back here.
I say just it still could be horrible damage from a severe thunderstorm warning, and I would highly recommend you staying in shelter like you would for a tornado, even if it's just a severe thunderstorm warning in a situation like this, because it can, it can produce a tornado. I'm starting to lose my voice. It can start to produce a tornado at any given moment. All right, power Go ahead, Joel. You had some new information there that you wanted to share?
That was what I said earlier. That was the last information I have, but we can pick up here. I want to go back over and give you a storm track.
What do you got on any of these other? Just issued a blanket severe thunderstorm warning for everybody along and east of the river into West Tennessee. Walk us through that real quick.
So basically, here's what's happening. So we talked about this all day. We have the cold front coming in from the west, and we were going to have discrete supercell thunderstorms popping out ahead of the line. And that's what has happened. What's happening now, though, those supercells that produce those very long track significant tornadoes in northeast Arkansas have now congealed into this line. We've pretty much got this supercell in southern Mississippi County, and then the one we've been tracking in Crittenden County, far northeastern St. Francis, moving northeast towards northwestern Shelby County. That's kind of the lone supercell we have left, kind of these two here. What we're going to see, though, happen is this all kind of mesh into a line. Now, that's not going to take away our tornado threat, but will transition to more of a heavy rain and damaging wind threat with embedded tornadoes at times. So we'll just be watching this as we go. So the National Weather Service did kind of blanket a severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much everybody along the Mississippi River. So western Shelby County, western Tipton, Lauderdale, Dyer County, and all of basically Crittenden County, Mississippi County as well, even into Cross County and St. Francis County. So we're going to be watching these leading cells for the potential for still a strong tornado. And then again, this line's going to move in. And remember, as we've talked about for days, all of this is going to slow down. And this is the front that then gives us that flooding threat through the weekend, because this same boundary is just going to get hung up over the area. So let's kind of here's what we can do. Let's look at this severe thunderstorm warning first of all. So this is, again, Lauderdale County, Mississippi County, Shelby, and Tipton County. It includes Marion, Millington, West Memphis, and Wynn. This does not yet really include the city of Memphis. And let's just take a whole line, let the whole line, and just kind of go to the east with it. So this is moving all to the northeast at 50. This is going to be just some general timing, so don't take it as, as exact timing for your location, but we're just going to go the leading edge of all of this and kind of go northeast with it. And so that would put some of the worst of the weather in Memphis, perhaps in the next 30 to 40 minutes, perhaps in Brownsville around 8:20, South Haven 8:26, Jackson 8:47, and then Lexington, Tennessee later on down the road at 9:13. So that's just kind of the leading edge of all of this mess, because everything's kind of congealing together now, which again is somewhat of a good thing, because hopefully it is less.
We need you in your safe place right now. And also from Vienna to Karnak, some very strong straight line winds coming across those areas. As we pan the camera up to the northeast, I did want to make a quick mention here that we've had a tornado warning issued up from Shawneetown to Morganfield. There's nothing that jumps out on radar right now on that storm, so we'll watch that one behind the scenes. But on a night like tonight, we kind of have to prioritize which storms are producing damage, or at least producing a possible tornado at the moment. So that's one that we are watching very carefully.
While you're pulling that up, I just got this. We got a photo from the Shawnee Forest area.
Yeah.
And this is apparently, it looks like a funnel cloud. That's a massive looking base.
Okay.
And but yeah, so we're not getting confirmation all of these are reaching all the way down to the surface, which means we're missing a little bit of what's called a helicity, but again, some of these are reaching the ground, so we have to treat every one as if it is. But
stay in your safe zone. Grant, I'm going to toss that back to you.
Thank you. I had to do we had to change some batteries because I was afraid they would go out. We've been talking nonstop now for quite some time, and we want to make sure that we continue to. You got Max 1 behind me right now?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we've got a possible tornado moving into the Sykeston area right now. Again, she was saying eastern Stoddard County, the tornado warning has dropped. So that's some good news. And more good news, like from Cape Girardeau back towards Jackson, Marble Hill, Piedmont, Poplar Bluff, Neelyville, Doniphan, Lesterville, Van Buren. Severe weather threat's over. Severe weather threat's over for those folks.
It's moving away from us pretty quickly, but there is a pretty good lowering here. A lot of lightning and we're just moving off behind the storm. So we're behind it, so we're in a good spot as of right now.
So Max, can you give me, again, because we want to give folks at home the perspective of where we're looking at this. We know that this has moved north of I-40. Where are you road-wise, and can you give me are you looking northeast at it? I know you're coming in behind it. Just set the stage a little bit more so we can tell exactly what direction and specifically where you're looking. Probably north of Shell Lake.
Yeah, for sure. So we're about to be on Highway 70. We're near like Hicks Station.
Still near Hicks
We're going to be off. We're still near Hicks Station. Yeah, the storm's moving away from us now, so we're just going to hop on I-70 and try to stay with it.
Coming behind it. Okay. Yeah, that's definite lowering there, Max, because, you know, look, you see that lightning there. That, to me, that looked, Jake, I don't know if you saw that when that lightning flash looked like a little bit of a cone there. Let's clear this tree.
Look at that lightning, too.
We'll clear these trees and see if a flash of lightning can give us...
There is an uptick in lightning, too, and
yes,
typically
there is.
That means the storm is strengthening, and we see that with nighttime tornadoes.
Let's stick with Max's shot here because he's looking directly at it now. That's on the ground, Jake. I mean, that, to me... Watch this cone if we flash again. And we're still a little ways away from it. Again, Max is, if you see the radar there, look at the bottom left, see where it says Hicks Station. He just turned on the Highway 70 going east-northeast, directly looking at this, which is north of Shell Lake.
I see that.
You see that? You see that kind of, I mean, it's a lowering, yes, and because it's a little bit of a distance away, it's over the horizon a touch, but there, to me, it looks like a cone.
It's at least a very low-hanging wall cloud.
A very low-hanging wall cloud at the very least, and potentially something on the ground. Max, come in behind this as quick as you can. Get as close to it. Yeah, this is moving away from Max, guys, so that he's not getting into a dangerous situation. He's coming in behind it. It's moving away from him. But if he's able to drive a little bit faster than it, he'll gain some speed, and we'll be able to confirm that visually from his feed. But Max is seeing it now, too, how that lowering is, that's on the ground. I'm going to go ahead and confirm that this is on the ground just based off his feed. If it's not, it's right there. That wall cloud is...
It's a large wall cloud. I mean, if it's not a tornado, it's a large wall
exactly.
cloud. But if it is a tornado, that might be a wedge.
That's what I'm saying. It's not far off the ground. It's right there. And again, the closer he gets, the better picture we're going to get on it. But playing it as if it's a confirmed tornado west of Jeanette now. We'll come to Max in a second if that gets any more clear. If you guys can put a little pedal to the metal there as safely and smartly as you can. Let's get behind it and get as close as we can to it. Let's come back to radar full for a second. You can just set that right there, Stanley. Appreciate it. This is west of Jeanette. You can see the rotation very clearly on radar. Let's look and see if we have any new debris signatures on this. Potentially there west of Jeanette, right in here. Again, the same spot that the velocity is right now. I'm going to get you a fresh storm track in a second. The velocity has tightened up. We've gotten a better view of this as it's moved into far western Crittenden County. The velocity is still not at a point where it's like a definite strong tornado like we've seen at other points today, but based off his view on his video there, a very low to the ground rotating wall cloud where a tornado could be dropped at any second or may already be occurring. We were a little bit over the horizon there. We couldn't see if it was touching the ground yet, and with the visibility after dark, it's tough to see as well. New storm track, because this has moved a little bit more north of northeast, so I'm going to include areas like Crawfordsville and probably Clarkdale and Turl on this storm motion. Let me just slide this back for a second and confirm that. I just want to see how it's moved. When it went through Heth here, okay. Yeah, straight towards Crawfordsville and probably just south of Turl on a track like this. So we'll draw our storm track in that way to give the folks that need it the heads up on the arrival times here. So bear with me a second.
On the safe side. All right, we now have a confirmed tornado. Just popped up with a confirmed tornado. So let's pan back down to the south. So we're going to hold off on throwing to the anchors here because I want to make sure that we got everybody caught up to date. New tornado warning that is a confirmed tornado. Cassie, do you see any information on that?
Not in the chat.
It's right near Goreville. We just had a brand new tornado warning issued.
Going to cross I-24.
Wow, there it is. Wow, that's a big debris signature. This is just like the debris signature we saw coming into Cape Girardeau. So just south of Goreville, it's crossing Interstate 24 right now near where Tunnel Hill Road goes across Interstate 24, you need to be seeking shelter right now. We got a tornado on the ground doing damage. That is a significant debris signature. Matter of fact, if I just did nothing but debris, it's still going to show up. There it is right there. That is the tornado south of Goreville. It is crossing where Tunnel Hill Road goes over Interstate 24, and that is going to continue off to the northeast. It'll be near Creel Springs. I would actually take this polygon and shift it a little bit to the south, just a bit, although these have all occluded to the north. So, but I would maybe just drag this down a little farther south, anywhere along Tunnel Hill Road.
Gentleman's house had been hit back on December 10th of 21, hit again. We've had, it's wild how many times we've had people's houses hit multiple times here recently. Still heavy rain going from Crothersville down to Blytheville. Let's take a look at the wind here again. These are still some really strong winds. I'm still concerned about this, and it's got a tornado warning with it right now.
We don't necessarily have a tornado around. There is certainly large enough hail that this is going to cause some damage. Don't want to quite click on the middle of this because I think it's going to be a little bit exaggerated, but ping pong to golf ball sized hail is certainly a possibility here. And this is headed towards Marion, Arkansas, James Mill, and into Crittenden, Arkansas, as far as the town goes. So your first alert, if you are over into Marion, be heads up and watch out for this. Over into Millington as well, this being on the Tennessee side of the Mississippi River
on the
here.
other side of this too, but it's a massive cell, and we've got a lot going on and a lot to unpack, and the danger here is it's at night. You can really only see things when it's illuminated, and I don't know, Ari. I mean, it's getting close. I don't think, again, we have a tornado on the ground, but I definitely think it's getting close. And if I were in Earl, Arkansas, northwest Memphis, south of Terrell, right over the Mississippi River, I would definitely be within steps of my tornado safe place, if not there already. This main line is nasty, and it's coming in your area. And if this is just an indication of what the supercells behind it can produce, it's going to be a dangerous night.
Oh, it's tough to tell. I'm wondering if some debris is getting kicked up there. The other thing is you don't always see the condensation funnel, and when the sun's out, it's much easier to see some debris that's flying around on the ground if a tornado's in progress. All right, we're going to get back to this camera.
Crothersville need to be getting in their safe spot. Holland, that is moving to the northeast. They have extended a tornado warning for that, and that is over the Boot Hill. So parts of Pemiscot County and Dunklin County.
All right, thank you. So yeah, I can see the circulation on that as well. We'll zoom into that in just a minute. But yeah, we could definitely, the tornado is now east of Interstate 24, what I'm seeing, and continuing to see some very strong bow echo. Looks like, did they just issue another? No, they didn't. Okay. So what we're talking about, let me zoom back out and we'll take a look at the Boot Hill as well. Again, like we said, there's going to be numerous tornado warnings. We've got a new tornado warning that does also include the Cairo area. We'll check that in just a second. I'm getting really concerned about this storm in near Martin, Tennessee. The Weather Service has already put out a severe thunderstorm warning that's hatched, meaning possible tornado moving in towards the Graves County area. That is in a very, very right position for tornadoes, that storm right there. But this is the storm that Cassie was talking about.
If you're in West Tennessee, we haven't talked about you for like 3 hours. I get it. Your storms have not been severe since, I don't know what time it was at this moment, but it was a while ago. We're not ignoring you by any means. We just have all the weather now in Arkansas, multiple confirmed tornadoes, multiple areas of structural damage, especially in Poinsett County, potentially in parts of Cross County as well. This was earlier, and now we're tracking a potential tornado into western and northern portions of Crittenden County, getting into higher populated areas. All this weather is coming into West Tennessee, North Mississippi as well, and as Jake mentioned a few minutes ago, we're turning into a singular line type deal, which will have embedded tornadoes, but the tornado threat kind of goes down from where it's been throughout the evening. If you're with us the last couple of days, especially yesterday, what did I say? 3 to 8 p.m. would be kind of that heightened tornado risk, and then it would decrease a bit, and the risk would be more so damaging winds on the order of hurricane force in some cases.
That one in particular crossing over 37 south of Goreville now, that's been the best debris signature I think we've seen all night.
Yeah, unfortunately that thing really has tightened up. So let's.
Yeah, it is beginning to rotate, folks. So again, this is moving towards Graves County and eastern Hickman County. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Again, we're going to keep an eye on that for you folks in Martin, Tennessee as well. I know we got a university, the UT Martin. You may have some of your family there going to school. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Again, a possible tornado south of Caruthersville, southeastern Pemiscot County, southern Lake County, southwestern Obion County. You need to be in your safe spot. And then as we pan up to this new tornado warning that is near East Prairie, there, it's updating right there. It's a little bit of a kink, a little spin just to the north of East Prairie. So for the northern parts of Mississippi County and the western parts of Carlisle County and southwestern Ballard County, go ahead and get to your safe spot. Be on the safe side, as sometimes these storms will quickly spin up a tornado. And then here's where we saw the possible, look at that bow shape.
And the rotation right now is right about here, so it is really, really close to Creel Springs and New Burnside, so up around Carrier Mills and eventually Harrisburg. So this is moving off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, and I'm going to draw that track from around right here. So we're not going to have much time, folks, if we're up around Saline County. Harrisburg and El Dorado, watch this one carefully. So moving off to the northeast, Carrier Mills, arrival time around 7:59, so we've got less than 10 minutes. Harrisburg at 8:06, El Dorado at 8:14, and then New Haven at 8:35. So we've got roughly about
147 just south of I-40. No tornado on it, but this thing is trying hard. We've seen it try to drop down at least twice. I don't know if it made it down to the ground, because sometimes you can have the condensation funnel not actually make it all the way down to the ground, but the circulation makes it down to the ground. But right now, we're just south of the truck stops here on I-40, Highway 147, and we've got a wall cloud, and it is moving generally just north of I-40. So where you guys were talking about, again, Marion, Clarkdale,
Turl,
Crawfordsville,
just south of Turl,
those areas, this is heading in your direction. You know, the circulation is definitely wrapping up, crossing Highway 64 here shortly. But I mean, this thing is trying to wind up quickly, and it's got a lot of wind associated with it. So we're about to start moving towards it a little bit, get a little bit closer to it, and work our way back behind it. But this thing's trying a tornado.
And Patrick, Eric's got to look at it on the link system. Eric, what was the BTI on that?
So the BTI right.
So we still have this tornado warning that it goes up through Dunklin County, goes into parts of Tennessee. There's the river right there. So this is going to be crossing into Tennessee. We've got an area of rotation that's just to the west of wind. It's pretty weak, but we're going to watch it. That's for this warning. And then
that far north. I'm going to clear the screen. The velocity data is still quite significant and maybe tightening up a little bit, but regardless of a tornado, the wind speeds are upwards of 80 miles per hour in some of this, a 78 mile per hour reading right there in that circulation. Looks to be, I'm going to roll it back. Let me just zoom out for a second, because when I roll it back, we can do a northeasterly track, but when I roll it back, I'm able to get an exact track motion, kind of almost to the degree. So when I watch it here, kind of roll towards Crawfordsville, just west of Crawfordsville. Felco's right behind my left hip here. It's on, yeah, I'd say almost straight.
After the next probably hour, our tornado.
While he is pulling that up, you can see the lightning is really becoming pretty active. Let's look at the camera there. And just a minute ago, the horizon was lighting up.
Because the lightning from this view is really starting to ramp up just within the last few minutes. A lot of activity going on right now. City of Memphis overall has fared well. We've seen some strong storms come through. Southeastern Shelby County, Germantown, Collierville, eastern Shelby County around Eads has seen some activity, but the brunt of the storm system will impact the Memphis metro tonight. Let's go and take a look at when and give you a better idea. First, we've got a tornado watch that's in effect, and that's going to remain until midnight tonight. Would not surprise me, however.
Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you to Cassie and to Madeline. A lot of folks are taking the time to thank you for what you're doing. And quick note, I had someone tell me, wow, Grant knows where everything is. The fact that he can point out the gas station and the tree and the neighborhood and the intersection, you've got the heartland covered, man.
We also want to mention that
just be aware, tornado or no tornado, this is significant and you need to be in your safe spot. Right now it's tightening up right over Booker, and there's again not like a tight couplet here. We're getting a connection point. It's not where I'm thinking that we have like an EF3 on the ground, but it quite possibly could be a tornado that's imminent or ongoing near Clarkdale, back towards Booker, and on a northeasterly track. Would probably pass just south of Turl, but Turl, I want you to stay in your safe spot for now until this gets east of you and tracks up towards, what's that, Lambethville, east of I-55. Jake, anything in the chat that you can relate? I've been focused on the radar here for a few minutes.
Warning.
All right.
This is going to be for...
We have a Turl cam, guys. Okay, we'll go to that in a second. Jake, finish what you were saying, please.
We're still waiting for this tornado warning to be drafted up, but they're going to go downstream with another tornado warning for Mississippi County, Arkansas, and Lauderdale County, Tennessee. We're going to be... there it is.
No Tipton County?
They called you a little more than just a legend, but I'm going to say right now they called you a legend for what you're doing tonight. So
here's some information.
I have on the phone Dr. Ken Haskin, who's talking about asking people to stay inside.
This is Dr. Ken Haskin, the Cape Girardeau City Manager. Dr. Haskin, can you hear us?
I can, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm holding the phone up to my microphone. You're on speaker. What would you like the folks of Cape Girardeau to know right now?
Well, right now we're out assessing the damage, and we're certainly asking that all citizens here in the city of Cape stay at home, not to drive around, because we have roadways that are blocked, power lines that are down, and so it's just safer to just hunker down and just stay at home. And if there are power outages in the area or at your home, please report those to Ameren, or you can call City Hall so that we can get out and ensure that you're safe and sound, and ensure that all is well. But it is vital at this point that you do not go out and drive around assessing damage on your own, because power outages.
Hey, Dr. Haskin, I hate to cut you off. Great advice. Thank you for that. Grant needs to go back to forecasting what's taking place right now. Thank you. And if you can share with Roger any specific roads that are blocked for those of us who do have to be out tonight to get home to our families, let Roger know so we can let folks know which roads are blocked. Here, I'm going to hand you back.
Thank you, Dr. Haskin. Appreciate it.
All right, we've got a new confirmed tornado that has popped up in southern Illinois, so I want to kind of talk about that. Also got pictures of that storm in Martin, Tennessee, what appears to be close to tennis ball size hail. Cassie was letting us know about that hail marker. Madeline showed me the photo. Huge storm moving in towards western Kentucky. But right now we've got another confirmed tornado. This is in southern Illinois. You can see it right here to the west of Delwood is where I'm going to assume this storm is. So let's kind of put a scope on it and give you an idea of where this storm is. And
it looks near the Creel Springs area, Grant.
They did? Okay, let me see. Okay, yeah, you can see it right there, So it's on the backside. So this is another one of these quick spin up types. We've got this surge of very strong winds. I could show you right here. Actually, let me show you the winds. Very strong winds right here, surging out. And right there is the tornado. Look at that little tiny green dot and fuchsia dot. Let's zoom in and show you where this tornado is. So we have another tornado on the ground. This is in southern Illinois. This is in extreme south, in my mind's going, extreme southeastern Williamson County, I think. Is that the county Marion, Illinois is in? Yes. Okay, thanks. I mean, they all look this. There's 3 counties that pretty much look the same. And when you stand in front of the screen, a lot of
country here recently. Yep, so that is certainly a debris signature not too far from Creel Springs. That's where we also find our rotation. So this thing is headed right up close to Carrier Mills and Harrisburg. Let's go down for a closer view of this storm. Right there is your rotation. Creel Springs just passed near your area. Here is Carrier Mills. and up toward Harrisburg. So we gave you the track. We said that it was going to be right around now for Carrier Mills, an 8:05 arrival in Harrisburg. So we need you to get to your basement or your hallway, closet, bathroom. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. If you've got a helmet, go ahead and get that on as we have a possible tornado in progress here near the Carrier Mills area. We
are at this angle, and whenever we get bow echoes that are perpendicular to the wind field, tornadoes spin up on the north side of that intersection. So here's where we have that tornado moving off towards, it's headed towards the Harrisburg area. So Harrisburg, you need to be in your safe spot. Mitchellsville, you need to be in your safe spot. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So if you guys get any more information on it, let me know, please. So let's kind of zoom out. I want to take a look at this nasty storm that is coming in towards western Kentucky that has very large hail with it, and it is getting a very pronounced hook.
The other RDOT camera. And there it is. So that's right where the rotation is.
So we're looking northbound from Clarkdale.
Yeah.
And the rotation is actually probably a little bit to the right of this camera, but that's okay. It's obviously tremendously dark, and you see all the lightning as well. A lot of people
still driving too.
Yeah, and they're coming. There's no danger for folks that are driving north on this road out of Clarkdale. The tornado did cross here. If there was one, it did cross here 5-6 minutes ago, but is now east of I-55 and east of 77. And I'm looking at the rotation there in your radar in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And again, maybe a little contamination, little garbled mess, but maybe a little bit of weakening. It's still obviously significant wind. If you guys want to come back out to me full, we're in a temporary lull here where we can take a break because this is not
Omaha at 8:23, New Haven at 8:36 on this tornado warning again for Saline County. If you're in Harrisburg, El Dorado, Carrier Mills, we need you to be getting to shelter right now. Also in western Kentucky, and look at that. Even south of Harrisburg, we've got a very nasty bow echo from Harrisburg to Eddyville, some very strong straight line winds associated with that. Let's go down into western Kentucky. Goodness, also, by the way, look at this. There's a tornado warning just in the north of Evansville. If you have any friends, family there, that's a really nasty looking storm. Give them a heads up about that.
Look at that bow. That push of energy is a lot. Also, with that storm down toward the Kentucky-Tennessee state line you're on right now, a couple of reports from a couple of followers that have golf to tennis ball size hail.
Yes, so we want to give you a heads up on that. In fact, there's a photo confirmed golf ball, tennis ball size hail with this storm that's coming up, the one that was moving from Fulton up into Graves County. So let's go back to regular radar mode. While I'm tracking this, Mark, if you would, I want you to be ready to give us an update on the line of storms that's right there from Cairo moving up into Ballard and Carlisle County in just a moment. But I want to give a quick update here on this storm.
Okay,
what do we got?
We're back. Yeah, we were just momentarily off.
Oh, okay.
For a second.
So right here in southern Graves County, it does not look.
So on the opposite side, kind of what you're looking at there to the left was, but there's two homes right there usually. So I tell you what, we're going to come back to you, let you figure out what's happening there. Once again, he's right here. That's where he's located. So there's about 4 houses that sit right here. I believe there's a taco stand that sits right here, and then there's a handful of houses right here. What looks like happened is that tornado came through here, and you can see where Lake City is. It would be more than likely we're going to have damage, and Refuge Church sits right over here.
You can see this purple shading, 30,000 feet. That's where we're seeing very large hail. Again, this did produce tennis ball size hail, right, Madeline?
Yes.
Yeah, so we had some tennis ball size hail with that storm. All right, we'll go back down, and I'm watching that very, very closely. Dukedom, this is moving into your area right now. Mayfield, Kentucky, it's going to be in your area in about 15 minutes. So Dukedom and Mayfield, Kentucky, I would be in my safe spot because I think that storm's going to spin up a tornado here very shortly. I hope I'm wrong. I truly do. All right, the tornado here is moving towards the Harrisburg area. It looks like that's Highway 45 that this tornado is traveling right along. And again, to the south of that tornado, we have very intense winds. And I think this was a quick spin-up tornado because I'm not seeing any debris signature anymore. It was definitely on the ground. We definitely had a tornado with this, but it looks like it is kind of one of those quick spin-up tornadoes, and we're seeing very strong gusty winds now moving through parts of Saline County, the southern parts of Saline County especially, and to the south of Harrisburg. And then this is going to be moving in towards the Shawneetown area. It's going to be moving across very northern parts of Pope County and the very northern part of Hardin County. So again, the tornado, at least on radar, looks as though it has dissipated, or kind of, it was a quick spin-up tornado, but it was definitely on the ground. We have a new confirmed tornado with that cell that we were watching. Probably that little kink I was concerned with, moving into eastern Mississippi County and moving into Carlisle and Ballard County. So let's get a close-up of that as well.
Diamond Avenue, of course, and then on up Cynthiana Road there toward Nisbet, St. Joe, St. Wendell Road, all of those. If I'm saying any road names that sound familiar to you or that you live on, you need to be already in your safe spot, as Michael was telling you and as we've been saying here for this evening. But that rotation, as Byron mentioned, it was a year ago today we had this same area kind of raked over by what turned out, I think, to be 17 tornadoes across the tri-state in one day. We'll go back to Michael there. It looks like you're getting better lighting there now on that storm.
Yeah, and then again, take this full screen, guys, if you can. Again, this is that potential wall cloud rotating. This is for that tornado-warned storm just to the northeast or northwest of Evansville. It is pushing northeast at around 60 miles per hour. It looks very, very intimidating there. This is what we look for in terms of the classic shape of a supercell. You can see that lowering cloud base. I'm seeing a lot of lightning in the background. Haven't seen any sort of funnel touching the ground, which is great news, but there is clear rotation within this storm with that wall cloud being present there. We need to take this very, very seriously. Again, it's not a confirmed tornado, but it definitely has the look and the makings of potentially being a tornado there. So you have that
velocity data. Yeah, that's a pretty good signature right there, just south and west of Bardwell. So if you're in Bardwell, go ahead and go through your tornado safety plan now. Do not wait on this. It eventually will swing up into Cunningham. And just to give you an idea of this line of storms, we're looking at 6
cloud base, and it could be rotating there, and it's rain wrapped and it's electrical. We can go back to Doppler radar. This is out. You get out towards Nisbet, St. Wendell, these locations. We're pushing the camera and we're looking generally out to the south and west. So if you're in Armstrong, Boonville, New Harmony Road, Darmstadt, storm's going to be right on you, west side of Evansville. We've removed the rain, so you have rain around a spinning core, so we can see there the core of wind, where the green and red are side by side. That's where the rotation is, and that's where the supercell thunderstorm. We're backing it up here on the radar. It's hauling from the southwest to the northeast. Evansville, Vanderburgh County, especially Highway 65, these areas, even up through Posey County, you need to be in your tornado safe shelter. That's right over St. Wendell, Darmstadt, these areas, US 41. You get up towards North High School. If there's programs going on there, get to a tornado safe shelter area. This probably is going to carry Jeff up into portions there of Gibson County, South Gibson, and those locations, 800 South out towards Gibson Southern. You guys could be in the next warned area. Of course, we already have a warning for western Gibson County.
It is for a continuation of this storm that has a confirmed tornado with it that is moving through Wickliffe right now, but they extended it into Paducah because of how fast the storm is moving. This storm that is near McLeansboro, or south of McLeansboro, near Harrisburg in southern Hamilton, Saline County. Southern Saline County, moving into Gallatin County. The last report we saw looked like the tornado had lifted. Let's zoom back into that storm as well. While I'm zoomed in, Marion, West Frankfort, Mount Vernon, west of that area, Carbondale, Anna Jonesboro, safe. Tornado threat's over. Same story for Jackson, Cape Girardeau, Sykeston, Scott City, Dexter.
As it was coming into Rowe,
And notice it's now we've got the newest scan, not as strong, thankfully, and I hope it stays that way, but definitely got some red.
The trend will be for all of these storms. I'm going to step away from this for a second and zoom out on just our reflectivity. Everything is slowing down in respect to its easterly motion. In respect to individual storms coming along this still, they're racing northeast, but this whole line, look at the lightning. Dyersburg, or just west of Dyersburg, just say up to the Boot Heel, Missouri, Pemiscot County, all the way down this line, this motion is slowing down. That is the beginning of our flooding threat. So
almost 3,000 lightning strikes up there around Dyersburg.
And that's just in that part. If I were to sample, I'd love to sample that if we can just do that real quick.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get it to register.
Lightning.
It's probably going to be in numerous thousands in this entire line.
Folks
That's not what
have taken shelter there at this time. Let's go to, let's see, Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still fixated on this web camera here. Again, it looks like that storm that is tornado warned is moving to the north and west of Evansville as it moves northeast, but it's moving right over Armstrong in Vanderburgh County, Hillsdale, even past that warning up towards Hobstad in southern Gibson County there. So even folks up towards Fort Branch, Elberfeld as well, up towards northwestern Warwick County, you want to be very keeping a close eye on this storm. I recommend, even though you're not within that warning, especially Elberfeld, go ahead and go into that shelter anyway. I likely
significant amount of rotation going on here. We're just waiting for it to become a little more co-located. I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping we've seen the last of confirmed tornado warnings this evening, but broad rotation, probably a lowering wall cloud there, a ton of wind going on over the river and in southwestern Tipton County. But right now, I don't see anything that would indicate that we have an ongoing tornado there, and most of our debris signatures would have that consensus as well. So we just have to watch this closely. I mean, an ongoing tornado warning, which goes until, I believe it was like 8:30, Jake? Might be longer.
For the Tipton one?
Yeah, the Tipton County.
I believe, yeah, 8:45.
8:45, okay. So another 35 minutes. So we'll watch this again. It's still feeding off an environment with nothing south of it, immediately south of it. That little shower we had south of it once it was east of Clarkdale and Crittenden County has kind of gone away. So it's got something to work with, but I do think it's getting ingested into this line. As we mentioned earlier, Jake mentioned this earlier.
So we've got a tornado forming just to the south of Dukedom, and it's going to be moving into southeastern Graves County. It's going to be moving into the Murray, Kentucky area, possibly if it holds together. I know you probably have, we've got a lot of folks that have students that go to Murray State, so we're going to stay with this to keep you safe. Again, if there's a tornado, it's right there just to the east of Dukedom. Let us take a look inside there. Again, this is a storm that has been producing tennis ball size hail. And the velocity data is old. Let me see if the CC, and we're not seeing any, there's a hail spike definitely, but we're not seeing a tornado on the ground with that. Let's see what's going on with this storm. I'm going to zoom in to the Carlisle County, Ballard County line. Let's kind of zoom into that.
Per hour. If you remember when we initially had this warning go into effect for Vanderburgh County, it was all the way in Gallatin. So it is moving very, very quick, and you don't have much time to get to your safe space. So you want to get as much lead time as possible. Again, going down to the lowest level of your residence and putting as many walls between you and the outdoors as possible. Let me go ahead and get a look at the
impact Murray. You guys are right on the edge of that polygon. 8:22 arrival there. It's more likely that it heads over toward places like Hardin at around 8:31, up toward Aurora perhaps at 8:39, Rockcastle at 8:53, Princeton, if it holds together, perhaps after the 9 o'clock time frame. So that is one storm of great concern here that we're watching. Let's go back over to our storm that is right around the Ballard and Carlisle County line. This is the storm that has the sirens going off in Paducah. We have a tornado warning out for this storm that's near Blandville and Bardwell. Tornado warning for Ballard, McCracken County, and northern Carlisle County until 8:30 tonight. That does include the Paducah area This is a radar indicated area of rotation right now around Blandville, right here on the Ballard and Carlisle County line. It's going to be moving up here. In fact, let's kind of go down for a street level view and call out some of the locations that are going to be in the path of this just in the next few minutes. Blandville, this is 121. And kind of zooming on down a little bit closer here, this is going to come up close to Blandville Road into extreme southern Ballard County, eventually over toward 62 as it crosses over.
Severe thunderstorm warnings. We're not at a point yet where there's any rotation though, and I do still believe they have that tornado warning out for some reason.
Highway 57 with the potential for a tornado and damaging winds. So please, if you're in the areas we're mentioning, and we're going to do a storm track on that one as well. And I know there's a lot to look at here on the radar, so we're trying to keep it with the most current hazards out there at this time. So first we will get back in just on a more localized view here, and then we're going to track from that rotation going to the northeast at 50. So that from about Armstrong Township there, Nisbet, and then going to the east at 60. These are some arrival times for you, including Elberfeld, Mackey at 8:23, Oakland City 8:29. That's still about, what, 17 minutes from now. I wouldn't wait, by the way. This is just when we think that part of the storm will be moving in. And then we also have Winslow and Petersburg. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one, I think, has already been in place, but it is for White and northern Gallatin County. We have a lot of pictures coming in now. We appreciate that. Let's go over to Arden Gregory to show you how these storms are affecting the tri-state. Arden.
More of a damaging wind risk. We might have had a brief area of rotation try to redevelop there near Clarendon. Just as I said that, I kind of look at that a little closer, and I think maybe it's becoming more of a damaging wind risk. But either way, we want you to stay in your safe place right around Clarendon, right along Highway 79. From Clarendon back toward the four-way stop with Highway 49 there, that is the area there where we might have still some rotation there. Again, when I loop
and Drummond's with this on a more of a north-northeasterly track, right through the middle of the Mississippi River and kind of winding its way up. So we'll see if this starts to take on a little bit more easterly component to its motion, the velocity data that is. Does that couplet that we're watching start to drift more into Tipton County? But we're going to quickly get into Lauderdale County here shortly. So we'll just have to see how it evolves. Again, right in here would be the area of concern. It's no longer down here moving towards Drummond's or anything. It's further north up here. So we'll see what they do. Again, they have two ongoing tornado warnings.
Got a new tornado warning now for St. Francis, Lee, and looks like Cross County, maybe far southern Cross County.
Let's go back and get that information. We'll come back and look at this one. So
it does. It kind of goes just to the south of Wynn.
So this is going to be one of those like embedded supercell type things, because everything down here is kind of congealed into a line. So obviously a mess. There's not a lot of easy way looking at just reflectivity to pinpoint where there's an issue. So that's what we're using our velocity data the most here.
Of the lightning, and you can see all those strokes that are popping up. It's not uncommon whenever you have rotation like that. One thing that we are seeing is a little bit of range folding. That's that purple area you see highlighted. And sometimes that will happen with radar, especially at night, but we're shooting through.
That kind of damage, that was 45 minutes ago. You can imagine emergency responders have a lot more to do than respond to a text from me or anyone else asking them what's going on. But we are getting an indication that other emergency responders are heading toward Delta to help out in that area. So we have two crews on the way ourselves, and hopefully we will be able to supply some ground truth from Delta soon and let folks know what's going on there. But as of right now, it seems like a lot of emergency responders are headed toward the Delta area. Highway Patrol, Clark Parrott said he was headed that way as well. So again, if anyone is in that area and you're safe and can let us know what's going on, you're our eyes and ears out there as we're headed out there. We really appreciate it. Grant, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you very much for that update, man. I really just Hope and pray that everybody's okay.
That's front. You can have that tornadic thunderstorm. So we might need new warnings from the National Weather Service covering Union, Posey, and Vandenberg again if that storm holds together. So we have numerous warnings. Just shows how unstable the atmosphere is. But the new warnings now for Pike, Gibson County, kind of running from the southwest to the northeast. All those areas along Highway 57 that just got worked over with some tornadoes just a few weeks ago. Some of those same areas there, Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Byron. Once again, our tornado warning now for Vandenberg County has been kind of redrawn here. The original warning has cleared. That means Posey, at least for now, southern Posey and northern Henderson County are in the clear, at least for now. Not for the night, but just between storms here. Still a number of warnings. One significant development, a good one for a change, is that confirmed or observed tornado warning, which was touching Gallatin County, has been dropped back down to radar indicated. Could indicate just that it has kind of cycled back down. That's where we're going to pick it up with Michael Fecco.
Yeah, so while that storm down in Gallatin County has that tornado warning, it also has a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is specifically for gusts up to 70 miles per hour outside of the potential for a tornado. You could also see quarter-sized hail in here, so a multitude of threats with this particular Boeing segment.
Drive around, no sightseeing right now. There's still a lot of damage out there that they're still assessing in Cape and other areas, but I specifically talking about Cape. We've gotten some information from Bobby Newton with the Cape Police Department about traffic that's blocked on Kings Highway, northbound at Bloomfield and southbound at Kings Highway. We heard from the city manager a little bit ago who told us that he's requesting again that folks not drive around. And some of the live shots that we're showing you there, I think one of them we have in Cape is from Kings Highway and William, and we're still, again, we've got crews out assessing damage, but it's been a busy night, Grant, and we're just now.
St. Francis, even Caldwell. We'll come back to this in a second. We have some video of a storm earlier that went through Poinsett County, produced damage, tightened up into a confirmed large, damaging. That is just, look at that, folks. If you looked away from the screen, look back at the screen for a second. This was in Lake City, up in Craighead County. This was a storm that we tracked that produced damage in Poinsett County. This was about 2 hours ago at this point. That's
a violent tornado.
That is incredible. Look, it's almost 2. You see the two circulations there?
I mean, that's at least EF3.
And this is not happening now. This is not current. This was for the tornado. I'm going to zoom out just so no one thinks that that's what we're looking at now. This is, again, what moved through Lake City and Craighead County earlier this evening. We'll go back to just a wide view radar for a second, put that in play. Look at that. I mean, that is just... That's wild. And again, at the beginning of that video, there's 2 tornadoes there, kind of twins, and it looks like it merges into one or one lifts. Kind of multi-vortex, Jake, I'd almost say.
Oh, 100%.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, you can see almost like a horizontal vortex.
Wow.
Spinning around the side of it. Yeah, and that's what you see in an EF4 type tornado, violent tornadoes.
Absolutely.
That's not a weak tornado by any means.
And we're certainly thinking about our folks up there in Craighead County. Again, Craighead County just outside of our viewing area. But
looking at the debris or looking at the velocities, it's this little hole here, this little hook in the radar echoes. This is approaching 865 and Interstate 65, northwestern sections of Marion County. Take shelter. Zionsville, Whitestown, Meridian Hills. You're not in the confirmed tornado warning, and it looks like that rotation may stay just north of you. However, we want you to be in the safest part of your home, as this storm has a history of damage and the potential of additional damage at this point. The destructive severe thunderstorm warning goes until 10 p.m. That was a new one. The confirmed tornado warning until 9:30, and it does include the northwestern sections of Marion County.
Yep.
I do want to come out just a bit to give you a heads up. Storm producing damage at this point. It is approaching, as Matt mentioned, the northwest side, Eagle Creek, Traders Point area. That's northwest Marion County. On that track, north and east, Zionsville, Whitestown. Does it hold together and enter the western and southwestern sections of Hamilton County? So be thinking now, Westfield, Carmel, Noblesville, if this one continues on this track, that's where it's going to go, in between Whitestown and Meridian Hills and Broad Ripple, and then in between Noblesville and Fishers. A significant storm at this point, and unfortunately is causing
there, obviously, but as you look back toward it, obviously a strong storm there moving in, and that picture again is from Uniontown looking over the river there. We are also still getting hail pictures. This one,
take a look at the shear profile. That's what I'm seeing right there. Although I'm a little concerned with that right there, but that is headed towards Dyersburg, and that is out of our viewing area. So I want to focus on the storms that are in our viewing area. There's the possible tornado right there crossing into Callaway County. It's going right into the Murray, Kentucky area. So I'm not exactly sure. I think Murray State is located on the northwest side of Murray. I'm not exactly sure, but this is where the possible tornado would be. And it's going to go.
It now includes the Fishers area, Carmel, Westfield, and Noblesville because it's moving at 60 miles per hour. And the latest on the debris ball has it coming in just kind of getting close now to 71st Street. It has now crossed 65 and kind of where 465 and 65 meet there on the west side.
Yep.
Very close to 71st Street. So that northwest corner inside the loop of 465, that's where the debris ball is right now.
All right, so we're going to get a new scan here, and we're getting a new confirmed tornado warning, but I'm just telling you, there's so much going on. We got the tornado, but we also have the destructive wind with this. So if you are in Indianapolis, in the Indy metro area, till we can give you the all clear on this, you need to be in your safe, you need to be in your tornado.
That's going to light up Mackey, obviously, right now at 8:25. Winslow at 8:38. And then Petersburg, Eastern Time Zone there, 9:41, Otwell and Jasper. And also, I'm going to turn it just a little bit here more to the north to pick up Oakland City in case it turns more that way across Gibson County. Either way you slice it here, this is now crossing Interstate 69, and we can anticipate not only damaging winds and a possible tornado, but also damaging hail. As Arden was showing you, we've had some large hail around the tri-state now, including golf ball size. That will be moving across State Road 57 and Interstate 69.
So we're tracking a tornado, but we're also tracking widespread destructive wind as well. Multiple things going on here. Let me put on the debris signature. It's not as defined, Matt. Wouldn't you agree? It's not as defined as it was a little bit earlier.
I think you're spot on.
Yeah, but when we look at the wind velocity, that's where that circulation is. So let's just take it out. Westover, Meridian Hills, Grandview. There's Guyan Road, New Augusta. You should be in your tornado safe spot.
We'll take that 286 out of Wickliffe and go right in towards the Paducah area. The Harley-Davidson place is right here. The rotation should stay north of the Harley-Davidson place, but the riverfront is right here, and I'm concerned that the riverfront could get hit with this if it holds together. The National Weather Service, of course, is right there where the radar is, and boom, there it is. That's the tornado. I'm pretty sure that's a debris signature. You can see the purple hook right here. So I'm pretty sure we have a tornado on the ground crossing 726 right now. Tornado on the ground crossing 726 in McCracken County, headed right towards the airport. If you live,
change over to our radar velocity.
So some of our, let me call out some of the roads we're talking about from where we are right now. This thing is very, very close to the airport. It is going to be headed across Mayfield Metropolis Road, perhaps, out toward Golson Road. It is very possible that this could cross very close to the mall area. It is, if it continues on its current path, it could, the way that it's tracking, it is going to go very close to the Hinkleville Road area, out in between the airport and I-24. So we're talking about areas that are close to McCracken County High School and perhaps, again, Highway 60. This is going to be a very close call for areas there on Highway 60. Let me check out the debris track on this.
We're talking about it's going to pass right over that, just prepare for it to cross right over the mall out there. right there at 60 and 24.
City, Mackey, Buckskin, you need to be in shelter. And then tornado warning still continuing right along the Wabash River for Mount Carmel, basically Wabash, Edwards counties, and severe thunderstorm warning over all of that. If you're listening on the radio now, 104 FM WIKY, the most hazardous
What's highlighted here also in purple, and this is somewhat new information within the last few minutes, that confirmed tornado warning has been extended out of Zionsville to now include Meridian Hills, northern sections of Marion County, up toward Fishers, Carmel, Westfield.
Again, we're going to ride through this with you. Just hang on. We're going to talk you through it as it passes through the Paducah area where we have a large population. And again, this tornado is just now crossing the airport as we speak. It's now passing over the radar. It will pass through West Paducah or just to the east of it. And the lightning is going to be vivid. It's going to be loud, and it's going to rumble a lot. But we don't have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground at this point. Have you seen anything about that, Trent?
I do know that the folks at the Weather Service office are taking shelter right now. It is headed out toward the exit 4 area. So again, as we've been mentioning, we need you to be taking shelter across the Paducah area at the moment, but we really are concerned about areas close to exit 4. Let's head back over to radar source 1 briefly here, and let me go down for a closer view of where we are seeing this. This thing, unfortunately, right now, it is over the radar site, and so here I'm going to have to put this back in play mode here. Bear with me for just one moment. Unfortunately, the radar, the storm is over the top of it, so we're not able to get a real good handle on what we're.
That's in the cone of silence,
Yeah.
and that's unfortunate, but that happens, and certainly I can assure you that it is crossing right over the airport as we speak.
Right. Let me point this out.
Numerous warnings up and down the line. Bloomington, we don't want to leave you out. There are severe thunderstorm warnings for you. Johnson County as well. Let me put the
I am
radar.
thinking we may be having a tornado forming right now just to the northwest of Murray. So this does look as though it's going to stay north of Murray. So for you folks with your kids at Murray State, it's pretty noisy there right now, some gusty winds and some thunder and lightning.
So this most likely will go across very close to West Paducah, out toward Harris Road, possibly very close to Maxon Road, Mayfield Metropolis Road, Olivet Church Road. We're talking about areas right out here just to the west of the mall area. It's way too close for comfort in those parts of Paducah. Again, we're kind of waiting for this storm to emerge on the other side of the radar site so we can get a better idea of what's going on. I don't want to forget about you guys down here in Marshall and Callaway County, because this thing is strengthening as well, close to Kirksey and Hardin. Let me get a quick check of the debris signature here.
On that lower right screen on the debris detector, it looks to me, Matt, that right there along Meridian Street, right there along Meridian Street, that's going into Carmel.
Yes.
Crossing 126th as well. All right, so that is the tornado portion of this. That is not the whole story, but there it is, and there it is right there over Newark Village. Let me get it. Okay, let me take off the quad box real quickly, and I'm going to go to the debris detector so we can get in really tight there.
Okay, so that's just south of City Center Drive.
Yep.
If you're familiar with the Carmel area.
Yep, and there's Rangeline Road. Now again, this thing's moving at 65, so it's already east of this position. But so that puts it over Main Street and 126th Street. You should have already been in your safe location, but that's where this thing.
Coleman Road, and then perhaps toward Brookport. So if we're watching in those areas, we need to be getting to our place of shelter. Let me put a track on this from where it is now, heading off to the northeast at 65 to 70 miles per hour. If it continues on this heading, it's going to be moving, well, toward Brookport within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Smithland at 8:46, Rosaclare at 8:57. the arrival time there. Now we also have a brand new large severe thunderstorm warning for western Kentucky. We will watch that carefully. We're still waiting for the storm to kind of reemerge on the other side of the radar.
Yeah, the lightning is absolutely tremendous.
Let's go back to Sky Tracker real quick and see if we can get a visual on anything with this. And we've got that dual box there for you. Right now it looks like just a tremendous amount of rain. We're hearing from the folks at the Weather Service office. They're okay after taking shelter from this. Whole lot of rain and lightning coming up into Paducah, but right now,
and that's where it is now. And maybe Sean, come out just a little bit.
You got it.
So you can, so if you're New Britain, so that's going to be Hamilton County. That's going to be along State Road 37 north of Fishers. So that's where we expect it to go next. And
yeah, I'm
again,
just going to kind of lapse this a little bit, just so you can see the movement. All right, there you go, right there. And so it's you know, it looks like it's not real wide, but it is definitely it's picked, you know, when we say debris detector, that donut that you're looking at, that is the radar detecting debris. It could be trees, could be shingles, could be something like that. All right. As Angela mentioned, Matt, I've been doing so many other things. Angela, what's the speed on this?
They've been moving between 60 and 70 miles per hour, but let me get you confirmation on that, Sean. And I really like that one.
There it is, right over Cherry, tracking straight north. We'll get a speed on this. I believe it's going like 35 was the original wind track speed on it. 1 second here. Alrighty, 35. I just want to track this one.
You're tired of having to do this again and again, but DeWitt, Crockett's Bluff, St. Charles, Crossroads, Indian Bay, and Connell's Point there. You want to be in your safe place, lowest floor.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so we do have at least a funnel cloud being reported by our friends there at McCracken County Emergency Management. So if you're in Brookport and Unionville, if you're on the north side of Paducah, out toward Highway 45, perhaps North 32nd Street, up toward the foot of the Brookport Bridge, close to Noble Park.
Again, heading towards that area, so tracking the same thing you are, Joel. Getting a new update here. Let's see. There's that new update. Again, looks like, again, it's a downtick just a bit. Still got that rotation that's over there.
It's in Carmel now, but Noblesville, if you live in or around Ruoff Music Center, Fishers, you need to be in the safe part of your home. McCordsville, Fortville, extend this out, heads up, Cicero, Lapel, Pendleton, Ingalls, Anderson. So moving across the southern half eventually of Madison County if this holds together, and we have seen significant signatures within this confirmed tornado warning and the destructive severe thunderstorm warning as well. While we're here, let's go back to that shear rate has been really great in showing us where we have the destructive wind and that threat of the damage from a tornado as well. They're coming out now of Carmel, Fishers, New Britain. So this is State Road 37 and Interstate 69 crossing right now New Britain. If you're familiar with that area, this is 37 and 146th Street. So just a little north of that radar location that I showed you, or basically right over that radar location I just showed you. In between Noblesville and Fishers is where we're getting some of those wind spikes right now.
Signature here that is very close to Coleman Road.
Okay. We're getting reports of damage out by the airport from the McCracken County Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
And even had a sheriff's deputy's vehicle which was damaged. So we've got trees down, and that's all we've got. It's out, out by the airport. So that was right where the rotation went through, right over the airport and the National Weather Service there. So you treat this as if it's on the ground and should be hopefully crossing the river here shortly, and that will relieve the folks in Paducah. But if you're on the other side of the Ohio, plan on this being a tornado that will do damage.
It's possibly over Noble Park as of the latest radar scan. So Noble Park, and then over toward Caro Road, 305, and then right toward the foot of the Brookport Bridge is where this thing is going to be coming across next. You can see the bright.
Oh, yeah.
Parkway. So this is basically right at that intersection that Matt mentioned. So there's this is where Hamilton Town Center is. So if you're familiar, Hamilton Town Center is at this exit. This is also the Ruoff exit, the music center. We do want to make sure you're aware. We've got the confirmed tornado warning. We've got the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Greenwood, Franklin, you're under severe thunderstorm warnings. South to Bloomington, we need to treat these as we have been most of the evening. As
downtown Paducah.
What's that? Sky Tracker right now from atop the tower here at the station.
That is looking toward the Brookport Bridge, by the way.
Yes.
That's looking towards Brookport Bridge, and the winds are likely in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour. And if there's a tornado that is still on the ground or doing damage, this will likely be our inflow, but really rocking things around. So for those of you, again, in the downtown Paducah area, this is passing just to the west of you, but just stay in your place of safety. It will be moving into the Brookport area here very shortly.
All right, and let's go back. Let me switch over to a different mode on radar. Yeah, very heavy rain here, obviously, and south of here, Reedland to Simpsonia, some very strong straight line winds. But again, our velocity now showing that tornado is likely crossing the Ohio River over into areas near Brookport and Unionville.
Safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors, Cumberland, Acton, southeast side of Marion County, Beech Grove. Some of the strongest winds are now pushing east of this location and that confirmed tornado warning. We are back in the Noblesville area. This is I-69 and Campus Parkway. Visibility very low in this area, and this is an area that we were monitoring for the significant wind, the destructive wind, the wind that may be rotating, and if this cell is still producing a tornado, it's going to be very close to this area and moving now just east of this area. So I-69 and Campus Parkway, that's this area right here, Noblesville and Ruoff Music Center. Campus Parkway is the exit for the Music Center, and now we have confirmed continuing tornado warning. We were trying to give you heads up. Anderson, this is moving very quickly to the north and east. They're continuing the confirmed tornado warning now in advance of those pockets of destructive wind that we were showing you right over and now just east of Noblesville. This is going to move into Durbin. So if you're familiar with some of the more rural areas of Hamilton County, into Clarksville, over to LaPel, Edgewood, Anderson, you're now under the confirmed tornado warning.
Obion and Rutherford, that's moving off to the northeast at approximately 55 to 60 miles per hour. So from there, this thing is headed up toward Martin. Arrival time in Martin at 8:53, a possible tornado with this system, 9:08 for Palmersville, 9:22 for Puryear, 9:28 for Murray, and 9:37 for Benton, Kentucky, if it holds together. But again, Martin, Tennessee, 8:53 arrival time on this storm that could possibly produce a tornado for your area. We are also monitoring the threat for some hail.
Just
back
quickly,
around.
in Brownsburg, we actually have a crew headed to the scene right now. Not confirmed, but a report of some structure damage, possibly a warehouse in Brownsburg. So we have a crew going to check that out. Again, not confirmed report, but sounds like there could be damage to a structure in Brownsburg. Also getting a lot of report of debris on roadways. State Road 37 in Fishers, dangerous for drivers out there. Obviously, you don't want to be on the road, and some of that debris is getting in the way and could be dangerous as well.
Absolutely. And in the Brownsburg, if we show the radar, so we're going back in time here, all right? You can see the twist that went through, all right? There's Eagle Creek, there's Lakeside, and then this thing went into the northern side of Marion County, went into Carmel, and now we're not seeing as strong velocity signature right now.
Sean, is there one trying to redevelop just south of where the old one was? I'm talking just south of Lapel on Storm Relative. It's almost as if it's trying to cycle maybe a little bit.
And that's what we'll have to
watch.
So so the broad, and what Matt's saying is we don't have a tight circulation right now. We got a broad one, but right around Ruoff, right around Lapel will be the area that we'll have to watch. Now we still have the tornado warning that's going on, but that's the area we're going to focus on. And that's why we've got the extension of the tornado warning for parts of Madison County. In addition to all that mess with the tornado, we still have a Now, I will tell you, the worst of the wind is now over for downtown. I know there's this large polygon. Let me draw a line. I'm going to draw a line, Angela, just where we can
to come up here.
Let me see if I can get it on too.
But this storm is going to be moving off to the northeast at about 55 to 60 miles per hour, as all of them have been moving tonight.
Yeah, it's and wind speed 70 miles.
60 miles per hour. There's a view. It's rain wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see it. It's completely within the rain there. You can see the curve showing up. That is rain wrapped. You will not see this coming. So you need to go to your safe space. And now southern Posey County, Savah, Solitude, Farmersville, Mount Vernon, even up towards Hepburn, Wadesville, Parker Settlement. This particular storm moving northeasterly in that direction. Jeff?
Yeah, Michael, I got a storm track on that, and I'm tracking from where we have the debris signature showing up. Now, this will be a little north of Upton now as the radar updates, but moving north at 60. Michael pretty well covered all the cities and towns there. These are arrival times, so you still have a minute or two in places like Solitude and Harmony. Again, we're in Posey County here, basically to the west of State Road 69 between Savah.
Long term, somebody that could be a competitor at the end.
So we 859, Poseyville 904, Armstrong 908. Byron Douglas, you've been in this area.
I want you to look at this on reflectivity mode. This thing is completely wrapped in rain, and if you look here, you can almost see where that signature, it's almost like it's wrapping. You've got the hail core here. You can almost see, I wouldn't call it a bounded weak echo region, but you can see how this is just wrapped up right there to the south and west of Bearden, or right on top of Bearden, and it's just riding Highway 79. And by the way, that middle camera right there, I believe it's right there, that is Thornton, yes. So that perspective right there, you're looking, it's actually,
winds are picking up in advance of this line of storms. Heads up Alexandria, Anderson, Greenfield, even Newcastle down the line. Muncie, you've got a little time before this moves in, along with Mount Pleasant. So this is going to come out of Madison County and head into Delaware County. And you can see the movement very quickly off to the north and east. We will check. This really has been a great product for us, showing us the strong winds.
By blocking the interstate, I believe. There is a possible accident along I-24 out around Highway 60.
Fort Branch, Mount Carmel, observed tornado racing to the northeast. A new one, we're going to send it off to Jeff here from Elberfeld, Petersburg, into Pike County. South there of Petersburg, you get out towards Algiers, Co., Highway 56. North there of Winslow, racing off, and then racing off to the northeast, just south there of Petersburg, Jeff.
Okay, Byron, we're going to do a stop here and then back with Michael. We have two now observed tornadoes, one which would be out here between Winslow, Arthur Junction, down to about Spurgeon. The other, as we mentioned, started there near Upton in Posey County. And let's get a tighter view on that one first, as we can see that strong inflow coming in there, that little point. And then more importantly here, as we look at the debris signature, while not as sharp as it was before, it's certainly moving up here to the north of Solitude and into Farmersville. We're getting some thunder here in Vanderburgh County in Evansville. That is not a severe thunderstorm warning yet. The tornado warning covers the northwestern corner of Vanderburgh County. So that would be Armstrong, Nisbet, St. Wendell right here on the Posey County line.
New circulation is formed heading towards Elwood.
And that's the one, and let's go right to Live Doppler 13 radar. Okay, there's the circulation. So it went broad, starting to tighten up. It's right there around Lapel, right, Matt?
And there's a new one just a little bit north of that. A new warning's going to pop up on your screen in just a moment, but this is the one. So we do have that circulation over Lapel headed towards Anderson, but then we have a new one that's headed towards the Elwood area.
All right, so yeah, I see what you're saying. It's right there. All right, so we still, and there's the new warning that Matt was talking about. I'm going to let me zoom in. Elwood, Frankton, Alexandria in this polygon. It goes technically until 10 p.m. Now on the radar, right now, the circulation compared to what we've had is not crazy. But that doesn't mean that in 1 or 2 minutes that it can't tighten up. We want you in your safe spots, all right? And then we still have
9:15 for Crittenden, Livingston, a very small portion of Massac and Pope County, and that's a radar indicated area of rotation. And that is for the storm that's located about 7 miles north of Ledbetter, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So this is the area that we're concerned about. Put a track on that here for you.
This is a confirmed tornado, or it had that confirmed tornado warning. It is going to push into Du Bois County, so up towards Ireland, Jasper, Huntingburg, Celestine, even all the way up north into Du Bois County, Harbison, and out towards Ellsworth. Go into your tornado safe spaces immediately. Let's go ahead and do a check on that storm relative velocity there. You can see right through Pikeville, it looks like we've got some more rotation in there, and then possibly some other vorticities showing up within southern Pike County. So pretty much all of Pike County is under that tornado warning for potentially some of those spin-ups. You can see when those reds and greens are close together, that's where we're talking about that potential rotation.
Okay. In right now, some damage pictures. Before we get to Arden, we're also going to do another quick check on that observed tornado in Posey County, now racing out to the north of Solitude. That would be about Springfield in central Posey County. These are new arrival times. Could reach Poseyville here in about 7 minutes. Fort Branch, Princeton, Francisco. This, of course, up into Gibson County, also in that warning. Arden, just in. We have damage pictures now. Where are you looking?
Yeah, this picture just came in from James Boger from St. Philip. So that would be west of Evansville, south of Parker Settlement. Parker Settlement is where I was just getting all of those pictures of the large hail. And I don't know how well you can see this here. I don't know if I can make it any tighter or not. But there does appear to be some roof damage here and some broken trees that you can see there. And again, this is a picture that was just submitted to us from St. Philip. There's been a lot of storms moving through that area. So
I mean, even without a tornado, it's
Right, that's going to do damage, and it's going to do significant damage. So let's put I still have the wind on here, and we'll do these pockets of wind, and we'll go north to south. Matt got us the new tornado warning that's going to be just south of Tipton and include Elwood. You're seeing a wind spike here. You're coming out of Lapel. Anderson, you said Lapel had what, 86?
87.
87.
From the emergency manager there in Madison County. Measured, by the way, measured not estimated.
Okay, so that wind spike is headed into Anderson. You've got a little time. Daleville, Yorktown, Muncie, and this is going to be a new tornado warning. They're not going to go confirmed at this point because we've seen that circulation tighten up, dissipate, tighten up, dissipate. So for now, but they're going tornado warning.
Jennifer Rukavina, that we do have that accident. It's confirmed that apparently the tornado did go across 24. That's about all the information we're getting in, but we're also getting some hail up to tennis ball size in some of these locations. So the reason why I tell you that is because we
area, and then across the county line toward Ireland, the second observed tornado warning now, and again, that's why they're purple. It means it's the real thing. We have a tornado that not only has been spotted on radar, but also moving to the northeast across Posey County. We're going to go back over to Michael Fecka while I change a battery here. Go ahead.
Yes, so I'm still looking at, of course, those tornado warnings through Posey County and into Gibson County. Again, those are purple, so they are observed and they are on the ground. So if you live in areas like Poseyville, Parker Settlement, New Harmony, Griffin in Posey County, you're included in that warning. You need to go to your safe space in towards Gibson County, Owensville, Hickory Ridge, Fort Branch, Hobstad, Princeton. Also, you need to be going down into your tornado safe spaces. Again, this is potentially a confirmed tornado on the ground in those areas. And then just one quick look at that velocity, where we can see the best rotation showing up there, possibly moving right over Solitude, in between Solitude and Oliver. And that is going to be moving northeast up towards Hepburn, Wadesville. This is in Posey County, all the way up towards Poseyville, potentially up towards Cynthiana as well.
We'll be able to see very well if that is, but let's get a track on that storm moving toward the north and east. It's moving at about 40 miles per hour. So putting that track, let's have it going that way right there. Thornton around 8:58. So right now, or in just the next few minutes, don't wait. Get in your safe place. Thornton, Fordyce 9:04, Kingsland 9:14 rather, Mount Elba at 9:22, and Risen eventually. Risen, you're not under the tornado warning, but if this holds together, and I don't see any reason to think it won't, that would eventually work its way on in, and that would probably prompt a new tornado warning there for Cleveland County. So again, right now, if there's a tornado with it, and I think there's a very good chance there might be, it would probably be in northern Calhoun County at this point. And again, we're going to continue to watch that closely. I want to do a quick check-in on our
city, and is running on down into portions of Graves County, but we do still have a tornado warning that's in effect out over here in the northern sections of Lyon County. So this very strong rotation is going
the strong wind gusts we are talking about, 64, 67 miles per hour being sampled here on radar, but gusts up to 70 are certainly possible. So areas like Evansville and Henderson
get some answers soon as far as that collapse. Also hearing from IMPD that there are power lines down, traffic lights out, multiple trees down, especially on the west side of Indianapolis. So obviously with power lines down and traffic lights out, that's a safety concern when you're traveling. Hopefully people are staying home in their safe place. But if you do have a loved one on the road, you know, that person needs to know that those power lines, that could cause a real danger on the road. So we'll continue to try and get some additional information, especially about that possible structure collapse in Brownsburg that we have a crew headed to right now.
Yeah, and we've warned our crew to be safe as well, as far as being on the roads and getting to those locations so we can pass the latest information on to you. And this is I-69 near County Road 750. So that's going to be north and east of Indianapolis in this cluster of tornado warnings and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that are now northeast of Indianapolis. What you just heard from Jenny is now making its way northeast of Indianapolis into Muncie, through the southern half of Madison County, and then continuing to move north and east. We do have new destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, not necessarily quite at the level, but Bloomington, you've got severe storms overhead.
We have a new tornado warning now, including Evansville, Vanderburgh County, back into your tornado safe shelter. Evansville, Boonville, this now includes Warwick County, Boonville up towards Linville, Newburgh, you get out towards Chandler, Highway 62. Get to your tornado shelter right now. Boonville up towards Tennyson. You still have time. Purple polygons, observed tornadoes out towards Linville, and then as you work up through Pike County. Jeff?
We're going to stay with you, Byron, but we're also going to shelter. I'm going to tell our guys in the control room, this is us. Let's shelter here. We will keep talking to you. We're on wireless mics. We're going to leave the radar up at the moment, but I don't feel it's safe to be here in the studio at the moment. So we're going to just step out here to the safe room, and we can continue to cover the information for you here. And you're watching the radar right now. Again, that's a tornado warning for western Vanderburgh County, and that will continue here for about another 30 minutes or so. We're getting the strongest winds right over WFIE studios at this time, so that's why we are not on camera. We're talking to you from our safe room where we have a monitor, and we can continue to watch what's happening here. But if you're in the west side, certainly you need to be in that safe place right now, and you may see our signal blink in and out there with power outages, and also hear the siren back there for that tornado warning. Again, this is a tornado warning, Evansville, city of Evansville. It also includes Union Township and eastern parts of Vanderburgh County, all the way over to Newburgh. Sounds like the wind has subsided, so we can get back into the studio now, but we were a little rocky there for just a couple minutes. We'll let the production crew get back into their positions too. And of course, we're going to be getting lightning. Hopefully we won't lose power here, but we just want everyone to be completely safe as we go through this storm here. We're starting to get hail as well. Let's check the hail signatures on here, and we will likely be hearing that hail here on the roof. You can probably hear it on my microphone now. Again, we have a tornado warning for the city of Evansville. This is basically everybody in southern Vanderburgh County all the way out into Newburgh. That warning also extending into Warwick County. So Newburgh, down to Yankeetown, Boonville, Chandler, and Elberfeld, all those areas right now getting this intense wind moving to the north and east at about 70 miles per hour. I'm not really in a position to gauge what the wind speed was here at the station. I'm guessing easily 50, 60, just based on the feel of it, and we had our lights were moving a little bit in here. That's kind of a sign. Byron, we'll go over to you. What do you have?
All right, Jeff, tornado warning from Evansville, Vanderburgh County. Areas here in purple means it's been observed. Don't try to look at the storm. Evansville, Newburgh, up towards the north side, Elberfeld, into Boonville, into Newburgh, covering Warwick, Vanderburgh County there as well. And some of the highest winds are coming through the west side. You see marked there by 14 WFIE as you work out towards the Evansville Country Club. This will be heading right up towards McCutcheonville there, out towards the elementary school. If you live within a few miles there of the school, a wall of wind. Observed tornado, Evansville, Vanderburgh County, and it's racing off, generally from the southwest to the north and east. We'll widen the radar out just a bit, get up towards Darmstadt, all areas there in purple. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings. You have the information there on the bottom portion of your screen.
And this will be near Eddyville at 9:05, Farmersville and Cresswell around 9:10. So we now have weather spotters confirming a tornado on that storm that's around the Eddyville area. So right here, this is our confirmed tornado. Let's see if there's any debris showing up. We've got spotter reports on that. Guys, if you don't care to be looking at the tornado warning that's in northwest Tennessee, we don't want to forget about that storm as well. But this right now, we've got a confirmed tornado here, so we need to get information on that. Again, this is headed straight
Petersburg Road and goes on out toward Highway 41. Now that data is a minute or two old. This is probably closer to Highway 41. Thunderbolt Golf Course would be out here, then moving across toward the Wartime Museum and onto the airport there. This would be in Vanderburgh County. And again, I'm just looking at a very, very tight view of debris on the radar right now. We also have other areas of possible lofted debris showing up, and again, if these are in conjunction with some other radar signatures, which they are, even those straight line winds can loft debris. Let's go to Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
Taking a look at velocities here, it looks like we got another tornado warning issued for Gibson County, and unfortunately it seems to be moving right over, take this full screen guys please, moving right over Owensville. That is where the radar is located, so we aren't able to get a super clear picture of where that velocity couplet could be, but southern Gibson County, Owensville, Hickory Ridge, Mounts, Hobstad, Fort Branch, King, Princeton, and Lyles. You need to be going down to your tornado safe spaces immediately, hopping on down to potentially another velocity couplet.
It's going to be moving off the map here fairly quickly, but at 55 miles per hour, it would move toward Martin at 9:01. In fact, it's on top of you now. Palmersville at 9:18. Puryear at 9:33. Murray just before 9:40. And Aurora about 5 minutes before 10 o'clock this evening. So let's take this back to the velocity data real fast. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in just north of Martin. You can see just a tiny hint of red just trying to get in there, and a lot of blues going into this storm. What you want to see, or actually what you don't want to see, one, we got the blues going in this way, and the reds are starting to come in this way. Now, not a lot of reds, which is a good thing to see, meaning the rotation's not as strong with this one. However, it is in the environment where these could spin up very quickly, especially along the line where we could have those easily 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. In fact, there's the inflow notch just north of Martin, east of US 45 East. And Trent, do we have any more reports coming out of Kentucky yet from this system?
We're still getting information about the situation that was in Ballard County.
The city of Henderson. It would be out toward Basket, Spotsville, Rucker number 1 and 2, and roads, and then on down Highway 41 there, just out of town. But now that it has attained that bow sign there, we could see increasing winds. I see you have a lot debris up right now. What are you seeing?
This could potentially be some debris being lofted up here in northern Vandenberg County. This is just to the south of Armstrong and moving into Darmstadt. Right now, West Boonville, New Harmony Road, there's potentially being debris lofted up right in there. It looks
Otherwise, the line, as expected, has moved from west to east, impacting all of central Indiana on this Wednesday evening, and some of the damage reports just starting to come in. Matt.
Hey, Angela, we've got a debris ball, it now looks like, for that storm coming into Muncie. The debris ball looks to be just north and west of Yorktown, near the Kamek area. It's very close to the Muncie Elks.
Yeah,
John, you got an update?
Yeah, if you pop it up there, we'll show the debris signature. Yeah, not far. So there's Ball State University, and it's right on top of I-69. And yeah, so this, if it goes on this path, it'll stay just to the west of Ball State University. It's that little donut there you see on links 2. Okay, that's what Matt was talking about here. We'll zoom in. There's I-69 and there's 100 west. So this is a tornado that's in progress right now. There's an update. So that's why I was saying it's moving northeast. This will stay just to the northwest, at least the tornado debris signature will stay to the northwest of Ball State. But tornado in progress there. As we get a little bit closer, there's County Road 300 North, there's west side, or there's the town of Bethel, moving to the northeast. But they're going to keep them in their safe locations there in Muncie as well as Ball State University with this this tornado debris signature we're showing you there with this storm. All right, so confirmed tornado warning.
Yes, until 10:15 on that.
15, for good reason. So the radar picking up on that. We've seen that, unfortunately, several times tonight. Several times that we've had the tornado debris signature. And so that's the radar hitting debris that's being lofted. We don't know what kind of debris it is. Could be a tree, could be some shingles, we don't know. But that's it right there. That's your confirmed tornado. You should be in your safe spots there in Bethel. You've had the tornado warning that's been issued for a while. And there's the
tornado warning for central Caldwell, southwestern Hopkins, and north central Lyon County. Storm capable of producing a tornado near Princeton, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So that may here be our storm that was around the Eddyville area. So let's track that. This is actually the rotation here that prompted that warning. So you see here, this warning, a very small part of Lyon County included there. This is for the Princeton area and Crider up into areas close to Dawson Springs. Yeah, here's that warning, 9:45 expiration time. That includes Dawson Springs and Princeton. Rotation.
Princeton and White Sulphur. If we look at velocity information on here, we will see a pretty strong signature, at least strong winds here around Princeton. We will go back to, actually let's look at debris real quick before we go and do a track. And there is some potential debris there at Princeton. It's not exactly where we would typically see it, but anyway, we're getting that circulation now showing up, so we will track that to our east. And again, this is an area that was in that high risk, so we know we have the ingredients already in place for a tornado, and that may be what's happening here right now with this tornado warning. Cities in the path will include Lewistown at 9:11, Charleston, Dawson Springs at 9:21, St. Charles at 9:27, Earlington again there just to the south of Madisonville at 9:32. We're going to go back over to
increase. And speaking of damaging wind threat, we still have the destructive thunderstorms. Destructive thunderstorm warnings that continue for Newcastle into Richmond, Winchester. So this area here, these storms have a history.
Surrounded by other rooms. Again, that is the one storm right now that we are tracking that is tornado warned. I do want to look up here to the north and east. That storm around DeWitt, now severe thunderstorm warned. I'm going to turn things over right now to Christopher Pipkin, who's live in the Arkansas storm.
Let's go down for a closer view of that. This is going to be off to the north of Dresden and moving up to the northeast. It's going to just kind of miss Palmersville. There's another spot.
It would stay just north of you, Winchester, although you're going to get some storms. But the confirmed tornado warning, if we take it out north and east, will head toward Hartford City and Portland into the eastern sections, the far eastern sections of our viewing area. Sean has been keeping an eye on the velocities and that rotation that is near the Muncie area, just north of the Ball State campus and northwest of the Ball State campus. And this is the area that we're monitoring here.
Yep.
That is Eaton. You would be in the path, safest part of your home. This is your heads up. It's a minute away. If it's still rotating, producing a tornado, it's near Gaston and headed into Eaton, don't you think, Sean?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. And it is. It's the tornado debris signature still very much in place there. We put it at about 5-6 miles. It's north of Muncie. It is moving away from the campus. But right there, that is it. Confirmed tornado warning continues. Get a little bit closer here. So this is the radar picking up on debris. There's Gaston, County Road 850 North. And you mentioned the town of Eaton. This is going to be a really close call. Take the radar back just a few frames and you can see it pop up there. So still a tornado debris signature, that circulation moving east and northeast toward the town of Eaton. So in your safe locations. And Matt, I think we got some confirmation on damage you and Jenny want to talk about while we're showing the radar.
Jenny, what do you got?
Yeah, so I want to take you back to Brownsburg. I've just heard from police. Oh, sorry about that. Helps to turn my microphone on. A couple of things. Want to take you to Brownsburg, where police have confirmed damage at the Coles, Sur La Table, and Home Goods for sure. So structural damage there. Those are on Northfield Drive in Brownsburg. And that's also in the area where we are taking a look at a possible warehouse structure collapse. Again, we have a crew kind of headed to that scene. We're getting some images in. I'm kind of waiting for us to be able to turn that around. And then in the meantime, I also want to take you to I-65. If we guys can pull up INDOT 2, we'll see the backup from what we're being told is an overturned semi on I-65 about 5 miles south of Whitestown. We understand that all southbound lanes of I-65 are closed. You can see nobody's moving on this camera. So all lanes of I-65 southbound closed about 5 miles south of Whitestown.
East, Owensboro right now under a severe thunderstorm warning as well, and that is for damaging winds. We're going to go back over to Byron Douglas now, kind of work up and down this line from north to south with what we're expecting here over the next half hour.
All right, Jeff. And then Michael just mentioned that gust front, the outflow, but within that you get winds at 70 to 80. just west of Boonville, Newburgh, Ward County, Evansville, Vanderburgh County, observed tornado. You need to be in your tornado safe areas, Newburgh, and then just to the west there of Boonville. Within that, you can get a spin-up tornado along that leading edge, winds at 70 to 80 miles an hour. It's a high-end tornado threat there as well, just right over Boonville, west of Linville. That's going to catch Tennyson 161. You get up towards Folsomville, Selvin, and those areas. Not safe to be on the roadway. It's going to come up to about Highway 61 there, and then into Newburgh. We have additional warnings where you see the orange polygon. There's a tornado possible. That includes Owensboro and Davis County. Also on the tornado side of it, it catches Spotsville in northern stretches of Henderson County. We're looking at the debris. You get out towards Stanley there. You're seeing subsignatures there, and then just south there of Linville. A gust front there, so you could have winds at 70 to 80. They just cycled through here, the west side of Evansville. Jeff?
Okay, and Byron, again, a closer look at that debris signature that we're seeing. This is out, as Byron said, to the south of Stanley Road, and moving to the northeast, indicating a possible tornado. Hart is actually Hart Township there between Linville and Turpin Hill. Holder Hill Road, also another area here where that tornado and debris signature likely moving right now. When we showed you the velocity there a moment ago, you could see some of that circulation showing up within the storm. And then to our south, we still have tornado warnings now for Hopkins County, western Hopkins County. That does include Dawson Springs and Charleston down here.
Moving away from Muncie. The rotation, as we told you, is moving over Eaton. So, Ange, I'm going to get over to you. I'm going to take these pictures, try to turn them around real quickly. We can get them in our box here.
Yeah, because we have the pictures, and they're scary, seeing some of the destruction that's coming out of these storms tonight. We do want to kind of do a reset. We still have confirmed tornado warnings, destructive severe thunderstorm warnings if you are north and east of Indianapolis. If you are west of Indianapolis, we can give you the all clear. Downtown west, Hamilton County west, you're the all clear in terms of the severe threat. That is not the case if you are north and east of Indianapolis, as we continue to monitor severe storms, confirmed tornado warnings. This area, safest part of your home, lowest level away from
tornado
windows.
Warning coming out here shortly for some of our spots in Graves County. Callaway County, actually, it's going to be very, if it clips Graves, it's going to be just the very far southwest corner or southeast corner. But that rotation, you track that out in time, it comes right up here into southern Callaway County. So that is where we're going to be keeping a really close eye on the potential for a circulation here. You follow that line up that direction, so it's going to come very close to Murray.
Utley Ford and Beulah, that is where we're seeing that new tornado warning being extended outwards towards, even all the way out towards Madisonville. If you guys want to take that full screen, that'll be a little bit easier to see everything that I'm talking about here. But zooming in a little closer, just to recap, Princeton in Caldwell County, that is where we're seeing that rotation that is heading northeastward towards Dawson Springs. It is not a confirmed tornado, but there is rotation apparent there. You guys need to take that seriously. It also includes Charleston, Sixth Vein, and Beulah into that warning as well. So everybody go down into your safe space. This is southwestern Hopkins County. And then moving up to the north, just a touch.
South and east of Bearden. Do we have another storm that is trying to ride that boundary behind the one that has prompted the tornado warning in Cleveland County? I think we're seeing that to some extent. I will say it's tough. We're getting really spotty data here because we're far away from the radar site, but I do think that we might have another trouble spot there just southeast of Bearden. It has not prompted a tornado warning, but by the way, it has prompted a flash.
And still, we're tracking that tornado warning that's just now getting ready to get closer to the edge of our region in Kentucky. Caldwell, Crittenden, Hopkins, and Webster. That's until 10 o'clock this evening, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And this was located over Farmersville, or south 7 miles northwest of Princeton. So we'll give a track on this real quick from the most dangerous part of the storm near Princeton. And that again is northeast at 60 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and take this out
per
here.
se, although let's go back to the reflectivity because sometimes that gives us a little better clue as to what's happening out there. The hooking or the wrap around there where you have air coming in and then the hook forming is still in Caldwell County, but will move into southwestern Hopkins County here in about the next 15 minutes. So please, Dawson Springs, Charleston, anything there along the Western Kentucky Parkway, Interstate 69, you need to be in shelter now. As Michael told you, we have two warnings, kind of one beside the other, overlapping in that area. So it's a little busy here to look at on the screen, but suffice to say, if you're along Interstate 69 or east of it, you still have a very high risk of experiencing some severe weather, be it damaging winds, large hail, or tornadoes. And we're going to go to Arden Gregory because some of you now are getting out. In fact, we have the Interceptor.
Fair dealing is starting to wrap up a bit more here. So let's get the information on screen for this one. Caldwell, Christian, Crittenden. Oh no, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. There's a lot of polygons to work with tonight, and we may have to get the tornado warning. I can't get the warning info pulled up on this one, but I have the printout. This is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Located near Linville or 14 miles southwest of Murray. So let's go ahead and get this track on here as well. So this was located again near Linville or 15 miles southwest of Murray. In fact, we're just going to go ahead and track this off to the northeast again at 60 miles per hour. So these are racing off here about to the southwest near Lynn Grove.
And there is a debris signature showing up on that. So we have a radar confirmed tornado. This is pretty serious looking storm right now.
Okay, you said that was near Latham. Wow, that is a really tight rotation couplet right there. Yeah. Let's get the debris tracker on the top of this as soon as we can. It appears right back here just east of Dukedom. And again, this data is a little bit...
Unfortunately, Chuck is on the scene right now. He's telling us crews are trying to extricate a woman who's been pinned by that metal roof that collapsed. And Jenny, you got some, you got some
I was going to say that exact, yeah, we're just getting that information.
Yeah,
so
you can,
warehouse collapsed. There is a woman who is pinned by roof metal. The wall collapsed as well. I mean, when you see this image, it's just really frightening to see what weather can do. And just for location purposes, this is on Northfield Drive in Brownsburg.
That was right in that location, Matt.
Yeah, this is right around I-74, kind of in that area. And from police, we understand that the home goods and the Kohl's were also damaged. But again, the concern here is that a woman's life is in danger as they're trying to free her from the debris.
Yeah, and you look at that picture, and if you recall, when you go through your tornado drills as a kid, you know, the last place you want to be is
Kentucky 381 and 893. You need to be in shelter immediately. Further out, all of Murray needs to be in shelter, even though this is too close for comfort for you in terms of the rotation couplet. US 641, let's move up a little further northeast here. Faxon, Almo, Kentucky 94 in the intersection of Kentucky 80, and potentially even Kentucky 280. You need to be in shelter immediately, also heading up toward the Hardin and Aurora area.
All right, Nolan, yeah, thank you. Let's head back over to radar.
First of all, I want to point out, you pointed out the inflow notch right there to the south of Risen. Just inside that inflow notch, if we switch here to velocity, that's where your rotation is, right there along Highway 79, maybe just north of Highway 79. But what I think we're seeing here, and we're looking from the Little Rock radar side, I believe, so it's going to be tough to see because you're looking all the way through the storm. But here's the rotation, and then this area, I believe, is going to be your rear flank downdraft. So that's going to be kind of due south of where the tornado would be. So, again, here's your inflow notch right there. Tornado would be right there, maybe right along or just north of Highway 79, maybe carrying it into the south side of Risen. If there's a tornado with it, we don't have a confirmed tornado, but it could be. or at least this storm.
Yeah, so I am up in southern Indiana. Jeff was just talking about places in Kentucky there. We're still tracking this Boeing line segment moving right through Warwick County now, pushing into southern Pike County. But we have a lot of tornado warnings still out ahead of it. Another one was just issued for Du Bois County, including Huntingburg, Ferdinand, out towards Celestine, and Jasper. Thank you for taking that full screen, guys. But we're talking about within this line here.
There, but we're really concerned about what we're seeing farther south here in southwestern Callaway County. This is a very, very concerning signature right out here close to 381, and this is going to be coming up into Murray very quickly. So if we are in Murray, we need you to be getting to your safe place of shelter very fast. This is moving off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Let's put another track
on the radar, and please know that the environment that's over us is still conducive for rotation and strong tornadoes, still a possibility. So Angela, let me just do a track on this one, just so, because that is turning into a strong tornado signature, velocity signature. That would put it into Bedford in about 15 minutes if it takes an east-northeast.
Okay, well, I'd give the heads up then, obviously, to Bedford based on that track.
That,
sure.
and in Brownstown and Seymour and down the road in North Vernon. So until we can get the leading edge of this line out of the state, and we were not expecting that to happen really until around midnight, we're going to continue to have additional thunderstorm and tornado warnings. Right now, that couplet is the strongest one in terms of tornado potential. Sticks out like a sore thumb down there. So I would assume that we may get an extension of the tornado warning. So be on the lookout for that. And just got a report. And so again, you know, we talked about the circulation moving away from Muncie. Just had a 70-mile-per-hour wind report at the Muncie airport there. So that's why we continue to see the destructive thunderstorm warning tags on this, and why we were trying to stress earlier today to treat the thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning. Doesn't matter what's doing damage. 70 plus will do some damage.
Yeah, and I think one of the last times we chatted too, you mentioned this turning into a flood threat for Marion County. We can hear it. The rain continues to come down. National Weather Service is now adding flash flood warnings to portions of Marion County. Give you a close-up view of this. Due to the heavy rain, this is a new. We have the severe.
Certainly a debris signature that showed up. Showing up a lot more. Okay.
Well, it's a massive debris ball. It's very concerning.
Oh goodness, yeah, that's really well defined. Okay, this is, and I think Paducah just upgraded. Yeah. Okay, we've got a very dangerous situation here. This new tornado warning here, particularly dangerous situation. Confirmed extremely dangerous tornado 8 miles southwest of Murray, and it's moving northeast at 55. If you are in Murray or just south of Murray, you have got to get to shelter immediately. This is a very dangerous, potentially life-threatening situation. The storm is going to be crossing 641 near Murray or just south of town, anywhere between Murray and Hazel. You have got to get to shelter right now. Midway, this thing is going to be coming up, crossing Highway 783. It's currently crossing 893 right now. It'll be crossing 783. It's going to come up very close to Midway Road and 828. And then
Murray needs to go ahead and activate their emergency response right now, because it won't be long before this is there.
Current track I have on it, 9:36 would be the time it gets to Murray.
We're looking at less than 10 minutes now. Murray.
Please send them a text. Tell them to get into their safe spot. A large tornado is headed towards Murray, Kentucky right now. Let's take a look at our other tornadoes that we're seeing across the area from Eddyville up towards Princeton. Again, these are quick spin-up type tornadoes, and I don't really see anything other than a weak rotation that is over Kentucky Lake right there. Let's go ahead and kind of take this down a little bit more and follow it. We've got another little kink right there. Actually, that was Lake Barkley. Sorry. Moving across Lake Barkley, coming into
out of French Lick, just to the northwest of Paoli, and then headed into Bedford. If this would hold together, perhaps Brownstown, perhaps Seymour down the way in the next half hour to 45 minutes. So we encourage you in the southern
have a tornado warning. It looks like the worst of it has passed Morton's Gap, which is a good thing. And we still do not have warnings right now on Muhlenberg County just yet. Kind of lost in the shuffle here, but certainly needs to be mentioned again. We have damaging winds still likely moving into Owensboro.
We've got a very well-defined debris signature right now around Lynn Grove, and that is going to be moving up again, probably very close to Highway 550, Highway 828, likely crossing 641.
And it is moving right towards Murray, Kentucky. Let's hope this continues. Let's hope this weakens. I don't want to say continues to weaken because it's not weakening. Now, we do see the debris signature has weakened a bit, but the debris signature is reliant on what the tornado hits. So if it's going through a field, the debris signature is not going to be all that great. There's still pretty decent rotation. If there is any good news, the rotation has weakened slightly as well. So we hope that continues. We can kind of track this. You can see that rotation right there, and I'll kind of back it up, and you'll see it come in. Very strong rotation. Actually, we can't because it's not. We don't have any data. We missed like 10 minutes of data with it, but we still have a tornado on the ground. Let's back this out so we can see some of the others. Cassie's kind of is helping me manning this other source that we've created a color table that really helps us find tornadoes. And so what it looks like, Cassie, to me.
Look at that ball right there. That is well-defined debris. And the path is going to look something like this. So there was your tornado debris signature. There is your current path. It's going to be extremely close to Murray. So everybody across the town, shelter in place at the moment right now. Lowest level of your home, head to your basement, hallway, closet, put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, get as away from windows, and then east of Murray, up Highway 94, up close to the Faxon area. That's where the storm is going to be headed next. So we need to be sheltering in eastern sections of Callaway County as well, all the way up toward Almo and northern sections of Callaway County. Let's go back over. Let's take a quick look at the Sky Tracker camera there and see if we have anything going on. Can we take that? There's the view from Murray. You can see a ton of lightning showing up there.
Southport, Pleasant View, Beech Grove. So all your phones are going off right now for this tornado warning. And over Greenwood at this time. All right, so if you get in your safe spots, and again, till we can get the leading edge to the east, we still run the risk of seeing this happen here. And that rotation is not real. Matt, you seeing anything definitive?
The terminal Doppler has a little bit of a better view.
Yeah, that's
but this one's tough. But I do think you're right that it is, the circulation is over 65, kind of headed towards Franklin Central High.
Oop, that's the last move it'll do. Yeah, let's not move it any farther than that. that lightning illuminating that funnel cloud. Let's actually pan back to the left just a little bit here.
Okay, there we
go. There it was.
Yep.
It's going to be tough to see, but we do have a visual. Look, if you can actually pop, can you put me on screen over this?
Put Trent over the camera.
Can you put that camera on? Can you put that on the green screen for me? No, put the camera. Put me over the Sky Tracker camera, please. This thing is coming into Murray right now. Let's head back to the Sky Tracker camera, please. Okay. All right, here we go. So watch the lightning. This is looking from Murray, south of town, and you're going to be able to see a visual here. Kind of look right in here. That was where we were able to see the funnel. And we're going to watch and see maybe if we have any power flashes, perhaps south of town.
Pan left.
Yeah, let's go to the left a little bit more.
Just a touch, about 6 degrees.
As it broadening out just a bit, we still see a debris signature. I sure hope this storm weakens. Continue to please weaken. It is moving in towards, again, Wisewell Road. You need to be seeking shelter right now. Melrose Drive, Oak Hill Drive, all these places need to be seeking shelter. Robertson Road, Sycamore Street, 16th Street, Robertson Road North, all these.
That's just for a second.
That's the key thing you're going to see with these tornadoes tonight. You're not going to be able to see them even within this line. They're incredibly difficult to pick out.
So the circulation is right over Murray right now. The very latest radar
on situations across the tri-state as we go through the rest of the evening. But for now, I'm going to send it back over to Jeff with an updated look at the radar.
Okay, and again, to our interceptor crew list, DeSantis, is it Ethan, Shan? Who's driving this evening? Or was it? Okay, Jordan, okay, please, and Josh.
Visible as it was back toward Lynn Grove.
I think we were fortunate in the sense that when we saw that it was probably coming up.
Yeah.
Raising up, but it's that funnel cloud was very definitive.
Yeah. Okay, let's head back over to radar on source 1, if you can. Okay, we're on source 2 right there.
Again, this is the Sur La Table in Brownsburg. Our Chuck Lofton was there and took some photos of the scene. These are just heartbreaking to see. Clearly the weather caused a collapse there. You're seeing some of those photos. Well, now we understand that Indiana Task Force 1 has been asked to come out and assist Hendricks County with this. Initial reports were that they were trying to rescue a woman who was trapped in the rubble. And now Indiana Task Force 1 is headed to the collapse on the way to assist in any way that's needed. So certainly hoping that the woman is okay, that everyone else is okay, but you can see the damage there caused by those strong winds. Again, this is in Brownsburg.
Oh man, that's sad. Well, let's hope that everything that everyone's going to be safe tonight, and I know the crews have their work cut out for them here. Let's go. Let me show you what's the latest of what's going on here. So I'm going to show you a little cleaner version of the radar. We still have multiple destructive thunderstorm warnings. Wayne County, including Richmond. We've got the tornado warning.
Some of those lake properties in eastern Callaway County, you guys are going to be in the path of this potential tornado, an area of rotation. All right, zooming back out here for other areas that we're watching. Looks like we've now got a new tornado warning here for Henry County. Until 10 o'clock, that's going to include Cottage Grove and Puryear for some radar indicated rotation.
Go ahead and swap back over to that. There we go. The damage continues to the damage indicator continues to look better, but the rotation is still there. It looks as though, to me, Cassie, is that the outflow has outraced the tornado, and that would likely be causing this tornado to die off. So hopefully that's the case, and we can say that this tornado is dying off right now. But we are still seeing circulation, and this was a significant tornado on the ground just 5 minutes ago as it was moving into Murray. So hopefully this outflow is winning and taking care of the tornado. I want to get people updated on the storms that are near Princeton. They've moved out of your area, even though the radar is still showing them. The possible tornado in southern Lyon County is out of there as well. There's another little kink we're looking at that may clip the extreme southeastern part. It's near what? Zoom back in so I can get that town.
Canton.
No, go north. Lamasco. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Lamasco. So Lamasco and Cobb in Caldwell County. You guys need to be seeking shelter. There's a quick spin-up type tornado headed your way. And then we've got Murray, Kentucky. So let's head back down to Murray on our radar site here. And again, it looks like this tornado is doing what we call a occlude right now over the city of Murray. So again, we're going to be seeing very strong winds, damaging winds.
Byron, for that, let's check. We got a new tornado warning. I wanted to check winds here real quick to the west of Madisonville. Again, these are radar indicated, possibly over 100 miles per hour. That would be like EF1 tornado winds is circulating here and moving toward Madisonville and Earlington. We're going to pan back here because we have a new tornado warning. This one is for northern Ohio County. It comes right up to the Davis County line. Actually, we have a tornado warning now in Davis County. So let's try to get all of these in here. First off, our circulation there to the south of Maxwell and west of Beta. So that would be at 136, 231, right in that pocket there. And that will be moving to the northeast very rapidly here at about 60 miles per hour. So if we do a little bit, I'm going to get myself a little more room here.
That's kind of what the environment that we're looking at with some of these storms. The Weather Service emergency managers did confirm in Callaway County they did spot a tornado on the ground at about 9:31 in Murray. That has since moved out of town. There was still a debris signature there, a small debris signature in Murray, but it is now lifted. There's still a couple of areas of rotation that we're watching. As let's see, we are on radar 1 here. Let me zoom into a couple of different spots and switch back.
Strong wind, couplet there. Also, I wanted to talk about Davis County here as we have a new severe thunderstorm warning just drawn in. That tornado warning comes all the way up just to the south of Owensboro there where the bypass goes around the Natcher Parkway and 231 heading down. So that would be out by Davis County High School would be a landmark there. The college and so community college are down that way. That is the area included in that tornado warning. And if we look at the big picture here, you can see everything kind of consolidating now to our east. There's a huge severe thunderstorm warning, covers all of our counties east of Interstate 69.
31, so we are, help me out here on the location. This is, again, Interstate 65 and US 31. This is an area that we continue to monitor as well with reduced visibility and some heavy rain as well. And this storm here that is just now to the south of Bedford showing at times significant signs that it is rotating, and we still have that. Right over Mitchell, just south of Bedford. So if this one is rotating, it's going to be just south of you, Bedford. I am going to do a track on this to show you where it goes. We were
New speed is 50 miles per hour.
50, down to 50. Okay, thank you very much. So moving at 50, we'll go just in this tornado warned area, take this out 50 miles per hour to the northeast. If it would hold together, eventually into Seymour and North Vernon. So I'll step on the other side so you can see. Seymour at 11:13 and then North Vernon at 11:21. So this is an early warning. Seymour, North Vernon, if this storm would hold together, significant rotation sign with this south of Bedford. If it continues on this path, we're about a half hour away. So this is just an early warning that you can get into the safest part of your home.
Crofton at 10:27, getting out of the region by that point. For right now, the line continues to show quite a bit of damaging wind potential as well as we start to align this system out. A lot of the supercells are beginning to merge with this line. And Mark, have you got any new updates with this system?
Well, just basically what we're looking at is this now becoming a just full-blown, strong, just straight line wind tornado event. It's normally not something we see every day when you have severe weather to have this many warnings, but unfortunately inside of these storms there's a huge amount of rotation. It'll spin up for a little bit and then die off, and then a new area develops. Jet stream coming through here, several thousand feet off the ground, actually probably about 20,000 feet off the ground. That helps to accelerate all the lift and everything in this line. So that's why we see these spin ups rather quickly. But unfortunately, with the ingredients we have in place, a lot of these tornadoes aren't just your afternoon pop-up, you know, hey, we had a spin up here and there. These are legitimate, good, solid rotating thunderstorms with tornadoes that could be in the neighborhood of an EF2, maybe a little bit bigger. Now, the supercells have merged in this line, which is good. But again, it still doesn't mean that we're done with the severe weather potential or the tornado threat. I do want to say that anywhere from Paducah back to Mayfield, New Madrid, Cape Girardeau, Vienna, Cairo, you're all in the clear. It's over for you, and the threat for severe weather is now shifting towards the east. A lot of this will be out of here roughly at about 11 to midnight. If the line starts to fade a little bit and drift a little further towards the south, that may hold things up just a bit in our northwest Tennessee counties. And Murray, we're very glad to see that that was not a tornado on the ground, but a funnel cloud.
And is moving to the east. We'll check it for debris. There is possibly some, we don't see a tight debris ball in there, but debris likely being lofted right now along Hanson there up to Slaughter. So Interstate 69 a no-go in that area. We have damage pictures coming in too. Let's go over to Arden Gregory with the update on that. Arden.
Yeah, I'm communicating with the National Weather Service, Jeff, and I will say the reason that just got turned into a purple polygon is because a train spotter in Madisonville has spotted that tornado. So that's the situation in Hopkins County right now. It's also outside of the tri-state, but I did want to give a quick mention. They did have a confirmed tornado on the ground in Murray. A lot of local kids do go to school there, so if you have a student at Murray State, maybe check in with them tonight and make sure they're doing okay. We have had a lot of reports of damage across the tri-state. Many folks calling in or emailing in damage saying it was too dark to get a good photo of it. We have had reports of roofs damaged, and this is one photo. I know it's just a shed, but I did want to point out this is a situation where as these storms rolled through Evansville, this person said the roof of the shed came off and flew into the neighbor's yard, and then all the walls basically peeled off the shed, and you can see everything that they had stored in the shed still left inside. That's a great example, even though it's just a shed, of why we want you to move to an interior room within your home, because your home would work essentially the same way that shed did just then, where if a tornado were to hit your home, it would most likely peel off the outer walls and the roof, but the middle part of the home is usually left standing. So that's why we want you to move into an interior room, put as many walls, as much house between you and the outside as you possibly can. That's why we want you to go to a basement if you have one. At the very least, get down to the lowest floor.
You just know there's bound to be someone in all of that rubble. So
it's sobering to see.
So that was Fox 13 Memphis in the zone. They were in Lake City, Arkansas, where Brandon Kopic intercepted that tornado. We were having some sink issues.
It's a good night to do that, and certainly once it's over with, we can take a breath. But for now, that's a pretty solid couplet right there. That is actually in this box here. That is the, I believe, if I can pull that up, but the new warning which we have, it is a tornado warning, and that is for northwestern Christian County, southeastern Caldwell County, northeastern Trigg County, and southeastern Hopkins County. So again, the threat of a tornado here, we've got reports.
Quickly, that storm was very intense, and then some little weaker ones started popping out in front of it, and then lost a lot of its own. But I mean, we turn on the lightning, it's still a pretty potent storm. There's still a lot of lightning with it. There's another storm behind it. That one.
Brent City, just to your west a little bit. Oh.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Just very weak, something to watch.
Yep. Bottom line, Greensboro, it's on top of you now. Newcastle, moving your way, going to cut through Spiceland. And eventually, if it holds together, so anywhere around Newcastle, get in your low level. This thing's coming right at you. It's not a terribly strong velocity signature. We don't need twisting. This thing can still produce 80+ mile per hour wind, and a lot of them have, by the way. Even the thunderstorms tonight have. But that shear rate, and you mentioned it, Angela, that shear rate spike all night long has been pegging where we've had wind damage, wind issues.
Unfortunately, a lot of verification when it comes to that. A little bit of a track on that.
Sacramento, Highway 81, 136, all the crossroads meet there in Calhoun, up towards Knuckles, Utica, in southern stretches of Davis County. From Utica, points out towards Panther and those locations, Browns Valley, all those areas at 431. By the way, they can flood pretty quickly there as well, but nobody should be outdoors. Everybody should be in their tornado-safe shelter. Jeff's highlighting those areas, Livermore, Island, kind of along the Rough and Green Rivers, those cities and towns. And then as you work up towards Masonville, just south of Owensboro, Jeff mentioned, from Davis County High, as you go down through Southern Oaks, the elementary school there, Whitesville, Highway 69 to get out towards Dundee and Fordsville, and then out towards Knoxville. Might need a new warning as that extends over, but the storm would be right over Hanson at this hour. And then as Jeff works the radar back up towards Knoxville, and then there it is. You get out towards Patesville, Dundee, Fordsville, those areas, kind of Highway 69. Highway 54, Highway 1389 comes to mind as you work out. Highway 60 is Highway 69. We have a lot of Highway 69s there. And then this one extends into Hancock County, and then areas there up to about Tell City and then into Candleton, Knoxville, Whitesville, just shouting out as many towns as I can. Get to your tornado safe areas.
Okay, thanks, Byron, for the radar roundup there. Again, we're going to get a little wider view here just to give you some perspective. Evansville now in the clear, Henderson in the clear, Princeton, basically everybody along Highway 41, you're clear now. You can get out of your safe spot. Pike County also in the clear, as is Union County. But everything to the east of Interstate 69 in western Kentucky still tornado warned, and that includes southern Indiana. I'm going to focus again on western Kentucky, then we'll go back to Michael Fecca here for the southern Indiana end of this. As Byron mentioned, we have that confirmed or spotted tornado, observed tornado warning, the purple that you see on the screen. And that tornado, if we look at velocity, we will see it, the circulation right there out to the west of Calhoun. And that is very concerning to see that. We actually have another tornado warning, so it's gone back.
Substantial. That right there is the roof lifted. You can tell the roof lifted because it's off to the side. And then what happens after that, once the roof lifts, the walls begin to cave in. There's nothing really, that's a part of the whole structure to keep it together. And that right there is an indication that even if that is not a direct tornado hit, it looks like it as far as damage goes, but I would bet offhand that's what we had, just looking at it. But that's from the Paducah Police blotter. And we're gathering information. Our newsroom has been working all throughout the evening to get more info, especially any reports of injuries or fatalities. And unfortunately, we've had a report of a fatality in the Cape Girardeau area. Waiting on more information from that, but they couldn't tell us much because they are
wind that we're tracking and some dangerous storms at this point. The tornado warning continues for Henry County until 11:15. There's one of the stronger spots of wind that's basically approaching Newcastle right now. So we want you to be in the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. Tornado warning continues until 11:15. If this would continue to move north and east, it would eventually move into the northwestern sections of Wayne County. And by the way, Wayne County still under that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, Matt.
New tornado warning to the south, a continuation of the cell that went through the Mitchell area. Yep. So now northeastern Lawrence County and northwestern Jackson County underneath the tornado warning. Please take shelter. This one, Angela, is moving at 40 miles per hour.
Okay, so we were on this cell just a couple of minutes ago, still showing that it's rotating, still showing that damaging wind potential here with the shear detector, and as it tracks.
Warning. It looks like we'll see who all that includes.
Ashbyburg. Now this is getting ready to move out of the region, east of Slaughters now. So if you know anyone out in front of this, like Ashbyburg, Calhoun, Lemon, Semiway, or even Poplar Grove is right near there. Let's get some more smaller towns plotted on here. Guffey, Poverty, Buell, Kentucky 136 and Kentucky 81. If you happen to know people that live out this way, it is outside of our region, but give them a call and tell them that they need to get in the shelter now. This is a tornado on the ground. As you can see, that little ball, that green, that little blue pixel has dropped out, and that's where we show where that tornado currently, or at least was. This is Calhoun. It's probably getting ready to be on top of them at this point.
Yeah, that right there is, and there's the signature. It's not quite as pronounced, but it is there. So that means it has detected there is something that is in the atmosphere. And wow, look at that.
And this is switching between the radar sites.
That is really significant. That looks like it is on the ground picking up anything and everything in its path, including trees, structures, you name it. That's what happens. The radar beam, as it's sent out, it bounces back and it says, I found something really big here and it's not normal. And this is really what we're starting to see. It's picking up off of different items that were likely picked up by a tornado. And with that new warning, that will likely move right through Calhoun. I tell you what, I'm going to, let's see, if we can go back to one.
And that's from the Hopkinsville radar as well, so it's scanning a pretty decent way up.
Okay. I'm going to do a track on that real quick and see if we can get an idea of basically timing on this. And let's see, where are we at here? I got so many warnings and so many polygons right now, but tell you what, let's go back to 2. Can you put a track on that, Nolan, while I get this
Gotcha. Do you happen to know the forward speed on that?
Yeah, right now we're looking at, it says here 60 miles per hour.
This should be out of the region fairly fast here. We'll go ahead and trace this out, 60 miles per hour. It's going to go off the screen. Calhoun, 10:01, so 7 minutes for you. Masonville at 10:17. And Whitesville at 10:25. It's going to be out of the region here probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes. And it is moving at highway speeds, 60 miles per hour. In fact, let's go ahead and zoom back in on this, get a more street level view on it. Now we're switching, I think, you see how this is switching back and forth. This is right on the border of 2 radar locations as to what would best view it. So let's turn this back to the velocity data and see what
we unfortunately saw on radar, Jenny, and unfortunately what we're seeing and hearing about some of the damage that's been left behind. Any updates coming out of Brownsburg?
That's moving to the northeast at 60. Calhoun, please, in shelter now, about 7 minutes out from you. Panther at 10:05. Owensboro, we're putting you on alert as well for 10:15. Philpott by 10:19, and again a very tight consolidated debris signature there between Ashbyburg and Poplar Grove there, now exiting the northeastern corner of Hopkins County. So it is east of Interstate 69. This purple on the map here showing a confirmed or observed tornado. Let's go over to Byron Douglas. Byron.
Jeff, let's shout out some more towns. There's a ton of lightning at Calhoun, Sacramento, Highway 81, Highway 136, Highway 85. You live within a couple of miles of those locations, you want to be in your tornado safe shelter. Down through Madisonville, and then we're going to work it up towards Livermore and Island. It's going to be on you guys, those areas along Highway 136 just in a few minutes from Calhoun, and then just to the west there of Livermore, east there of Jewel City. From Calhoun over to Livermore, 138, 136, Highway 81, down through Rumsey, Highway 85. That holds together, does cover areas there up towards Utica, Masonville, just south there of the bypass, Davis County High, out towards the community college, Deer Creek Elementary, and those points to the south. Includes the town there of Panther, Utica, Interstate 165. Holds together, radar indicated tornado warning for Whitesville, Patesville. As you go to Patesville, Highway 69, just south there of Tell City in Hawesville, and out towards Sunny Corner in some of those locations, north there of Fordsville. But definitely the worst of it, confirmed, observed tornado, and covering Calhoun as you get down towards Rumsey in McLean County, Kentucky.
Okay, thanks, Byron. Gregory has some new damage pictures coming in right now, and again, as Byron said, western Kentucky, particularly McLean County, all the way up to Owensboro.
Head back over here to the wall, and right now we're planning on continuing our extended coverage through 10 o'clock, and we expect that these storms will continue to be in place through 10 to 10:30, and traditionally this is where we'll have our 10 o'clock newscast, and we will have more on weather than we are, because this is really right now, this is our news story. And if we can just go through these warnings that we've got left, Nolan, I want to just recap what we have left and get an idea. Most of these will be moving out quickly.
All right, so we'll start with the Madisonville warning up here. In fact, we'll go ahead and drag these down to the screen. That's for Hopkins and Webster until 10 o'clock. 3 minutes left on that warning. It's moving out of the region as we speak. I'll try to get as many of these up here as I can. Some of these warnings won't pop up. Some of them are crossed over each other. Caldwell, again, another 10 o'clock warning for Caldwell Christian, Lyon, Marshall, and Trigg. So these are going to expire all fairly quickly or potentially get expanded outward into other counties. Let's move further southward across the line here. I'm still watching this one right near Katie's. It still has a pretty decent amount of rotation left in it here. Flash flood warnings are still in effect. I don't think I can get that one to pop up here. Again, this is still moving toward Katie's. Now, I checked it with the debris. There's nothing being lofted with this, but if you're in Katie's, you need to be taking shelter immediately as this is moving over Canton and toward US 68, Gracie, and Kentucky 128. This morning, again, up in Christian, Caldwell, Lyon, Marshall, and Trigg until 10 p.m. this evening. We'll go ahead and move this southward again here into Tennessee. We have a tornado warning till 10 as well for Henry County, and Gibson and Weakley also until 10. So a lot of these warnings are in a
tornado debris signature was showing. There it is still moving toward Calhoun. And when you see these very bright greens here, that means that we have debris lofted into the atmosphere. This is actually being picked up by the radar down at Fort Campbell. And if we move this a little bit, of course, it's going to look different depending on which radar. The one coming up from Fort Campbell is not having to shoot through quite as much rain. Therefore, it gives us a little clearer picture. If we go from the Paducah radar, not as good either. But the main thing I want to point out here is Calhoun. You need to be in shelter now. Hopefully you are there already. As we loop this, you can see that that debris signature, while it is losing a little bit of its definition, it is still there and still a very positive indicator that a tornado is occurring right now, or at bare minimum, damaging winds will be moving in to Calhoun, if not now, very soon. And you can also see the very bright colors here surrounding that couplet as it comes across Calhoun in McLean County. Again, I want to do another track on here just to make sure we're covering all bases.
There. So we need to be in Cadiz, up Hopkinsville Road, US 68 in Gracie. You need to be in shelter immediately. And Cerulean, I know we're under a tornado warning here that's about to expire, but this storm is heading up toward you as well. So we need to watch.
Gardensburg. So we've got a number of storms. In fact, that's just behind us. We've got storms lined up, tracking across the same area. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out. Du Bois, Harrison, Orange, and Perry. So we were just talking about that one, Brian. That's the extension to see that wall of wind pushing in. Now, I know, well, I mean, this is tough to keep up with.
Well, the Weather Service issued a statement saying we are analyzing what's going on as we are, and their plan is between now and 2 o'clock in the morning, rounds of thunderstorms with occasional tornadoes.
Yeah. Just be prepared.
Just one of those setups where there's so much activity, hard to track. Let me show you a closer view. These are the wind speeds we're looking at in Kentucky. Okay, so here's the Louisville area. We're watching two different potential tornadic cells that are developing here into the west central areas of Kentucky on the southern side of Owensboro, heading just south and east of Tell City. One is located right there in the northwest side.
That up a little so you can see better. So this would be down more toward Morton's Gap and basically right along Interstate 69 there where it makes the turn and then heads out. It'd be the Western Kentucky Parkway elsewhere. So we still have that tornado warning going on right now too. If you're listening to our coverage on 104 FM WIKY, we're simulcasting on the radio. We are in the clear now, at least from severe weather in the Evansville area. However, we have a number of flash flood warnings basically covering all of southwest Indiana, including Henderson County, Davis County, and then all counties touching the river. So Vanderburgh, Warwick, and Spencer County. So if you're driving, these hazards are going to be really hard to see. Arden, Greg?
Gas station maybe, or hardware stores. Katie's Hardware in the path of this area where we're talking about. The Katie's Pharmacy is also along this area too. Will Jackson Road in the path of this up in Trigg County, Kentucky. We're talking about the tornado warning for Trigg County that will go until
officer about all this, get a little bit more information from you. But again, Northfield Drive, you can't get anywhere near here. We also understand that Task Force 1 has been sent out to this location to help. You could see just dozens of personnel here, and there's really not much they could do at this point because it is raining very hard and they're still trying to extricate this lady out of that situation. We'll be back here live in a few minutes with more, but again, Chuck Lofton live in Brownsburg, 13 News.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And we are going to get back to our reporters on the scene, but we do believe we have a tornado in progress northeast of Bedford. This is a storm that we've been watching for quite a while now, developed southwest of Bedford, moved through Mitchell. And Sean and Matt, we are seeing debris signature with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a tornado debris signature. If you get it, hop up on links 2. There you go. So that's the tornado debris signature, Angela. It's north of Highway 50, moved through Heltonville. So unfortunately, that could be a direct hit there, and it's moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. That would eventually put it into play for, if it holds together, Bartholomew County, Brown County. So we may get additional tornado warnings with this, but that is your tornado right there.
Yeah, and wouldn't be surprised, Sean and Matt, to see to have this go confirmed from the National Weather Service, especially with a signature like that. Sean mentioned Columbus, and if you've been with our coverage already this evening, this was something that we were kind of mapping out ahead of time. It's dark, it's late. We want to make sure you have as much warning as possible. But this is a cell, if it would hold together, moving northeast where these a little slower, closer to the 50-mile-per-hour range, I believe, would still make it in between Seymour and Columbus, crossing Interstate 65. So we do believe we've got a tornado in progress in our southern viewing area. We'll go close here and give you some of the smaller towns that are in the path. Sean said Heltonville, that's where it is, that signature now between Yellowstone and Zelma. Norma and Maumee would be next, and on that path, Bald Knobs, and then eventually into perhaps the southern sections of Bartholomew.
Southern Hopkins County. Right there, and we still have a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tornado for Muhlenberg County. We're going to throw, normally the news would start now. We have breaking news right now. Damage.
Safe place, absolutely so. But this is still just what we're keeping an eye on and what we're watching this evening.
Right now in Posey County, there along Highway 66. Liz, what's going on?
Well, Jeff, that's right. I just got out here to Albert Drive just a few minutes ago, and actually I was just able to meet up with some first responders who have been here this evening. I'm joined here right now by Wadesville Division Chief and the Posey County Sheriff Chief Deputy. What have you guys been seeing out here tonight?
So far, on my arrival when I got here, I met with some of the homeowners. They advised that they felt like it was a tornado or it could have been wind, they're not sure. We have a few houses behind me here that are missing partial roofs. Nobody was trapped in the house. No injuries. And we're waiting on center point to get here to kill the power line. We make sure everybody stays safe.
I noticed some first responders clearing debris from State Route 66 on my way up here. What have you guys been seeing as far as road blockages and everything like that so far?
So mostly around the county, we've had large limbs down, trash cans blown in the roadway. There are some power lines down on St. Philip's Road. There are some mid to large sized trees down on some back county roads that will have to be taken care of tomorrow. But for the most part, our deputies and I and the sheriff have driven around, and we've really been blessed with just this amount of damage. Unfortunately, we do have damage, but it could have been a lot worse compared to what I've been hearing on the radio.
All right, well, thank you guys. I'll let you guys get back to work. I'm going to throw things back to you guys in studio, Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Liz DeSantis.
Other neighbors helping each other. We're kind of seeing garage doors, especially. Those are some of the damages that we're also seeing. We see kind of, like I said, that play set out in the middle of the sidewalk. We're seeing bicycles that look like they might have been thrown from that garage. A lot of neighbors here just kind of surveying the damage. It looks like power is still here in this northeast side neighborhood in Brownsburg. It's also kind of still raining. We're getting some of that wind, but again, it seems like
is of massive rotation. We've got a new tornado warning coming out. This is going to be for the northern part of the viewing area. This will take us into the extension of part of that one out of the Freetown area that I kept mentioning. So remember, we've been tracking this storm for some time. It now includes northern parts of Jackson, far northeast Lawrence County. That will go into place until 11:30 tonight. So that is still one storm that we're watching as that pushes through. Let me show you the rotation on that. Again, we use our velocity product right over the Yellowstone area. This would take it right through that little clip of Jackson County where it hangs over the edge, and then it's going to lift it farther up to the north as it moves up toward Becks Grove and Bethany. So that's the latest tornado warning to be issued. You can see how they're stacked up almost all across the western part of our viewing area. There's a small gap, southern Lawrence, northern Orange, where we currently do not have a tornado warning. National Weather Service still tracking the storms down toward Hardinsburg and moving into Meade County. Brian, I see you're looking at that, and the Weather Service says this storm is located about 11 miles northwest of Hardinsburg, and it's moving at 60 miles an hour. That's going to push it across that's going to push it across eventually Harrison County and either into Floyd or Jefferson.
Yeah, because at the moment, let me show you what it looks like. We've been showing the wind fields on this. Let me show you back the actual radar showing precipitation to it. Now,
Now, this is just evidence of how strong those winds are
and how strong they were at the time and how damp this ground is. And it's also a good reminder for drivers, as we've seen a lot of them who've had to turn around abruptly after they noticed the tree blocking the road. It's a good reminder for drivers to be cautious while they're driving and to drive slowly, because you just never know what's going to be in the road during this type of weather, whether it be a tree or a power line. You just never know, so it's just better to be safe. And so, Jenny, that's what's going on here at this street. Hopefully Citizens Energy will be here soon. So
these alert days, which will run through as Saturday, those low spots don't have the benefit of daylight. If you've been staying up late with us, we do appreciate it, but factor that in if you're out commuting tomorrow morning. There's going to still be those low spots of flood, and we have the additional bands of rain. But where you see the purple, that's an observed tornado from spotters, radar indicated. Stay in those safe areas. All of Owensboro. Hey, we haven't forgot about Rio, Rockport, Spencer County, and then up to about Christney, Grandview, Luce Township. You guys have a tornado warning there. Southern stretches of Spencer County out towards South Spencer, Rockport, and those locations out towards Grandview. Tornado warning for you guys there in southern Spencer County.
Okay, thanks, Byron, for the update. Some of these warnings will drop off the board here at 10:30 and kind of declutter the map. Our biggest threats right now are from Owensboro south into McLean County, but really more, as Byron said there, from Frederica, extended down 431, 231, and then to the east. So we still have to get through Hancock, Ohio, and Muhlenberg counties, and we are watching the other areas here to our south, which would be down around Madisonville. That storm also...
or new ones issued, as the rain is just going to stay over these same areas. Now, as far as our tornado warnings are concerned right now, let me go on and zoom this out just a bit for you. We have just a couple tornado warnings that are in effect for Christian County.
With even some of these storms passing by us. So as these storms continue to press through, we have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. Let me take you in just a little closer. The National Weather Service showing those warnings being adjusted, meaning they're sort of shaving off the back edge of that. So it's
trampoline destroyed in Cloverport.
Okay, so
trampolines don't do very well in storms.
No, they don't. Not even with the winds earlier today. And that's not the only damage we're getting. I mean, we're seeing trees down, power lines down in places. More on the damage in a second. I want to track this sort of area of rotation and the potential for strong winds moving into northwestern parts of Jackson County, Indiana. That takes it toward the Freetown area. This tornado warning stays in place until 11:15. It is moving off to the northeast at 55. So Freetown, you'd be in the path of that within the next 10 minutes or so. So stay in your tornado safe place if you're in the Freetown area. Let's sort of take our view down. We get into Orange County, Du Bois County. Again, still seeing strong winds there. You should all be in your tornado safe place from Paoli to Valine to Patoka Lake, Birdseye, English. These storms are moving through with some very powerful winds, including those winds measured at over 60 miles per hour.
And just kind of getting the latest information when we do the track, because these speeds are ranging from 50 to 60 miles per hour. This area in particular is about 55 miles per hour. So we'll put a storm track on that right now, and we can go on and switch this back over to the power of 5 right there. And we're going to put a storm track. Again, it's going to go north of Hopkinsville proper for this tornado warning up there. We'll take this out 35 minutes. That puts it 32 miles from its current location. So at 10:14, which is in about a minute and a half, Bainbridge, you're in the path of this tornado warned storm. We are talking about Hawkins at 10:16 for this tornado warned storm that we are tracking right now. We are looking at this in the Pleasant Green Hill, Kentucky. All right, when I say Green Hill, some people, their ears may perk thinking I'm saying Green Hills. No, Green Hill, Pleasant Green Hill, Kentucky at 10:22. That's 10 minutes from now. Crofton at 10:20.
Safe and turn around and not drown. We are seeing a big lightning strike right there. I don't know if you saw that, but a lot of flooding out here on the east side of Evansville. You know, Village Green apartment complex has a couple inches of water. We've heard from our Haley Kirby that she was over in that area and saw that there was a lot of...
North of Irvington, north of Hardensburg. Again, I think this storm is really, when you look at the CC, it's tough to see on this television system, But on the ones that we have here in the studio, I can see what may very well be
on the northwest, right on the river there.
Yeah, it is right on the river.
Yeah.
So I think that we really have to say, if you are in that area of just north of Irvington, this would be approaching Mockport and Brandenburg and New Amsterdam. We have quite the tight gate-to-gate shear on this, and you know, I can see it on this last scan that just came in. The correlation coefficient went down just a bit, but boy, it was there. So that would take it. I mean, when you look, is
just now east of Lake Monroe, so we can give Lake Monroe the all clear. But if you live, say, we're getting into Brown County now, so we're talking Story, there's Spurgeon Corner and Beck's Grove, moving your way. Not tight, but it is still rotating, okay? And we want you to keep your eyes on this in Columbus as well. Let me show you the shear rate. Speaking of Columbus, we're getting some shear spikes there, so we may get an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. That's generally been the case. Now, I've had some people ask me about, hey, is the severe weather threat over from my area? So I always like to let people know who can go to bed if they want to. I'm going to draw a line on the radar here, and basically west of this line, you're okay. Westfield, Fishers, Frankfort, Crawfordsville, you're okay. Terre Haute, St.
Tornado, and then we have the circulation that Kevin's been watching right there on the edge of Breckinridge County. Hold on, my pen kind of messed up. There we go. Right on Breckinridge, Meade County line. There it is, Rockport, heading toward Tell City in southern Indiana. And then we have the other one moving to the southwest, really, of Whitesville once again. So 1, 2, and 3. Those are the 3 right now that I see that we are monitoring carefully on the Kentucky side of the Ohio. I know you're monitoring Indiana as well, but right now we got our hands full on this side of the river as well. It looks
and
like.
all of those are aiming right toward Louisville, is the tough part.
Exactly. We don't know how that will all evolve, but you're right. They're all moving into the Harrison County, Meade County flow, and eventually right on the western side of Louisville Metro.
We'll keep an eye on that. Again, a number of areas. This is the one farthest to the north on that string of 3 that Brian just pointed out. This is the one that's going to cross over into Meade County. Let's not forget our friends in southern Indiana. I'm going to go back to the home view so you can understand where we are. Keep my finger there. Here we are in Louisville. We're looking back to the west. String of tornado warnings take us all the way back south of Evansville, and then we're still tracking the one to our north. Let's go northbound. We're going to take you into the storm across southern parts of, well, this will be northern parts of Jackson County, barely. And most of that is scooting out of the county. So the Jackson County tornadoes warning, a part of that at least, should be able to expire fairly soon. We'll take a look at the radar view on this. Again, yes, flattening out just a bit, though we still see that push of wind passing by the Elkinsville area toward Beck's Grove. Can't rule out some strong winds, and that would include the Freetown area. But the threat of rotation looks to be diminishing just a bit across parts of Jackson County. So some good news there. Winds are gusting to 40 miles per hour here in Louisville. We have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings stacked up.
Trying to clean up, trying to assess what's happened at their home, and it's still pouring rain, and we still have lightning, and still have a dangerous weather situation if you are east and southeast of Indianapolis. Kate, I'm going to do a quick update, and then if we need to get back to Chuck or we need to get back out to reporters, or if we want to show some of the tornado video and some of the other pictures, I'll hand it back to Jenny here in a few minutes. These are the flash flood warnings that continue. I don't have the radar on, but I'll put it back on before we send it back to Jenny. What we're analyzing here are these little shear spikes, or wind spikes as we call them. That's just the easiest way to describe it. And oftentimes when we've seen this tonight, it verifies with wind damage. We're seeing some of that west of Brownstown, not a lot in that tornado warn area, which is just south of Nashville. But Columbus, we've been giving you a heads up. You've been hit twice already in a matter of a couple of weeks, and we are monitoring a tornado warned storm just to your southwest. So safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. We also still have
they kind of upped it a tiny bit, and it could be a particularly dangerous situation, meaning tornadoes on the ground. And I don't say that to strike fear, but you want to understand the whole story of what we're looking at. And we have had reports of tornadoes on the ground so far this evening. So that is not to say every single one of those will have that, but they're saying there's that probability that is slightly higher than what we would typically see with just a traditional tornado warning, tornado watch. So that is what we are seeing with you in the light red. Henry County now coming in as a tornado warning just popped up. We also have Trigg and Christian counties as well. So let's get to that brand new tornado warning that is for our friends just down to the south. Let's pick this up for you. We're getting a lot of rotation with these, and as anticipated, they're really coming in with a punch and a whole lot of lightning. They are very loud. So here's our tornado warning. This is a brand new
soon, but then attention pulls to our southwest. So areas that like Owensboro that just saw those very, very strong winds moving through and that potential tornado, you were placed under that tornado warning as well. It looks like they've shaved it off a little bit. Now it's really only for southern Spencer County and northeastern Davis County. So let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit tighter into those locations, and we can analyze these storms a little bit more. So there's that Boeing line segment. You can see it beginning in Rockport and Maceo, and then kind of bowing out towards Gatewood, and then back down in towards Knoxville, Whitesville, and down in towards Masonville. That's where we're seeing a very strong push of wind, and along that we are seeing those little eddies spin up. So let's go ahead and check out those velocity couplets. Let's see if we have anything there. It still looks like we've got some rotation there, moving to the east of Maceo and Rockport, kind of south of Lewisport. This is all in northern or northeastern Davis County in Kentucky, pushing into Hancock County now. So south of Lewisport, if you live there, make sure you go to your tornado safe space. There is definitely rotation being observed. And then again, another couplet possibly to the south of Gatewood there, also beginning to push into Hancock County. So areas like Patesville, Cloverport, all the way out towards Skillman, even in Tell City, you are all placed under this tornado warning. So go to your safety shelters immediately in case that a tornado does touch down to the ground. And then we continue to have maybe some more rotation down towards Whitesville, and that is in pushing out of Davis County and again into northern Ohio County. So still seeing a lot of activity across portions of western Kentucky here, primarily at this point to the east of Owensboro, heading towards Hancock and Ohio County. But we still are on alert here for several more warnings to be issued, especially across western Kentucky. As we go through the rest of this evening, we may see a lot more of those tornado possible tags. It looks like a lot of this storm system is really bowing out and becoming more linear. When we see that happen, we oftentimes see less in the way of tornado warnings, but as Jeff mentioned, we do still have that threat down towards Muhlenberg County and Hopkins County with that storm coming out of Christian County. Jeff?
Okay, Michael, and as you were saying here over western Kentucky, it has become more linear, or line of wind here, but within that line we could still see spin-up tornadoes. A lot of these warnings are going to drop off here at 10:30 and then at 10:45. It looks like the lead edge of the strongest winds now working up toward Hartford, and if we put this on a 30-minute time lapse here.
Neighborhood, but we're going to try to see if, make sure neighbors are, first of all, are okay. And we're going to keep looking for a little bit more of that extensive damage, but power's still on. Like I said, neighbors just picking up the pieces and making sure that everyone else is okay.
All right, definitely hoping everyone is okay. Thank you so much, Alex in Brownsburg. Take a look at this video. This was sent to us by a viewer from Carmel of the tornado earlier today. You can see it there. This was near 116th Street and College Avenue. He sent us this video from his apartment, thankfully taking it safely, but you can see the funnel cloud there.
You can kind of see where these trees are coming from, snapped right up there at the top. If you can see, I know it's dark and I got the wiper going, but we do have some trees that look like they snapped right here. This is something that we've actually seen all across kind of the southeast side. We just talked to a couple that had a tree fall on their car. Thankfully, they're okay, but this is a situation. Josh and I didn't even see this tree. Someone had flagged us down and told us it was here. We didn't even see it until we were about 300 feet away. The visibility is super low out here right now. I would not recommend driving if you can avoid it, Jeff.
Thanks, Jordan, for that update. Again, we're watching the winds here as they move into Hancock County, out of Davis County, and you saw that tight circulation up there, possible tornado, or at least rotation, and then down to the south, the same thing. The storm's now sweeping across Ohio County and also Muhlenberg County right now, too. I'm going to go back here and just kind of give you a sense for some of the reports that we've had. Then we're going to get over to Arden Gregory here. She's been looking at this. First off, at least tornado reports that have gotten through the National Weather Service. We had the one there at Hanson that was observed near Madisonville, tornado on the ground. That was at 9:40, so that's been about 40 minutes ago. These reports always kind of lag a bit to get all the way through the system. 7:20 there, we had a tornado at Junction. 3 tornado reports across Edwards County and Wabash, and of course we're seeing numerous wind damage reports now as they start to come in. Most of those in the Evansville-Henderson area. As Arden told you, we have a number, tens of thousands without power, and transformer damage there at Melody Hill as a result of
Jackson County continue to lift to the north. Assume that everybody along this line is under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's enough to take shelter on if you're under the warning. But let's look at the tornado warnings and where we have the strongest of the winds. Here we are zooming into Salem. Heavy rain pushing through Pierce, Martinsburg, Borden, Starlight, Gibson, Daisy Hill, all familiar places to us. Some have had tornadoes in the past. I'm going to put on the velocity where you can see some of the stronger winds moving through. And again, it's tough to pick out the couplet of where you would have that one particular location of rotation. You can't pick that out. It's why it's a little jagged on the edge where we see that there could be that rotation. And Brian, as we analyze this, you see we're zoomed into Washington County, the almost all of Scott County, and western Clark County, which includes Henryville and Borden. There is no real particular place. Maybe near Beck's Mill where we would have a little rotation in Salem, but the winds are strong regardless.
Yeah, about 70 is the estimate right now on radar. So yeah, the very, very strong winds. So you don't need a tornado to get trees knocked down, power outages. So it can still cause problems and damage your rights. So stay in your safe spot in that area into Washington County, northern Clark, and certainly Scott County, Indiana, Scottsburg, Austin. Just stay in your safe spot there along I-65. You know anyone that's about to travel on the interstate, anywhere up and down 65 in Indiana, and eventually we'll be saying the same thing about Kentucky here soon.
So we're going to take this track out about 25 minutes. That puts it 21 miles to the northeast of its current location, and we would see this moving through the India area at 10:27. We would see this moving through Antioch Harbor Resort come 10:35 for this tornado warning that goes for another 19 minutes. It's set to expire at 10:45. All right, let me clear this for you, and we're going to actually zoom this out a bit and take a look now at our tornado warning that as we continue to watch that rotation that's north of Hopkinsville. Okay, I'm looking at where this rotation is right now, and it's right here. This is where we have that rotation. So here's Hopkinsville. Notice that the what we call polygon, which outlines the warning, that's just north of Hopkinsville, but right in here is where the rotation is. And I'm going to go on and put a track on this because even without the rotation, the way this thing is bulging out, that would indicate some very intense winds with this storm. So this particular storm
from Knoxville down to Whitesville, so that's southeastern Davis County, although the circulation has now begun to move out of that polygon. That one will expire at 10:45, and as I mentioned before, we should see a big drop off of warnings here very soon, or at least a trimming as that main line of storms moves out. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning which just touches Perry County there, and also northern Ohio County and Hancock County. Let's go to Michael Fecka with a cleaner map there of all the current warnings around the tri-state.
Yeah, so here's just a more simple way
of looking at all of those warnings without all of the rain and the storms on the radar. We'll take a tour across the tri-state. Again, many folks northwest of Spencer County at this point in time, you're pretty much in the clear of any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. But what we're seeing them being replaced by is flash flood warnings. All those counties in blue, Edwards and Wabash in white, that's in southern Illinois, you have that flash flood warning. Vanderburgh, Warwick, Spencer County, Henderson, and parts of Davis County.
Now with that one circulation still showing up, you see the flashing polygon there. That's just outside of, get outside of Perry County, not too far away from Tell City. We'll be watching that, but also watch right there. See that concentration of lightning right along portions there near the Ohio River, just south of Tell City. I'm watching that carefully around Patesville. That little notch is bowing out. Not only could it have strong straight line winds, but there could be a circulation that could develop out of this, especially with that concentration of lightning showing up as it moves right into the southern portions there of Perry County.
Yeah, real quick here, Brian. The tornado sirens are going off in Clarksville, according to Rebecca there on Facebook. I just wanted to point out Clarksville is not under a tornado warning at this time. Now, part of Clark County is just to your north, just north of Charlestown. So the tornado sirens may be going off in your area, but remember, these warnings encompass parts of counties, not entire counties. So keep that in mind when you hear those sirens. It's time to watch Wave Weather Now and Wave News to see where exactly that warning may be. And of course, the radar and the Wave Weather app, guys, great resource to figure out if that warning encompasses you or not, Kev.
If you have that radar on the Wave Weather app, there is a setting at the bottom that says past and future. Make sure that is set to the past.
Absolutely.
And so you want, it may sound odd, but if you have the future radar on, the radar is going to appear as though it's out of date or the time is off. So just make sure it says past on the bottom and you get the real-time radar information, just like we're looking at here.
Sorry, Kevin.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to switch the camera to Cord in here because...
Out here. I'm here in Wadesville where I'm just getting a first look around here. It's still, dark out here. It's hard to see. But, just like Arden was saying, we're seeing damage reports. So if we're seeing all kinds of little bits of pieces like this all over the road, you can maybe see here behind me, there's some pieces of roof and bits of cars and things like that have kind of littered the roadway and yards here. Now, first responders tell me that they believe there's a couple homes, 3 or 4 homes at this point that have sustained some structural damage. But first responders do tell me they believe that there are no injuries at this time. They believe this is the most hard-hit area. Again, I'm here just off of Albert Drive in Wadesville, and right now first responders are asking people to stay clear of the area while they pick up all kinds of downed trees and power lines. But for now, Jeff, I'm going to throw things back to you in studio. Reporting live in Wadesville, Liz DeSantis, 14 News.
Okay, Liz, thanks so much. Please stay safe out there. And we have a new tornado warning. This one is for Perry County until 11 o'clock. Now, the storm has almost exited, or actually it's just coming into, pardon me, I'm looking at the other warning. This storm moving toward Tell City. So if you're in Tell City right now, Cannleton, Hawesville, and then on over toward Lilydale up to Branchville, Leopold, Branchville's up there, and then Tobinsport, basically right across the southern edge here of Perry County. This is a tornado warning for you until 11 o'clock. You need to be in shelter now. This came out of the weather office at Louisville, and I'll show you what they were looking at there to issue that warning. This is the velocity information, and you see that circulation. This is between Tell City and Hawesville, and based on where it is right now, we'll check for debris. We're not seeing any there at the moment. Doesn't mean it's not there, we're just not seeing it. Let's do a track on that storm across southern Perry County, and this is going to go out then to our north here at about 60. So that gets us through Tell City here in the next minute or two. Cannleton at 10:33, Tobin or Tobinsport at 10:40, Leopold 10:47, Branchville at 10:50. Anybody in that corridor needs to be in shelter right now. This is for Perry County, eastern part of the tri-state.
So that is the area of strongest wind and possible rotation showing up near South Boston right along that zone. So that is why, again, new scan coming in, just passing South Boston, still on 160.
Debris on radar northeast of New Pekin.
All right, here's New Liberty. Let me go back. Let's get New Pekin on. Again, we'll center up the radar. And this was possible. There's Daisy Hill. Here's New Pekin, so that's the same storm we're looking at. New tornado warning coming out. This is going to be a little bit farther to the south. Let me get to that, and then we'll come back to this one that's developing. So we've got a lot taking place.
Another one issue now for Clarksville area, Clarksville, Indiana. So
right
you're now
Floyd.
in the tornado warning zone all the way to right into Floyd County, Floyd's Knobs, and into southern Harrison County. And it's for that circulation, Kevin, the same one that
we've been
damaged a trampoline in northern Breckinridge County and Cloverport area. That now right over Corden. Let me punch up. Here's the SkyTrack camera. Let's take that. This is in Corden live right now, and we show what it looks like. And that circulation is very close to where this camera is here right now into Harrison County. Guys, just let me know when you have that. Again, we're watching. That's the one. If it holds together and tracks through Corden, that will eventually move right into Floyd County, southern Floyd, and into the southern Knobs area. Again, so that's just now recently developing. All right, there it is again. That's the live feed in Corden right now. A little bit choppy, as you might imagine. I'm sure the signal's kind of going in and out, but we'll be monitoring this. For those of you in Corden, if you are in even around New Albany, Floyd's Knobs area, now's the time to take action. Get into your safe spot, interior room, basement, lowest level. Stay away from windows. If you have a moment, put on your shoes, just in case you get anything that broke through the storm itself, as far as glass in your home or anything like that. You'll be walking around barefoot. So just kind of a heads up on that as it moves on the northern, very far northern edge there of the northern metro there, Kevin.
Lots of sirens going off at this point. Get in your tornado safe place. We'll keep the 4 boxes up here so you can see the lightning going on behind me in Corden. The storm tracker is out in a safe location, and Brian is tracking some of the storms that are just coming into the Louisville metro. The latest warning is for Clark, Floyd, and Harrison. It's the one we were just looking at. That one will be approaching some areas of the metro within the next 10 to 20 minutes. Our wind gust in Louisville still at 43. We look back to the north. We were tracking that storm north of New Pekin. It's this area here right along 160. That's taking it near New Liberty. So that's another area of concern that we're watching as this storm moves across and eventually very close to Clark County. So we get Clark up into Scott County. It's going to be right at that junction where
it would be moving in the Westbrook area. Of course, the expiration time is set for 11 o'clock. So that is a new tornado warning that we do have, along with the intense rainfall we've been seeing. The rotation for the Henry County tornado is definitely a lot broader than what we were seeing, which is good news right now. But it does not mean to let your guard down. It's just trying to give you some positivity with this of what is going to be, unfortunately, a long night across the area. We're switching this back over to the Power of 5 radars. Resetting this picture
on top of the library there, and we're watching live views. You can see the trees swaying, the lightning starting to pick up. So we've got our eyes on you, Corden, as well as all of Harrison County. Not only do we, but your emergency managers and sheriff's departments do as well. We're working hand in hand with those folks, letting them know what we're hearing, and certainly at this point getting information from them. New Middletown, small community, a lot of pleasant people there. We've got this storm approaching just north of you, Lanesville, big Heritage Fest time, not too far away, right? Well, that storm's coming toward you, so you should be in your tornado safe place. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke as we track this storm, get any information we may have out of any of these storms we have along the area.
Okay, Washington County, power's out in Salem, debris from high winds in the roadway, Main Street in Mulberry. You can see the debris on radar northwest of New Liberty. This has been persistent on the radar for about 4 scans now. We are well north and east of New Pekin. This is now moving into Scott County, Kevin. So this is likely a tornado in progress, now moving into Scott County, Indiana.
That was that storm we've been tracking, saying you've got to pay attention to that storm. That's to the north. Again, just to get your bearings, we got Jackson County. You move over into Jennings. South of that is Scott County. Let's zoom in and let's go through the warnings that we have. Again, we point out on that northernmost warning, I'm going to encompass several in this view. Scott County here, you'll see the towns pop in. There's Vienna, Austin, and Scottsburg. I'm going to zoom in because we said it was right near New Liberty. That's where we would have it. And when we look at the velocity, you're going to be able to see the pocket of wind. And I can put on additional velocity to help us better see that perhaps if it's still available. And you can see it not far from the Leota area. But when we look at the debris signature, that's what Ryan was just showing us. Not a ton showing up on the latest scan.
Now, Ange, with that severe thunderstorm warning, someone on Facebook told me that the sirens were going off in Hope, which is not a surprise. We're not seeing radar indicated any tornadoes or anything, but you're still dealing with the wind potential that may be over 70 miles per hour there. So that's what's going on. That's moving east, North Vernon, heading toward you, Westport. Seymour, the worst just about over for you. Brownstown, the worst is over. And then, of course, we know that Medora had a potential tornado.
From Perry Crossing and Sellersburg. We're into the metro area. This is southern Clark County. This is Floyd County. There's New Albany. All under tornado warnings just north of downtown Louisville. While we're not under the warnings at this point, they're getting close. Still, the tightest rotation that we have is near Corydon, just north of New Middletown. Brian?
All right, let me show you a couple of our cameras here I'm monitoring. I'll take you first into Starlight, Indiana. I'll take you to Huber's Orchard and Winery. Let's go there as we're tracking that cell that's now moving across areas of Floyd County and Clark County. This should be a live look there. You can see the sheets of rain falling in front of the barns there at Huber's Orchard and Winery. Very intense winds flowing through there. Again, no reports of damage yet in that region, but we're watching that carefully. And then obviously as we head into Corydon, Indiana, that is where we have the other cell that we're watching right now that has the tornado warning with it that is moving right into Corydon. Doesn't look as wild as it did even just a few moments ago. Still a lot of lightning taking place. So what about that cell? Where is it going next? Well, here are the times on this. If it were to hold together and move in its current path, the track on this storm as it moves out of Corydon, heading to the northeast. Here are the times here on the radar. We'll show you what, if this holds together over the next 20 minutes or so, you can expect it to move into, say, Georgetown at about 48 minutes after the hour. Shawnee at about 51 minutes. And it may clip into the northern side of the Louisville Metro at about 54 minutes after the hour there, Kevin.
All right. Again, nice to see that from that view, things are calming down a bit. You can see that cone of probability behind Brian that shows the arrival.
In Brownsburg, and Cam Holding is the Brownsburg PIO for the fire department. What happened here tonight?
So we had a building collapse due to the high winds and the storms that came through here and the reports of the tornado. As you can see behind, the roof is sheared off and the tilt slab construction is caved in. And unfortunately, there were employees still inside at the time. One which is still trapped, which is being extricated right now.
What happened to the other employees? Do we know?
The other employees we are unsure of. They apparently got out safe from reports, but this individual is still trapped. She is alert and conscious, talking with the doctors, and she will be extricated soon, hopefully.
Now, this is a bad situation. The south wall collapsed. Parts of the roof are all over Northfield Avenue and the parking lot. Does the integrity of the building seem okay at this point?
At this time, I don't know that information. Yeah. It would seem that it would be like it could collapse again, a secondary collapse, and they are aware of that. The rescuers are aware of that. Command is aware of that as well.
So. Indianapolis Fire Department helping out too.
Yes, and IFD seems to have operations for extricating the individual right now.
Well, it's been a heck of a night. From Brownsburg with Cam Holding, Chuck Lofton, 13 News.
Chuck, thank you so much for that report, and a big thank you to the emergency professionals that are out on this rainy night helping our neighbors assess damage, get safe, and we hope to have some new information.
It can do quite a bit of damage in itself, so let's not degrade that and go, oh, it's not a tornado warning. There's a lot of wind with this, and that is why we want to take those seriously. So right now we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll, Henry, Benton. Now we got a new tornado warning now that it's taking place.
That
yes, I just picked it up.
It's coming in for Henry.
As for Carroll, Benton counties, it's moving its way into Henry. So let's take a look at that as far as this brand new tornado warning is concerned. And we've been noticing a lot of the same areas. You're having to go back and forth to your safe place. I understand that is not ideal. But you know what? It is life-saving at the end of the day, so we want you to do that. So here is our brand new tornado warning that we're looking at. Y'all have it pulled up for the hour, for the motion out. This is for Benton, Carroll, Henry counties. It goes until 11:30. Thank you, Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And it is very loud and rowdy. Obviously, we are picking up some of that rotation. Right now, the rotation is being indicated by the Power of 5 radars. We do not have any indication as of right now that it is currently on the ground. but that means you need to get to your
farther to the south, you get Daisy Hill. Again, pushing through. This is a tornado that's on the ground, as we mentioned, near State Road 160. We've been pointing that out a number of times throughout the day. Brian, I see you are also looking at another tight couplet just west of the city.
Yeah, in fact, the National Weather Service has gone with a severe thunderstorm warning that's probably triggered a lens alert for a lot of your phones right now if you're in the Louisville area. This includes Louisville, downtown, Prospect, St. Matthews, all the way into Oldham County. They got this listed as a tour possible with this as we're watching that cell that's moving out of Floyd County here before long, actually moved into Floyd, and eventually will roll out into the rest of the northern metro. So we'll be watching Clark County carefully as this evolves over the next 30 minutes. Still very much a circulation here and strong wind fields showing up, and no reports of damage yet. We're monitoring that. You got something showing up there, Ryan?
Yeah, I just want to show you where this debris is. It's east of Vienna now, heading right toward Lexington. It's this little spot right here. It has been persistent, and it matches up exactly with that tornado reported in southeast parts of Washington County. You can see the new update there, lifting it a bit, but boy, this thing's been kind of bouncing up and down, likely making multiple touchdowns throughout parts of Washington and Scott County, guys. So we'll continue to watch the debris field on that.
Yeah, we had that confirmed near Leota, now again near South Boston. That was that same storm that's up into Scott County, so it's moving out of Washington into Scott, and then all the way back down through that that area. There's Vienna that you see on the map. So again, from the Salem area right across into parts of Scott County. And when we look at the debris tracker, and then I can switch this over to what will be the velocity and eventually the radar, just so we can see the reflectivity, you can sort of see, again, from Scottsburg to Underwood, Blotcher to Lexington, still some very strong winds pushing through that area as well. When we go back to the south and look around, you're going to notice on the velocities that we've been showing that we still are tracking what could be multiple tornadoes on the ground. It's tough to know based on the radar view. So that's why the South Boston power lines are down in Farabee Road. That's not far from the Pekin area. So if you're familiar with that general area that we've been talking about, there's Vienna, there's Leota. That's the system that we're watching move right along 356, Indiana 356 up towards Scottsburg. That would be the general zone as we track that off to the east toward Lexington, as Ryan pointed out. And then additional strong winds with possible tornadoes are, not out of the question with any of these farther to the south in northern parts of Harrison County and western Floyd County. And Brian's keeping a close eye on that, not far from Lanesville.
Yeah, right over Lanesville. In fact, that's where they were watching the strong wind fields right now that are tracking into the southern part of Floyd County. We're watching the camera carefully. This is what it looks like in New Albany. You can't see, there you go. You can see right below me. This flag's there. We'll be watching that camera view carefully as it gets closer. I'm also watching into Breckenridge County, where we also have a very strong Boeing segment that is developing around Hardensburg. I've been watching the wind speeds. I have not seen anything skyrocket yet on the Kentucky Mesonet, but I am watching that carefully for those into Breckenridge County. But that's a very strong push of wind moving into an area that is relatively rural, so it will take some time likely to get any damage reports if anything's happening. But a heads up, Brandenburg, this is heading right into Meade County. You have a tornado warning out already covering the storm, but it's heading your way, and if it keeps going, it eventually will move.
Your county name or your town name multiple times tonight. I want you to take extra precaution when you're taking the kiddos to school tomorrow morning or when you're getting yourself to work tomorrow morning, because those areas that typically flood, I'm telling y'all, for our northwestern counties, they will have flooded, Henry.
And I do want to highlight as well, we have got a host of schools that are closed or opening late tomorrow. You can see here we've got the split screen. The vehicle driving is Storm 5 Titan. But what I want to point out here is that we have got these schools that are in the black. Those are closed tomorrow. And then the schools with the green are opening late. For a detailed check of that list, head to newschannel5.com. On the top right of the homepage, you'll see in red it says school delays, closings. Just click on that for a detailed list of what's happening. I want to show everybody, and just resetting this picture right now as we come up on 10:47, clock just changed over. It is almost...
Byron. We sent Byron home to go to bed. He's got to rest up for tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
there you
Byron
go.
will
Thanks,
actually
Harden.
be back very soon because he's going to be back on 14 News Sunrise. Obviously, we still have more alert days to cover in the forecast for the next few days.
And higher, that's when it starts to get uncomfortable outside. And this is one version of fuel for these storms that they're feeding off of. And we've got that southerly flow thanks to a warm front moving through this morning that's just bringing that fuel in from the Gulf. It is open for business, as we say. The bigger picture showing you this is a very long line of storms along this boundary.
The debris detector there. So we're talking about a tornado in a pretty populated area. And Jenny, correct me if I'm wrong. Have we heard about Hamilton County damage?
We are hearing about, we
Okay.
actually have a crew in Hamilton County right now starting to check out the damage in that area. That tornado obviously was, what, 116th and College.
I'm going to take the debris tracker back here.
Carmel Police, or the City of Carmel rather, is reporting damage to trees, damage to homes, some damage to businesses, and we're kind of getting out in that area now.
Yeah, so I mean, there's Main Street. I got Main Street, and there's Newark Village. And then, I mean, this thing went right across Main Street, 126th. So it is going to be interesting to see and there's still debris detection.
Is that near West Carmel Drive?
That's Hazeldale Parkway at that time. But I mean, this thing went right through Carmel. And then this is eventually, as we go through time, is what impacted. I mean, we got a almost a 90-mile
area, including Westridge Forest Court. So those are just a few places. We're zoomed in very tight across parts of central Floyd County. I'm going to zoom back out and then we'll go back in just a little bit tighter. Let's get our bearings once again to point out that a number of tornado warnings are in place. New severe thunderstorm warnings being sort of firmed up to indicate what we're watching, meaning that Boeing segment. Tornado warnings spreading right toward the metro, so be prepared. This is your standby. You know, alert days come out way in advance to say you're going to have to pay attention. Well, consider this an alert for what's likely to come, and that's a tornado warning for the city of Louisville with some very strong winds possibly moving in. It's looking more and more likely as we're tracking this Boeing segment and the potential for the rotation to move closer to Jefferson County. It would happen within the next 15 to 30 minutes.
It's the rain, it's the wind beating up against your house. It almost sounds like a tornado. And it looks like this warning has been trimmed back just a touch. It still includes locations from Central City down to Drakesboro, also in the Union Ridge. It looks like they will continue with this warning. Not sure if it will be extended. Just based on the look on radar here, it really looks like it is being dominated by a wind and not so much by the tornado risk here. If you're in Morgantown or really anywhere in Butler County, the rain's starting to come down, but the winds will.
For damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail, the rotation that we're looking at around Stewart County, it's the northern parts of it, and then we continue to watch a little bit of rotation over towards Henry County. And as we take a look at kind of the way that this is setting up with the bigger picture of this, we have this entire system that's going to continue to move through the area. So as far as what's been going on with all of this, I know that Katie's been watching the latest on all the warnings. Nikki D's been tracking the future stuff.
Right.
We'll check in real quick with Nikki D and the latest that you have been tracking back there.
Okay, so here's a broad perspective of what we've got right now, and I've gotten a lot of questions. Someone over in Cross Plains, which is Robertson County, they said they've got two small.
This looks like the strongest winds that we've seen so far that's coming on through. Again, we've got our two tornado warnings. The one, I'm not sure why it hasn't been canceled yet. That storm's moved on out. And we got our tornado warning here north of Brewston, right there, south of Springville. Definitely some rotation there. Potential tornado sitting just northeast of Bain. And the radar looks, okay, we finally got a new scan there. That's good. That is showing you still some rotation south of Springvale. So that's where they the rotation is there.
Of that for safety, but we've currently got that video source up, and we'll be able to monitor and see if there's anything that the lightning flashes can illuminate there in the sky. And of course, it's raining heavily down there in Clarksville right now, Kev.
Yeah, you notice a lot of the truckers probably getting off the road, also going to let these storms pass with these very strong winds, and that potential, a wise thing to do. We're going to go back to our home view, tracking, again, multiple tornado warnings that are stacked up that will be moving closer to us here in Louisville. There's one back across southern Indiana and another one back across extreme northern Kentucky. Both of those are pushing closer to us. Again, we're seeing strong wind. This little Boeing segment that's past Irvington, haven't had a lot of data coming in or reports, but it's late at night. Some areas, you just don't get those reports fast enough in the rural areas. Brian mentioned that a second ago. To our home view, again, to give the scope of what's happening, we have 3 tornado warnings in our viewing area. One sits just north of the metro. The other 2 are just out to the west. The 2 out to the west will pose an issue or a problem as these storms race to the northeast at 75 miles an hour, potentially bringing damaging winds or the threat of a tornado to the Louisville area. Brian, what are you watching?
I'm just watching it looks like a cycling kind of going on here as that cell's kind of still spinning around. You get little brief circulations with it that's trying to form.
Strong wind line is coming by now. Not really seeing much for any kinks along this line as far as tornadoes, which is good. That doesn't mean one won't try to pop on up. So we're watching anything that shows up like this. Okay, you see a little green. We're going to watch that.
Warning has expired, and once this polygon comes off the map, we'll give you the all clear, but it's still showing up, and the storm itself has passed by Greenville, torrential rainfall in Weir, Central City, but the storm is getting closer to Rochester here, and here's the county line between Muhlenberg.
Nick, let's go on over, check that northern tornado warning here in Preble County. Let's see if there's any lofted debris potential with that storm.
Yep, we'll check that
So
right now.
as we check this out, not yet. And Nick, it actually may be a little bit more difficult since we're not dealing with really supercell thunderstorms at this point. They may not be as strong to loft some of that debris. So that's just a tool, though, that we will continue to watch. Nick is now going through the velocity modes of the radar. That circulation in Union County is right on top of Liberty. Tornado safe space for you. And then we have that other circulation somewhat close to El Dorado here in Preble County, quickly moving off towards the northeast. So again, southern parts of Darke County, northern Preble, clipping the northwestern portions of Montgomery counties here. We need to be getting into that interior closet.
Absolutely, yeah.
It may be a bathroom that has that's an interior.
It is coming, and it is coming with a punch, and it just seems like it won't stop. It is very loud. We will be able to relax some things, but it's going to be a little bit. So right now we still have a tornado warning for Benton, Carroll, and Henry County. That's going to go into 11:30. Currently, it is 10:55, and then we also have some
offices kind of overlooking our area, and so sometimes they can't typically cross boundaries here, but we'll kind of go over this. We do have, again, we have that tornado warning in effect for portions of Muhlenberg County, and that's in effect until 11:15. I really think that
storms are just tough because you rely on the lightning to illuminate some of those features. All right, to the radar we go. We have, again, the rotation showing up just north of New Albany. Let's dive in and give some specific areas of concern that you may need to know. I'm really going to zoom in tight for us here as we look at New Albany. Again, this warning continues if you are downtown New Albany, Grant Line Road, moving toward Charlestown Road, Blackenston Mill. That is an area of concern as this moves through. I'm going to zoom this out. I tell you, Brian, let's go to your radar. I'm going to see if we can't get a phoner set up for folks in New Albany, just get a real-time view of what's coming.
Tracker says that the transformers are blowing on the storm tracker now,
well,
too.
do we have a camera on the storm tracker? Can we see them?
Let's get the storm tracker up if we can here.
It may take a second to get them. Okay,
There we go.
All right, they're going to go scan and see. Referring to a lot of the blue sky, which is something, it does tend to stand out if you're used to seeing transformers blow in the distance. The way it kind of flickers and hesitates when they blow, it's got that blue look to it, which is different than the lightning strikes you may notice. That's usually a sign of transformers blowing. Doesn't, again, always mean that there is a tornado, but it is certainly a sign that there's very strong winds, obviously, make it to the ground level, and it gets your attention right away. So we'll be watching that. You can see the winds ramping up right now where he's at. And in fact, that just changed in the past 10 seconds. So it's really ramping. Those sheets of rain just coming right at him. So we'll be watching it. Storm Tracker, we're going to be watching you as well. So please be careful if you see anything too alarming there. Make sure you're in a spot where you can get to safety there. We'll be watching that because that is absolutely pouring.
That rain is
pouring. It wasn't
buckets.
even doing that 10 seconds ago.
The strongest rotation, Blackenston Mill to New Albany over toward Clarksville. We can really see that. Let me center up my radar view because the worst has gone past this area. It is moving fast, so it's tough to keep.
Mornings of the evening here in the Miami Valley. Okay, I was told that he was there. So
we'll catch Zach in just a second.
Yep,
Another thing I want to bring up here.
Sandy, Old Springville as well. So we're talking Tom White Road, Lakeview Manor, Lakeshore Drive, Poplar Grove, as well as New Hope Road. So if this is your region, it is time to just calmly but quickly make it to our safe place. I know the last thing you want to do is wake up kiddos on a school night. This is the last thing you want to do when you've got work early in the morning, you know, staying up and watching this, but I got to congratulate you on being weather aware and being so proactive for your family and keeping your family safe and your loved ones, right? This is a step in the right direction. You're doing a great job.
To account for this as well, let me kind of get a bearing on this.
This is a different warning.
Yeah.
So this sits just south. This is that system, that little Boeing area
segment,
coming out of Brandenburg.
You're right. Yeah, that tornado warning is set to expire at 12:30. So now the sirens have been activated into Louisville.
All of our emergency alerts going off. Coming up on the midnight hour, if you are in the warning and you have mobile devices, you're likely getting the alerts just as all of ours are going off here in the studio. If you're watching us, parts of Bullitt, Harrison, Jefferson, and Meade counties. This includes all of the city of Louisville. We have a band of wind moving in that has potential rotation. So that is the reason for the tornado warning. This will include almost all of Jefferson County, northern Bullitt County. Muldrow is in that. Shepherdsville is in that. Valley Station, Fairdale, Okolona, moving over toward PRP, downtown Louisville, the Highlands, and approaching J-Town, though J-Town not technically in that warning. That is another warning that we've been watching. The other one has strong winds moving across southern Indiana, passing through Cementville, where we know we have power outages and power flashes going on. Green Valley Road, for instance, I know, without power. Brian, are you seeing any other damage reports coming in, power outages?
Yes, and Brian, it may have a better handle on some social. I haven't a chance to look yet. I'll give him a moment because I know he's juggling a lot over there. But we're watching that cell, and obviously we'll see how this Boeing segment, because this has been a relatively quiet zone here, Kevin, as we knew it would be. That's approaching Louisville. That's where the danger comes in for the way Louisville's positioned, is we're kind of a spot we don't get reports till the very last moment when these cells move through. So we don't have a lot to go with here other than the radar indicating that there easily could be very strong winds and a circulation that can develop. So that's the reason why the alarms are going up.
I just got 20 comments here about tornado sirens now going off. So all firing, all pistons here for this Louisville tornado.
So I'm sure a lot of you right now are watching, very worried, and anytime you hear that sound, I know it's scary. Right now, there's no confirmation of a tornado that we've had anywhere yet in our viewing area, but we have circulations we're watching in Floyd County. Kevin's watching that carefully, moving into Clark, now along the Lee Hamilton, just south of Sellersburg. So we're watching that carefully in the central part of Clark County. Floyd, actually, you're fine for now until that second cell gets closer. Now we're watching this wave. This is the one that has triggered your phones and the sirens in Louisville to be activated. This is the one that's moving quickly along the eastern side here of Brandenburg and Meade County. Eventually will pass right over the radar. So in a moment, I'm going to switch the radar over to a different view to get a better handle on that. Looks like another polygon may have been drawn here. Let me look.
New tornado warning coming out.
Yeah, they pushed it a little bit into Prospect, so it now includes the northern part of Jefferson County to account for the circulation that Ken's been tracking in Clark County. That tornado warning gets you all the way basically parallel and north of I-71 as you travel into Oldham County, Henry County, Clark, and then even parts of even Trumbull, including this also until 12:30, Kevin.
It really is that train track of storms we've been tracking all evening that were set back along the Ohio River, and they've been one by one coming up. This is the northernmost and the forwardmost storm right over Prather, moving north of the Lee Hamilton. That's north of Cementville. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out, but this is the latest tornado warning that we have for southern Indiana. I'm going to drag this down just a bit, show you parts of Kentucky, because you can see that rotation is still there as it works its way from Prather to Watson. Strong rotation showing up. Oldham Acres, Longview Branch, Utica would be next in line. Utica is just going to sit just
has come to an end. So our only warning, at least tornado warning that is in effect,
that
is
larger
into
severe thunderstorm warning did expire. So they must be seeing that weakening trend that
at this point, if there was anything in either of those circulations, you're never going to see it. The more northern circulation on my way south, I was actually right under that when they issued the warning, driving along 70. Nothing to speak of. It wasn't.
Only at Living Spaces. Living Spaces.
Discover the Richardson home.
Are dealt with. So Benton, Carroll, Henry counties, you currently have a tornado warning that goes with you until 11:30. Rotation is looking better, which is a good move in the right direction, but we've seen this numerous times when it comes to these cells. You get that broad rotation.
Approach southwest Jefferson County and move across Louisville. That's the reason for the tornado warning for us. Let me zoom into it just a little more so you can see it, and we'll focus on the Louisville storm and then work our way up. You'll notice that moving through. And notice those little notches. That's what we're talking about. You get the little notches in there, and that is where you could have the spinning and the possibility of the rotating storm, hence the tornado warning that we have. When we look at the velocity, sometimes it's clear where we have that. That's clear that we have a punch of wind, but it is not clear that it is rotating or that we would have a tornado. Doesn't mean we don't, just means that it's tough to pick out on this velocity scan. So that's one of the storms. That storm is moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. That storm is the one that includes a good chunk of western half of Louisville. Northeast Jefferson County under the tornado warning for this couplet. Now that one you can see much clearer where we have the rotation passing by Sellersburg. And it's going to cross the river back into perhaps northeast Jefferson County, not far from Prospect, and certainly into Oldham County, most likely up around the Goshen area. So let's zoom into that just a little bit more. As we zoom in, I'm going to call some areas out, and you should be in your tornado safe place. Charlestown, Prather, River Bluff, Goshen. This is Oldham County. The storm is going to move back across the river as it moves into Oldham Acres and Belknap Beach, River Ridge, Longview Beach, places along the river. This will eventually impact River Bluff and Goshen, perhaps. So those are a few places to mention as this storm now crosses Indiana 62. Moving to the east and northeast at roughly 60 to 65 miles per hour, we know we have power outages associated with this. Brian?
Okay, appreciate that, Kevin. We have been watching the camera. I've got it aimed toward Prospect, but I also have the cord in right now on the northern edge of this Boeing segment that is moving in. The second cell that is next in line to move into Louisville Metro. And this is going to run right into Louisville here. Bullitt County, Jefferson County, very strong winds. Radar estimates are still over 70 miles per hour. We have yet to have anything recorded yet on winds other than Hardinsburg. Quote that here, they just came in at 53 miles per hour, but that may be a bit delayed on that report. But again, that push, a very strong wind is moving in on our western side here, moving across Harrison County, Corden all the way down to near Laconia, heading to the north and east into Valley Station. Let me show you what it looks like into Corden right now, actually, on the northern side here of that line as it moves into Harrison County. This is a live look right now as that's moving in. Rain has just now picked up after a bit of an ease freeze that took place after the first cell that moved into Floyd County passed by. Things calmed down for a bit. Now it's ramping right back up again. For those of you in Corden, I know you're trying to probably get some sleep and get to bed. Can't quite do that just yet. Got to let this wave pass by as some very strong winds may even impact.
Two circulations that we're trying to pin down here. So, Nick, let's go back over to velocity. Let's check out this Miami County storm on the terminal. We can get a real good view of it down low with that. And again, we're not seeing strong rotation with this particular cell right now, but you still want to take it seriously. Laura, West Milton, you're still dealing with the potential for that circulation that could produce a tornado. See a little bit of wind shear here where that lighter gray color is, but nothing bright green and bright red together. And then, Nick, as we check out the other tornado warned storm down here in Preble County, this is what you want to see. All of the color is one color, which indicates not a lot of wind shear at that current time. But where you have that darker green coming in, maybe there's a little bit of wind shear that could spin up. As we're going over to storm relative velocity,
warning for Houston and Stewart counties that will go until 11:30. This does include Carlisle. This does include, it looks like, the Dover area as well for this new tornado warning. So switching over to our storm relative velocity to find where that rotation is that has prompted this warning, this newer warning that we have. And I'm going to get the latest on the movement. We'll put a track on this. We'll check in with Nikki D in just a moment, too, and what she's been tracking. But this particular warning, again, going until 11:30 with a thunderstorm that obviously, as you can see, has got some rotation with it, about 8 miles southeast of Paris Landing State Park, and it's racing to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. It's also got some quarter-size hail with it. So 50-mile-per-hour movement, which is on
Albany. That storm continues as it moves with a tornado warning just across the river. This is now approaching just north of Prospect and Goshen. Let's bring in John Belsky, former wave meteorologist. He is in New Albany. And John, I know that storm went right across your area. Are you okay, first of all?
Yeah, we're good, Kevin. We were down the basement. You could hear the roar of the wind, and I've been tracking that on the radar, just like you all have been. And I figure it probably went aloft and went right over us because we could hear the roar. And we're still getting, and we're on the north side of New Albany, we're still getting 50-mile-per-hour winds at times. And then, you know, but I've not heard of any damage other than I just monitored on the police scanner. There's a transformer down on Charlestown Road. Don't know the exact location of that. And also just heard on Jefferson County, they dispatched a number of units to Good Samaritan Way, and not exactly sure where that's at, but in the city there for some sort of fire. So it's a crazy evening. You're all doing a great job, though. We appreciate you keeping everybody safe.
Well, thanks. Back-to-back storms for you. You had that 2-inch hail just not too long ago when we had the severe weather move through. So what an active year it's been, huh?
Sure has, and hopefully things will settle down for a while. Of course, you know, like you said, we've got all the rain coming in. But again, anybody in this tornado warning, whether you're in Louisville right now or in Clark County, again, stay in the basement until you guys give the all clear, because we could feel the house shaking a bit. But you know, it's raining too hard to go out and check anything. But I couldn't tell any major damage anywhere right around us. But better safe than sorry. Just head to the basement until Kevin and Brian and the gang say it's okay to come out.
Appreciate the report right from the heart of that storm where it went through. John, thanks. Again, just checking with real-time information as it comes in. We appreciate all of our storm spotters and, of course, John and all the folks who relay weather information to us. That is what is helpful when we have severe weather like this ongoing. Again, John mentioned both the 2 tornado warnings, the one moving out of Indiana, now back into Kentucky, and that's going to push across the river not far from Goshen. And then we have the southern part of this where Valley Station is sort of in the crosshairs of this storm moving in. And that one shows
in an interior room for that one.
Some additional good news. The second tornado warning here from Miami, Dark, and Montgomery has been allowed to expire. And again, I know they are still flashing on your screen. So what I'm going to do right now to make it simple is I am going to turn off both of those tornado warnings, because I see here in our Weather Service chat that both tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. So even if you still see it on your phone or somewhere else, It is now gone. So now we can take off the tornado warning super for now, as we are tornado warning free, but we still have a plethora, and I don't even know if that's the right adjective to describe it, Austin, but a plethora
is noted. Easily could be up to 70 miles per hour. I got a feeling it's hitting areas where we can get some wind speeds confirmed on some gauges here soon. So stay tuned as it moves across that area. Ron Hoke's keeping an eye on the power outages, because you heard John Belsky. By the way, what a sense of nostalgia that was hearing John Belsky. But he's mentioned the transformers that were blowing. You've been tracking a lot of the power outages, and we've been having a lot of viewer reports about these transformers.
Yeah,
right?
everybody talking about, like, hey, you got these blue flashes in the sky here, and we've also got some video from the Wave Storm Tracker earlier here that we'll be able to run here for you from our control room of the power flash, the transformer explosion here. If we can get that, it is rolling right now. We don't quite see it in the view here just yet. Not quite sure when this is going to hit here.
There it is.
There it is. Boom, right there. That's what we're talking about. That's why we've been seeing these power outage numbers go up. They've been spiking across Washington, Orange, and Lawrence counties, and we'll likely see them spike in Floyd County just because of the plethora of reports that we've gotten on social media and from our own Wave Storm Tracker, Kevin.
All right, we get back to the radar view. Velocity is what we have up. We are tracking this storm moving across far eastern parts of Clark County. Goshen is in the path.
And I'm proud of you for following through with it. Right now, this is a tornado warning that is indicated by the Power of 5 radars. And Katie, you've got it pulled up, or we actually can see a closer view of that rotation.
Yeah, and I wanted to show it because it is a little close for comfort for our friends over in the Clarksville area, you know, as we continue to watch this. Right now, the area of rotation approaching Carlisle, passing just north of Tennessee Ridge. You can see there, of course, Stewart County neighboring Montgomery there towards Clarksville. So as I take this out, I just wanted to show you that first, because when I do, it will take Clarksville off the map since it is pretty close. But our friends in Clarksville need to stay weather aware and really need to watch this. Clarksville's not popping up on this because it should pass just to your north if this does stay on this northeasterly track. But Clarksville friends, this will be closer to you in about 45 minutes or so. Carla
13, almost at 11:13. We've got that warning still in Muhlenberg County. Based on how radar is looking, again, the main threat is basically
power outages caused those transformers to blow, shook some houses that you heard about. So again, the rotation is there. The powerful winds are there. That is the northern tornado warning along the Ohio River. We have one moving into southwest Jefferson County, and Brian is keeping an eye on that one.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Yes, this is moving right over the West Point area, now crossing Dixie Highway and the Gene Snyder Freeway. Now, radar estimates of this particular push of wind right now are coming in near hurricane force, about 75 miles per hour. Now, it is a bit off the ground from the radar beam is over there in southeast Jefferson County, but it is tracking right along the Jefferson Memorial Forest. So eventually, we're going to get into a zone we're not going to hear much, other than those that are very close to, say, Mitchell Hill area. You may run into perhaps some very strong winds could cause the power to flicker in that area. Let us know. But by all means, if you're in southern Jefferson County, especially in Valley Station, Okolona, Hillview, and Highview, even Shepherdsville, Pioneer Village area, heading toward, say, Maryville, you may have to get into your safe spot. It is a good time to do that right now before the surge of wind comes in. Even though we don't have anything really that looks like it's spinning here, this looks like it's just a very strong push of straight line wind at the moment, but we can easily get a spin that can develop out of that as it surges out ahead of the line. It can create that motion there, and that's when we're going to be watching carefully as it tracks over southern Jefferson. Now, almost the same.
It's on this track, and then eventually into Christian and Todd. It could possibly be impacting Hopkinsville. So if you are downstream, this truly is something to watch and just to keep an eye on as we go into roughly the next 45 minutes to an hour. I had to show you this. I mean, just almost all of West Tennessee, not in our viewing area, but down close to Memphis, over to Jackson, blanketed in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. It's what that very large yellow areas that you saw, they just chopped down a little bit. Henry County, Christian, and Todd, along with Stewart and Houston, also included in this. I know we've been showing you some of those cameras as well, and that's why, just to show you just, I mean, how strong some of these storms are as they move through. We've got a tornado watch in place that goes until midnight, so we're 45 minutes out. Wouldn't be shocked if they do extend that. We're keeping an eye on that as well. So if it does get extended, of course, we'll give you that information immediately. Check in on
out Greenhaven to the south. This greatest rotation is right along the Ohio River in Oldham County, expected to go through northern Oldham County into Trimble County within the next 20 minutes or so. I'm going to zoom back out just so we can all get our bearings on where we are in relation to these storms, because some folks to our south are like, what storms are you talking about? We haven't had any just yet. So let me put the radar on. Areas of Washington, Marion, Greene, Taylor, even Hart and Adair, you haven't seen the storms yet, but they are moving in. The southern edge has not been severe, and in fact there have been fewer severe thunderstorm warnings, and the focus has mainly been on the storms on that leading edge that are tornadic and tornado warnings that we have. Those are the strongest pushes of wind that we have. Behind me you can see our SkyTrack camera. We've got one focused again not far from the city as we look from South Louisville, and then of course the storm tracker moving across parts of southern Indiana. Power still on where we see that coming in from, at least at this point. Let's go back and zoom into Metro Louisville. We still have tornado warnings for the city. This encompasses in the metro even parts of
34, 11:45 it'll be in Sanford Hill, 11:46 for Henderson, 11:55 at Jacks Creek, midnight for Middle Fork, Stiegel at 12:04 and 12:12 for Shady Hill. I should mention this warning polygon also does not include Lexington.
Yeah, so Lexington's right on the outer edge of it, and Jackson's on the northern side of it. So, again, radar indicated rotation. Nothing yet to suggest that this is a confirmed tornado or a tornado on the ground, but kind of go through a couple different scans, and you see it's pretty much heading into tune right now. So some other locations involved in this, you do see Teague, Deanburg, Silerton. I'm going to draw a little polygon here, or a little tracker, and see about some other small communities that may.
See, you've got your radar centered on that, so that push of wind, again, should be getting some real-time measurements as it gets closer to the Louisville airport.
In fact, that's the airport right below me there on that SkyTrack camera we're watching. Now, the airport's right on the fringe of that push of strong wind. Yes, it's moving right over the forest, heading, I mean, this is still indicating winds right now that could easily be over 70 miles per hour based on radar estimates. So we're waiting for some ground truth to come in. Don't have it yet. But we are watching that as it moves along. So I hope everyone stay in your safe spot. Southern Jefferson County, Northern Bullock County, just stay there. Let us monitor this and see how this transpires as it crosses I-65, tracking right along the Gene Snyder Freeway, heading right again to Okolona and to Highview and portions of even the western side of Fern Creek. We'll see some of the impacts from this push of very strong wind as it moves across southern areas of Jefferson County. Still a lot of concentration.
A large area of a rotating area on a storm, which is how they start. When you get a tornado, you got to have a large area of rotation before you get a real small one that shows on up. So tornado warning again out for areas in southeastern Madison County. Does include Henderson, most of Chester County, and then even some sections of Henderson County, but does not include Lexington. All right, so Bolivar, I know you're under the tornado warning, but I think the rotation's past you right now. Now we just got a new scan. It's still looking broad, but now right on top of tune right now. Jordan.
Tough to pick out exactly where we would have the exact rotation going on, but when we look inside that storm, you can see the push of wind passing Valley Station and moving through. The tornado warning covers obviously a lot.
But we'll take a look at reflectivity. Even the hail threat's gone down with this storm, but that's because it's part of a line now instead of an individual cell. But again, it doesn't look too impressive. The inflow notch is there.
Something that we are watching closely. And then the Pembroke area up in Kentucky around 11:57. So let me kind of set a bigger scene for you here of what's going on, because we have numerous factors that we are watching when it comes to this severe weather setup right now. And as we look at our Power of 5 radars and we turn the temperatures on, even in the areas that have been getting rain for a while, we still have 60s and 70s out there. So the air mass still very warm.
As you pointed out.
Yeah. So we'll wait and see. I think once it gets to the other side of the forest, I got a feeling the reports may start coming in a bit more. Let me check the stats here at Ollie real quick. They're coming in still at about only 25 miles per hour. But again, they're right on the northern fringe. I don't know. We'll see how this looks because it's going to be passing right over the Jefferson Mall area very soon in Okolona, Preston Highway, the outer loop area. So we'll see what happens when this push of wind moves quickly in that area to the other side of the Snyder. So again, stay in your safe spot.
A large area of rotation here that is trying to spin up. So if there was a tornado, it would be right into this area north of Tune. You see where you get those colors together. So if you're in Mead, you need excuse me, you need to be in your safe spot if you're in Meaden, as this is going to be there in the next couple of minutes. So
Joel, I've got a new scan.
I do expect to see more Tennessee counties added to these flash flood warnings in the next little bit. Most of these are set to expire at 4 o'clock in the morning on Thursday. However, the likelihood of that happening, pretty slim. I think this will actually either be extended or they'll end up issuing new flash flood warnings there. And the reason being, because this rain is going to continue to fall over the same area. So in about a 6-hour window, we have picked up several inches of rain.
Palmyra Pekin area from a little bit ago. This may look like a daytime photo, but I think this is a strong floodlight or a super long exposure. You can see that garage there now covered by a tree limb. And of course, that caused the entire roof of this garage to collapse. Thanks to Greta for sending this in. Again, the Pekin, Palmyra area. This was right along the
Field Airport, and we were actually stopped on the road because you can see this power line is like nearly horizontal, and so we stopped exactly where we were, and we're trying to stay far back. It's unclear if the lightning just lit it up for us, so it doesn't seem, from what I can tell from where I am, it doesn't seem that the power line is on the road. But I did see 2 cars drive past very.
Not seeing any debris, right?
I didn't see anything the first time I looked at it. We'll look at it again, and I don't think that lines up with the velocity product for that to be where a tornado would be, just to the southeast of Tune, between Tune and Silerton. Yeah. I don't think that's a tornado, but it's definitely worth watching just the velocity product, because any change in the greens and the reds is worthy information.
For sure. All right, back on one, you can see that line as it's coming through. I think our severe thunderstorm threat in Jackson is done, but we still have that one. Look at that. You can see that notch. You can see it even this far zoomed out. If you're watching us in Gibson County, as well as it looks like Haywood County, I think that your severe storm threat is done for you, but everyone's still along and east of this line. Still got some pretty ugly storms, including this one.
And then Henry, Oldham, and Trimble of Kentucky. So this looks like it will be allowed to expire. And correct me if I'm wrong on that, Brian or Ryan, but when we look at that velocity, you can see it has certainly flattened out just a bit. I want to point out that while we're watching the radar, we're also watching all the live feeds coming in, and you are too. The storm tracker has pulled over with heavy rain pushing through. You can see some of the Trimark cameras also showing that very heavy rain moving through downtown Louisville. So again, we are watching what's happening here in Louisville and surrounding us. This warning allowed to expire, and let's go to the one to the south. It remains in place, so we do have the tornado warning that continues to move through southern and central parts of Jefferson County and northern parts of Bullitt County. And you'll notice that push of wind working its way through there. So we're getting reports coming out of Clark.
Street levels here, but the problem is it's still a very broad area of rotation. So to pinpoint exactly where that tornado would be on street level is pretty tough. But it is new scan. If it was on the ground, it'd be coming into Meaden. So again, please, Meaden, be in your safe spot. Roy, Parkburg, Bemis. It's going to be awful close to you folks in Bemis. I think it stays just south, but we'll see Pinson. Also need to be in your safe spot. So there's a look at.
Roughly about right here is where the Weather Service is located, so it's hitting them here in the next few moments. But it's right there along. Here is the outer loop area in Okolona. Here's the Gene Snyder Freeway, and then as you travel down, this is Preston Highway here. So again, it's right at that point where everything kind of converges together, right over the Jefferson Mall, heading toward Cooper Chapel and Mount Washington Road, heading toward the northern part of Heritage Creek and McNally Lake zone as well. It
sounds familiar.
It does. It all seems like deja vu, to be honest with you, from what you just went through the other night. So, but no word yet on the extension. I know we're checking on that to see if that's going to be the case, if this is going to continue into Fern Creek. This warning will be extended or not into Spencer or Western Shelby. I got a feeling just about the wind side of this, Kevin, it seems like it would continue for a while.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that signature right there is a strong push of wind right along the Gene Snyder, and that's going to take it right toward the Fern Creek area, a very populated area. The whole, I mean, it's all in Jefferson County, so we have a tremendous, probably least populated.
Gentlemen, when you put the lightning sensor on Doppler 7,
Yeah, that's Fort Laramie.
you know, it just it would cover up that strong line of storms and the color. There were just so many lightning strikes.
And that's honestly why we had it turned off through a lot of tonight, because we have to analyze the radar that's underneath it. But that is an impressive lightning strike right there, and you can see it not only potentially cloud to ground, but crawling across cloud to cloud up there.
It is noteworthy for sure as we make our way into the middle of the night. Right now it is 11:26. So in that area, I know a lot of you have been concerned. A sweet friend was asking about her grandmother, taking her down to the second level, and I would definitely have her on that on the first level of your home right now, because you want to prepare as you are on the outer cusp of this line. And there is a tornado warned storm just downstream of you to your south and off to the west. Not to say it's going to hold together, but with the reputation that we've had with this rotation, I would go ahead and plan ahead. So if you are in parts of Montgomery County, want to go ahead and get to that safe place.
Has been down trees and power lines causing some issues, some transformers that have been blown. Wouldn't be surprised to see some fires started by the lightning that's been in place. The warnings that we have, a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings around Covington in northern Kentucky, and then again the tornado warning coming across Bullitt and Jefferson. The other tornado warning.
Again, Mean, please still be in your safe spot. It's going to be strong winds regardless. Parkburg, you're next in line. Deanburg, I think the rotation may be just north of you, but you're going to have some really strong winds then coming into Roy as it moves up to the northeast. And again, probably stays just south of Bemis, but we'll see what it does here over the next couple of radar scans. But again, that tornado warning out, I believe it's till midnight, and definitely should have a tornado warning tag on it. It's got a lot of rotation. It's got the inflow notch, which extends all the way up. We got another little notch northeast of Henderson, another one west of Lexington. Got some strong winds on the way in Lexington. Got some strong winds now approaching the Tennessee River east of Camden and down south here, Hickory Valley, Grand Junction. You're about to get hit with some of these strong winds coming on through as well. So again, tornado warning continues. Waiting on a new scan here. These are some strong winds as well in Cedar Grove, Medina, Milan still up to the north. So, I mean, it may not be severe type thunderstorm winds, but those winds are still blowing as the system moves through Carroll County. So, again, even if you're not getting severe thunderstorm, you're still getting some gusty winds in that area. Jordan?
We've got a new tornado warning coming in. This one is going to cross in from Mississippi in the next half hour or so. It'll include portions of Fayette County and Hardeman County. Are we still on air?
It's moving over J-Town, so they're going to warn on this for a possible.
We've got a tornado warning. This includes Marshall County, Mississippi. It also includes Fayette and Hardeman County, Tennessee, on the southern side of the counties. It'll be here later, so we'll let it ride for now, but we're going to keep an eye on that over the next several minutes.
That looks like a very impressive hook echo on that one, Jordan, down into Mississippi. So
Western Shelby, Kevin. So that warning is set to expire at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and you can see that on the radar. Again, moving right across the heart of Louisville. We have two storms that we're tracking. Both of those have the potential for very strong winds and obviously some rotation. If we look at that radar view and I show you the velocity on that, you can see the warning as there's one stacked up and then one back to the south. Let's look at the velocity on that, and you'll notice, again, the push on the northern edge, and then, of course, what we've been watching move through near the J-Town area is where it would approach, and then back into Bullitt County. So that is an area of concern. We've been talking about that one for some time. You can see that warning flashing, an indicator that it has just been issued or redrawn. So we know that that one has just been issued, and it's because of that pocket.
Drop of rain quite yet. Here's a look at our cameras, though. Let me take you through Hopkinsville. You're still getting poured on. Since we have been with you for roughly the last hour, hour and a half, Hopkinsville barely had 1/10 of an inch of rain, and now we're talking over 1.25 inches in such a small amount of time, y'all. That resets at midnight, so we'll continue to see how much more rainfall that we do get. It is cooler towards Hopkinsville as that line itself is finally starting to move. Dark in Clarksville, but there you go.
So that was on the French, too.
Right.
So it likely was probably over 60 miles per hour there into Okolona. And then tracking right along the Waterson, Newburgh Road, Hurstbourne Parkway. That seems right in the zone right there where you can find that all the way through Breckenridge Lane.
All right, again, we're tracking this pocket of heavy wind. Moved just south. There's the airport. This moved just south. We recorded 54-mile-per-hour winds at the airport. This is moving, and I'm going to zoom in real tight. Going to give you some communities to keep an eye on. We said Fern Creek about 5 minutes ago. Boom, it's on top of you. Jeffersontown coming toward you. Be prepared for that. We can give you Hopewell, Fisherville, Seatonville. This is going through the Glen Mary area. This is going to take it across the Gene Snyder as you work your way up towards 64. If this keeps its same movement, Eastwood as well as Lake Forest would be in the
you. And finally, this one down here to the south where the threat tag is considerable. Tornado possible, winds of 70, quarter-size hail. That is moving into Decatur County, and that's where that tornado warning storm is also. So we are tracking all of these storms that are going to be pushing on through. But right now, we just have severe thunderstorm warnings over our area. We're going to continue to track these storms. Want to let you know, don't let your guard down. We've got the tornado watch until midnight, until 1 a.m. for southern Kentucky. We'll see if we get another watch issued. But for now, we're going to send you back to programming and join us for Facebook Live.
Healthcare. It's so
because some of that colder air, these storms are collapsing a bit. Some of that colder air.
County, and then it continues to slide its way southward just a bit by around 5, 6, 7 o'clock, continuing to see it then pushing over into McMinn.
Back again here in Louisville, I think we might be taking some power hits here. But when we are watching these storms move across eastern Jefferson County, you can see through J-Town, Fern Creek. These will be approaching Hopewell and Fisherville, moving up toward Eastwood. Again, at that junction of Shelbyville Road, as you push up along the Gene Snyder through Middletown, and you go out toward Eastwood. Again, Lake Forest would be a place of concern for some very strong winds moving in. So very populated area of Jefferson County as well as those pass by. Let me zoom out on the radar so we can show you that is the pocket of wind we're watching. That is the only tornado warning that we currently have in place. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings continue to the south. Brian? You're getting a new battery, so we're like the Energizer bunnies. No, we're not. We have to get new batteries every so often, too. 54-mile-per-hour gust has been reported at the airport, but again, it was stronger south of the airport. And I don't want to ignore northeast Bullitt County because you, too, are seeing pockets of heavy wind that are severe in nature through Mount Washington. But the greatest of the wind is in that tornado warning, and that is up across now far east central parts of Jefferson. That's going to take it through Fisherville. That's going to take it right up towards 64. That will take it through Eastwood, and you can see
because these southeasterly winds are really fighting this system as it moves on through. All right, your tornado threat is done in Meaden, but you are still dealing with some gusty winds. You may want to wait a little bit in Meaden before you get out of your safe spot, but I think your tornado threat is done. It looks like it's slid a little bit to the northeast now of Meaden, the main threat. If there was a tornado, it looks like now it's in the Roy area. Again, Bemis, if you're south Bemis, definitely an issue. If you're north of Bemis, I think you're okay. Parkburg, so that's the main area of concern coming on in. If there was a tornado, that's where it's going to develop. So I'd be in my safe spot if I was in any of those communities that we mentioned there. So that's what we're watching. We've got probably more flash flood alerts from the National Weather Service, I think, is probably what that noise is that we're hearing coming on in, Jordan.
I have again of the timing, how fast is moving out 50 miles per hour. The scan just came in. We got it. Now you're hearing about it. It's over Holly Springs now, and it's moving northeast, kind of east-northeast at 50 miles per hour. So we're going to try and get out ahead of it. It's over Holly Springs. If you're in your safe spot, as you should absolutely be right now, and you're listening to us on your cell phone, we're live streaming on WRG.com and the WRG News app. It's incredibly probably loud outside right now. If there is a tornado occurring in this, you're hearing some roar. Obviously very scary to be in that situation. We're here with you. We got you covered. We're going to get through this together in Holly Springs, but it is right over Holly Springs now. Seeing if that new debris signature came in. Jake, that's concerning to me. Right over Holly Springs. Potential still not there because of just how some of this looks to the south. Sometimes the debris signature can't be as clear and evident, but based on where that is co-located with our velocity data, it's concerning. Not ready to confirm this yet, but over Holly Springs, possible tornado on
road as you get into eastern Jefferson County.
Yeah, again, a highly populated area, too, which almost all of Jefferson County is. But that is the cluster of wind and the potential rotation we see passing J-Town, moving toward Middletown. We haven't had tremendous damage across our area, which is good news, at least not that we know of. But we have had a number of power lines down, trees that have been blown down, and we know over in Washington County, perhaps a tornado touchdown there where we witnessed the debris. Yes,
take a look south of Bemis. So here's our where there would be one if it was trying to produce one. Mean you're out of the tornado threat right now. So good news there, I think, if there was a touchdown.
Tornado on the ground moving right through Christian Academy. Let's zoom in and name off some of those.
Looks like Signature Point Drive area, English Station Road. Christian Academy area as you venture off from the Snyder Freeway heading east. Beckley Hills heading toward Beckley Station eventually as you keep going eastbound, but just kind of a heads up right there along Shelbyville Road and I-64 in the Eastwood community. We kind of backtrack that. See, it
this is
literally
the
just
Lake
popped
Forest
in.
area. This is Copperfield for those subdivisions in that area. This is going to hit you if this is on the ground right now.
And again, you're looking at the velocity, the debris signature that's showing this. The velocity is showing powerful winds moving right near that area as well. So when you combine those together, it gives credence to the fact that the radar is seeing something that should not show up there. That's why that little blue dot is amid all of the red. This is the velocity, and this is the reflectivity. This is showing heavy rain, possibility of even some small hail, but the heavy rain, and then there is the debris signature that appears. We'll see if that was just a fluke. It's often
I only got one scan, so that's
correct.
Going to need another here. But.
Yeah, so we're not here to alarm anybody, but this is the kind of stuff as real-time forecasting goes. We call it nowcasting, and we're watching the radar. We can't make the spin any faster on the radar, so we have to wait for the next scan to come through. It takes a few scans because it's it's the way the radar works, where we can get a complete scan once it rotates around a few times. Our wind gust in Louisville at the airport down to 40 miles per hour, and you'll notice that our eye.
And this is an ugly storm, so again, trying to find. It's just such a large area of rotation. To I almost want to just take this whole area here, just to be safe, and draw it out. So again, any of these places you could be in the path of this. Although the most likely place for a tornado would be where it ends, which is right here. So that's the most likely place, and we'll kind of zoom into there a little bit and see that is right there at Roy, spreading to the northeast. So close to east.
That says to you enough that you need to really be paying attention to this. Let's go in close. I want to turn off the radar for 1 second so we can get some high resolution mapping. So you get outside, here's downtown Holly Springs, right? You get outside of town, over towards Higdon, and then up Highway 4 in particular. If you live anywhere in Holly Springs, you're in your safe spot, obviously, but spots that out ahead of this, where this is moving into, we're going to follow Highway 4 for a second, and you see where we get into just less and less population centers. It's certainly more sporadic houses, but there's houses all along here. Here's
Road, Creek Run Drive, Locust Park Place, Long Run Park Road, and as you look across this area near Johnson Road, this is where we're seeing some debris. Let's cross-reference that with the velocity that we have to see where the current rotation may be. It is still in that area, so it matches up, which means we could have debris that the radar is seeing, and the radar sees the rotation and the very strong winds. I'm going to keep us on a very tight view of the radar, and I've mentioned your road. You certainly need to be in your tornado safe place. You have no time. Locust Creek Boulevard, as well as Notting Hill Boulevard. You can see Sandwich Drive, Locust Creek Boulevard, I mentioned, Old Stagecoach Road, Long Run Road, Robin Lane, Long Run Park, all in this area. Lots of communities, lots of homes, including Polo Fields and several others, including Copperfield, including Lake Forest, not far away. So all of those are places of concern as we continue to track what appears to be some debris lofted into the atmosphere with this storm. Brian, show us again a slightly wider view of where we're at.
Okay, here's the look right now, and again, I got a feeling this may be an upgraded look at the tornado warning here very soon. It's still there. Its signature is a little bit weaker, but it's still very pronounced. It started roughly, it looks like right around J-Town, east of J-Town, heading toward the Snyder freeways, where likely, if there was a touchdown, it would have been right here in this location, crossed right over the Cloverleaf of 64 and the Snyder Freeway. Now it's over Eastwood, and because the radar has a slight delay to it, it is now just south of Todd's Point, heading toward Chestnut Grove. So it is now really all the way into Shelby County. Let me give me a second here, and we're going to punch up on our SkyTrack camera because it is looking a little wild here. This is going to be over into the outlets shops into Simpsonville. So let me punch them up. I mean, this is not going to be directly in the path, but we'll see what it looks like in that area. So let's take a look at that. And again, we're looking in the direction of where that cell is now approaching, just on the northwest side there of Simpsonville. This is a relatively steady camera, by the way. It takes a lot to shake this one.
Yeah, look at those street lights or the parking lot lights where you can see that wall of rain.
Let me see if I can get a wind. I got 37 miles per hour right now into Shelbyville. But we may get a number here on Simpsonville shortly. I'll keep an eye on that. But that signature is still holding, and again, it's going to be passing very close there. But it's nearly entirely now into Shelby County because of the delay on radar.
All right, new severe thunderstorm warning is coming out, and let me just address that quickly, and then we'll get back to the tornado warning. This is for Bullitt, Jefferson, Oldham, and Shelby. This it just continues the bottom part of that Boeing segment. Still tornado possible, still comes with a considerable tag because of the 70-mile-per-hour winds. We are tracking that as it moves closer to Taylorsville, Bardstown. You're going to be on the fringe of that, certainly northern parts of Nelson County. On the velocity, and what has our greatest attention happens to be debris that we've picked up on the radar. That's moving across eastern Jefferson County into far western parts of Shelby County. This is the velocity on that, and you can see the couplet near Eastwood now approaching the county line. When we look at the debris signature that we've picked up on this, you'll notice that it has weakened in the last scan, so there's not as much blue, but it's certainly still present and there right across the county border. So that's one area certainly of concern as we look at the radar views. We have a number of areas that we can look. When we look at the relative velocity and the storm relative velocity, that pocket of strong wind passing into western parts of Shelby County, Simpsonville, and that's the camera you see behind me. So we've got Simpsonville here. The storm tracker is here in what appears to be a very unlit area where maybe power is out. And then, of course, Brian is taking a closer view at the storms that as they move through. We'd only have.
So just give us 5 more minutes and you can come out of your safe spot in Holly Springs. But this is a concerning look, unfortunately, now for northern Benton County, and eventually could impact far southeastern Fayette County and certainly southern Hardeman County.
It's moving so fast, too.
It is moving very fast.
Less than
focus themselves to strengthen or produce a tornado, which was really good news that cap was so weak. When there were concerns earlier in the day that the cap would be too strong, that we wouldn't even have any of the cells go up. But once that sun came out, I remember around like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, the sun came out, that just eroded the cap and everything just started to go up after that. So a couple different areas of rotation. This one southwest of Henderson and our other one near Luray. Neither of these look like there's
lines up right accordingly with that. And you can see it weakening just a bit there. But we very well may have had a tornado touchdown in eastern Jefferson County, probably just south of 64 and then lifting across 64 as it moved closer to what would be just east of, say, Lake Forest. Okay, so that would be the zone. Still showing some signs, though, that we may have something lofted into the atmosphere here. Can't tell for certain if it's on the ground, but Brian, I think we certainly had something there.
Yeah, and I'm watching the traffic cameras. Can't tell a whole lot yet in that area that interchanges 64 and the Snyder. There's some slow traffic there, but I think it's for a lot of people just because of how heavy the rain was. They pull it off to the side, but I'll monitor that. I'm not seeing any surge in power outages in that area yet as well. Watching that and see if we see a spike here of reports that come into play. Still seeing the debris signature, but it's not as pronounced as what it was. It's now likely whatever it picked up is being scattered. What this is basically telling me is that whatever is falling in this little area where you see that yellowish color is not the shape of a raindrop would be. That's what we're looking for. Anything else that's a more reddish color indicates that everything's the same size and shape. It's a raindrop. But when you get into this area, it detects a foreign object basically. This radar can detect birds and bats, to be honest, even insects. So it's very advanced to pick out when things don't belong, and it's indicating there's likely
we're going to continue to keep an eye on it. There's no way they cancel it. They may extend it after midnight. Definitely keeping an eye on that. I'll get in close on that just for the people that live in that area. Again, if we haven't got your town to pop up. So if there was a Beach Bluff, I think you probably ought to still be in your safe spot in Beach Bluff as it comes through. White Fern looks like it's going to skirt the northern edge of the watch or the warning. So White Fern, Crucifer, Blue Goose, maybe Claybrook. You're kind of right on the edge of that. So again, you're seeing a little bit of red finally showing up on the tip of the green.
But just because of the current motion, it will likely pass over Highway 5 and Lamar Road, which is running right in here out of Lamar and over to Highway 5. That's why I said anywhere along Lamar Road, you need to be in your safe spot now. I do think this will go north of Ashland. However, let's wait until this gets, again, past your latitude enough to where, because it's not going to like hook back and come at you. So once it's up here, we'll be able to clear you in Ashland. But for now, you're in your safe spot until we definitively see it move north of Lamar Road and keep that northeasterly track. But for now, you're in your safe spot for just a couple more minutes. That's all I need from you. We just want to make sure you're completely safe there. New scans coming in every second here, and rotation is just a little sloppy, but it is still quite significant. Absolutely, because the radar beam is shooting through other storms. Fresh scan come in, no change. That's even maybe a little bit tighter than it was a second ago, but again, what we're looking at is just sloppy, but it's still quite significant. I'm going to look at our debris signature. Again, because of just how the storm is set up, it's tough for us to confirm that there is debris there, but definite rotation, and you need to be treating this just because you have to play it safe in these situations as if there is a tornado on the ground, and there very well could be. We just can't confirm.
It's out is for parts of Bullitt, Hardin, LaRue, and Nelson. So that's the extension right along the parkway. That sort of backward sea that we're looking at, that's another push of wind. We said that warning didn't come to E-Town, but it would come right up to it. Well, that's the one we were expecting. So now a good chunk of Hardin and Nelson counties combined with the northern parts of LaRue County also now under that severe thunderstorm warning. We go back to the tornado warning. We're going to take a closer view of that with the velocity and then the debris. We're looking still near Raymond Hill for some of those powerful winds. That could cross over into southern parts of Henry County. That would take it near Eminence. Again, when we look at this in terms of debris over the Cloverleaf that we saw, that's right here, so in Middletown, that is an area that we saw that is still pushing through. We have lost the debris signature on at least the latest run of the debris signature, or the correlation coefficient, as we would call it. So that is some good news, showing some signs of that weakening as it moves into southern parts of Henry County. That would include Smithfield.
In just a second here, and I know they're talking about tornado possible tags with a lot of these, which we'll get to, but we also will see this in Crofton at about 10:26. and then it would be in Mannington at about 10:29. So again, let me show you this, show you exactly what's going on. I'm going to clear the radar here. I'm going to pull up the Storm Tracker radar network and show you exactly what we're looking at. I mean, this is what we've been following. It's this bulge right in here where there would be the possible rotation. So the possible rotation is on this radar on the leading edge of it right in here. So again, this is, I mean, due south and west of Crofton. Crofton, I need you to take your tornado precautions. Lowest level, center of a room with no windows. Do it now. Again, this is moving north and east at 55 miles per hour. I'm going to zoom down and do some streets again because it's moved a bit into Christian County. So if I start saying your street in Christian County, really need you to get down to the lowest level, center of a room with no windows. We're talking Mount Carmel Camp Creek Road, Hart Road. This is in Christian County. Old Palestine Road, Crofton Dawson Road, Billy Pool Road, Sparkman Road, Mount Zor Road, let's see, Harmony Grove Road, Whitty Lane. It's right over Clark's Store Sinking Fork Road. It's over Woosley, Mount Carmel.
North, eastbound, both, in that spot.
We've not seen a single car come by, which is interesting, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure which direction we're looking at on this one. Particular angle, but I'll monitor that. But there is definitely slow traffic that is forming on the sensors in that area from 64 west to the Snyder north there.
Right, there goes one tractor trailer through. Be interesting to see. Again, if you are watching our coverage, we have all eyes on the storms moving through. The one lone tornado warning that we still have moving out of eastern Jefferson County, where there was likely a tornado touchdown, where we at least saw some type of debris show up on the radar. Still working to confirm any problems that may be out there. But we do have that tornado warning that has weakened substantially, by the way, as it moves into northern parts of Shelby County and southern parts of Henry County, south of Newcastle, closer to the Eminence area. This is still some powerful winds that we continue to push off to the north and east. When we look at the picture as a whole, that is the only tornado warning that we have, and that is still in place until 1 a.m. So we have another 9 minutes in place for that tornado warning. Other warnings are severe thunderstorm warnings that we have. Show you those on our home view, and those stretch from the northern part of the
right now, and it's about on top of Highway 5. We're into that spot where there wasn't significant population, and then there was Hammer Mountain Road. Let me go back in. If you're along Hammer Mountain Road, I'm gonna go deep in. Let's clear the radar for a second. All right, so here is Hammer Mountain Road coming off of Lamar, going north. You get Country Church Road. Jake, go in on and start shouting out some of those spots again. Any churches or anything, schools, anything identifiable along Hammer Mountain Road, north of Lamar Road. You got Meridian Road hooking up with Hammer Mountain Road.
Yeah, it's going to be
in here.
Close to, you got Samuel Chapel Church. You've got the S&N Auto Sales, Service and Repair. That kind of parallels Highway 5.
Gotcha. So again, if any of these sound familiar that we're mentioning, you're in your safe spot. And we're not in massive population areas, but that doesn't change anything. Any person in the path of this, we're going to cover it all the way through for you. And if I'm saying spots or Jake's mentioning spots that you know are close to your house, you're in a safe spot immediately. This is tracked through Holly Springs a while ago. By the way, anywhere in, I don't know if the warning's still even in effect in Marshall County, but
the Lexington area at 12:12 when it will move right overhead, that rotation. The Darden area at 12:25. Then we start to get into Parsons at 12:32. That would be 2 minutes after the expiration, but I would not be surprised with how tight that rotation is if it is extended. Holiday at 12:42, Linden at 12:55, DePriest Bend at 1 a.m. for that tornado warning where there is some rotation right now. So again, this new tornado warning that we are watching closely. Also, as we take a look at things from the bigger picture, there's still a lot of lightning and there's still a number of
notches. The one, even the notch up north. Again, it's almost, look, Jordan, it's like rain wrapped now. We had our notch, and now it's pretty much gone.
Right.
So, and then we've got another notch down there, Silerton. So this area of rotation, this is one of the rarest things I've ever seen. A rain wrapped area of rotation that is not produced a tornado. It's just a large mesocyclone wrapped in rain, and now there's not even an inflow notch, so it's just kind of stuck in there.
Of Henry County and the far northern part of Shelby County. So we're almost at the very end of this, as that signature is not as pronounced as we had earlier. So I'm glad to be able to report that, because it was obviously a scary moment there for a while. Still some very strong winds. I mean, straight line winds, you bet. We actually have the ability to measure the wind. Let's see if I can get that. This would be in toward, I got Shelbyville listed here. I think I got one in Eminence. Let me check here if I remember right. Northern Shelby County, 38 miles per hour has been the guess I've been able to find there. So we'll be watching that and see how this works. All right, they're going to keep this going. So they're going to hold on to that signature for a bit longer. Again, it's going to be right there into Henry County. Bethlehem is now included in that. North Pleasureville into Cropper. Northern side of Shelby there for Cropper, and then as you move out of Christiansburg, that's where that circulation's still trying to hold on. We're not getting a debris signature, so I doubt right now that there is anything that's causing damage, but you got to always treat it that way. Get in your safe spot just in case this were to drop back down again, which is possible because we don't really think, based on the radar trends, it was on the ground very long. If it was into eastern Jefferson County, it may want back up again and could be trying to drop at any point. So got to get in your safe spot just in case. We'll watch it. But again, Henry County, southern Henry County, especially southeast.
Better idea for our friends in Decatur County, so we can just make sure we plan as soon as we possibly can. It is almost midnight. It is 11:56. It'll be in life in the next 3 minutes, a little after midnight for Lexington, and then Darden. That's where we're getting more so into Decatur County by 12:21. So do not take advantage of this extra time that you have been given, our friends in Decatur. Absolutely go ahead and plan and prepare. It's going to take you a little time to grab the kids out of bed. It is so late. I know it's a school night. A few schools have been canceled. You can find those details on our website, but this is still what we're continuing to watch. As Henry mentioned, we're also keeping an eye on our Facebook live stream where you can speak to us a bit more directly and we can get a better idea of what you're seeing, what you're feeling, and answering your questions.
So you as well north of 72 need to be in your safe spot. Looks like we may have some more population as you get a little bit further east over towards Salisbury Road. Sporadic little neighborhoods here and there. A lot of farmland, a lot of open fields, and that's the hope here, is that if we have a tornado ongoing, that's all we're going through is open field. There's no way to guarantee that. You have to be in your safe spot absolutely until this rolls through. I want you to be in your safe spot in Brody as well, and as far east as Hamilton.
And it could be awful close to, let's say, even places like Selmer. It started out at Holly Springs and it's north of Ashland. So the way we can do that, we go Holly Springs, north of Ashland, and we draw that line. And so that's generally where it's going. So, so Selmer, Raymer heads up on this one. Again, not a confirmed tornado right now, just radar indicated, but the rotation's pretty high. So we're looking at 1237 coming into Raymer and 1243 into Selmer. So we'll get back to that one. I know a lot of people in Lexington, though, are you turn it in, you got your tornado warning gone off on your phone, so want to take another look at that. All right, so our area is coming into Lexington right now. Very broad area of rotation. If there was a spin up trying to get going, it would be right there north of Blue Ray. But I think a lot of this is just some strong gusty winds. Not seeing anything that suggests tornado on the ground here, although I know it's an ugly radar scan, right? You see all the reds, the pinks, and the green mixed on in, all these bright colors. A lot of this is just gusty winds, I think. To find an actual tornado inside.
Around 45 miles per hour at this time. So there are two areas of tornado warnings that we are watching closely here. And this will impact right there along parts of Interstate 40 as well as you're going through Carroll County and then through the parts of it that clip Benton and Decatur counties. Switching this back over now to radar and giving you an idea that there is a lot happening, unfortunately, to the west of us. More tornado warnings. There's actually 3 consecutive tornado warnings back to back to back, plus another tornado warning in northern parts of Mississippi, all of these moving northeast and all of this riding along the boundary. So I want to actually loop this over the last hour or so And let me go on and bring this up because I want you to see something.
I just saw go by, so they're heading in that direction, Kevin.
Okay, we'll be reporting back. We've got a number of crews headed in that direction. Obviously, the closer you get, the harder it is to get to where you want to be. We are still tracking the tornado warning across parts of Henry County. This will eventually move up toward Monterey. This is passing just south of Newcastle. Imminence would be in the heart of this. That was the storm that we tracked out of eastern Jefferson County. This storm has had a tornado warning with it just about the entire way as it's been across our viewing area. So we've been tracking it for hours now, and that is the latest tornado warning that's in place for parts of Franklin, Henry, and Shelby. That warning stays in place until 1:30 in the morning. This is moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. That is the storm you're watching. Just to get your bearings, Franklin County, we're going to clip the very northern part of that, but Frankfort, capital city, is well south of that warning, though you do have pretty decent wind moving in. Let me show you the velocity on this so you can see where we have the strongest of the wind, and that's moving just past Eminence now. That's going to lift toward the Monterey area just north of Flag Fork. So that's one area of concern, the greatest area of concern. We still have lost that couplet that we had, which is a good sign, and we've
clear hook there. We'll see the velocity kind of catch, or we'll see the reflectivity catch up with the velocity scan a little bit, but it's right over Canaan, crossing Highway 72, about to move over Whippoorwill Road, which has some sporadic population as well, up to Salisbury Road. If you live in northern Benton County, anywhere along 72, over to near like Brody, over to Hamilton Road and Salisbury Road, up to the state line, all this, you're all in your safe spot. If you live near New Canaan or Canaan, I mean, obviously this is over you now, but just to give you a fresh, if you live north of 72, all of this, you're in your safe spot immediately because this is crossing quickly Highway 72. It probably already has, and it will be crossing the state line here within the next 2 minutes max.
We've got a new warning out, just so you know.
Hardeman and McNairy counties here in West Tennessee. It's a small supercell, but it is rotating and packing a punch. So here is the general the view of this one. That's the last 30 minutes. We can even go back to the last 45 because it's been trying to rotate here for a while. So closer look at that guy. It's beginning to move right into to West Tennessee. So the velocity on it is pretty impressive. It still does not have a confirmed tag. It's still radar indicated. It looks a little better this scan than the previous ones. If we go back in a couple of scans, see those brighter colors that was there once it moved through Holly Springs. So again, maybe this one's not going to produce a tornado either. Look at that second area of rotation though near Hickory Valley. That just popped up too. So we may get a second tornado warning in the same little area. So that's kind of, let's go back to that on the reflectivity and see if that's maybe a second storm trying to catch up behind it, or if that's just side lobe contamination.
I think rotation, moving northeast, right over Whippoorwill Road here, it's where it is now. It's going to be over the state line in less than 2 minutes. So if you're anywhere in northern Benton County, around Canaan, and just east along Highway 72, over to the county line, effectively with Tippah County, anywhere north to the state line, you need to be absolutely in your safe spot. And in a second here, I'm going to tell you more areas into Hardeman County that you need to be getting your safe spot as well. Because the track here, Jake, looks to me more so like a Rogers Springs than a Salisbury. But I would say for now, until we confirm that with the next scan or two, Salisbury to Rogers Springs, and likely areas east of Rogers Springs, but for now, Salisbury to Rogers Springs along Highway 57, you're getting in your safe spot now. So that means kids are getting woken up. Everybody needs to be up and in your safe spot now. That is the most interior room of your home, low level, not upstairs, downstairs, first floor, bathroom, closet, whatever it is that is putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That is the place you need to be right now. Again, in the areas that I just mentioned, looks like a little tighter circulation now, Jake, right over Highway 72 on an northeasterly track. Again, to me, probably looks more of like a Rogers Springs threat than a Salisbury threat, but it's going to be so close that you need to respect this in Salisbury until we get a couple more scans in. And if it's
yeah, we were just watching that, saying it looked a little more jaded on the edge and not as sharp, but clearly it still has the potential for strong winds. We were talking about the tornado warning across Franklin County. Now we've got the one farther to the south. Let me go back to the views that we have, and you can see the latest one being issued. So now we really have three, one across parts of Henry County, northern Franklin. Then we get into really central and northern Franklin with the second one, and now a much larger tornado warning that spans across eastern parts of Hardin County, northern LaRue, southern Nelson County. That includes the areas south of Bardstown, including Culvertown, down to New Haven, my hometown, and then pushes over into Washington County. It clips Marion County, but barely. That would be the extreme northern part. Let's zoom into that area down there for folks that may be listening down across eastern Hardin County. This storm has passed E-Town. You can sort of see that backward C pushing into Boston, passing Roanoke. This is right along the Bluegrass Parkway. That's an area of strong wind that's moving in, and the strongest wind has passed the Roanoke area at this point. When we check the velocity on this, you're going to see that, and that is where we could have the possible couplet. You can see the brighter colors. This is going to move very close to New Haven.
Sort of lightning strikes in one area that could indicate that the updraft is strengthening. But still, this little kink in the line here where we have this red moving away, the green moving towards, this is the circulation capable of producing that tornado. Bellbrook right now looks to be in the immediate path of it. So Centerville, it has already passed you, but still Bellbrook, that's the next big town in line that could be impacted by this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. And then Nick, let's zoom on in a little more upstream here. So now it's right over Bellbrook. So now let's go, say, Xenia. Yep. Anybody in between Xenia and Bellbrook, you need to be seeking shelter right away. Bellbrook Avenue there, tornado safe space for you. Basement if you have one. Lower Bellbrook Road, up and down that. You are in the path of the circulation. It's going to be moving in your location here in pretty short order.
Yeah.
Later on, Senatobia, Como, and perhaps even Hernando. This is the latest storm track on it. Let me go back to the correct graphic here I had. So here is your area of rotation, spinning up quickly right here in southern Tunica County. So just for reference, here's the city of Tunica. Here's Highway 61. This is in the southeastern parts of Tunica County. Here is Tate County. This is going to be moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So that's going to put it in Cottonville at 1217, Arcabutla at 1223, Coldwater at 1231, and then even Hernando at 1236. So that's the direction it's heading to. Of course, we've got a little time, but certainly
they're still quiet on that one. They're just they're watching.
Okay,
the biggest storm of the night, I guess.
Okay, I'm still a little concerned about this one. So we'll see what the next scan shows east of Lexington. So, but if you're just north of 412 between Lexington and Darden, I probably wouldn't risk it. I'd probably just get to your safe spot till this passes by. Again, we'll see what the next radar scan shows, but
this is moving in a straight line. It's going to be there even faster. So go ahead, seek shelter right away.
You're going to get a new tornado warning, Warren and Clinton counties for the area near Morrow, which I don't know if that's this exact area. Wait till the polygon pops up. That's down here to the south. So this area, again, just had a tornado in close proximity last Sunday. So that's not as concerning of a signature on storm relative, but now base velocity shows if you're not seeing a tornado, you are seeing 80-mile-per-hour winds potentially right now.
That's right. So tornado warning for you guys. If you take a snapshot of this right now, if you're inside that red polygon, go ahead and get to your tornado safe space as well. This includes us there in Wilmington.
But it is trying to get a little bit more organized as it tracks off to the east, right there in the far northern side of LaRue County, heading right on the Nelson County line. Looks to be that's a spot to watch as it tracks off to the east. Let me see if I can slow this down just a bit to see if there's any change in that. Okay, there we go. Just updated, heading toward Balltown. So yeah, right there, it's not a circulation. It really just looks like a burst of wind at the moment. The circulation's relatively broad, but we'll watch it and see because the signature.
Over your shoulder, Nick, that behind you, see if we start to see any power flashes here. As we checked correlation coefficient just a moment ago, there was not yet any evidence of lofted debris. We will continue to watch for that potential as well.
This is the new one. I know you got multiple boxes on the screen. The rotation now that would pass through Canaan, it's along Highway 72 still. a look at the velocity data. Obviously still has that hook. The rotation is still significant. A little messy, again, for us to identify specifically exactly where that area of concern is now. It's rotating all in here, obviously. We have inbound velocity, outbound velocity, rotating, and it's just as tight effectively that it was for the last 15 minutes or so. There hasn't been a big uptick. There hasn't been a big downtrend either. Treat it. You have to treat it as if there's a tornado ongoing there right over Salisbury Road, and potential still for, again, a debris signature. It just hasn't been enough consistently for us to confirm that yet.
That we could have. We see the strongest push of wind approaching 127. That's passing by the Flag Fork area. When we go to the velocity on this is the same storm that did produce damage in eastern Jefferson County. This would be now approaching 127 just north of Peaks Mill, and then moving along that line as it continues.
Continuing. I mean, you're not going to be able to see these you're not going to be able to see these circulations coming at you. That's for sure. That's a good radar scan. All right. So what we just saw here, we still have green and red close together, but notice how they're straight lines. This is just wind shear. When they're coupled together, that's where we have the rotation. So this is good. Still, stay in your tornado shelters, tornado safe space here in Xenia. While we have a good scan here, let's go on down to Clinton County. And Nick, because we're so close to the radar site down here, flip to CC real quick and see if there's any evidence. I don't think that is, and I don't think that is either.
No, but I will say the wind on this particular tornado warning, I think, carries a little bit of a higher threat than perhaps what we were just looking at to the north. Let's pixel query these again. We are still seeing winds that are above the ground, that are well over, a hurricane force, so up to 75 or 80 miles an hour. So Clarksville, safe place now. Again, that's going to be put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's going to cross US 22 and head right for the National Weather Service office. That's going to be the second time in less than a week that they've been put under a warning. So I'm keeping a very close eye on their chat right now as well, see if there's anything coming in. They don't have any confirmation.
That. Maybe Paducah. No, it's not Jackson, so I don't, what is that, Nashville, Columbus? All right, so we're also getting the range folding, I guess, on the Memphis radar. So that's, not, all right, so we'll hopefully get a clearer radar scan here in a minute. From the
Again, if you're in Rogers Springs, there's a lot of roads here, a lot of neighborhoods, a lot of populations. You see some of the lakes and ponds you have. Beautiful spot, obviously, when the weather's not this terrible, but it is, and we've got folks living in all these areas. These are all homes in Rogers Springs. Little lake here, Pine Tree Drive, Fawn Drive, Wood Run Circle. If I'm shouting you out, if you hear your street name.
End up with the potential straight line wind damage that can occur to that. It can easily exceed that forward motion. So that's the reason why there's a danger of straight line of winds in general, but you can easily get these quick spin ups. And certainly we've already seen that issue for eastern Jefferson. May have seen that issue into Floyd County earlier. Not too far away from State Street. It wouldn't surprise me that may have been the case there with other transformers that were blowing, but it may take a bit of time for us to go back and compare the damage to the radar data we're getting. That may take some time to kind of assess that. So at the moment, we just got to treat everything as a tornado is potentially going to form any
there too, and see if we're seeing any, kind of not necessarily just we're not going to probably tell that there's a tornado down. We can look at some of the wind speeds and wind pressure gradients, just see if there's anything interesting.
Right. And so while you're doing that, this is the view here live into Xenia. I'm looking off towards the west and southwest here. A lot of wind. That's evident by the camera shaking around. What we are not seeing, what I wanted to look for, power flashes on the horizon here. So if we did have a circulation on the ground, we would see those bluish and orangish flashes near the horizon. We're not seeing that, so that's good. But just look at this wind coming down the street here. Maybe we can double box this and keep the radar on for you folks there in the booth. But the worst of this right now is coming right through Xenia. That's some intense wind. I mean, you can see it coming down in sheets as the storm is working on through the area.
Yeah, this continues to be a rain-wrapped signature. So again, what that means is that the circulation, whatever's left of it, is wrapped in so much heavy rain that we cannot. I mean, we're not going to be able to see a power flash at this point, as low as the visibility is.
No, but that camera is
shaking pretty quickly there. So regardless if there's a tornado in this area or not right now, you've got to be in that tornado safe place. Again, that's to make sure you have a bicycle helmet, a pillow, a sofa cushion, something to protect yourself from flying debris. Even though it's not confirmed on the ground right now, Austin, these tornadoes, they can happen right in between radar scans.
Let's hope that person pulling into the Taco Bell is going to try to take shelter right there. You don't want to be driving in storms like this, because
and look at the traffic light there.
Central parts of that polygon, and that's southern Nelson County from Bardstown, Balltown, Culvertown, working your way toward Gethsemane, or if you go
because of where our water table is and all the bedrock that we've got. So want to get to that safest spot. And as you do make your way to the center of your house, close every door behind you. That just kind of reinforces things. And a lot of times, you've heard in the past, maybe from a great grandmother, oh, open the windows. No, that's not a good idea. That doesn't do anything except cause more debris and harm. So close all of the doors and windows as you're making your way to the center. A lot of y'all are asking what is going on with the severe thunderstorm warnings. If we want to bounce over here too.
General zone. There's nothing that's really kind of clear cut. Again, it's kind of messy. So let's just go, we're going to storm track it from where that hook is, and it's moving kind of in this general direction. I mean, I don't know if it's going to go as far north as Hernando, but I kind of want to get Hernando in there anyways, just to get everybody there.
North of New Jasper, really along and north of 35 here in Greene County.
Yeah, Control Room, could we take State Route 73 and 380? That is near Wilmington. When we go back down to that southern circulation, there's some intense wind going on there, according to ODOT, and they say they've now lost power at I-71 and Route 73. That is the other one down there that was very close to the camera, or very close to where that circulation that we're tracking here in Xenia. Right. That's where that kind of rotation started. So let's kind of watch and see what happens with that. But if you guys want to pull that up in the back, and real quick, a new severe thunderstorm.
Our rotation with that. It's northeast of Lexington, heading into New Safford. Again, there's definitely some rotation. I think if there was a tornado on the ground, we would have heard something about it by now. But there is our area that is rotating between Waltersville and Darden, and it's moving up to the northeast. So that's where our little area of rotation is, still kind of right on the edge of that range-folded area.
Radar site here, which is somewhat good because we get really good low-level resolution on what's happening close to the ground. And I think more so than the tornado threat is what Nick is pointing out right here. These are some intense winds. We just picked up 1 to 80-plus miles.
Strong winds moving through at least the southern half of Nelson County. Back to the radar we go, and you can see that pushing through, and that will take it over into Washington County. So that is the push of wind moving through Bardstown as we speak, including the Bluegrass Parkway. Let me zoom in just a bit closer. You see our cameras, Bardstown there, the storm tracker getting ready to show us some of the damage going on in eastern Jefferson County. Let's zoom in just a bit more. We see the heavy rain and wind moving through Bardstown. The worst of that is just about over. Wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour there. Looking at the velocity, trying to pinpoint the strongest of the wind, very well maybe over Bardstown as we speak. Seems to have weakened just a bit as we look to the south. I'm going to pull the radar down so we can see some of those winds south of Bardstown. And again, anywhere from Bardstown right down toward the Botland area. This would be a little notch we would be concerned with. That passed through Balltown near Culvertown, pushing toward Botland. So that would be another area to watch.
Road, Stokes Road in Benton County, Park Road in Benton County, Wolf Creek Road, Kirk Trail, Troy Emmon Road, and then it's going to be going down south towards Joe Holiday Road. This is also County Corner, Prospect Road. That's in Decatur County, Cox Road. This will cross over I-40. So we should get some verification around I-40. It'll cross over I-40, moving into Benton and Decatur counties. If you know anyone on I-40 right now, you got to let them know that there's a tornado warning coming their way. And yeah, it's a dangerous storm. I mean, it's still Doppler radar indicated, but I want to make sure people are watching that. Let's see. Are they talking about a TDS on this? Not yet. Not yet a TDS? Yeah. No?
But they were talking about not seeing TDS on one of them, but they weren't specifying what county it was, but they were saying not. But at the same time, they say that this is still tightening up and it is getting stronger as far as the rotation is concerned, being seen on Doppler radar.
Okay, so this is going this way. And Shelby, when you're ready, you can get some landmarks for me going if you want. This storm's going to be going into Camden, Holiday, Parsons area there. As you can see, this is where it's going.
Here's Roosevelt Road. I mean,
the Centennial Bank.
Yeah, Centennial Bank's kind of right in here.
Middleton Community Center. Stewart's, Food Giant.
Anywhere in Millington, and especially west of Highway 125, but anywhere in Millington, just you're in your...
It's moving at 70 miles per hour. There's nothing right now that indicates there's a big problem here, but certainly by watching the camera feed, we can tell the wind got quite strong there into Bardstown. So be prepared for the lights to flicker a bit, and we'll keep an eye and make sure that we don't see anything spin up a little more aggressively than what the little hints have been so far. But
about with this, we'll see if it tightens up in the next scan and gets a little more concentrated, but this would be where our tornado is right now, and it is confirmed by the National Weather Service. Lisbon as well, and Lacey, you're next up. Lisbon over to Lacey.
Middleton Elementary School is also going to be in the path, so if you live near there,
perfect.
Well,
all those spots, again, we're just shouting out what we can so that you can identify in your head, okay, I live near there, I need to be in my safe spot. If you're in Middleton, though, regardless of where you live in Middleton, whether you're east or west or north, south, you're absolutely in your safe spot. When the next update comes in, this circulation is going to be on top of Middleton because that's where it is right now. Lisbon over to Lacey as well. This is absolutely tracking right in your direction. There's the new update.
Substantial tornado on the ground is what spotters are saying.
Substantial tornado on the ground from storm spotters over Middleton right now. Gosh, I'm just praying for the folks there in Middleton because this is right over a significant population. We'll look at the debris signature, see if that updated as well. Still waiting for the fresh update, but it's already been confirmed, so we're not going to worry about that too much. It is a confirmed tornado, and spotters are confirming visual on this tornado on the ground in Middleton.
Trinity Independent Baptist Church, that's downstream from this.
Yep, let's get ahead of it because this is going, again, about 50 to 60 from what I remember. If you're along Powell, Chapel Road, the motion that I'm picking up on here, Jake, from when it crossed Highway 57 further on down here to where...
Just to the south of Wilmington, this is a new tornado warning coming out too. This is in Brown County, but based on the overall movement, it's been northeast. So this may come up towards New Vienna. That is a confirmed tornado. They're calling that now. Tornado warning is coming out as we speak.
Yeah, so that'll be probably a purple polygon that you're going to see pop up with that confirmed tornado. This is a tornado debris signature, clear as day, folks. So if you're watching us now, New Vienna, far southern portions of Clinton County, you need to be in your safe space immediately. That's probably the, aside from what we were tracking in Indiana, that's the strongest tornado debris signature that we've seen so far tonight. That is in the Cincinnati TV viewing area, but this is about to be coming into Clinton County here.
Yeah, they do include Clinton County in this until 1:45 for Clinton and then other Fayette, Highland, and Brown, but Clinton County is included in this.
So once we see that warning polygon pop on here, we'll continue to track that for you. But it looks like they've allowed...
There you go.
All right, so this warning that included Wilmington is now expired. But there we go. That's that confirmed tornado warning now, which does include us here in Clinton County, New Vienna. Tornado safe space for you. This is the clearest indication tonight of a tornado on the ground that we have had in our viewing area tonight. So let's go ahead and immediately, basement if you have one, lowest level of your home. Nick, if we can name some streets off here in Clinton County that are in the immediate path of that cell, that'd be very helpful.
Yes, there's Eubanks Road, Lynchburg Road, Lytle Road, Gladdy Road, and State Route 134 in Austin. Just for reference, that debris signature is only 600 feet off the ground, and for it to be that deep of a blue, that's a very good indication that we do have tornado debris, and a new tornado warning should still be coming for downtown Wilmington from what I understand in chat here momentarily as well.
Okay.
So, but that one would be radar indicator rotation. This one obviously the more important one right now.
Yeah, so that one right now, it's good to see that, you know, it didn't continue having that blue shading on there. But again, brief tornado touchdowns is what we're concerned about tonight. So you can see over the course of only 5 to 10 minutes here, we may have had a tornado just south of Eubanks Road. Again, that's down there in Brown County, outside of our viewing area, but still Clinton County under the tornado warning now for this confirmed tornado. Heads up for you in Lynchburg. Heads up right near State Route 134 as that travels through and just north of Lynchburg, eventually getting towards 124 there. Tornado on the ground, you do not want to be driving in this late tonight.
Yeah, so this is the...
or like a trailer that was flipped upside down somewhere a little bit further down. Of course, with all the debris on the ground, it is a little bit hard for us to drive around. But there's also a lot of roof damage on the buildings in this area. It is extensive damage, and we had heard that this area had been impacted by tonight's storms. And I mean, it's so easy to find the debris in every single corner. Take a look at the scene right now with trees blown off, debris on the ground. Let's see if we can see a little bit of the roof damage on this building. This is to our left. Again, this is Campus Place in J-Town. And all of the buildings in this area look like that, with roof damage, debris hanging all around, the parking lots filled.
If you're along Powell Chapel Road, this is going to pass east of Lacey, but if you live along Powell Chapel Road, east of Millington, Middleton, excuse me, if you live east of Middleton and northeast of Middleton in eastern Hardeman County, you're in your safe spot now. This is past Middleton. You're not out of your safe spots. There's some very strong wind there, but the tornado is past you now. Confirmed tornado moving up Powell Chapel Road toward.
Please be alert. A couple of spots just north of Parsons are Woods Family Christmas lights. You have Cherokee Marina, Lady Bluffs TVA Small Wild Area. If you're hearing any spots that you know where they are, you need to be in your safe place. Here's one more: Mouse Tail Landing State Park, Alley Bluff, Tennessee.
That is so small.
Yeah, so I mean, there was a robust wind signature, and then it shrunk right there.
And it's hard. And here's why that particular region of the radar is hard. So the radar's up here. The wind's likely blowing west to east right here. Not a lot of motion exactly towards it, as the forward motion is due east. So that's really difficult for the meteorologist at the Weather Service to pick out. But that's it. That's what they would have had to warn on. And if you were just taking a broad look at the radar, that would have been extremely difficult to see.
Yeah, so I want to see if we can even find the debris ball here too, because sometimes you can find that. No, not seeing that, but again, we're so close to the radar. But again, that and now that this is moving in Austin, I know this is not down right now in parts of New Vienna, but we see this little wave pattern right here. Again, once again, we've seen this multiple times tonight, and one of those little bulges there could potentially drop a second one that we don't know about.
Let's flick it back over to velocity, see how things are evolving with the wind on this thunderstorm here.
You want base?
Base versus no storm.
But I want to just show you where it's heading. So if we continue with this storm, this is going to be the tornado warning storm, that is. It's going to be going this way, so it's going to be heading towards Jeanette. You've got 1 minute. I was telling you earlier, you need to get down to the lowest level, center of a room with no windows. Do it now. Coxburg, 1239. Eagle Creek, 1243. It'll be in Bakerville at about 12:52, only 12:49, Furnace 105, and then White House 107. So again, we are watching this storm, and on this path that it's on, because it is moving north and east, if I expand out even a little bit further, that would go into Dixon County potentially too. So we have to watch these storms because, you know, it does have rotation on it. Looking at the debris tracker, very hard to tell if anything is happening there, but the greens and reds are definitely there, and they just issued another tornado warning, so I'm going to see what's going on. That's going to be for Decatur and Benton, so they're continuing this basically. So the tornado warning is being continued. I'm going to get this on so you can see this here. The tornado warning is being continued, and it's being continued for Benton and Decatur County until 1:15 in the morning. So again, still a concerning storm, kind of straddling the line here, and within this cell here, there are a few rotational areas. And again, if that continues on the path, that's going to be heading into Humphreys County next, and Perry. So Humphreys and Perry, heads up. But right now, if you are in Decatur and Benton.
Up there in Urbana, I think the severe weather threat for the immediate Urbana area is pretty much done.
Our storm down to the south, I haven't seen anything new. Nashville actually just extended that over into Humphreys County into Middle Tennessee. But to keep an eye on the rotation, it's on the Hardeman County, McNairy County line, south of Highway 64. On its current track, we'll get track on it. Looks like it's going this direction right about here. So it looks like it would pass between Selmer and Bethel Springs, right along Highway 45. So if you're near, if you're in Selmer, Bethel Springs, we'll zoom in and get some other.
It'll be out of Nelson, but as far as northeast areas of Washington County, Kentucky, including Willisburg, that's going to take just a bit longer to get that to pass through. So far, it still looks like a straight line wind scenario. In fact, a new severe thunderstorm warning, I think, may have come out. Let me check.
Yeah, that's going to be for Anderson,
the
Franklin,
same one, right?
Yeah, Shelby. It's going to be the extension of the storm we're watching. You're right. and that will stay in place until 2 a.m.
Well, that's a good sign to see that at least it's a severe thunderstorm, not a tornado warning, but still some very strong straight line winds. As we've been seeing on all of our cameras, that push of wind is quite fierce, and this is going to be ongoing, I think, in a repeated fashion tonight in our southern counties all the way through about 6 or 7 a.m.
Some instances of damage this evening, and the rain has been quite intense as we've been tracking here for the last little while, and no other new reports right now from the Weather Service as it stands.
Well, I was just going to tell you, I've been getting messages, lots of pictures from the basement. People are listening to you.
Good.
So they're
That's
listening
good.
to us. That makes me happy. I even got a picture of a girl wearing a football helmet.
Nice.
And I was happy to see that as well. One thing, though, as these storms are starting to move out through the area, people are in the dark. I just looked. Montgomery County now is 2,200 people. So that without power. So we're starting to see different problems now as these storms are moving through. But thankfully, again, no serious damage.
Yeah, and you know,
Leesburg, folks, if you have someone that lives out here, a loved one or a relative, give them a phone call, wake them up, let them know that there is could be a brief tornado on the ground heading in their direction. Again, this is going to be towards New Vienna, in the direction of Leesburg right now. So this is where we're talking about. This northwest of Hillsborough, but out here, you know, it's not unknown to get these brief spin ups, especially out here in the parts of Highland and Clinton counties. That's what we're keeping a close eye on right now. We'll come back to that in just a moment. First, though, I want to send it back down to Rachel. We have some pictures. Do we have Rachel or just the pictures here? This is a huge tree. Look at the size. Rachel, that is a massive tree behind us. Describe the scene there.
Yeah, you guys hear me? Okay, yeah, so this tree is just absolutely massive. We got here about 30 minutes ago, and the tree is just completely down in the middle of this home. I did speak with first responders just a couple of moments ago. They did confirm that they are still actively working to get the woman out of the house. The good news that they said is that she was alert and talking, but the tree did fall right in the middle of her home. She is alert and talking, but the wind here on Division Street in this part of Erlanger was just so strong, and there are a lot of trees in the middle of this neighborhood. That's why we have to be really careful if another wind gust comes through to just make sure that another tree does not fall. But crews are still trying to get her out safely, and this all goes back to what we were talking about with Northern Kentucky.
Strong straight line winds now that continue to work through the eastern part of Clinton County.
Yeah, most certainly. I would be surprised if we get some reports of trees down. James and Gabby?
Would be heading to my safe spot and getting things ready if you're in Selmer. Very likely that there's a tornado here. Again, someone is still supposedly watching it, and it looks pretty impressive on the last couple radar scans we've had east of Middleton. So it is going to track up. You notice the general direction. It's coming right into Selmer. If you're in Selmer, you probably got about 10 minutes till this storm gets here. This is the look. I drew this line. You can see it. Okay, this is where it's been going the entire time, which will put it right through Selmer, close to Savannah. You're under a tornado warning.
Crossing State Road 4 west of Senatobia. Yeah. Per storm chaser. So exactly what Jake was alluding to there with that debris ball. That's exactly where storm chasers are.
I'm going to look for an MDOT camera in that area. I'll go back to
you do that. Let's
walk over here.
So we have 2 confirmed tornadoes now. So Jake, we're going to bounce back and forth between these as frequently as we can because both are just as significant. Jake's a little bit more so, but this is still significant as well. This is a confirmed tornado that moved through Middleton. It briefly lifted a scan or 2 ago and now looks to be tightening up. I'm waiting for that new scan to come in Selmer, and I believe it was Rose Creek and over to Selmer. You're in your safe spot now along Highway 64 up to Bethel Springs. The new velocity scan should be in just a second, but the shear's tightening up. Again, this was more prevalent in Jake's storm that he's tracking through Tate County, approaching Coldwater.
It was confirmed by a weather spotter, has confirmed this as a tornado. Jordan, what do you got?
The wording is they're very certain that there is a strong tornado on the ground in Memphis. The National Weather Service is pretty suggestive of that with what their wording is in chat. We're starting to see this donut starting to take a shape with this newest scan. Yeah. We've almost got a full circle wrapping around that area of circulation. So Selmer.
This one that I have here, which is not far from Rose Creek and Selmer, and you're in your safe spot now. and then what Jake has in Tate County approaching Coldwater any second. So
any second, safe spot now.
Let's go back and forth. Jake, take yours for 30 seconds, a minute. We'll go back to this one.
Okay, folks, it's Coldwater. And this is going to be there in less than 3 minutes. There's the debris signature again. Man, I mean, it's going to cross I-55 in any moment. If you live anywhere close to I-55 from Senatobia to Coldwater, you've got to be in your safe spot now. In fact, this is it's going to cross I-55 in the next 30 to 45 seconds. It's going to go into Coldwater. Later on, after it moves past Coldwater, it's going to head towards the community of Alphaba, and then Cockrum, and then Ingram's Mill. But in the short term, I mean, Senatobia, you got to stay in your safe spot too, because this is too close for comfort. But I'm very concerned about this going right through the heart of Coldwater. And again, if you know anybody that you may think is by chance traveling on I-55 from Hernando down towards Senatobia, you got to tell them to pull off and wait for this to pass, because this is going to track right across I-55 again, literally in about 30 to 45 seconds if it's not already. What we're looking at is this little dot right here. We won't go through the science of why.
So that pretty much wraps up the tornado threat for us tonight. So some good news there. Again, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Clark County. Severe thunderstorm warnings are just now getting out of Greene and Clinton counties. These are 2 tornado warnings still active, but the circulations are out of our area. So that's good news there. Everybody else across the Miami Valley is just dealing with rain. Flooding is going to be a concern.
Of Pendleton County to the south of Falmouth that has a tornado warning on it as well, that very well could be extended into Bracken County. I want to go back to Rachel right now. Apparently, they are actually pulling the homeowner out of the home here where we had this tree crash earlier this evening. You can see all of the first responders out there, and I mean, they've been working on this, I know, at least for the past half an hour to get this woman out of the home. So I'm getting fed a few details on what's happening here on this very active and live scene. Apparently, she has now been taken out of the home. She is now free, and apparently has been put into an ambulance, obviously, to be checked.
Showing signs that it's picking up smaller things. We're starting to see a lot of green start to move into that part of the hook where we would expect the tornado to be. Of course, we're not really certain until we start seeing blues, blacks, whites on that debris tracker. But again, any kind of change in color right in that circulation is going to be something we're going to keep a very sharp eye on, because this is.
Let me know, but this is crossing I-55 as we speak, and it's not weakening. Okay, this could be a situation like what happened in Lake City, Arkansas earlier today. This could be, in fact, it is. It's a strong tornado, at least. It's at least a strong tornado, and this is going to produce a lot of damage for whatever it hits.
We are upping the McNary storm to considerable as well.
Okay. All right. So, folks, in the short term, again, Coldwater, be in your safe spot now. Let me just do a quick storm track. I'm going to bring it back to Tyler, but Coldwater, it's pretty much there now. Because this is such a strong tornado, I'm going to go very, very far out and include Byhalia. So Alphaba, you've got no time. Get in your safe spot now if you know anybody in the Alphaba community. Cockrum, 1253, Byhalia, it'll be there no later than 1 o'clock in the morning. And this could be a long track tornado, so don't waste your time. Byhalia, again, 103, Case of 112, and then Mount Pleasant, 117. This is your big heads up. I don't think they've downstreamed this warning yet, but once that happens, they're going to have to include more of Marshall County in this, and I'll let you know. And there's our updated scan, Tyler. And again, this is lagging, but it's crossed I-55.
Yep.
It's on the east side of I-55 now.
So it's gone just south of Coldwater there, right over parts of Coldwater and crossing I-55 now. Jake's going to continue to keep a very close eye on that. You see the camera.
That's a view at the rest area in Hernando looking south.
So
that's probably the best view we got, which unfortunately isn't going to be.
It's something. We won't be able to see anything from there. Come back to me real quick. Let's get an update on this. This is now, again, still a confirmed tornado. I would say it's up there, right up just as significant as what we're tracking with Jake. Selmer, 1242. It's almost going to be there in like 3-4 minutes. Bethel Springs a little bit further on downstream, 1246. Selmer, Bethel Springs, Purdy, all listed here. You're all in your safe spot now. Let me clear this. Look at the hook on this classic. Let's look at the velocity data because it has continued to tighten up. Jake,
where we already know it's confirmed and on the ground. This one is going to be down this way for Chester, Decatur, Hardin, Decatur, Henderson, and McNary, because that's over in Selmer. That is on the ground, confirmed tornado. You can see it's right by Selmer. So if you know anyone in Selmer, too, let them know there's a confirmed tornado on the ground. But that's going to be heading into our viewing area, too. That will be clipping into Wayne County, Decatur County, and possibly lower Perry County and even Lewis County. So that would be going towards, say, Clifton at 130, Leatherwood 141, Waynesboro 146.
Community and basically, you know, act as necessary here to get to a safe place. Remember, lowest level of your home, as many walls. The idea, the theme here to protect yourself and keep yourself safe is to put as many walls up between you and the outside winds. It's not the winds that injure or kill people in tornadoes. It's the debris. It's the things those winds are able to whip up, and they can take something like a pencil, turn it into a projectile, and it can become that serious. So again, Brooksville, Berlin, out towards Browning Corner, these storms are moving in your direction. In addition to the tornado threat,
as it goes on by, or even up this way, now it looks like there might be something trying to happen over here. So we've got definitely a strong storm here. Oh, yeah, that's where the hook, the stick out.
Selmer, very tight circulation here, crossing Highway 64, about to be right over Selmer or just west of Selmer, and unfortunately going to be headed right towards Bethel Springs and perhaps as far east as Purdy as well. So we get all those places. You're in your safe spot right now. Let's go back to Jake for a second.
All right.
Jake will keep bouncing back and forth.
Okay, so they've confirmed, well, we already knew this was a confirmed tornado, but they downstreamed the warning. So this is going to now include, again, Holly Springs, and it will include Byhalia. So this is the new warning. And again, for folks in Hernando that are watching, this is going to be to your south. So in Hernando, the threat is going to be south of you, but still definitely don't advise any travel. So now till 1:15 in the morning, this warning will include southeastern DeSoto County, but does not include Hernando. This is going to be for northern Tate County into Marshall County, which will include Byhalia, and it will include Holly Springs. Let's go to where the tornado is on the ground right now. And again, it moved right through Coldwater. It's taking a little more of an eastward jog. There it is. What we're tracking is this little ball right here. Again, I need to get as low as possible here because this is going to track right across Highway 306. You got the Bowman area, Independence, Mississippi, Old Memphis Oxford Road. That's where this is going to be heading to in the next few minutes. Our debris signature again is taking more of an eastward jog, so it's right in here. So this could take it even closer to Holly Springs now. Let me do a storm track first, and I'll go back and start listing out some road names. Again, I'm concerned that this is going to take more of an eastward track. So this is going to put Bowman in the track, or Bauman by 1243, Rock Hill at 1250, Orion by 1256, Red Banks by 105, and then Holly Springs, if this holds together, 111, and Atway at 116. So that's your heads up.
Perfect.
That is where we have that tornado tracking. I want to just real fast let everybody know where this is at. Again, if you know anybody in the Bauman area, or Bowman, excuse me, but that's where this is heading next. It's going to cross Highway 305 where it meets up with Highway 306, Rock Hill, Mississippi, Orion, Wakefield. Those are the communities that are going to be impacted by this next. It's going to cross the highway right there. If you know anybody around Independence, Mississippi, I know I get comments and everything from viewers that live in Independence, Mississippi, and I'm concerned for you right now. I need you to be in your safe spot. Sycamore Road near Independence, Mississippi, Old Memphis Oxford Road, Wall Hill Road. Any of these areas we're talking about, this is a tornado on the ground. And a strong tornado with that.
Jake, real quick, we got to bounce back before we got to talk more about Selmer. So confirmed tornado on the ground, confirmed by chasers, on the ground, passing through Selmer now. This is the signature. Maybe a mile and a half was the latest scan southwest of Selmer. It's going right through Selmer right now and just west of Selmer. Let's get in tight. You got Peach Street here. Here's Dowdy Road. We've already given you a heads up that anybody in Selmer is in your safe spot now. It's roaring right there right now. A confirmed tornado. Going to be passing right where 45 hooks up with 64, and it just went over that. We got a little bit of a block in the velocity data, but let's go to the shear product for a second. That lags. Gosh, we got into that block for a second, but it was right in here near Sulphur Springs.
Strong straight line winds associated with this as well. Rotation is not as tight now, but we need to still stay on our guard, especially for our friends closer to Scottsville. This is going to be getting close to you by
Along the 75 corridor now, I can sound the all clear for everyone along Interstate 75. The main threat now.
Noted that, so take a note, but this is going into Bethel Springs and Purdy, somewhere between Bethel Springs and Purdy. Probably not into Bethel Springs at this point because of the motion. However, you're in your safe spot. You got to give it room to move. You need to be respecting this for now, but it's more likely to pass through Purdy within the next 5-6 minutes maximum. And as soon as the next scan comes around, this purple noise here will go away. But underneath that, gosh, I need that to go away just because it's just the scan on the radar is poor. But it's significant rotation now likely over and particularly just north of Selmer. Let me look at our debris signature here. That is a classic debris signature. So we have damage ongoing, likely structural damage based on what I'm seeing. A classic debris ball TDS signature. This is going to be tracking right towards Purdy. Let me do a little storm track on the debris ball. That may help kind of clear things up a little bit, and then we'll go back to Jake. Jake, I want a maximum of like 45 seconds between you and I.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Purdy, 12:50. Time now is 12:44. 5 minutes max. This is directly in Selmer. Damage occurring, heading right towards Purdy. We'll come back to me in a second. Let's check in with Jake, and we'll go back and forth, Jake.
Tornado still on the ground east of Coldwater. Okay, that kind of jumped up on me here. It may have weakened a little bit, and let's hope for that, but it's approaching the Bowman area. As we speak. It's heading to Wakefield next. It'll be there in less than 10 minutes. Watson at 12:59. Red Banks at 1:08. It will be in Holly Springs by 1:10 at the latest. All right, so I know you may have gone to sleep after the last warning, but you got to get up and get to the safe space now. I think, Tyler, it may have lifted a little bit, or at least it has weakened, but it is still a very strong signature on radar. So you got to, if you're in the warning, you got to stay in your safe spot, and velocity is still showing a significant tornado crossing out of Tate County into far southeastern DeSoto, and it's soon going to cross into Marshall County and likely head either into Holly Springs or between Byhalia and Holly Springs.
Yeah, watching that kind of east-northeasterly track, somewhere probably in between the two. Jake will keep an eye on that one. We're going to bounce back to Selmer real quick. This is a classic debris signature, debris ball we have ongoing, a confirmed tornado, likely strong tornado to do this type of a debris signature, lofting atmosphere in a concentrated fashion up high into the sky, likely well over 10,000 feet. Damage being done west and over Selmer, and now the tornado we have to keep up with it is moving north of Selmer. The velocity data is still kind of garbled there because of just the way the scan came in, but right over Purdy, somewhere maybe between Bethel Springs and Purdy. Both of you folks are in your safe spots now. Bethel Springs.
That goes up toward Mallard Point and the Toyota plant. Woodford County till 2 o'clock. The storm itself is basically now at the river. It's marching its way up 62, continues up to Millville, so it's getting up there toward the distilleries. And it will be crossing Highway 60 here shortly. That does then include Versailles. None such are not included in this warning, but Midway is.
This is going to be then heading into our area. This is going to be heading into our area, into Clifton by 129, Gumdale 135, Flatwoods about 1.
And there are trees that are down. Some of those lines may still be hot. We ask that nobody tries to get out and seek out this damage. Let the emergency crews do their job. And it's going.
Okay, yeah, and the debris on the Coldwater tornado has been lofted at times up to 20,000 feet. That's not good. That means this is a strong tornado. I will tell you, it looks like it may have briefly lifted, which would be great news, but I'm not confident that's going to remain the same case, and it may have touched down again. The area of rotation is pretty much right near the Alphaba community. We've got Lurline, excuse me again. It's north of Independence, Mississippi, just south of Cockrum. It's going to cross 305 in the next few seconds, and that's northern Tate County, southern DeSoto County. This is going to pass to the south of Lewisburg. It'll be a close call for Ingram's Mill. It's taking a little more of a left turn. So now I'm concerned for Byhalia.
Yep.
Again, these things, they're wobbling back and forth. I know you like to see storm tracks. Sometimes these things change, so you got to stay connected. And I'm going to take this a little closer to Byhalia this time. So Warsaw, there in the next few minutes. If you live in Warsaw, tornado safe place immediately. Victoria, it'll be there at 1 o'clock. I've got to include Byhalia in this in case it takes more of a turn that way. So Byhalia, you've got 10 minutes tops get in your safe spot right now in Byhalia. And if you have any family or friends or loved ones in Byhalia, make sure you call them, text them, and make sure they're awake and they know what's going on. It's late at night. It's almost 1 a.m. They may not be awake and hearing these warnings. They need to be up and getting to their tornado safe spot right now in Byhalia. Again, if you're watching from DeSoto County, as far as Hernando, South Haven, Walls, this is well to your southeast. This is a far eastern DeSoto County problem, south of Lewisburg, heading towards Byhalia. And likely a tornado, if it's not still on the ground, it'll be on the ground again soon.
Yep, looks like that one is cycling just like what we had roll through western McNairy County. It was briefly off the ground. It hit Middleton previously, had a confirmed tornado in Middleton, did damage. Now damage ongoing. Not ongoing anymore in Selmer, but damage likely about to happen in Purdy. The tornado's right in here, moving into Purdy as we speak. In fact, it's likely over Purdy. We'll wait for the next scan. Within the next 30 seconds, it should be in, but it's right over Purdy. If you live in the Purdy area, just in this general area, sparse population, but population nonetheless.
3 miles north of 64. Okay, the only so we just got a new scan. Right, it's right in the Purdy area right now, which is again just north of 64. So it may pass just north of Adamsville, but if you live on Old Stage Road, it is going to ride up Old Stage Road east of Purdy and then cross 224. Again, Adamsville, I wouldn't take any chances, but it's going to be real close. It may just miss you to the north, but it's going to be extremely close. So I wouldn't take any chances if I was in Adamsville. I'd be in my safe spot right now, especially if you're north of town at all with this cell. So here is the latest on the rotation. It's been spinning for a while, starting to get a little bit of range folding. Yeah, so
Morris Chapel approaching the fringes of our viewing area, but not yet, not until this gets out of McNairy County. So I'm going to do a storm track up to the edge of McNairy County for a second. Bear with me just 1 second, Jake, and we'll get back to you in a second here. We'll do a quick storm track on this. It's going through Purdy right now. We'll take that up to Morris Chapel. Likely going to move north of Adamsville, but we'll watch that for now. Milledgeville 105, it is 1250, so in 15 minutes it will be at the northeastern corner of McNairy County. For now, it's moving through Purdy, had damage in Selmer. It's east of Bethel Springs. Bethel Springs, there's no threat anymore. There's no threat in Selmer, obviously. The tornado's already...
Until 2 o'clock. Northern western Fayette County until 2 o'clock. Southern Scott County until 2 o'clock for this tornado warning. That does continue. We'll go ahead and pop the live radar back on here for you.
Wind speeds on the order of 70 to 80 miles per hour, so I wouldn't be surprised. Again, you're dealing with straight line winds, even if you're not dealing with an actual tornado that's on the ground. That is yet to be confirmed. Adam, you want to go back here and let's look at rotation on here.
We'll go right over, directly over. I know this isn't a county we cover, Hardin necessarily, but that's going to go right over Morris Chapel and Savannah. So into Hardin County, and that will probably clip southern Decatur County and then Clifton. You are in the direct path of this tornado that is on the ground. So I would get prepared to get down to the lowest level center of a room. The tag is considerable in terms of the damage, okay? So this is on the ground, it is doing damage, and it's heading into Hardin County, and then we'll be coming to Wayne and Decatur County next, okay? So that is something, and I mean, you could just see the tag here. I'll show you it. Let me get down here and explain it to you. This is it, the considerable threat tag and the observed tornado. So this is one we do not want to play around with. This is a storm that will be heading.
Selmer. So, again, I'll go ahead and give
McNairy County right towards Leapwood, Adamsville as well. Because of how close this is, you're in your safe spot in Adamsville up to Leapwood, and then further north from there, Milledgeville, absolutely in your safe spot all the way up to Morris Chapel. We'll go all the way through McNairy County. Anywhere in northeastern McNairy County from Adamsville north and west to Leapwood, you're all in your safe spot. Fringe of our viewing area, once it's past Milledgeville, we'll worry a little bit less about this one, but right now this is absolutely in our viewing area. Confirmed wedge tornado there northeast of Selmer. Jake, let's go back to you. That the shear track on that, just insane.
Yeah,
what I'm seeing on the screen right now.
From what I've seen from social media, it may have went just to the south of Coldwater, maybe just by a hair. So we'll see, and the shear tracks kind of show that. But as you see, when you see the bright oranges, that's where it was strongest, and you can see it's kind of weakened out a little bit. But I think this storm is again cycling, and it's just off to the southwest of Byhalia. So again, it's going to be in this zone here. Again, it's kind of messy, and again, it could be cycling, but it's pretty much on the county line with Marshall, Tate, and DeSoto, right there in the southeastern part.
Jake, we got a new tornado warning as well.
Okay.
Where the Bluegrass Parkway peels off, coming in toward Georgetown. Still a little ways off, not quite to the bypass there on the west side of Georgetown. We're not far from Great Crossing at this point. And Emily is...
I think they've warned for. Interesting polygon box that they've drawn. So there's one south of Ripley along the Ohio River in Mason County, and there may be more circulation up here just on the south side of Georgetown that they're keeping an eye on.
So you guys got my radar up, or Jake's? I see Jake's there. Okay, coming to you for real site. We'll go back to Jake. Just want to, okay, so we have two confirmed tornadoes here. You see it in the box. We have McNairy County. We just talked about that confirmed tornado wedge on the ground. Jake's tracking this one coming into western Marshall County, Holly Springs up to Byhalia. A threat for that. We'll go back to him in just 1 second. This is the new tornado warning that just woke you folks up in DeSoto County and portions of Shelby County. Let me turn off the radar for a second. We're going to watch this one closely as well, Jake, because the environment we're working with, the circulation's right in here.
Oh, I see. It comes into Shelby.
So it comes into Shelby County. So portions of Shelby County, Whitehaven included in that. Horn Lake, South Haven does not include Olive Branch just yet, but it goes up to kind of the border of parts of Olive Branch. Hernando, you're included in this, and the velocity data on this is tightening up. It's right here, kind of north of 61, or north of Tunica along Highway 61 on a northeasterly track. One quick storm track on this, Jake, and then we'll come back to you. Do you have a speed?
I was looking for that right now.
I can just roll with previous speeds because they're all moving about the same for now, and then if we get a more specific one, let me know.
It's going to be northeast at 40.
Northeast at 40, so some of these arrival times will be a little bit quick, but still that gives you more lead time. Banks 102, so 7 minutes. Eudora 106, Hernando 114, Horn Lake 119. We'll look at the storm motion on this real quick because I'm not convinced it's going to go as far north as Hernando, just because everything previously has been on more of an east-northeasterly track, or excuse me, as far north as Horn Lake. Hernando, this is probably more of a threat for you than it is for Horn Lake, but we're going to watch this one closely as we continue to go throughout our coverage here on Channel 3. Jake, you go talk real quick about our Marshall storm, and then we'll get an update on McNairy.
So this one, again, as far as radar reflectivity, it's a classic hook signature, and it's concerning. As far as what it looks like, as far as the wind mode, again, kind of messy, but I think it may be cycling and trying to produce another tornado again. It may have lifted. It's messy, but this is going to go very close to Byhalia, if not just to the south. So let me loop this again, because again, these tornadoes have been really changing course because the rotation's tightening up and then it's weakening and then a new mesocyclone's developing, and so it's kind of jumping around. But it's very close to Byhalia. It's going to cross I-22 in the next minute at most. So if you live in Warsaw, you've got to be in your safe spot immediately. Don't waste another second. Victoria, Red Banks, Mac, Byhalia. Be in your safe spot right now. This has at one point been a confirmed
that it's heading to them. It's a large wedge tornado. Savannah 106, Swift 114, Clifton 126. You're getting closer and closer to seeing the storm come into you. Gumdale 131, Flatwoods 140, Waynesboro. You need to get ready for this. This storm's going to come to you at 144, and it'll be in Hohenwald at about 202. So this is a very dangerous storm and
Thanks, Sean. Okay. You got the Louisville data feed? Okay. Expires the tornado warning. That's a wonderful thing to hear. We were kind of starting.
This is going to be moving into extreme southeastern Brown County over the next couple of minutes. We could have a pair of circulations here, or at least Doppler radar indicated tornadoes with broad circulation. The most intense seems to be, to me, down in the Ripley area. Adam, you want to try the correlation coefficient just to see if we're seeing anything on it show up? Not seeing anything that would suggest that there's a tornado here actually occurring.
Hang on, but really the strongest part of the storm, again, continues to starting to shift out of Warren County into Barron County. Now, in Glasgow, you have a severe thunderstorm warning, not so much a tornado warning. They've added
NDOT camera.
Yeah, let's take the NDOT camera real quick.
It's crossing the interstate.
I see it. Yep.
It's hard to see because it's so dark, but you've got the wind blowing directly into it.
So we have obviously
constant flashes of lightning.
That confirmed tornado. The one in the radar is not this tornado. The one in the radar is McNairy County.
Yeah. This is Marshall County.
There's Jake's radar. That is Marshall County. That is what you're looking at on the MDOT camera. And you see the hook there. It's obviously confirmed. It's obviously a large, dangerous tornado.
Yeah.
Byhalia there, over to Holly Springs until we get a better read on its exact motion.
Yeah.
Byhalia down as far south as Holly Springs in
that
that warning,
be crossing
essentially.
yet. I mean, it's going to be close.
It's very, very close.
It's the rotation is not quite, the radar I think is lagging a little bit because see the rotation is a little further north than
the next scan. It's going to be over.
Okay, so yeah, if it's not crossing the interstate, it's close.
Yeah.
You see it?
Yep. Right there on the left. I see.
So
right there on the left.
The tornado.
Yep. I see right if you look on the left-hand side of that camera view.
All right, so
that's
the tornado is crossing I-22 right now in Marshall County.
Okay, and it looks to be it's very near. You're absolutely in your safe spot in Byhalia. It's very near just south of Byhalia where it's crossing. We're almost going to get to the point where you can clear Holly Springs, Jake. Let's see the new reflectivity scan. We'll come back to you in a second. I want to talk about our McNairy County, far northeastern McNairy County storm. You guys come out to me here. Here's Adamsville, Highway 22, large confirmed tornado. That this is even more significant now. That is Adamsville. I mean, Morris Chapel, you're in your safe spot. The tornado is north of Adamsville, crossing Highway 22 as we speak. Morris Chapel, without a doubt, it's there within 30 seconds. It's not there already. You're in your safe spot. This is a damaging, large, violent tornado. Middleton and Selma are already hit directly by this, and significant damage in both of those population centers. Moving right over Morris Chapel, crossing Highway 22 now, just north of Adamsville. You're no longer in a threat in Leapwood. In the next 2 scans, so in less than 5 minutes, this will be out of our viewing area, and Jake and I will put this one to bed because it's no longer a problem for our viewers. It's going to be in the next county over, no longer McNairy County. It looks like it'll pass just south of Milledgeville, but you're already in your safe spot there because I told you to be in Milledgeville 5 minutes ago, so stay in your safe spot. Let's see this jump a little bit further east, and then we'll know that it's not going to hit you and take a little jog to the north. It's right over Highway 22, going to go right over Morris Chapel. Large wedge tornado. I want to look at the debris signature there for a second. It disappeared for a moment. This is a lagging product. We'll see if it gets lofted, but a second ago on the previous scan, there was a significant debris ball just west of Adamsville, and I'm confident that is still ongoing with a tornado on the ground just north of Adamsville there. We'll check on that, and I will let you know when it's out of McNairy County, because again, we're talking about the last few hundred yards of McNairy County here. So Jake, let's go back to you for a second.
Yeah.
I'm going to go over and check on what's moving into southwestern DeSoto County, and then we'll put this one to bed in a moment.
Yeah, okay, so just a quick check, because I know a lot of folks in Memphis and South Haven are all wanting to know what's going on with the other cell, and Tyler is going to have it in just a second. But we've got a tornado on the ground. It's crossing I-22 as we speak. We've got an MDOT camera there. This is I-22 at Highway 309. The tornado, I believe, has already crossed I-22 because the wind has changed direction. It's blown towards the camera. So I think the tornado is behind the camera now, and this is heading right towards Red Banks. So that's pretty much where it's at. It's going to be either right over Red Banks, or it's going to be right there between Byhalia and Red Banks. So this is going to track northeast. Again, Byhalia, you got to stay in your safe spot. Holly Springs, we can clear you in a minute or two, but let's just hang out there for 5 more minutes. But Red Banks, you got to be in your safe spot right now. Don't wait a second. It's pretty much there as we speak. And next in line, this is gonna be near the Tasca community. You got Mount Pleasant, Mississippi, Sladen. You've got Highway 311. This will cross Highway 311 in a matter, maybe a minute or two at most. So if you live between Mount Pleasant and Mack, Mississippi, along Highway 311, you've got to be in your safe spot right now. This is heading your way. This will be there in minutes. And later down the road, you've got Atway, you've got Sladen. Again,
I'll get to that in just a second, but you can see this one. What's scary is this one is throwing and lofting debris, and it's blue, showing that would be some high debris right around Savannah, Morris Chapel area. So that is a very dangerous storm, folks. Dangerous wedge tornado on the ground here. And that wedge tornado, as it continues, will shift and go east at about 40-45 miles an hour. So heads up, it is going to be coming to Savannah basically now, Clifton 131, Waynesboro 145, Topsy 153, Voorhees 203, and then Hohenwald would see this at about 207. So we are definitely tracking all these storms. There's multiple rotations, multiple
Hernando, South Haven, even parts of like Olive Branch. If you're on the southwest side of Olive Branch, closer to the border of South Haven, it was included for you. It included areas of south central Shelby County. That all woke you guys up. So I want to give you what's going on with that at the moment. The center of circulation with that has gotten a lot more messy and not as defined as it was back here. See here, north of Tunica. That's not on your screen. That's my problem. Let me slide that over a little bit for you. There you go. This circulation right in here back towards Tunica when this was issued was much more pronounced. Now I roll it forward to the current time and you see it's gotten messier and sloppy and not one defined area. I don't see anything concerning at this moment that would say we have a tornado on the ground. However, one may be imminent, and it would be tracking, if there is one or one imminent, it would be tracking into Hernando. It's not a time, because of just what we're dealing with this evening, it's not a time for us to sit here and debate whether this is on the ground or not on the ground. So Hernando, get in your safe spot. It's a tornado warning. There is still some circulation here. It's just not as impressive at this moment. One scan, that changes, and all of a sudden we have a tornado going into Hernando. And it could very well be ongoing right now, but it is weaker.
There's Bend. It's going to be on top of you any minute. Cerro Gordo, New Harmony, Swift, Havana. So those of you that live local to that area, you know where those are. Those are the places that need to be in their safe spot immediately, and they don't need to mess around with that. Again, trying to get as many of those places. I got a different map that I'm looking at. It includes Glendale Road.
Severe thunderstorms, and Danielle has pointed out a little bit more of that rotation that is still evident here in the region. Let me zoom the view back out for you just a little bit more. Let's kind of get our bearings.
Assuming with the large wind field here that we're looking at, the potential for, tornadic winds. Even if they're just straight line winds, they can almost cause us much damage.
And then on top of it, we can see the debris on our debris product. This is and it's been mentioned as a wedge tornado, which means it's probably at least a quarter, if not a half mile wide in some locations, as it is tracking now east of Morris Chapel, heading between Holtzville and Saltillo. Again, the center of rotation right here. And very bright colors means this is a very strong tornado. And again, we've seen the debris with this product as well. So as it's now east of 22. So if you live east of 22 and the tornado threat has passed you, it's past Adamsville as well. But it is marching off to the east real quick.
So we're just waiting for the scans to catch up with each other, but you cannot wait. You're in your safe spot now in Hernando. When we get a little bit more defined scan collection on that, we'll do a storm track. For now, let's go back to Jake.
All right, folks, so this storm, this tornado in Marshall County, it's already crossed I-22. It's likely past Victoria, Mississippi right now. So this is likely crossed between Byhalia and Holly Springs. It's basically right over Red Banks. And we just showed you that MDOT camera of the tornado crossing the interstate. This is likely north of that now. This product's lagging a little bit. So what this is going to do is it's crossing likely soon over Highway 311 in northern Marshall County. So if you know anybody that lives, or if you live in northern Marshall County, from anywhere from, say, you've got Mack, Mississippi up to Mount Pleasant, that's where we need you to get in your safe spot right now. Or Sladen, Mississippi in northern Marshall County on Highway 72. That's where this is going to track towards. All right, it's going to move there very quickly, so you don't have a lot of time. This is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. And we want everybody to have as much heads up as possible. Again, the latest time of arrival in Sladen will be 1:20. Again, this has been a confirmed tornado. It has been producing damage, and you need to take this as seriously as such, because this is likely, again, still on the ground. Given the radar presentation, this is likely still doing damage, and it's over Victoria, or it's just moved past Victoria.
Looks like they're going to make a few adjustments here, so we'll stay on Jake's screen. I'll read those adjustments. Still a likely dangerous tornado on the ground, or it briefly has lifted now. They're going to go back to a base tornado warning. That simply means they're going to remove the confirmed tag on it. We'll wait for that to officially update in our system. They're also going to issue a downstream tornado warning. So we're going to have a new tornado warning coming out shortly. If they follow through with what they've said in the chat here, that would be issued for the rest of far northeastern Marshall County, and likely include areas, parts of Benton County, potentially Hardeman as well, and maybe McNairy, depending on how far east they decide to go. But there'll be a new tornado warning coming out on that cell. For you folks in McNairy, just to put this one to bed, that again can produce confirmed tornado damage in Selmer. That is now out of our viewing area. We're cutting off coverage on that. It's done with. There's no longer any threat for now in McNairy County. That tornado again produced significant damage in Middleton, rolled right through.
Went right through Holtzville. So I think it's already through Holtzville, I think. So we'll probably need to get another scan. I guess it's right on the door there in Holtzville. But ugly radar scan. Clearly a tornado is on the ground going through Morris Chapel, Holtzville, Saragoro, Saltillo, Swift, Havana. So
got a new tornado warning coming in for southeastern Fayette, southwestern Hardeman County. This is a continuation of a storm that had a confirmed tornado several minutes ago, but has since lost its debris signature, has been reduced to radar indicated rotation. But we still have a large and dangerous confirmed tornado on the ground in northern Hardeman County.
We'll pick up that other one when it gets into Hardeman County. So we're gonna stay on this one right now as it's moving into northern Hardin County, Saltillo, Morris Chapel, Holtzville, Swift, Havana. This is unfortunately
county tornado. Because of the lack of spotter reports, they're going to go ahead and lose the tag on the warning saying that it's confirmed on the ground. Again, I would treat this as
situation. So it is 2:10. We have tornado warning, a tornado warning that is in effect for Adams County right now. We are sounding the all clear in Brown County. We're also giving you the clear in parts of
Woods 135, Topsy 143. Shelby, go ahead with some landmarks.
Spots that this is getting really close to, you need to be in your safe places. Smith's Farm, you have Saltillo Community Center, anywhere near Saltillo Road, also Charlie's Leather and Saltillo First Baptist Church. Then as you continue up 69, you get closer to Kelly's Cemetery. This is going to continue to make its way up Highway 69, and as it does so, it gets closer to Lot Landing Cemetery, Martin Landing Plant, the Shannon Cemetery, Pleasant Hill Cemetery. Then it gets closer to Bath Springs. As it does so, that's when it's going to be getting close to Union Baptist Church.
Grove 125, the community of 45, 1:34 a.m. Grand Junction, Tennessee, 1:40 a.m. Hickory Valley, 1:48. So this is going to unfortunately track in some of the same areas we've talked about multiple times tonight. Even in Moscow, you're in the warning, so you need to, again, respect the polygon and start thinking about getting into your tornado safe spot, because this will be a close call for you as well, even up to Somerville. Again, you're kind of barely in the warning, but kind of clipping Somerville. So while you don't need to get immediately to your safe spot right now, but it's something to think about later on down the road. Again, Tyler, analyzing just the wind mode on radar and CC, it's still just so impressive. I mean,
it really is.
If it's not on the ground, again, it's going to be there soon, and it's about to cross Highway 311 in Marshall County, kind of near Mount Pleasant, and track up towards Sladen. I mean, Sladen, I know I just said 121. Scratch that. This is going to be there quicker than 121. Be there now. Early Grove, Mount Pleasant, Mississippi, all these areas in northern Marshall County. Be in your safe spot right now, because this is likely, again, if it's not on the ground, it will be soon. Messy radar signature, but let's treat it like it's on the ground.
Yep, as Jake said, they're anywhere along Highway 72, Mount Pleasant east through Marshall County. For now, it's obviously going to be a threat. We'll see how this tracks. Again, does it go more into Benton County, or does it track more into Fayette County? So you're on guard in Moscow, over to Grand Junction, and especially over into Benton County, and we'll just kind of track exactly where that motion starts to take place. So that's the cell Jake was tracking. And you look at the difference here. There's also the tornado warning ongoing in DeSoto County, which I think they can trim at this point for anybody in Shelby County, and maybe even portions of north central DeSoto County, because this is the problem. down towards Hernando. But you see the difference in significance here. Obviously, this is a lot more significant based on the presentation. So we're probably going to go about 70-30 here, and just I'm going to keep a close eye on this one. Jake and I are both going to focus on this one, but I'm going to watch what's going on in Hernando. But the focus for you folks is really going to be on the Marshall County storm because of its significance. We're still watching, of course, what's going potentially through Hernando as we speak. There's a lot of wind here. There's not a lot of significant rotation that is, at the moment, ominous to me. There has been with this storm at times, but there's still not. There was maybe a little debris signature west of Hernando. It was enough. You absolutely had to be in your safe spot, and you still need to be in Hernando. Downstream, this would be tracking more so toward...
Don't let your guard down here. We still have that tornado warning that's out here for this area. So if you are in Dixon up toward Charlotte and anywhere along the I-40 area toward 840 in northern Hickman County, Dixon County, coming over to 840, you definitely need to be in your tornado safety area just in case if this tries to ramp back up again. Let me go back to the...
Enough to take down the trees, knock out power. Davis, I don't know if we have any report on any of the power outages, but obviously that can be an indication of how strong the storm has been as it's rolled on through the area. So with these powerful, fast-moving storms, obviously losing power is certainly something we could face. And when you lose power,
north exit, there is some tree debris, she calls it, on the southbound lanes there. So the sheriff office has a lane blocked there. Again, that's 71 southbound near Montgomery Road. And then I also had another report of potentially,
but there's still significant rotation on the radar with the velocity. So there's nothing to look at the velocity and say it looks like it's weakening. So we want to confirm that on all three, the velocity, reflectivity, and the debris to say that this is done. Still, it looks like there's rotation now, maybe north of Saltillo. It could be east of Saltillo right now. Again, it's hard to pinpoint down the exact spot right now. But looks like it's going to race right along the county line, northern Hardin County. Be very close to Clifton here. It would be nice if we had obviously some more information from the National Weather Service and people down in the community giving us damage reports, because I hate to see what it looks like that there are towns that were hit by tornadoes and our counties that we take care of here at WBBJ as far as Hardin County.
It is moving through southern Decatur County now and heading into portions of Perry County very soon.
All right, Marcus, thank you so much for that. I'm glad we were watching those storms. Continue to track. If you see any rotation I need to pick up, let me know. I want to make sure, though, this storm is the one we're really worried about right now, because this is the one that is confirmed on the ground. It has the observed tag on it. It was a large wedge tornado at one point. They are saying in Hardin County that the fire chiefs have eyes on the storm with a tornado aloft approximately 1,000 feet, so maybe trying to come back down or something, or maybe lift and then come back down. I don't know. I mean, it still looks like it's on the ground, to be honest with me, because I'm looking at the debris tracker here, and there's still a lot of debris being thrown around the area.
I think Havana, Swift going to be real close, Bath Springs, Dunbar, Clifton, and then tracking east across the river into Nashville's territory. But again,
you're not in a warning. This could potentially be another issue. We've had confirmed tornadoes do damage, significant damage in the town of Middleton and Selmer, and this could potentially be an issue downstream. Just want to mention that you're not going to bed right now in Middleton or Selmer. It's about 75 miles away from Selmer. It's going to take a while. Right now we're going to focus on where it is, but there's not a whole lot that would cause this to just drop off the map anytime soon. So we're just going to take it step by step. We're going to start talking about some of the same areas here soon about that we were with that storm earlier that is now out of McNairy County. There's no more threat in McNairy County for now. So this is the focus.
Check the CC. I feel like we may have another debris signature.
We certainly could.
Kind of right.
Yep, right.
There
Yep.
it is.
So let's go and type.
Got to be it.
I think it's enough for them to call it confirmed. We could probably go ahead and call it confirmed again. This is going to be just southwest of Sladen. If you're in Sladen, as Jake mentioned, anywhere in Sladen, not a Mount Pleasant problem. If you're right in Mount Pleasant, where where 311 meets up with 72. However, just east of you, there is a confirmed tornado by our estimation moving into Sladen as we speak. Anywhere Sladen east, you're in your safe spot along 72. This is going right over South Sladen Road up towards Early Grove. If you're anywhere in northeastern portions of Marshall County, especially 72 north from Sladen east, this is where it's going to be moving through. This is, again, likely another version of the confirmed tornado we had. This is all part of the storm that went through Coldwater, remember? I mean, these storms are sustaining themselves. Jake, we have multiple long track tornadoes in the last 2 hours through portions of our eastern viewing areas, Hardeman County, and now this, what came up through Tate County, is moving through northern Marshall County. Again, this is no longer a Holly Springs or Byhalia threat.
13 minutes. Again, the storm has covered a lot of real estate. So let's talk about who can now hopefully settle back to bed after the storm has passed on by. Munfordville, you're now out of the warning. Horse Cave as well. And again, Glasgow, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. In Cave City, you still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but you're outside the tornado warning.
Jody Ray Road, Eagle Nest Landings Road, Sioux Drive, Bob's Landing, Smith Grave Pit Road, Hardin Bottom River Road. I need you in your safe zone. Covenant Cove Lane, I need you in your safe zone too. Now, I'm going to go also over to Wayne County because I do think Wayne County's got to get ready for this. This is going to be over you in Morrison Creek Road quickly. It's going to come over to you in Wayne County in Dan Richardson Road.
So it's gone through Lawrenceburg at this point. When you're looking at just straight line wind, there's just the we know that. There we are. So yeah, that's blasted through Lawrenceburg already. Approaching Wild Turkey, headed over toward Milner. And again, that's in the Tyrone area. The storm, we've got high winds there in Alton, but any sort of...
It's going to be very close to Hooker's Bend as well when it crosses the river. So I was just trying to find some other towns that I can maybe get to pop up on a different map that I was looking at. Actually, so Salt Hill is a little north of the Hooker's Bend area, so I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean Hooker's Bend. Bath Springs, and then looks like Paradise Landing could be close to you as it crosses the river. River Bend Storage maybe. The Hidden Oasis at White Oak Landing, it's going to be close to you. So there's some business.
That live shot, we've had multiple trees down on homes around the tri-state so far. I know we have that image on the top of the screen. That seems to be the second home, the first home in Loveland. I know our crews were at a second home. Do we have that shot up yet, ready, that we can go with? Of yet another
all the way to the state line, Early Grove, anywhere in northeastern Marshall County that we're talking about here, you're absolutely in your safe spot. Let's go over to Jake for a second. I'm going to drop a storm track, Jake, so we can take this downstream now into Fayette County and start giving warning for those folks.
Sladen, again, it's basically over you now, and that is a clear defined debris signature. Again, a strong tornado on the ground right now. It's crossing Highway 72 as we speak. Early Grove, safe spot immediately. Again, when we talk about your tornado safe spot, you get to the lowest floor of your home, you get into an interior bathroom or closet and away from windows. If the kids have bike helmets, those are great tools to grab and to put on to protect yourself from flying debris, because that's what this is. This is debris that the tornado is literally throwing up into the atmosphere, and our radar is able to dictate that this is tornado debris. It's not rain, it's not hail, this is tornado debris. And that's going to track right across Highway 72. I mean, again, it's there now. Early Grove, I cannot express enough. You've got to be in your safe spot immediately. Don't waste another second. If you know anybody in these places, you've got to.
If you hear them, you recognize them, be down in your safe place.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I'm looking at the thing, and it looks like there is debris being lofted still with this storm. So my friends in Decatur County, I really need you down low, lowest level center of a room. I need you to do it now. I mean, it's literally going over 641. And where 641 and 114 are. I'm going to put a quick storm track on this one, and then I'm going to go over a few other storms. But this is, again, on the ground right now. This is heading straight for you folks. So Decaturville, you've got 4 minutes to get down to the lowest level center of a room.
Do not stay in a mobile home during this, okay? We're giving you enough time. You've got to get out. You are safer getting out of a mobile home and lying flat in a ditch than you are trying to ride this out in your mobile home. Don't risk it, okay? Majority of our tornado deaths come from people trying to ride out a tornado in a mobile home. Again, if you don't have time to get to a safer spot, laying flat in a ditch is going to be your best option. Do not try to ride this out in a mobile home. This is a live view on an MDOT camera, I-269 North. So this is exactly where again? I'm sorry, it's just hard to read. Okay, so this is looking in the direction of the storm. Of Sladen. Gotcha.
Looking in the direction of Sladen. Okay, so
we'll keep watching that.
Yep. Focus real quick. The focus is obviously what Jake was just talking about. We're going to go right back to that. Nothing is evident to me right now, and I don't think it will be.
Tornado emergency now on this tornado.
Okay. Do they list? Read that. We'll go right to you in 30 seconds. Tornado warning in DeSoto County that was issued a while ago. I don't see anything imminent in this. Anywhere that would be any area of concern, anyways, is about to outrun the tornado warning. I don't think they're going to issue a new one. So if you're in DeSoto County, Hernando especially, South Haven, I mentioned Shelby County, we were in the clear a long time ago. None of this is an area of concern right now. Stay alert there, especially in eastern DeSoto County if anything pops up, but there's no concern right now. So a lot of you folks in DeSoto County, especially I-55 West, can go to bed. You're good. We're going to focus on this Marshall County thing. The tornado emergency. Go ahead and read it, Jake.
This is a confirmed large and destructive tornado. It was located over Sladen, or 12 miles north of Holly Springs, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is heading into Early Grove. It will be very close to Michigan City and Grand Junction in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Listen, this is a tornado emergency. If this is a new term, something you've never heard before, that's because these are rare. These are reserved for life-threatening, extreme life-threatening situations. Again, you've got to take this seriously. This is the highest level of tornado warning that can be issued. This means this is a significant threat to life and property. We don't say this to scare you. We're saying this so that way you take this seriously to keep you and your loved ones safe. This is going to be a close call, if not go right over Michigan City. It's going to be go very near Grand Junction as well. Tyler's going to have a track here in just a second. But again, mobile homes, don't do it. You got to get out. Don't lose your life from staying in a mobile home. Get out and try to go to a more substantial structure or lie flat in a ditch. Anything that you can to protect yourself.
Yep, it doesn't matter how new and sophisticated your mobile home is. I know a lot of them, they're rated to like 110, 120 miles per hour. Nothing is safe in a mobile home because the wind can get underneath.
Try to give you more on the tracking of the communities. I know most people in Fayette County are watching the news out of Memphis. But I know we got people that watch us into Hardeman County, and if it continues this path, could eventually be close to McNairy and Chester County again. So again, a very dangerous.
And you know where your storm shelter is, and you can get there in less than 5. I don't want you to be driving down the road for 15 minutes into this or around this. If you can get there in less than 5, you know it's a mile down the road. You're leaving now, immediately go get in the car now and go to your storm shelter. That's if you're in a mobile home. If you're in a well-built structure, you hunker down, you're getting into your safe spot now. Michigan City potentially in a large threat for this as well within the next 5 minutes. This is through Early Grove, or it's right on top of Early Grove right now. But we're going to downstream this because any damage is ongoing in Early Grove. We can't do anything for you folks in Early Grove. We have to keep warning for what's out ahead of this. So along 57, this is not going to be a problem for Moscow. This is going to be further east, 57 near 45 over to Grand Junction, and then Michigan City as well along Highway 18 and Highway 7 there coming out of Benton County. Those are where you need to be in your safe spot now. It'll be crossing near Grand Junction within the next 10 minutes. Let's look at the debris signature real quick on this, and it's probably very evident. Yep, debris signature right in here still, concentrated, classic supercell. We've had multiple towns hit by confirmed tornadoes over the last 2 hours. This is going to be another one, and this is going to be one that Jake and I are tracking for a while because it's headed straight towards Grand Junction, and then potentially could be an issue for areas downstream that were already under the gun for the previous tornado warning that was in Hardeman County, McNairy County earlier. We'll get to that when we get to that, but confirmed tornado, debris signature, large, extremely dangerous tornado there coming out of northeastern Marshall County, about to enter southeastern Fayette County. Let's go back to our reflectivity just for a second because I want you to grasp again how serious this is. Classic hook echo look on this. This is nothing but life-threatening situation. It's moving into southeastern Fayette County, and also can't forget you folks there in northern, particularly northwestern Benton County. Here's Highway 7. Here's 72. This is almost on a track that's paralleling. Here's Highway 7 again, paralleling Highway 7. So that southwest to northeast motion, that's the motion right now. So directly towards Grand Junction and potentially Michigan City. I'm going to go in a little bit closer here, and this is not really a Lamar problem, but you get much further north of Lamar, it is a problem. 72 up Highway 7 in Michigan City, anywhere northwestern, extreme northwestern Benton County, you are in your safe spot, as you should have been already, but you're absolutely, this is on top of you in the next 2 minutes in northwestern Benton County, and then it's all going to become a Fayette County issue, and we're going to keep tracking it towards LaGrange and Grand Junction. Those are all spots that will likely see this come very close to them within about 8 minutes from now. So ongoing, extremely dangerous situation. Tornado emergency, as Jake alluded to now with this tornado warning. That is the highest level of threat that you can have, the highest level.
Eastern McNairy County, or excuse me, southeastern Fayette County, southwestern Hardeman County. You are in the direct path of a tornado, a confirmed tornado on the ground, a tornado that has a history of producing damage. This is a tornado emergency right now for this supercell thunderstorm that's just now beginning to exit northeastern Marshall County, and it's just now beginning to cross Highway 72. This is a potent, rain-wrapped supercell thunderstorm producing a tornado right now, and we can tell just because of the circulation we see within the scope right here, velocity, it is right there. Once again, if you are anywhere near this area, if you are near the Benton Marshall County line along and north of Highway 72, get near.
And that's unfortunately what we're looking at tonight. And what makes this so much more dangerous is that it's 1:30 in the morning. So you've got to call these people. If you know anybody in these places we've been talking about, Early Grove, Michigan City, Lamar, Grand Junction, Salisbury, any of these places that are in the path of this, please make sure that you call them, you text them, you make sure that they're awake, they know what's going on. Your call can literally save somebody's life, because oftentimes, unfortunately, most of our tornado deaths occur at night because people are not awake and they don't know what's going on. So, we're using kind of dire terms right now, but, this is just, it's one of those situations where we have to. And this isn't to scare anybody, it's just the reality of the situation and what we're dealing with.
It stays south of Moscow, but Grand Junction, it's going to be a very close call for Grand Junction and Michigan City. If you're in those locations, you need to be in your safe spot immediately, as well as Salisbury. Again, I know you're waking up your kid at 1:30 in the morning. It's not what anyone wants to do, but it's what you have to do if you're in the path of the storm and get to.
Under a tornado warning earlier, that has now been allowed to expire. That warning no longer a threat. DeSoto County, you're in good shape.
Days. So hopefully you got your plan enacted and you're doing it right now.
Our data that they are receiving. Jake, let's do this.
Want to switch?
I'm going to talk for a second. Take our Little Rock reflectivity and velocity, or Jackson, whichever one.
Columbus.
Yeah, but take our Little Rock velocity tabs and reflectivity tabs and just go in and edit those to use Columbus. That way we can bounce back and forth them easily. So this is an old scan, and it's a problem for 2 minutes while Jake works on it. This is now it's in Fayette County, Grand Junction. You're in your safe spot because this is an old radar image. Because of the power hit that they took at the National Weather Service, they aren't able to output the data received from the Millington radar site, the National Weather Service radar site in Millington. So Jake and I are in the process right now of getting you radar out of Columbus, Mississippi, to give us a current view of this. This is old, what you're seeing now. This is probably 5-6 minutes old, but we can only go off what we go off. I'm going to go off our
yes, I'm going to go ahead and make the executive decision to swap to Columbus Air Force Base. It's already in Tennessee, Joel. It's getting eerily close to 45 along Highway 57 between 45 and Grand Junction.
You're talking about using the Columbus radar?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so
continue to track, continue to watch, and just hope that the National Weather Service radar remains online. National Weather Service taking a direct lightning hit. So that is impacting the radar, or the Nashville, or excuse me, the Millington radar site taking a direct.
And again, NWS having some updates or issues with getting us data out of the Millington radar site. So hopefully they'll be able to correct that problem. But until they do, Jake's in the process now of getting us.
Should be good to go now.
Okay, so I'm going to click. So I should click on little reflectivity.
Yes.
And it'll give me Columbus
It's going to
radar.
give us the best thing that we have right now.
Okay, so this is the best we have, and the best you're going to get anywhere. This is not just us. This is.
I'm at the. Hang on. The reflectivity is good, but I gotta work on the velocity again.
So I'm going to go back to now, Reg, just a second, because I think that gives us a better idea of what's actually occurring. So unfortunate circumstances, but anywhere you're watching coverage of this right now, everybody's having the same issue because Millington's radar site is not.
It should be good to go now.
We're not able to get data out of Millington's radar
coming
site
into Grand Junction
because NWS Memphis lost power. So we're going to track it out of our Columbus, Mississippi radar, and we're the first ones to switch over this to account for that. So this is approaching Grand Junction and LaGrange right now. So this is the newest updated scans that we have from our Columbus, Mississippi radar site. Clear and obvious hook signature rolling right into LaGrange and Grand Junction now. And we've given
us a better idea exactly where these are headed towards, and it looks like right now this is going to be really close to Grand Junction as well as into Moscow right now.
18 and 57, Van Buren, probably a rough spot. Libsyn, Hebron, also going to be taking very close calls from this tornado. Let's see if we can get some debris tracking stuff maybe out of Columbus as well.
We can. We very much can. It's just to the southeast of 45. It's between 45 and Michigan City.
Yep. So there's the
confirmed dangerous tornado. Jake, let me know if anything comes out of the NWS right now.
I'm watching.
Okay. So rotation increasing. Our shear product, let's see what we get out of that right now. That looks to even be down as well because that's also using, doesn't matter, it's out of the Millington site. So we're going to go based off, let's go just off velocity and debris right now for Jake. So I don't think we have a great reflectivity signature that's going to help us much because we're so far from the Columbus site. You see it's all messy. We're not getting the same hook that is there in reality. It's just because of how far away the Columbus site is, but we have no other choice right now. Velocity is a much clearer picture, obvious circulation. It's probably even more pronounced than this. Again, this is up a little bit in the cloud because we're having to shoot this now from Columbus rather than our close by Millington site because of the outage. But we're getting the rapid updates now. It's over LaGrange, it's over Grand Junction. Damage is likely ongoing or very imminent, so you're absolutely in your safe spot there in both of those towns. And this is going to be the fourth or fifth significant populated area that we've had confirmed tornadoes roll through.
So again, got a tornado. Still, you can see the debris. There's actually a couple different areas of debris with this. Did you see that, Jordan?
Let me roll this back a couple.
There's something near Moscow and Grand Junction. So I'm not exactly. I mean, is that two different areas of debris? Maybe. I mean.
One of them may be debris being lofted and then catching a downdraft upwind, maybe. But then again, it's also right there in a little bit of range folding from the Columbus radar.
So our previous confirmed tornado that went through Selmer, trying to get that up right now. That looks like that is now across the rivers.
And we'll go down here and we'll show you exactly what's happening. It's right by Buckfort Road. This is going to be in Perry County. I want to make sure I'm saying the right one. Cedar Creek Road, Cedar Creek Landing Road, Swindle Creek Road, Lego School Road. This is going to Kimball Road, Marsh Creek Road, Fire Tower Road. This is going to go to Circle Ranch Road, Old
Highway 18 up to Hickory Valley included. You're also in your safe spot here. Again, Grand Junction, LaGrange, it's in there now. Give it 5 minutes and it should start to quiet down. There's damage ongoing. It's the worst thing that you can experience this at 1:30 at night. You can have any time of day, but 1:30 at night especially. As Jake mentioned earlier, if you know anybody, if you're anywhere in our viewing, if you're hearing our coverage anywhere at all, I don't care if you're in Canada, wherever it is, if you know somebody that lives in these spots, Salisbury, Hickory Valley, and southwestern Hardeman County, you call them and wake them up, because we tell you all the time, have multiple ways to get warnings. Sometimes that fails. You know, maybe a warning doesn't go to your phone, or you just miss it, or you had your phone on silent, or you didn't have multiple ways set up. That's no fault of your own. It happens, I understand. But we need you. It's even tightening up more, Jake. We need you to know in some way, if you know someone in these spots that I'm naming, call them immediately and keep calling until they pick up, because this will absolutely be it is a life-threatening situation. It is right over Grand Junction right now. Gosh, I hate that. That is just, yeah. All right, let's see what the debris looks like right now. I mean, it's still, or up in the cloud, it's still very evident. Debris doesn't really matter at this point because we know what's happening. There is debris. This is quite significant damage ongoing in Grand Junction. Again, I want to get away from Grand Junction because we can't do anything for you. It's ongoing. It's there. It's going to be over soon. Hang on. Stay in your safe spot there. You're in your most interior room away from the windows. We got to focus on Salisbury, Jake. Let's get a fresh storm track. I'm going to do it on mine real quick. I'm going to keep the speed the same, and I'm going to do it as wide as possible. We got to give this thing more room.
Where was that again?
More room to deviate. I'm going to do a wide storm track. Some of these spots will be some unnecessary arrival times for me, but I want to give this a wide enough berth to move through here. Yeah. Salisbury up to Van Buren. Salisbury 143, Van Buren 148. So within the next 8 to 10 minutes, it will be arriving. Again, depending on how the motion evolves, it is still kind of a northeasterly track, so somewhere right down the middle of this track is the most likely, but there is deviation possible, more so to the east than to the west, or to the south rather than to the north, I should say, but more likely to track right down the middle of this. We'll have to watch it very closely. If it does deviate further east, Middleton again, already hit by a confirmed tornado this evening with significant damage. This could be an issue for you. We're just going to have to watch it. Right now, it looks like we'll start to move north and hit towards Salisbury and Van Buren, moving north of Highway 54 there. Let's zoom in a little bit more. 57, excuse me. So circulation still there, still prevalent. Still over Grand Junction a bit. We're now, again, if you're just maybe joining us or checking in the last 10 minutes, we have to shoot this out of the Columbus radar site and no longer Millington, because the NWS office in Memphis lost connection
and
to
keep
the
in
radar.
Mind they can't issue warnings yet till they're back online.
They can't, yeah, this is a big problem.
So everybody that's downstream from this has got to know that this is a serious situation.
So any warnings that get issued until NWS Memphis is back online, they're actually coming out of Shreveport, Louisiana. Shreveport, Louisiana is now taking over issuing warnings for our local viewing area. Great work on their part to coordinate that, but just to give you a heads up about what the situation is right now, it's not a good one.
Purple's embedded. There's debris being lofted. Now, hey, it could be trees. That's what we're going to hope that's the case right now. North of Michigan City, Grand Junction, Center Point. If you know anybody in Bolivar, I do think that this is going to stay just south of Bolivar, but it's close enough. You got to give them a call right now. Wake them up. Let them know. We had this same situation just happen in Selmer here a little over an hour ago. You got to wake these people up and let them know. Central and southern portions of Hardeman County, you need to wake them up and let them know right now. Same idea in Hornsby, same idea in Selmer, yet again. Same idea in Hebron, same idea in Lacey. Wake these people up. They got to know to get into that safe place right now. As far as what this is indicating here from a wind standpoint, and really what you see here, these yellows and reds, this is an indication how strong the winds are. This is indicating less than 80 mile per hour winds, but I think that how far away this is from the radar, this isn't necessarily doing the best job. This is almost kind of indicating the middle of the tornado almost more than anything else. You hear about an eye.
But 7's right in the middle of where we think this thing's going to track, right through Hornsby. May eventually be an issue there for Robertson, McNary, Fanger. You're going to be close if it continues to rotate. Hickory Corners, Robinson. So you're all under that brand new tornado warning we just got. So brand new tornado warning is out.
It's going to expire. So a new severe thunderstorm warning for Bourbon County until 3:30, northern Clark County until 3:30, and you're going to carry this up into Nicholas County until 3:30. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for the northern part of Bath County until 3, Fleming County until 3 o'clock. So those are the new
storm as it moved on out. Interesting polygon the National Weather Service has there. Let me clear this out. Let's take a look at the big picture once again. Let's go here.
New tornado warning,
all right,
too.
so they did extend that. I was wondering about that. So now the new tornado warning is
20 minutes or so. So again, be aware that it's still an active situation, and a tornado watch does continue until 7 a.m.
That will give us better scans of this. But you're in Salisbury, you're in your safe spot. If you're north of Salisbury, you're in your safe spot. I'm going to do a fresh storm track for you. Believing that this is on an northeasterly motion has maybe taken on a little more easterly component to its motion than it had a few scans ago. So I'm going to include Millington in this track.
It's basically, it's very near Van Buren
should
right now.
Pass somewhere between Van Buren and Salisbury, very close to either one of those, again, just depending on any wobbles that this has. Here's the arrival times, though. Again, this is over arrival timing this a little bit in terms of the width of this storm track, just because I want to account for everybody. Middleton 159. If it follows kind of the southern end of this storm track, Middleton will be an issue. So we're just going to have to watch it. Van Buren is a more urgent problem. You're in your safe spot in Van Buren. You're in your safe spot, obviously, in Salisbury. It's right on top.
That's absolutely incredible. You still have very large hail falling, too, and the tornado moving right over Linden at this current moment. So this is a very, very dangerous concern. Your emergency alert should have sounded on your phone. If you are in this path, you need to get down to your safety area immediately, as this is a violent storm that has everything to work with and will continue to hold together, likely as it moves into Hickman County here over the next little bit. Lobelville, you'll probably get some of the hail.
Getting the kids up. You need to get ready to put your plan in order. As far as how far away it is from Hornsby, again, it's moving about 50 miles an hour. It's still about 18 miles away. That's probably about 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes. I know that seems like a long time. If you want to watch a couple more radar scans, you can, but I'm not really seeing any signs of this thing weakening currently. So there's a chance it weakens before it gets you. So if you're in Hornsby, you want to wait 5 minutes, that's fine. But if we're still talking confirmed tornado on the ground in 5 minutes, you'll be running out of time. Van Buren, you do not have any more time. Hebron, Libsyn, you do not have any more time. You need to make the decision now to get the kids up and get to your safe spot. We're still working on getting Mo ready. When Mo's ready, he's going to take over. I'm going to hand my mic, and so we'll sign meteorologist Brian Davis in as well. So Mo, you just let me know when you're ready to go, and I'll hand you over the equipment. So all right, we'll give it here a few more minutes. Yeah, all right. So we are south of Hickory Valley on this storm. Let's go ahead and take a look now again at our debris.
Centerville. It is headed towards Wrigley. It is headed towards Little Lot as well. So, folks, I need anyone that you think is in Hickman County that might be asleep, anyone that's in Linden. I mean, it's on top of you right now in Linden. I hope you are in the basement, you are in the bathroom, you are in the interior hallway. I need you to do it now. Put the helmets on. This is a large, violent tornado. You need the helmets on, shoes on, flashlight on. This is going to knock out power very quickly as it goes through the area that it is. And I know there's severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing, but we have to stick with this storm because it is a monster tornado on the ground, and this is not good because the time is 1:46 in the morning. So again, I'm going to go to streets. And if I say your street, you need to get down now. It's right on top of you. Hayfork Road. This is again.
So again, we can track the debris back for a while as well. So it's still on the ground, and again, it's going to be real close to Hornsby. So the places that you're probably again out of time. Van Buren. At least there's not a ton of communities in there. It will cross 125.
We're not going to see the lowest levels possible with this because we still have to shoot this out of the Columbus, Mississippi radar site until we know that the Millington radar site is back we took a big power hit at the National Weather Service in Memphis, and that has caused some issues with how they've been able to push out the radar data. So right now we're just going to keep rolling with what we have. It is passing north, the tornado that is north of Salisbury.
Significant hook on radar.
You're in, is that at a Millington, Jake, that you're able to see?
It's very close. I still feel like it's lagging like a scan or two behind.
It's going to catch up. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's stick with this for another couple scans, and then when you feel confident that we need to switch it back to Millington, let me know.
Okay.
This is north of Salisbury. You're obviously in your safe spot in Salisbury, but to me the most evident area of intense rotation is just north of Salisbury, going into Van Buren right now.
Track like this. Coble, you'll see this at 202. Centerville, 212. Wrigley, 223. Lyles, 225. Fairview, 239. It could go to downtown Franklin by 253 if it holds together. And this has already been on the ground for at least several minutes. So I want to reiterate that as it goes into the warm, moist air, that it's probably going to stay and maintain strength. So are you guys getting any damage reports, by the way? I just want
right now, Danielle, we are not. But I want you to see something on the radar, something that we just don't see often, but that confirms that we have this tornado on the ground. If you notice here on looking at Max 2, look at right over Linden. See how the precipitation is heavy around it, the reds, the oranges, and then you get this area of green. How does it just go green? That is not possible within a thunderstorm like this. That was taken just a moment ago. Let me back it up. This was at 146, but that is an indication when we have a donut hole shape like that, that debris is getting picked up all the way up into this storm. So this really stresses how significant it is. I'll go back to what the current radar is, and there you can notice again another donut hole right there in the middle.
Look at, I believe I pulled up, had a track on this one, and give you some times of arrival in some of these communities. I might need to update this just a little bit. I do believe the National Weather Service Memphis radar is up to date now. Finally, they took a power hit, so we have some delayed. Data here. If you can go ahead and readjust that track here, and we'll give you some times of arrival in some of these communities as it continues to work its way off to the east here in Hardeman County. So we've got 156.
Less of potential debris in the atmosphere. There's likely more significant debris lower down in the atmosphere that this radar beam is able to sample. Go back to velocity data for a second. It is still very evident that there is an ongoing tornado there in south central Hardeman County, south of Bolivar. And Bolivar, we're just watching this for you because this is not a threat in Hickory Valley anymore, not going to be a threat in Middleburg. This is going to be a northeasterly track towards 125, Hebron potentially up towards Hornsby. Those two spots in particular would be the most area of concern.
Radar data looks current again.
Okay. Go ahead and make the process.
Set up. Let's go in again and look at a few of those streets. There's the upper Sinking Road area. We've got State Highway and U.S. Highway 412 right there. And we see it just a little south there and southeast of Beardstown and southeast of the Lobelville area. And pull that out and you can see the warning. So again, as we head over to Nikki D, who's also looking at the circulation with this, there's our setup for us right now. That's the one.
And it's all the way as well into the same exact area. So that is a very dangerous situation. Let's take a look at the debris tracker. And again, once again, look at that. Look at that. Donut hole. We never want to see that on a supercell. But again, this is a debris that has been lofted, and notice the values are dropping. That's telling us that this thing not only is it on the ground, but it's taking things and it's chucking it high up in the atmosphere, and that's bringing the so we know it's on the ground and it's doing damage, and as it's making its way.
Yet you're monitoring this in Bolivar, but the most likely path is again past Van Buren here and up towards Hornsby, 210 for Hornsby, so about 20 minutes. That's a significant amount of time. If you're in Hornsby, if you live in a mobile home, you know where your storm shelter is. Hopefully you do. Where your storm shelter is there, close to you in Hardeman County. You've got various storm shelters around Hardeman County. Hopefully you can find that. We can't do that for you right now just with the situation we have, but if you live in Hornsby and you're in a mobile home, you got to get out of the mobile home. This is a violent tornado that you will likely not be able to survive if this were to hit your mobile home and you're in it. It is that type of situation, and I'm not using any of that verbiage. I'm careful with my words here. You need to get out of the mobile home if you're in Hornsby. So if you have a storm shelter there, go to the storm shelter now, because you have less than 20 minutes now before this is in Hornsby. That's enough time.
Hohenwald 159, Centerville 212. Like Marcus said, 20 minutes. You got to get down to the lowest level center of a room. Hohenwald, I would do it now. Schubert, it's basically going to be on top of you. Graham 215, Wrigley 223. If you're just joining us, there is a large tornado on the ground, confirmed, moving into Hickman County, passing through Perry County, went over Linden. I'm sure we're going to get damage reports coming in, but you know, it's going to take some time because it's nighttime. It's 1:53 in the morning now. So Wrigley 223, Santa Fe 232, Fairview 239, Franklin 253, and then Brentwood. Brentwood, you would see this at 301 if this storm holds together. And again, right now, it is a tornado warned storm, confirmed tornado observed on the ground. Want to also show you that we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings too out there, so they're going to be noisy, but don't get confused because this is the big one and the one that we are staying with because it is a confirmed tornado on the ground. And you can see the bright greens and reds right in here. So that is moving into Hickman County. I'm going to get down to street level here again. Again, Hickman County, if you live near 100, Highway 100 near Morgan Branch Road, West Kelly Road, Lower Kane Road, let's see, Williams Cemetery Road, let's see, Sulphur Creek Road, Kelly Road, CCC Road, Brushy.
In central Hardeman County, this is now east of Van Buren. It's not a Van Buren threat anymore. It's east of Van Buren, moving over Lake Hardeman Road right now, and it's going to be over Highway 125 within the next 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll get you a fresh storm track here in just a second. I'm just going to zoom in. Let me turn off our velocity data for just 1 second so we can really pinpoint where we're going to have some population spots. Over towards Hebron even, you're in your safe spot now. This is our high
Friend, Tubular Steel, USA Inc., Agrana Fruit. You have Pilgrim Meat Company, Griner Cemetery, Sunset Place Farm. Women Are Safe. Again, once we get into Centerville, there's also Papa Cajo's Barbecue, Liberty Clinic Pharmacy, Ascension St. Thomas Hickman. There's also Hickman High School. That is correct. This is going to be getting closer to Hickman High School. If you are in the radius of Hickman High School, you need to be in your safe place. The Stone Farm and Kitchen. We also have the local place, Centerville Church of Christ, Fish Camp Restaurant. And again, this is going to continue up Highway 100. We've said that all morning. If you're just tuning in, if you're close to Highway 100, that is the path that this tornado is taking right now.
Another thing I was going to tell you, Shelby, and they just mentioned this on the National Weather Service Nashville chat, there is a severe storm right behind this. So if you have had damage, you need to not go outside right now because unfortunately there is another severe storm moving over the same exact area. It is not safe to go outside. You can see this right here by Parsons, right? Lots of lightning jumping up on this one. There is going to be hail with this one, right, over Scotts Hill, this area too. So again, these storms are setting up over the same areas, which is very scary. So folks, even if it's left you in Linden, I don't want you to go outside yet because it's
off here. Yeah. Also, you can go to my pallets here. Oh, and then go to and then pallets, and then we'll go a squall line right here. There you go, perfect. And then clear this out. You hit this one here. School. There you go. All right, and then this is going to be moving at about 60 miles per hour.
East, maybe a little more east and north. It's about to go through, again, forgive me, Hebron, you know it is. It's there. It's crossing Highway 125 here imminently within the next minute or two, and it's taking on more of that east to northeast motion rather than going up this way anywhere near Bolivar. This is not going to be a Bolivar problem. Very close, but this is the problem spot. This is Bolivar. It's past your longitude, and it's this motion, so it's not Bolivar. It's Hornsby. Hornsby, you're in your safe spot now, and it's about to cross Highway 125. And again, there's sporadic.
Out in the middle of the night in the rain and storms, so hopefully you have your plan. And if you had to act it this evening, that you did it successfully. I do expect, though, as we go through the next couple of hours, that in the light of day tomorrow or today, that we're going to be seeing some and dealing with some damage. While there have been multiple areas of tornadic thunderstorms and thunderstorm warnings. We are continuing to see just more likely thunderstorm warnings issued. That's not the case still to the northeast of Columbus. There still is that tornado warning for Coshocton County. A little closer perspective there.
Usually see on the radar, but what we are still seeing is a very intense velocity radar couplet that is a good indicator that there is a tornado that is still in progress. I want to show you the rotation track, and you'll notice here, may have to put this back into motion, but watch just over the last 30 minutes is how this track came through the Linden area, and it is ramped up considerably. There's even a brief moment where it goes up to green. So
almost all the way around here near Burnett School. This is the type of storm or system that can totally wipe things down to the foundation. I've seen these signatures many times, but just look at the force right there as it is literally wrapping all of that heavy rain and so forth in and around, almost completely around here near the Burnett School area. And it is moving off to the northeast here at, what did we say, about 60 miles per hour?
Doing about 60 miles an hour to the northwest.
So Hornsby,
I'm going to put a new track on it here for you with reflectivity.
Yeah,
for you.
We've got some additional tornado warnings coming out. We'll check that out too. But right now, the most violent tornado that we see, this might be the tornado of the night as far as, all of these tornadoes that we've been tracking. I've been tracking throughout the night and the evening and watching all of this as we've gone through the day. But that is the most impressive signature that I have seen. If you're awake and you know some people in Selmer or even Adamsville, make them mad, wake them up, call, ring that phone, make sure that they are watching, because this is a life-threatening tornado. And look at all the lightning. I mean, anytime the air is real stirred up with, you think about the friction there, you tend to get a lot of lightning too. That in itself is dangerous. But this is a classic signature of what could wind up being a very large, life-threatening tornado. I can't emphasize that enough as it moves off to
the southern portion of Hickman County. Hohenwald, yes, you were in this tornado warning, but the center of the storm is going to stay well to your north, but they have to put these very big warnings out because the supercell can have a mind of its own, and it can try to turn.
Those homes right in here around Grand Valley Lake, it went right over that, and that is, you saw it pop up, just the update, potentially a new TDS, tornadic debris signature there. As
you know where the S&S Country Store is, it's kind of in that zone too.
Okay. Jake, let's do what we can here to just keep give folks as much lead time as we can.
Yeah, Hornsby.
Just based off Hornsby, and just based off where that new debris signature popped up right in here, potentially west of Hornsby, because again, it went right directly in this path and then jumped to here. So we extrapolate that motion out somewhere along 64. Hornsby, you're absolutely in your safe spot. I'm just saying this may pass a little bit west of Hornsby along Highway 64. Let's go back to our reflectivity
hoping it
for a
misses
moment.
as much population as possible.
Oh man, this is just wow. We know a lot of folks have been hit hard tonight. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. This is just a rough situation that we're undergoing here in the Mid-South. Not only this afternoon, we know what happened in Arkansas. We'll talk obviously more about that coming up on Daybreak tomorrow, but this is ongoing with this particular one cell on top of the previous confirmed tornadoes we had in parts of Tennessee and Mississippi. But now it's really, when you look at the wide view, this is all we have. But this is a significant all we have. This is something that is, again, a life-threatening situation still ongoing in central Hardeman County, south and east of Bolivar. I'm going to measure this out.
Probably crossing, if not already crossed, 125.
There's a big time lowering in it, so we'll have to see. I appreciate all the videos if you can do that. We appreciate you very much. We do have this storm here this is the one we've been sticking with because it's been the most dangerous storm. Marcus has been tracking it. Shelby's been giving landmarks and tracking it too. I mean, the greens and reds are still prominent within this storm as it moves towards the Centerville area. Debris, we saw a really big debris at one point, but it still looks like there could be even a little bit of debris back down here as I'm looking over here near Coble.
Hey, Danielle.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know they are about to issue a new warning for this confirmed tornado, and it's going to be going into Williamson County. So next areas in line.
So, hey, heads up, Williamson County, my friends there, Brentwood, Franklin, Fairview, Wake Up, Leapers Fork, you name it, it's coming to you next. We were watching this one, but there was a little bit of debris. It looks like there's still debris around Coble. So, guys, I really need you to take those tornado precautions, lowest level, center of a room, because it looks like there still could be some debris being lofted. It looked like it might have been on the ground around Linden in this video I saw. And before I go forward with this, I'm going to show you the new warning that's going to be coming out. I also want to go back here because I want to show you this one. We've got another one that is developed, and I'm going to get to that one. Don't worry, I'll get right to it in a second. But we've got this one that is now developed right in the same area. It is tracking the same way it just did the last one where it went over Selma.
Again, you pretty much no time. You've got to get there now. There's no more time to waste. Don't waste a second. Get to your safe spot immediately. Again, interior room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Quickly grab blankets, pillows, bike helmets, anything that you can do to shield yourself from flying debris. Again, Hornsby there in the next few minutes. Masseyville, 218. McNary, 223. And then towards Fenger at 226. So these are all the areas that are going to be northeast of this area of this tornado that's still on the ground producing damage. While the debris signature does not look as significant as it did earlier, it's still...
We're seeing that rotation, and you can see it right around into Cobble. That's going to continue to move its way eastward within the next few minutes. So then behind this tornado warning, here is that severe thunderstorm warning. And then it's hard to see right here, but we've got another tornado warning that we're looking at to potentially move into our area. Very similar path, and that is very unfortunately, but that's how these storms have really...
Lowest level, center of a room, room with no windows. Do it now. A tornado is on the ground and observed. We need you to take your tornado precautions. Now, it is moving north and east at about 40 miles an hour, or 50 miles an hour. So I'm going to do a quick storm track of where this is heading, okay? Because if we take this out into time, these are some of the areas that need to be concerned, okay? Centerville, 4 minutes. 4 minutes, Centerville. Please wake up and get down to your safe zone. Wrigley, 219. Santa Fe, 227. Fairview, 235. Thompson Station, 243. Franklin, 248. Brentwood, 257. And Nashville, you could see this at 303. Smyrna, 3013. And Mount Juliet, 319 if this holds together. So, folks, we really need to take this seriously. I'm going to get down to street level mapping, though, because this is right by Centerville. So street level mapping, here we go. It is right over Hickman County near East Beaver Dam Road. If I'm saying your street name, you need to be down now. There is a violent tornado or a tornado on the ground by you. Mountaintop Drive, Bear Creek Trail. You don't have time. Grinder Switch Road, Columbia Avenue. You're going to be near Simons Branch Road, Grays Bend Road, Defeated Creek Road, Goodrich Road, Skyview Drive, Old Airport Road, Grays Bend Road, Morgan Creek Road, Marsh Creek Road, Green Acres Lane, Old Mill Lane. This is going to go right over Wrigley, too. Right over Wrigley, too. Centerville first, then Wrigley. Go ahead, Shelby. What's some landmarks?
So, Danielle, again, this is going to be going over Centerville. So all of these spots are going to be in downtown Centerville. You've got the local place, Papa K. Joe's Barbecue, Liberty Clinic Pharmacy, Ascension St. Thomas Hickman. You've got CarQuest Auto Parts, Doyle and Faye Bowen Memorial Park, Army National Guard recruiting. That's going to be off of Highway 50. You've got Griner Cemetery, Tubular Steel USA Inc. These are all going to be off of Highway 50, but this also continues to go up Highway 100 as well. That's one of the spots that we've continued to track. So there's also off of Highway 100, Fish Camp Restaurant, Hickman County Emergency Management. There's also
as safe as possible through this storm. So again, this continues to be a dangerous situation moving in toward Centerville. So right now it would be right around Jenkins Cemetery Road, Glen Henson Road. Looks like now it is just a little to the north there of the Beaver Dam area, but this has been classified at times as a large and dangerous tornado. And so there we go around Walker Road, downstream from...
as it continues on to the east there, but yeah, very dangerous situation. We can't stress that enough. So again, be in your safe place. Bethel Springs, McNeary, as Mo said, the Selmer area has been trimmed down.
Lofted, yeah, but it's not nearly as pronounced. Remember, we had a donut hole about 15 minutes ago, so that's a much better look.
We might be tracking this into Madison County here. We probably will be tracking this into Madison County. Excuse me, not Madison. I'm just losing track. Where
McNary?
Chester, actually. Chester is.
Wake them up and say that there's a tornado on top of them. It's going to Centerville, it's going to Little Lot, it's going to Wrigley next, okay? And this is over in Hickman County. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Threat tag considerable. Threat tag considerable. You see this right here, right? Dixon, Hickman, Murray, and Williamson County now included in this. This will stretch out to Fairview, to Boston, Santa Fe. You'll be included in this. So folks, you see that hook. Marcus was talking about that hook too. You see that inflow hook. That's where that tornado would be. So it's about to drop in and over to Centerville. And then Little Lot, you're up next. That's going to go over 100, where Highway 150 kind of meet up. That's where that tornado would be. And it is considerable damage, threat tag, the bright greens, bright reds. I mean, this is like worst case scenario. It keeps holding together. And this is 2:08 now in the morning. 2:08 in the morning. This is not good news. Okay, so real fast again. Going to do a storm track because I want people to start waking up. If you think friends are not waking up to this storm, please try to wake them up. This is time. Centerville, you've got no time. It's on top of you. Little Lot, you've got less than 10 minutes. Jones Valley, 221. Prim Springs, 222. Tidwell, 229. Fairview, 237. Franklin, 250. And then 251, it would be in Bethlehem. Marcus, you seen anything that I need to know about too?
Danielle, I am not, but I just got some verbal approval for a camera to show, so I'm going to get that in just a second from Centerville, where the storm is headed. So I'll have that up in just a moment.
Appreciate that. Okay, so we're tracking the storm. It's 2:09 now at night.
Over Hornsby now, and we're just going to watch this closely to see if it starts to tick back up. In the meantime, let's do a storm track into Chester County just so those folks can have a heads up. I got that. I'll do this right over Hornsby here, make it kind of wide, and I'm going to take it up towards Fanger and Henderson. Here's some arrival times for you folks there in Chester County. Fanger about 2:25, about 15 minutes. Henderson 2:30.
And this one, as I show you this real fast, this is a threat considerable observed tornado 2 going over the same areas. So this is not good. That's going towards Selmer. So we got to watch that. Yes, Shelby, go ahead.
And so, Danielle, we also have in the chat right now that Perry EMA is actually headed out to do some surveying to see if there is any damage from this so far. So just an FYI. And I know Marcus is currently working on getting this camera in, so we're going to have that up in just a second.
Okay, good to know. We've got, this storm over Centerville right now. The greens, the reds, very bright, very tight. I want to make sure you guys know this. The streets going to be around there. Defeated Creek Street, Skyview Drive, Graves Bend Road, Highway 48 North, Morgan Creek Road. Let me zoom down a little tighter. Jamie Drive, Haley's Creek Road. If I'm saying your street name, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Green Hill Drive, Marsh Drive, Pike Lane, Lauren Lane, Morgan Creek Road.
They have extended it out from where we were just talking just a few minutes ago, including parts of Williamson County. I know that seems very far, but Leland and I have been tracking this. Goodness, how many miles do you think we've been tracking this, Leland?
For at least 50, if not more than that, for sure.
And it's just one of those, it does not want to let up. So here's another view for you. You'll notice Centerville, 211, 1 minute from now. Toddy's Bend, 216. Little Rock Mills, 221. Jones Valley.
Emergency Management Agency, but this really shows you just how significant this storm is. And I'm coming over to the computer to just kind of point out a couple of things. There is your base. That is the base of the storm there, Danielle. And I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see the tornado here in this area, but it's going to be awfully close. And I want to thank Sarah Stewart. She works with Hickman County EMA. She's giving us permission to use this camera here on the air from Hickman County EMA. But this is a big concern. That lowering there and the lightning that's flashing is a big concern here for this storm moving into Centerville. And just for reference, I think this is just northeast of downtown Centerville.
Marcus, I'm looking at that. It's really hard to tell, but man, that looks really bad. That looks very ominous. That's not good. Centerville, Centerville, this is the storm. Marcus, thanks for efforting this camera. I like this camera. If we can get this double box, this camera, I don't know if we can. I'd love to get this double box while I talk about this storm. But we are going to try to look to see if, ooh, there's a good lightning flash. I'm trying to see if we can see anything on the ground. That cloud base is very, very low. Very, very low. So it's so hard to tell, but I'm guessing there probably is a tornado somewhere in there. It's just, you can't see. It's dark at night. This is why we're telling you, you need to take those tornado precautions. Lowest level, center of room with no windows. We'll go back to radar right now for a second, but Marcus, if you let me know if you start to see something on that camera, because the hook is happening too. As we can see right here, we've got the hook over Centerville, right in here. That is looks like it's kind of forming or recycling. Maybe, I don't even know. There's the greens and reds. You can see it right over Centerville, and then let's see debris. There's still bright spikes in the debris right here. Okay, we can see that's probably damage being done. Okay, we got the camera. So, okay, that's the Centerville camera. You can see that. We're going to try to see if we see a tornado. If anyone sees one, let me know. I'm kind of tracking this. I'm going to go street to street with this one, too, because I am really concerned because that cloud base is super low. So that is over Jamie Drive, Haley's Creek Road. This is in Hickman County, guys. Hickman County, this is going, Centerville, I hope you're downstairs. Little Lot, get down now. Wrigley, get down now. And by the way, it is moving at 50 miles an hour. So this is going right to Fairview and right to Bellevue, potentially. This would be going right into Little Lot at 216, Wrigley 220, Lyles 221. If I'm saying your city, if you think someone's sleeping in the city, call them. There is a tornado potential on the ground. I'm looking at the camera. It's so hard to see. Millseat 225, Fairview 237, Bellevue 250.
On the northern extent, we just need to get a feel for how this is going to move, and then we can adjust the storm track accordingly. But no doubt, LaGrange, Grand Junction, immediately in the short term, and then after that point, we'll just see, does it turn a little bit more east or does it turn a little bit more north? There's a fresh
leaves and things like that can also drop the CC, or bring that value down.
Calling and asking you to do what you need to do to get to your safe place ahead of it. You don't want to wait for the siren to go off. You want to be where you need to go. I understand some of you have school in the morning. That'll worry about itself, okay? So go ahead and get to that safe place. If you're in Thompson Station, I'm talking to you, Amy Beth. I'm talking to my husband over in parts of Franklin. It is not yet there, but it is getting close. So David, if you want to go ahead and get our children and just be getting to that safe place, having those conversations. It's not yet there, but it is getting close, and it just has quite the reputation that makes things a little uncomfortable, Leland, when it comes to this system. And it's in the middle of the night. It's hard to get all these reports in, especially with so many power outages taking place, and it's just a very cumbersome situation, especially with a severe thunderstorm warning right on the hills of damaging areas.
That is exactly true, Nikki D. So we'll show you what is happening right now. This is the setup for us at this hour, and we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings, but what is most damaging to us right now, it is what's happening to the south.
Well, you can see the storm is on top of Centerville now, and you're not going to see any. I mean, look at, if there's a tornado on the ground, that is going to be rain wrapped. There's powerful winds. There's hail with this. They did, I mean, the confirmation on this tornado warning, by the way, is still observed tornado threat considerable. So, folks, the time right now, 2:15 in the morning. 2:15 in the morning. The greens and reds, wow, still holding together really tight over Centerville. So, tornado likely on the ground in Centerville. It could be a big one. And, we're looking at the live look at this. And unfortunately, the way this is going, this is not great. This is going to be going straight into Wrigley at 221. Little Lot, I hope you are in the lowest level, center of a room with no windows. You need to do it now. That is what it looks like in Centerville right now. That is a tornado warned storm, observed, threat considerable, doing damage potentially. Wrigley, 221. Boston, 236. Fairview, 237. Franklin, 248. Brentwood, 257. Oak Hill, 3 o'clock, and then Antioch, 3:05. So, folks, we really need to take this seriously. This may even slide into downtown Nashville or go south of Nashville, folks. Are you guys seeing anything, Marcus? Are you seeing anything?
There not long ago in Grand Junction with a confirmed dangerous tornado rolling through town. This is another, you got to be back in your safe spot now. You're under the gun now. This is on top of you or imminently about to be on top of you within the next minute or so. Just waiting for the next scan to come in, but more of a debris signature starting to pop up now. Not still prevalent, but again becoming concentrated in that area where we likely have some debris being lofted into the atmosphere here, right in the same spot that we have that rotation, and it's tightening up as well. So makes sense that would start to take place, that if a tornado is occurring now, we're starting to see some signs of it in terms of debris being lofted into the atmosphere. Little messy on reflectivity to kind of take a look at. It doesn't really help.
We're passing Lancaster. So again, we're just outside Lancaster, going there, probably not too far from Garrett County High School. That is going to be headed then over toward Kirksville as you're getting there at the Madison County line. So again, there, if this storm has rotation, that's about where it's going to be.
A severe storm right behind this, moving into Linden right now with wind gusts to 60 and, of course, quarter-inch hail. And then we've got this one that's Doppler radar, Chester, Hardeman, and McNary till 2:30. And then we've got this one right behind it. So we've got several cells that we're going to have to continue to track and watch. This is the worst-case scenario, though, to have a tornado confirmed, observed, considerable threat, unfortunately, as this is in